honestly, this is what I believe. Neil deGrasse Tyson is a flat earther. Either A, he knows it, B, he doesn't know it.
Those are the
But
two options.
here's what I know is that he is backing away he's beginning to back away from the shit we could just set his ass on fire about, because he doesn't want to go up against an Eric Dubé or a Bro Sanchez or a Blacklight, anybody like that. He doesn't want to go up against them, because now you're going to have to compare oranges to our oranges.
Flat Earth expert Mark Sargent thinks the moon landing was a hoax.
Technically, the moon itself is a hoax.
Right, but betting with Sportsbet's new iPhone app?
I could do this standing on my head.
Thanks, Gravity. Sportsbet's new iPhone app. It's foolproof.
The FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Earth thinks that evolution is real. Chemtrails don't exist, vaccines work. Climate change is happening, we landed on the moon. The FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Scooty, it's not alright. Baby, it's not alright.
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
Hello everyone, welcome to the channel. Welcome to what is going to probably be my death whilst we're watching the stream, because I'm here as long as you make me. Now, here's the rules for this stream. The stream starts with 45 minutes, although that's already been ruined. 1 second. Right, so the stream starts with 45 minutes. Okay, here's what's going on. I'm going to do some debunks of Flat Earth. I'm going to have some debates. I'm going to take suggestions from you guys as to what to do. And once the timer hits 0, the stream will end. Here's the thing. Every new membership adds 3 minutes. Every £10 worth of super chats adds 3 minutes. And we are now already at 18 hours, 18 minutes and 5 seconds. Because Katliana Veren hates me. They don't like me, and they want me to stay here forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. Katliana has already donated 300 members. I don't know why it says 552. I don't think it can count. Wait, no, hold on. All right, 100, 200, yes, 300. And we've also got a new member in Broski, and Sailor Centrist is upgraded. So that's also add another one. So I'm going to be here for at least this long. So the record for these streams is 65 hours. Now, once every 24 hours or so, I'm going to take a little kip on camera, because apparently not sleeping is bad. So I'm probably going to be taking a little kip at some point while you're all here. It can't count new members. It's been 302 new members. Let's how to change that actually. The new members number is incorrect. It's 302, not 553. Brosi just became a member, which added another one. Let me see if I can figure it out. All right, so it's 18 hours and 19 minutes. All right. I'm going to remove the 553. 53. And then remove that 6. Right. I'm going to add 45 minutes. No, it doesn't want to do that. Why is it not letting me have the starting time on? Hold on, I've got to get this all right to make sure. Right, so I've... Right, so how many do I need to get to add? We've got 100, 200, 300, 305, 306, 307, 308. So we're going to go 308 and add. Right, but we also need to add another 45 minutes. There we go. So that's what we're on now. The Nevermore Tavern says, can you pay to take time off? No, that wouldn't be fair to the people that paid to put it on. No, it should say 18 hours, not 8. God, it cannot count. What's going on here? Uh, 10 hours. There we go. That's right. There we go. Hello, Emma. I'm glad to see you here. You can thanks you for. I will get some sleep then and drop some membership when Craig's down to 15 minutes. So, yeah, this stream may never end. Now, there we go. That's how we're starting. I want to say thank you very much to Kathleen and Erin for the 300 memberships and the $2. Thank you to Broski for becoming a member. Thank you to Sailor Centrist upgrading. Thank you to Rubik's for the $5. How many shorts will I have to make for this? Place your bets in the form of membership gifts or donation amount. Yeah, punish me with memberships. Thank you to Rubik's for upgrading the membership, and thank you to Armageddon Fire for the 5 gifted memberships. An amazing start. Before we even get going, 18 hours to go. Now, last stream that I did, I had to cut short because my new internet was getting installed. You may notice we don't do the buffering anymore. Okay. Gem Custom Gaming, just you being here, mate. Make sure you like the stream. That's more than enough, thanks. Oh, thanks, Rachbot. I appreciate it. Now, before we get going with the debunks, right, what we're going to do is, I was in the middle of covering Will Duffy's final debate, which was a bit of a shit show. But we're going to continue doing that because we just got to Leslie. And then I hear Eric Dubé's been releasing some new derp, and so is CC. I have a debate at 2 a.m. Does God exist? Easiest debate ever. No. And I may be having on a couple of other Flerfs. Globe Slayer, and maybe Richard Vine, some other for some chats. And yeah. Also, any suggestions on videos or debates or things we want to cover, please let me know. We'll probably be covering some Nathan Oakley because that's always good for a laugh/vomit. But there is some news before we get going. I have to say that I was wrong about something. I know, right? As you all know, November 16th and 17th, I will be in Nashville, Tennessee for DebateCon 6. Yes, that's right. I will be debating at DebateCon 6 and debating Rachel Wilson. But turns out, I may also be debating the person that I said wouldn't be going, Wits. Turns out Wits is invited. I was wrong. Look, Flerfs, that's how you do that. You say you were wrong. I was wrong. Wits is invited, and I may be debating him. Yes, James has offered me the debate against Witsit on the subject, does God exist? It will be fucking hilarious. Make sure you, if you want to see that live, get the tickets to DebateCon 6, which you can find on the Modern Day Debate YouTube channel. It's over on Modern Day Debates. I'm debating Does God Exist at 2 a.m. I'm also going to be in Chicago, meeting Toon, and then we're going back to Cleveland to spend some time with Rubik's. I'm going to have an awesome time in America. If I'm allowed in, I better remove all the Trump memes from my phone. Other bit of news is, you may have watched the final debate. And, well, our old friend Stephen Alonso was on there, right? Yeah. And I noticed that he wasn't referring to himself as doctor, which I always appreciate. I do appreciate that. Where's he gone? Here we go. Right. Let me show you all this. So I noticed that during the debate with Katliana says, who's been a member for 29 months, enjoy, I'm off to get some sleep. I'll have to catch this later. Thank you, Katliana. It means the world. I noticed that Stephen didn't refer to himself as a doctor anymore, so I emailed him to say congratulations on that. I noticed you stopped calling yourself a doctor. That's a good step forward. Next, will you admit the pictures on your website are AI generated? Here's his response. I most certainly am still a doctor. My degree doesn't expire, and I can absolutely claim this under the laws of Wyoming. Nothing changed. You may be confusing me with Coach Steve, who appeared on the final debate. I decided not to appear myself and wanted to send someone else who could represent the Flat Earth Fitness department, rather than the department I run. Just take that in. Stephen Alonso is claiming that he wasn't the one that went on the final debate. It was just someone that looks exactly like him that runs the Flat Earth Fitness department. Yes, that's right. Jimmy Madison for $5 says, good luck on the drive, Craig. Craig, I'll be under a car, Barracuda, most of the day. Well, have fun, my friend. Mark says this guy needs a padded room. Yes, yes, he does. You're fucking right. Oh, I can't believe Katliana has done that. She must have so much XP. Wait, how can she only have 150 XP? Alonso is psychotic. Yes, you're not wrong. Schizophrenia? Being a Poe? Deep in his own lies? Who knows? But that's fucking crazy, right? Yes, so, the news. I will be possibly debating Wits at DebateCon 6. If he is brave enough to agree, that is. Oh, thank you very much, Rubik's. I appreciate it. But, of course, we are going to start with the final debate, because that's what I was doing on my previous stream. We've got 6 hours until my debate on Modern Day Debates. I want to thank you all for being here and supporting the channel. You can increase that timer with a new membership. Every new member adds 3 minutes. £10 worth of super chats adds 3 minutes. Youngstone, $5. In my opinion, it's my opinion that Witsits appeal to special pleading in every discussion. Do you concur? I do 100%. That also means I need to add 3 minutes, because that takes me over the £10 of right. 3 minutes. Here we go. It should automatically add time for memberships. If you want to test it, feel free by donating a membership. Remember, it's memberships that you give yourself, upgraded memberships, and gifted memberships add 3 minutes. We got to Lindsay, but what we're gonna go back to the start of Lindsay because he's batshit crazy and it's fun. Make sure you like the stream, share the stream, subscribe if you're not already, because I will send Daniel Pratt to your home. Get yourself a cup of tea and strap in. It's going to be a long one. Rachbot, glad to see you there. Oh, help if I unmuted it, eh?
Is next. Okay, next we are going to add to the stage Lindsay. Lindsay, how are you?
Not too bad, thanks.
Awesome.
Now, if you've not come across Lindsay before, batshit crazy doesn't do it justice. Cowder says, did you say strap in or strap on? Whatever you heard, that works. Hey guys, also while I'm here, contact every flat earther that you know and tell them I'm live and they're welcome to join.
Awesome. Where are you located?
I'm in Auckland, New Zealand.
Okay, I like New Zealand. I haven't been there, but I like it.
Oh, it's a nice place.
Yeah, it is. Do you want to introduce yourself and let people know where to find you? I know you have a YouTube channel.
I have a YouTube channel called Tomb of Illumination. That's spelled WEWL-LUM INATION.
What is it called?
It's pretty well shadow banned. Hasn't moved anywhere in the last.
I'm sorry, guys. I did not get what his YouTube channel was. Could somebody send me a link to that? Dick Wayne's back in the chat doing his normal crying and you know, whatever. Why does such a world-famous YouTube superstar need to beg and cry for money? Strange math. I don't remember any time I've been begging or crying for money, really. I haven't begged for any money. Everything donated so far to this, which is quite a lot already, is of their own volition. If my chat would like to keep me streaming, then they're free to donate. I'm not begging for anything. I'm putting on entertainment, Dick. But hey, Dick, you know what, Dick? You're welcome to come back for another chat, Dick. Guys, no timing out, Dick. Have fun with him instead.
Couple of years. I've got a Facebook under Lindsay Harris. If you look for the sunset, I've put up quite a few posts on there, but recently Facebook cleaned all the old posts off. So
Okay.
I think they did that worldwide, but I've got a TikTok, but I don't put too much on there, but I can't really be bothered because nothing's really happening. I've got a private Patreon page. You want to get over there? That's and they won't link anything. Nothing's linked. No matter what you do and say and all the bullshit they give you, they won't link my YouTube to Patreon or anything like that. So obviously they don't want to hear me.
Okay.
So I'm only here for a laugh.
Okay.
So I know the globe theory is all a joke.
Okay.
So
Well, there we go, guys. He knows the joke. He knows the joke. He knows the globe theory is just a laugh. Like, even typing in his channel, Illumination, doesn't bring it up. I mean, is that shadow banning? Is this him? No, that's just Illumination. No, literally can't find his YouTube channel. Penguin J for $2 says, in honor of Dickless Wayne. Good job. What's he saying? Anything interesting? Dick Wayne says, what you do is called begging for money where I come from. Do you deny crying on more than one occasion? No, I have cried because I'm an emotional person that's in pain. But never have I begged for money. Performing a service that people are free to donate to is not begging in any way, shape or form. Dick. Tomb of Illumination. I got it right. Oh, it's this guy, right? Okay. Yeah, I've got some. I'm going to be covering some of his videos, maybe during this stream because they're batshit fucking crazy. Dick doesn't know the difference between busking and begging. Apparently, I do cry. I cry often because I'm an emotional person and I'm in a lot of pain. But I'm not ashamed of that.
Can I hear you out?
Yeah, let me start by asking you a question from my trusty list here. Can you name a single globe prediction in the future that will fail and instead confirm a flat?
Oh, goodness me, Dick's starting off. Cool. So how do you call the flat earthers you hate so much grifters then? Well, because they're lying. They're literally lying to people for money. Whereas I'm not. There's a difference there. But don't worry, Dick. I know it's above your head, Dick.
Flat Earth. Now, to be clear, I'm talking about globe predictions that involve a date, a time, and a specific geographic location. There are thousands, by the way. Thousands of predictions. Can you name a single one that will fail and will actually confirm a flat Earth?
No, because all their information comes from the ancient Babylonians or the Chinese. It's all documented. NASA's got all the files. They don't share all the nitty-gritties with the public. They just want you to follow their narrative of a globe. So.
Oh, right. Okay. This isn't stuff that NASA shares with the public, right? But he knows. Oh, my goodness.
So,
you know, and we know the
you want the link to his channel? Yes. There's the link to this guy's channel.
the rotations of the planets and the timings and when it's going to align with the sun and the Milky Way and create a solar eclipse. You only have to see which planet is hidden in the Milky Way that's causing the solar eclipse. It's not just the moon and sun. It's a third entity. And the Milky Way is like a straw that comes out of the center of the flat Earth over to the tropical gap, and it moves around like a clock arm.
So I need to listen to that bit again.
It's a third entity. And
right. So eclipses aren't caused by the moon and the sun. They're caused by a third entity. And then
Milky Way is like a straw that comes out of the center of the flat Earth over to the tropical gap.
The Milky Way is a straw that comes over... No, hold on.
And the Milky Way is like a straw that comes out of the center of the flat Earth over to the tropical gap.
The Milky Way is like a... No, once more.
And the Milky Way is like a straw that comes out of the center of the flat Earth over...
Milky Way is a straw that comes out of the center of the flat Earth...
to the tropical gap. And
over... Once more.
And the Milky Way is like a straw that comes out of the center of the flat Earth over to the tropical gap.
The Milky Way is like a straw that comes out of the center of the flat Earth over to the tropical gap. You guys heard that as well, right?
And it moves around like a clock arm. That Milky Way swings over a planet. In a particular time, you're going to get a solar eclipse. Whether it just nicks it or not, that Milky Way swings over a planet. In a particular time, you're going to get a solar eclipse.
When that Milky Way swings over a planet at a particular time, you're going to get a solar eclipse on the moon. No, it's not processing. I'm trying.
Whether it just nix it or not. NASA knows this, and it's all about the flexing of the
NASA knows this. Oh, I see.
ecliptic plane, and all the planets are on the ecliptic plane. That's why it's called a plane, because circular and flat 2D plane. There's no plane on a globe.
It's not flat.
You've got this line drawn across your globe, but it's not a plane, is it?
I'm happy to hear you talk about the Milky Way. I'm happy to hear you talk about planets, because most flat earthers deny space. They deny.
Well, yeah, but Will, I don't think when he says Milky Way and planets, he means what we mean, dude. I don't know how the Milky Way would get in the way of a planet when the Milky Way is, you know, the galaxy and the planets inside that. I thought my concussion had got better.
Planet. So it sounds like you disagree with flat earthers on that. You believe in space and planets and galaxies.
Most flat earthers don't have a clue about reality.
Well,
They've gone so far and they're stuck in a groove. They don't know much. I can associate.
I agree with him there. Flat earthers don't know much about reality. That's absolutely 100% true.
Everything flat earth, all the ancients, all the documents, all the paper, all the scripts, even the Bible. You're supposed to be a preacher, aren't you?
yes, sir.
Well, in the Bible it describes it. On the 17th of October, the second month, the 17th day of the second month is when the southern magnetic field pops and separates from the northern hemisphere, because it comes up and overlays the northern hemisphere of the second month, 17th of October, the second month, the 17th day of the second month, October. Well, in the Bible it describes it. On the 17th of October, the second month, the 17th day of the second month.
Right. I thought the second month was February. The 17th day of the second month, which is October. What?
Is when the southern magnetic field pops and separates from the northern hemisphere, because it comes up and overlays the northern hemisphere. It's just changing. This is changing the constellations when the stars come up and overlay the northern hemisphere stars. That's the changing constellations. That's your declination. Your tropical year is the southern hemisphere being.
No, you know what? I'm completely unable to debunk anything he's saying, because none of it makes any fucking sense. Dick Wayne's like, no, he's talking to someone in the chat. I would not even know this guy existed if not for you people. Dick, you're in every one of my streams, don't lie. Question is, why does everything need to be explained to you people? Why can you not think for yourself? No, dude, I'm not explaining the things to them. They know. All right? I'm explaining it for people like you who haven't a fucking clue.
Drawn up. And it's all to do with the central vortex, which is a vortex like a heart. We call it a pump, but it's a vortex. It works like the heart, and it's to do with the electrical and the magnetic fields of Earth. And the whole southern hemisphere gets drawn into the north and back out again.
Hemisphere? I don't know if you can have a hemisphere on a flat Earth. That just doesn't make sense.
This is even documented in good graphics in Epicor, the sun going like this. And I was telling people its system goes like this for years, and then Epicor came out with it and described it beautifully.
What the fuck is that? The sun goes like this.
The ecliptic plane is flexed down, like a jellyfish down, and then flexes back up in the north. And that's the ecliptic plane. And on there are all the planets. And in the dead center is the black hole. And the first horse off the rank is the sun, right on the horizon of the black hole. It does a circle. Planets. And in the dead center is the black hole. And the first horse off the rank is the sun.
The first horse of the rank,
right on the horizon of the black hole,
is the sun. The first rank of the horizon is the sun, which is on the black. What?
It does a circle, and that's our 24-hour sun, 360 degrees. Hey. And at night,
it's like a random word generator of some kind.
You see it as Polaris.
Hey, Lindsay, did I?
Nobody understands all that stuff.
Did I?
Rubik's with $2 says, how do I not give money? Am I doing it right? Unfortunately, no. To not give money, you need to type much more zeros. Many more, I'm afraid. All right, I'm going to set a super chat goal. Meet this goal and I will cover the new CC video. Ravage, remember, has been a 4-month... start that again. Ravage, who's been a member for 4 months, says, look, Mum, I'm on the best stream on YouTube. Hi, Ravage, and thank you for those kind words. Hey, everyone in the chat, give a fuck you to Dick Wayne.
I hear you in the past say the sun is a hermaphrodite.
It is. It's male and female. Back at creation, it is male and female. It's singular. Singularity in physics. But in our 3D physical realm, because back there it's 2D, it's a flat plane, nothingness, basically. Our realm is created from...
Pat in the chat, $5 says, I pledge to give Craig 0 money, damn it! Failed. I don't know why that didn't go towards the target. It totally should have. Nazumi Tomato for $2 says, I put 5 zeros in front. Is that how it's... No. And that doesn't work. Rubik's for $5 says, my bank is giving me fraud alerts from giving you money. Also, fuck you, Dick Wayne. No one likes you. Not even your mother. Dark Fan, yes, he's assuming the sun is not only a gender, but both of the genders. Dan Reeves says, because he's a sheeple and does exactly as he's told. Fuck you, Dick Wayne.
The 3D, when the sun's illuminated, boom, it creates the vortex, the S spiral inside it. You know, Superman with the S on here, and he goes up to the Antarctica or Arctic. Well, we live in this 3D realm.
I want to be clear here. Is Lindsay giving Superman as evidence for the Earth being flat? That does seem to be what's happening. Dick Wayne says, this is going to be fun. We could probably clip all the Dick Wayne says stuff. Nice response, world famous. What about physics and nature do you need explained to you, little guy? What do you not understand about the nature of gas, liquids? No, I understand them all, Dick. Every single bit, Dick. And as I explained to you when you cried on my live stream for 45 minutes, water, liquid, gas, they are matter. They have mass. And all matter reacts to forces acting upon them. Gravity creates a force. What do you need explained, little guy? Aww. Too scared to even show your face because you're chubby. Hey Max, how you doing, dude?
Where everything's exploded out in this moment in time that's on repeat. You see the stars come back every night to the exact same place, but only 3 minutes 56 different in time because the sun is shot ahead. And all your physics tells you the sun's quicker. It's all BS.
Yeah.
The stars are quicker.
Did I hear you also say that the sun is a hermaphrodite and has children?
Well, you could say, not about children, I can't remember that part, but the sun, back in our realm, it's split off. So the moon is the feminine, gets separated. So you got the male and the female.
Ah.
But the sun's always back at the center, the real sun, the unseen pure plasma, magnetically locked in the center Arctic, just like the tokamak reactor, locked in the center. It's the real sun, unseen to man because it's in the vacuum of space, the real vacuum. And the vacuum, there isn't actually...
Sorry, I accidentally stopped my timer. I want to make sure that it's caught everything. All right, I need to add another 3 minutes for an extra £10. And then No more gifted memberships. We've had the 5 from... Okay, right. Nice. Up to date. Yeah, do tell me that the timer stops when that happens, please. 18 hours and 14 minutes to go, 308 new members. If you want to add 3 minutes to the timer, all you have to do is gift a membership or a £10 super chat. Every membership, every new membership, every upgraded membership, every gifted membership adds 3 minutes. And just so Dick Wayne can tell his friends that I beg for money, oh, please, please, guys, please, pretty please, give me money and give me memberships. I beg you, I'm begging you guys, please, pretty please. I'm a poor, poor man that doesn't have any money and lives on this. I beg you for money. No, not really. You being here is the most amazing thing for me. I appreciate you just being in the chat. What really helps me is if you share the stream, smash the like button, make sure you're subscribed, show the YouTube algorithm you enjoy watching this stuff. That's what really helps me. If you like to help me financially, then you can do that with a membership as the best way during this stream. If you really want to help me, just type in the chat, fuck you, Dick Wayne, your mother doesn't like you.
There is an actual vacuum, which is the Milky Way. Everything gets sucked up to the tropical gap in through the Milky Way, into the pure, unseen sun, before it comes down into the Arctic centre as mist, into the purified, filtered, recycled water in the Buford Gaia, which gets sucked down into the earth and feeds the earth with recycled pure water.
Okay. Hey, Lindsay, I'll be honest. Sometimes I wonder if you're being serious or not.
No, well, he is, right? Lindsay is one of the serious flat earthers, right? But he's just batshit fucking crazy. Like, absolutely, completely and utterly batshit crazy. Tim Davison has been a member for 9 months, says, update from Pooh, Mama is home and healthy, her pacemaker crapped out, they replaced it and now she's a case study. This normally never happens. Well, I hope everything's okay, my friend. Pat in the chat, member for 43 fucking months, and also someone that I met personally. Dick Wayne is a tosser and a Poe. I don't think he's a Poe, I genuinely think Dick Wayne is as stupid as he appears. Dick Wayne says, why can the pear-shaped Earth theory can only be proven on paper and not in nature? The Earth that is similar to a pear, wider at the bottom and the middle, is proven in nature. Dick. Right, okay. Yeah, Daniel Pratt, Curious UK. He's click the like button, you can leave. What do you mean you like it there? No, you can't stay. You're getting your pull-out bed? Sorry, dude, you're stuck with him. Jess's Tiger $5 says, why didn't Wits show up? To what in particular? My stream?
Yeah, well, it's all written. And in your Bible, it talks about, well, actually, it goes a bit deep, but there's several things to think about. But even go to the Greek mythology about Persephone and Demeter. Persephone goes into, you're talking about the sun just going under the world. It's going into the underworld. What's the underworld? You go online, and even physics knows the sun goes into the other hemisphere. So the northern hemisphere, that's how all the sun's gone into the underworld. It's gone to the southern hemisphere now. The sun.
Sorry. Is he suggesting that the sun goes under the flat Earth, which is the southern hemisphere? So what? Does one of the elephants lift up their leg to allow the sun past, or? I'm not. How does that? Yeah. Okay. Insight for $20 dollars says, computer, set a timer for 18 hours and 5 minutes. Add 500 members. My Alexa is not in this room anymore, unfortunately. Emma, the absolute cunt, for €10. Here's a down payment, my dear cunt. Thank you very much. All right, I'm going to have to add, so we're up to, well, that's £40, so I need to add another 6 minutes to the timer. Remember not to shut it off when I'm done. 18 hours and 15 minutes to go. If you want to increase that, feel free to add 3 minutes by gifting a membership. Dick Wayne says, please read what you wrote. Focus on the steering wheel, stay straight part. Then this. Oh, goodness me.
Out there on the perimeter, 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and Persephone's eating pomegranate. But then she comes back for a season in the northern hemisphere with the perimeter, 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and Persephone's eating pomegranate. But then she comes...
Persephone using pomegranates. The fruits. The things with the little seed, like, packets in. Hey, Dick, you know, as you loved hanging around in my chat so much, you're welcome once again to come on to the stream. What I do, Dick, is I'll send you an email, Dick, with a link, Dick. And you can come and tell us about liquids and gases. There you go, Dick Wayne. You have a link to join Dick Wayne. Inciter gifts the same one again. I don't know if they meant to. Dude, if you didn't mean to do that, I can get it refunded back to you. I apologise. Right. Dick, Zoom is open. You can join at any time.
back for a season in the northern hemisphere, which is the summer. It's all about spring. She disappears after spring, goes into the underworld, into the other hemisphere summer, then comes back for the northern hemisphere summer.
Okay. Inciter, hey Google, set a timer for 18 hours and 5 minutes. Add 50 members.
I can set a timer for 18 hours and 5 minutes. What did you mean by 50 members?
It doesn't do it. Unfortunately, you only get to add 50 members by adding 50 members.
Okay.
It's the underworld.
All this talk in northern and southern hemispheres, I think we're talking about a globe here.
No, that's the 24-hour sun, because after the 17th of October, the field splits off. So you get the 24-hour sun in Antarctica after the 17th of October. You're only told it's September 23rd. But you'll find it pops out there the 17th of October. It stays out there for like nearly 6 months before the field comes back in and links again, becomes double, rises up. All the cultures knew about this field in the southern hemisphere coming up.
All of the cultures knew about the field in the southern hemisphere coming. No, I don't think they did, my friend. Most of the people in the north probably didn't know there was a southern hemisphere back in the day.
That's why the Hindus have the elephant representing strength, lifting the sky up, or the turtle mounting the other.
Oh, Dick Wayne says, you are the one who should be teaching people about the nature of liquids and gases. Well, yeah, my physics degree kind of says that. People pay you £145,000 per year, and all you have to show is ugly clothing. Dude, stop being jealous of my fit, man. This is the sea green Fred Perry waffle shirt. JD exclusive. Looks great on me. Just jealous that you've just got wife beaters.
Hemisphere, the turtle. All the ancient cultures described it all, but it's all esoteric and no one really understands it. You've got to understand the magnetic field doesn't cross the tropics.
No one understands it, but of course, Lindsay does.
You know that. NASA knows that. That's why they tell you it's stronger at both Arctics and weak at the equator, but they don't tell you that it doesn't cross the tropics. We know the wind doesn't, the tides don't. I mean, the currents don't. So there's your globe destroyed straight away.
Hey, Lindsay, I really appreciate.
Man has his own arc of horizon. He only sees so far. It's like the lens of your eyeball. It's connected to the same thing. Man is of the earth. You only see so far, equidistantly all the way over you. You cannot bring the sun back in because the sun is projection onto that dome. And you could say that's your firmament.
So the sun's a projection onto the dome, except people see it different from all around the world, including right above them. It's all batshit crazy. Monkey in the Work says, you do know other clothing brands exist, lol. Yeah, I've got some Nike trainers and a couple of Versace tops. That's it, isn't it? Fred Perry, Versace, and Nike. I don't think there's any other clothes, is there?
So you can't draw the celestial bodies back from that perspective. Objects on Earth you can, but celestial bodies aren't of Earth. They're projections from creation onto your dome.
Projections from creation onto the dome. Magic Sky Daddy did it all. Amazing, right? Dick Wayne in the chat says he's arguing with the real NASA shield Rubik's. Rubik's jealous? No. No chance. Bitter? I could argue yes. That YouTube pays a person to cry and beg and do nothing except attack strangers online. Why? Because people have different beliefs than he. Beliefs are fine. Objective reality, having your own, is not. Telling other people that the earth is flat is a lie. And don't, act like flat earthers aren't the ones that started this. Okay? And once again, Dick Wayne, I don't think you can point out a point, at any point, where I've ever begged for money. Please give me money, please. Guys, give me memberships. Give me memberships. If you give me a membership, the timer goes up. Give me a membership, guys. Punish me with money. Money, give me money, guys. Money. I like the money. Fucking idiot.
So if you're having a light source cast onto your invisible dome like a...
Dick, you're in my chat. Why not just come onto the stream? You've got the email.
Say a glass bowl, the light source, you're going to get this variance at sunrise and sunset. And these are the calculations you make in celestial navigation. What's it called? The variance, or whatever they call it? Because the seasonal change goes from this to this tilting declination. So when you've got a light source cast onto it, you're going to have the light veer around the corner of your dome, if you like. You've got
now light goes around corners. That's amazing. Dick Wayne says, whoa, perfect. Flat earthers started this. How so, Craig? What where were you before flat earthers again? I've always been on Earth. Flat earthers never changed that. But yeah, flat earthers did start it. D Marbles, Flat Earth Offensive, started it. Nathan Thompson's Flat Earth group, where I got abused for mentioning gravity, started it. This is what flat earthers would, is what's known as fuck around and find out. You guys created FTFE. Don't cry about it now, dick. Stop just sitting in the chat, dick. And click the link, dick. And come and cry at me so everybody can hear it. So I can make Rubik's have shorts created. "50 minutes in, guys, and we have 18 hours. 18 hours and 6 minutes to go. Whoa, well, okay, shit.
Understand this hemisphere is what Pythagoras was talking about. No, not a complete 360 circle. Although the calculations work like that as a model, because when things come down on your horizon, you move away from them. That's what's happening. They're coming down on that horizon. If you approach it, it comes back up on your horizon. It's all understood if you follow celestial navigation. The ancient navigation books talk about the celestial bodies being cast onto that screen. And we living in a toroidal field, it is one big screen. Parabolic projections from...
Oh, so now it... like just like being in Antarctica, they've got some massive screen. The dome is apparently an LCD monitor, guys. Lindsay's explained it all. That was a big bong. Dick Wayne says, I will maybe join later. You are doing another griftathon. There is plenty of time. It's called grafting. You guys don't know the difference between grifting and grafting. We all know you're too scared to join because of what happened last time.
Hemispheres.
Rubik's $5 says, does Dick realize being here engaging only helps? I think he's obsessed with you. I am forced to send this as I am a hostage making the shorts. Yeah, just be quiet and make more shorts, otherwise I'm not going to feed you today, okay? And just can you tell your friends to stop asking where I'm keeping you? You're clearly not even in America anymore. Look, banging is not going to help. I'm not letting you out. Just get to making the shorts, or I'm going to take away your water privileges for the day, okay?
Hey, Lindsay.
What comes from creation is the center Arctic, is imitated in our tropical gap. The tropical gap is the firmament.
Gotcha.
Two south poles meeting, it's firm. That's why we have a tropical gap. It's the dielectric zone.
Hey,
sorry, there's two south...
Comes from creation is the center Arctic, is imitated in our tropical gap. The tropical gap is the firmament.
Gotcha.
Two south poles meeting, it's firm.
The tropical gap is the firmament. It's two south poles meeting. It's firm. I think there needs to be some kind of AI song made out of that. Make Earth flat again for €2 says up, up, up. 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 Thank you. $170 of you watching, only 76 likes. Smash the like button, guys, or we'll send Daniel Pratt to your house. Remember, a membership costs only a $5 and will make me stay here forever. 37 minutes to reach the super chat goal, so I will cover the new CC vid.
That's why we have a tropical gap. It's the dielectric zone.
Hey, Lindsay, I really appreciate you coming. We've got other people that want to get on, so I really appreciate you taking your time.
Okay.
Thank
you.
Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
See you later.
Bye.
Yeah, no, I want to debate Lindsay, but you can't really debate Lindsay. He's batshit crazy. I think I'd just like to get him on and have him say a bunch of really crazy fucking shit. Ay, ay, ay. Dave Lister says torture drive. Yes, 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 this is a torture drive. You can torture me with a membership.
Okay, I will let everyone interpret that as they may. Good news is we can update the fundraiser here. Have another $250 raised for the Exodus Road. And let's see here. Oh, man.
It's Rubik's for $2 says, wherever I am has lots of fighter jets overhead. No, that's just Emma playing Call of Duty, actually. Sorry. And the battlefield. Inciter for $20 Hong Kong dollars says, it's pronounced, it's firmer, man. And that takes us up to £50 in chat revenue, which means another 3 minutes added to the timer. Currently not able to drop below 18 hours.
Java, you just turned your camera off. So I'm not sure if you're still... Okay, you're still here. So we're going to go to Java TP next. Hey, Java, how are you? Can you hear me?
Oh, this guy.
Hello, I'm alright, thank you. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me very well? Or
I can hear you great.
I'm pretty sure I spoke to this guy in Discord recently. Well, a couple of weeks ago. Maybe a couple of months ago, rather. Dick Wayne, nope, you've never heard of Who Is Longer With Us. Why'd you lie about me? Does it make you feel better about yourself in some way? Dick, just join the stream. Be a big boy if you got to get your mummy's permission.
Great. Do I remember who you are? Are you in Brazil?
No, in Bristol. It's a 51 latitude.
Okay. I think when I was picking the golden ticket winner, you had a lot of people trying to vote for you.
Yeah, I remember you answered to me like, I hope you can join us. And I thought you said join us like a participant, but so everybody went there to support myself to try to go to Antarctica. Yeah, I remember that tale. Yeah, but we are now in another subject, yeah, is the model. I don't believe anymore in Gleason. It's not about only the final experiment in Antarctica. It's because in another different exploration, I found this probably virtual reality. But it's I agree with most of the things that the previous guy said in most of.
You agree with most of the things that Lindsay said. But Lindsay just said batshit crazy fucks. And Jessica Doodoo McButtface gifted a membership. Thank you very much. I should have automatically updated. 309 new members already. That is absolutely incredible. Dick Wayne says, my mother passed away when I was 15. Mother jokes will not get you very far, Gimpy. Sorry. Yeah, it was probably out of embarrassment, mate, wasn't it? Yeah, she'd rather be in the bar beyond than have to deal with you as a son, frankly. Dying of an embarrassment, that must have sucked. But, you know, it's sad that your mum passed away, but it's also good that she never saw you grow up to be such a fucking dumbass. I mean, blessings on every side, right? And guys, I want to show, this is Flat Earth. Dick Wayne is a flat earther and is insulting me being disabled because my left leg is basically getting removed because it's so fucked up and I have a shoulder injury. So apparently gimpy is the best way to do it. They can't call me fat anymore because I got rid of that. So now it's just gimpy, cripple, blah, 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 all the good stuff.
Of the things. We got two different parts in this earth, the north and the south, and it's divided by the equator, yeah? But where is that line? That line, we took it from the sky. And when you read...
The equator line you took from the sky. Maybe he's confused. The sky's the thing up there. Dave Lister gifted a membership. Thank you very much. That's back up to 18 hours and 6 minutes. Jim Daniels gifting 10 memberships. Watch that timer go up. 18 hours and 36 minutes. Thank you very much, dude. That's incredibly generous. I don't know what to say. I genuinely don't know what to say. 320, is that right? Yeah, 320 new members already.
What is the point is I can share probably something if you agree with me.
Well, hold on one second.
I can share you my theory.
Hold on one second.
It's so simple.
Where can people find you? Do you have any type of online presence?
Yeah, I got my channel. It's called Java TP. It's JAVA TP.
Okay.
Java TP.
Tierra plana in Spanish. So flat earth in Spanish, yeah.
Okay.
In Spain, we got different models, yeah.
Did I hear you? Did I hear you right? Did I hear you correctly that you are in England?
Yes, I'm in England. Actually, in England, yeah.
Okay.
I'm living here.
And you don't think the Gleason map is right anymore?
I can explain you why. Because it's the first thing that made me think the Earth is flat. I was here in England because when I travel, I travel from Canary Islands.
He's in Bristol, where I grew up. That's one of the hilliest fucking places ever. How can you think the Earth is flat from there?
To Bristol, that is a straight line, north-south and south-north. It's easy. The difference is in the sky. When you see the sun is electromagnetic light, and it's many ways to bend the light. And the ways in the nature that I can see to bend the light is refraction and the dispersion of the light. And if you got different pressure, you got different dispersion of the light. It's not the same when you see the sky when you are next to the beach than when you are on top of the clouds. The example is, for example, if you navigate, you need a sextant to measure.
Yes, and the sextants are literally, used based on the globe. So yeah, there's that. Make her flat again for €2 says, stop dicking around, dick, and get on the stream. And then Dick Wayne in the chat says, what did flat earthers start? People started denying space-time balls and talking about alternatives. Are you scared that your beliefs might be false? Well, I don't have beliefs, and the Earth isn't flat. That's a fact. It's a lie to say it is. I have proven many times that the Earth is in fact a globe. And yes, flat earthers started the horrific, nasty name-calling being a dick thing. That's what happens. Just look at Nathan Oakley, Nathan Thompson. I'm the response. F.111 says, I wonder when Ronnie's going to be a man and debate Craig. September 20th, I believe. It's going to be a series of debates, apparently. Yeah, Liz K's right. Dick Wayne spends many hours in Glober chats. Yeah, that's because Dick Wayne's a sad loser with nothing to do, and just spends all of the time in Glober chats. Every single stream of mine, every single one, Dick Wayne's there.
Where is the horizon? And then you got one horizon visible for your eye, and then you mark. But then you have to make a correction with the astronomical horizon. And that astronomical horizon is always 90 degrees from your nadir zenith. If the Earth is flat, that's simple. Always is going to be there. But the visible is not always there because you are in the air. In the air is changing the temperatures and the density of the Earth change that horizon. So what they do when they navigate, they correct the visual with the astronomical.
Yep, and all the corrections are based on the globe, dude. If you map out the dips to the horizon dip correction, you literally get the curvature of the Earth. Nick N says, do you plan on joining Roger Ledwell's open debate on Monday if you're still live? Yeah, fucking, that would be hilarious.
And from the astronomical, they divide the Earth, the stars in two, half visible, half not visible. What is the point? If you up to the tropopause, that is 11 kilometers high, with the maths, you can see that it's not a globe, because the globe, the horizon should down 6 degrees, 6.5 degrees, depend who you ask. And when you see is in zero, I think maybe is the refraction, but
right, I think he's basically saying the horizon raises to eye level, which is just not true. So there's that. Dick Wayne says, sure hope this is an act. Where did Eric Dubay ever attack yourself or the other soldiers fighting Flat Earth? Eric Dubay spent years calling me fat and other things. I was the only Glober Eric Dubay put in his movie. and he called me a clown in it. But I didn't mention Eric Dubé. I mentioned others.
At 11 kilometers in the earth, in the air, sorry, you are on top of the clouds. The clouds go up until you're 0 astronomical, and the temperature, the variation of temperature, is nothing compared with the bottom. When you are on the bottom, but what is the point? When you make that astronomical horizon, you are still dividing that astronomical sphere in two. Never.
Hey Java,
I'm so the start in the 0. I know you spoke in this before.
I'm sorry.
But I want to show you the proof.
Hey
my
Java.
Own proof.
Java, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I
don't know what the fuck the dude's saying.
I'm struggling to understand you.
Sorry. My English is broken.
It's fine. You're better than I am because I don't know a second language, but I really am struggling.
I try to improve. It's not easy when I explain this in Spanish. It's really simple.
Yeah.
Probably in English I go word per word because I try to translate every word as better as I can.
Okay. Yeah, I apologize.
And I go slow to be sure what I said. No, don't worry. You don't offend me. I think that you search for the truth. So the point is, when the sun is travel between tropics, if you are under the sun, you're gonna have less refraction, and that refraction is gonna be less, and you're gonna see the sun.
I mean, looking straight up at the sun, yeah, there's less refraction there than looking at the horizon, but that doesn't really change anything. Jess says, Tiger for $2 says, please get Dick Wayne on. I want another rage quit. Dick's got the link and the Zoom chat is open. All he's got to do is click it. But Dickie Boy is a little coward. Clarence AS2 says, he only became a Flerf after moving to Bristol. Think about that. I mean, Bristol's home to some great academic institutions as well. The University of West of England is, incredible. The Turtle Moves £2 says, no sleep for Craig. Well, the Turtle Moves, the best way to do that is a membership and not a super chat, my friend. But thank you very much.
Make an arc in the sky, just 50 of the sky. As much you up, doesn't matter. You're gonna see the same, the sun. So that's impossible in a ball because in a ball you should see more sky when you go high.
Okay. Hey Java, I'm
and
so
the
sorry.
Point is the north and the south. This is the point. In the
yeah, I don't know if I could debate this guy because I don't know what the fuck he's saying. Apparently Dick Wayne is calling himself a soldier, except he is too scared to ever have joined the military. Probably because they don't accept chubby little trolls.
All they said that the Earth is traveling rotation. During his rotation is 1,600 something kilometers per hour in the equator. But if you go high, for example, in my latitude, it's not that the speed. It's 500.
Yeah. Hey Java.
So if I go north to south,
Java, I'm so sorry. I can't understand. I cannot understand what you're saying. I am excited you came. I'm going to donate $250 to the Exodus Road for you, and I hope everybody goes and looks.
Only one question. One question, my friend. Only one question. You really didn't understand nothing what I'm saying.
I'm not comprehending what you're saying.
To be rude.
So it's okay. It's okay. Maybe it's me, but
it's all right. This is flat.
You got your YouTube channel out.
Look, I can show you 2 pictures.
I'm gonna move on.
And with 2 pictures,
I'm gonna move on to other people who are waiting.
Let me show you only.
It's okay.
Only one
Java,
picture, please.
Java, I'm sorry.
Maybe I could debate him. I don't know. Yeah, I think it could be fun. Jim Daniels for $10 says, so, if Dick Wayne ever escaped his basement dungeon into nature and started hugging trees, would the fire brigade have to be called to peel him off the trees? Ask him for Eric Bidet. Thank you very much. And that means we had another 3 minutes to the timer. I don't think we're ever going to go below 18 hours at this point.
One picture.
Everybody go look up Java TP online, and if you know Spanish, even better. Thank you. Okay.
He's like, no, don't get rid of me. Don't get rid of me. No. Alright guys, I'm going to take a quick ablutions break because doing these long streams is very important to keep myself moving, give myself breaks and not sitting down for too long at a time. We've been going for 1 hour and 10 minutes. Timer started at 45 minutes. 1 hour and 10 minutes in. The timer's now at... Hold on. That can't be right. Yeah, so the timer's at 18 hours and 26 minutes after 1 hour and 10 minutes. Guys, we've broken fucking time again. Oh, man. Increase the timer with a membership or £10 worth of super chats. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Pick it up. Is it duck? Is it potato? Watch the screen and wait for the show. What's revealed, we're dying to know. Is it Durf or a potato? Check it out. Durf or potato? Yes, sir, right, let's go. Durf or potato? It's the game that steals the show. Look at the picture, don't make a mistake. Is it a spud or is it a face? Out of the ground or from his own behind? Durf or potato, what will you find? Right on! Can you tell what's underneath? A derpy mugshot or a root beneath? With every guess, we laugh and cheer. Is it Durf or a potato? Let's make it clear. Hang it up, give it a show. Durf or potato, let's go. Skank it out. Is it from the dirt or a funny disguise? Could it be a tater or a pair of eyes? What's in the ground or lurking around? Durf or potato, where will it be found? Could it be smooth or full of lumps? Maybe it's grown on someone's big rump. Get your guess in, let's see what's true. Durf or potato, it's all up to you. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at the picture, don't make a mistake. Is it a spud or is it a face? Out of the ground or from his own behind? Durf or potato, what will you find? A pile of soil or a starchy friend? Guess it right and you'll ascend. Look real close, don't let it slide. Is it Durf or a potato waiting inside? Let's go, rude boys. The garden patch or a silly trick? Will you pick the right one or end up quick? Whether it's dirt or a golden spud, Durf or potato, here comes the flood. A mystery unfolds, what will it be? A lovely spot or dirt, can't you see? With every reveal, we're in for a laugh. Durf or potato, it's the ultimate craft. Durf or potato, guess it right, let's go. Durf or potato, it's the game that steals the show. Beneath the earth or just pretend, a lump of soil or some dumb trend. Pick your choice, don't hesitate. Durf or potato, now seal your fate. What's in the box, what will appear? A mash of dirt or something unclear. Make your move, we're almost through. Durf or potato, it's all on you. Will it be fries or a dirty pile? Guess it wrong and we'll laugh for a while. Test your luck, it's time to go. Durf or potato, let the guessing flow.
Rightio. I have done a Riley, except I didn't do it on stream. Dick Wayne says, if your definition of coward is retarded, then sure, I agree. So you agree that you're retarded? Dick, I don't think you thought that through. I just called you a coward, right? And your response in the chat is, if your definition of coward is retarded, then sure, I agree. Well, that would mean that I said, so you're retarded. To which you agree. I mean, I'm not going to argue. Otto says, did Craig shave his chest for this stream? No, I just don't grow any hair on my chest. Okay, where are we at? 18 hours, 22 minutes to go. 320 new members. You can increase that timer with by 3 minutes with a new membership or £10 worth of super chats. It will make Dick cry because you're giving me money and that makes him angry for some reason. So if you want to piss off Dick Wayne, increase the time of the stream.
Man, sorry. I feel bad about the language barrier, but I cannot.
It wasn't necessarily a language barrier. It was an intelligence barrier. You know.
I could not understand him. Okay. I just got an email that I noticed from Southern Israelite claiming I booted him. That is a complete...
Dick Wayne says, are you sure? Reread it slowly as many times as you need to, little guy. I am... Yes, Dick. No matter how many times I reread it, you have still reclassified the word coward as retarded and then agreed with what I've called you. Called you? And agreed with what I've called you. So you are agreeing that I am calling you a retard. I'm going to go with that. Guys in the chat, please explain it to Dick.
Lie. I did not. If you want to rejoin, go ahead. As I already mentioned, Southern Israelite, you were going to be next. And then you were gone. So I will be waiting here for you. Okay. Only one person has their camera on. So we're going to go to him next. And everybody, we just hit a pretty significant milestone, which is we hit $2,000 for the Exodus Road. So 20% of our goal. Hey, how are you?
It's fucking Santa! I knew he was real. Oh, you fucking haters and disbelievers. Santa's not real. Well, look. There he fucking is. Wait, Santa's a flat earther? That explains why I've had no presents for the past few years. Yeah, Pat in the chat and Monkey in the works. I don't have the crayons or patience to teach Phallus Wayne anything.
Can you hear me? Hello, hello? I can see you.
His elves
I
just
cannot
sorting
hear
his
you.
audio out, dude.
Oh, you're muted.
Yep.
Now you're unmuted.
Now you can hear me, right?
Yes, how are you? I'd like to put your name on the screen. What's your name?
Yahweh's son.
Yahweh's son. Cowder says, that's a Temu version of Saruman from Lord of the Rings. Oh, lovely. Hey, guys, do you want to hear the new conspiracy about me by Flerfs, by the way? That is that I wear makeup and lipstick. Look at my beautiful lip. No, this is just the colour of my lips. Why are you flat earthers imagining me in lipstick? It's a bit weird. That's more of a Rachbot thing. The turtle moves. Added another 3 minutes to that timer. Thank you very much. I appreciate it, my friend. Guys, you can increase that timer as much as you want, and I don't stop streaming until that timer reaches 0. Otto's like, I mean, so fucking what if you did? I'm not gonna lie, I've used makeup quite a lot when I've got like really bad spots and stuff. I'll cover it up with some skin coloured powder as to the best of my ability. And sometimes I get a big old shiny head, and it's nice to get a bit of powder on there. But I'm doing okay today.
Yahweh's son. Okay.
You know our father. You know who our father creator is, right? YHWH.
Yes, sir.
No, it's TFSM, the flying spaghetti monster. Zoomy Tomato says it's called concealer. Yeah, that stuff. I use that.
Sir.
Okay, that's Yahweh.
Okay. There's a lot of different pronunciations.
Just to be clear, Christ is not our father. He is a separate being. So just want to make that known.
He's the son.
He is the
So straight into just arguing about interpretations of the Bible. Brilliant.
son. Exactly.
Okay, so do you want me to call you Yahweh's son?
Bro, you can just call me Jerry. That'll work.
Awesome. Thank you.
So Santa Claus's name is Jerry. Why is some of Santa's beard black?
Okay, cool. So do you want to give a quick introduction and let people know where to find you?
Well, my name is Jerry Albert. I live in Lawton, Oklahoma. I really don't have much of a social media presence.
Mm-hmm.
I like to get involved in live chats and things like that. And I've been following Ronnie and Jason for like 7, almost 8 years now.
Oh, right. Cool. Ronnie and Jason. Remember Ronnie being the one that doxed his mother? Or Jason, one of the two. I don't know. They're fucking interchangeable dumbasses.
And I have to agree with them that our reality is virtual. And the proof of that is when you understand that we are spirit beings and we are in these meat suits. It only makes sense that our reality is virtual. And
we are spirit beings in meat suits. I mean, we're not spirits. We're a collection of electrical and chemical reactions running around a neuron path that's been created for our experiences. Driving a meat suit. Sir Little Wolf says, I'm in a dog suit. Take that off. And as Nazumi told me last night, you know, just remember that there are 2 wolves inside of you. And I'm sorry for the transporter malfunction.
There's a lot of proof of it. You know, these people that talk about a spinning ball and planets, those are not planets. Those are lights in the sky. They're luminaries that are...
But if this is virtual, why can't they be planets? And, I mean, there can't be a light in the sky if they're just virtual. They're just like some kind of projection, right?
Father placed there in the heaven for signs, seasons, days, and years. So that's kind of in a nutshell, who I am and what I stand for.
Okay, hey, Jerry.
Right, so you're a batshit crazy, cult, brainwashed Stockholm Syndrome sufferer. I see. Lovely. Hey, I told Toon earlier about the fact that I'm going to be possibly debating Wits at DebateCon on Is God Real? And his response is, crap. I hate being on his side. Please don't make me. Oh, Dick Wayne in with the not understanding things. Where does the energy that feeds the creative force of gravity come from? You ever heard of static forces, my friend? Yes. It's a transfer of energy from one form to another, basically. All mass can be considered energy because of E equals mc squared. And the gravitational attraction can be considered a transfer of energy from one form to another. There is no creation of energy. There is no destruction of energy. It is the thirst law of thermodynamics says that you can't do that. The energy just becomes another form at a base level. Yeah, Rubik's, you're absolutely fucking right. It is 100%, and that's the title of a video that I'm scripting, and I appreciate that, and yeah, I will give you credit for that. Ooh, Otto, I'll tell you what, if you can find me that debate, I'll cover it during this stream. Stick it in Rubik's. Tell him where to put it in the Discord. Thank you.
Sure.
What is your single best piece of evidence that we live in a virtual reality? Please, your single best. Go right to the best.
Clouds behind the sun.
Okay, so
Where the fuck is my facepalm protection? Oh shit. Oh man, I don't know where it is. I'm just gonna have to. Clouds behind the sun. Someone sent me the picture of the the telephone wire behind the sun, please. Thank you, Otto. Please stick that in the Discord, someone, for me, so I can cover that. Wits it, losing another debate.
Oh, wow. Okay, so thank you for telling me that. So if there are clouds behind the sun, that means we live in a virtual reality. What if it was a physical cloud behind the sun?
Okay, so you're going to tell me that that ball in the sky is a big ball of fire and it interacts with clouds? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I'm just trying to tell you that saying...
No one says that the sun is a big ball of fire. It's a massive, humongous fucking ball of ionized gas, being plasma, fueled by a humongous nuclear reactor at the center. It's 93 million miles away.
Saying clouds behind the sun is not evidence that we live in a virtual reality.
Sure it is. Everybody tells you that that sun is a big ball of fire in the sky when you understand.
No, they don't. Nobody says that.
And it is a two-dimensional...
Lindsay Bow, just stick it in the locker room and just tag me in it, please.
Light. That's what it is. And to explain virtual reality to you would be really hard for me to do. Mm-hmm. But I can say...
Why? Because it's not real? Anything that can be explained because it's real can be explained. Even if it's complicated, if you know it for sure, you should be able to explain it. The Mexican Bob says, I'm not sure I get the VR argument. Is it, yeah, it's a globe, but only inside this VR reality? No, it's flat, but it appears as a globe because of the VR reality or something. So I'm just checking my Discord, one sec. That is quite a few stuff in there that I could cover. Nice.
This, don't you think it's kind of odd that at this point...
That's perfect, Lindsay. The sun is in front of the crane, but behind the rocket. It's exactly the kind of picture I was wanting. Thank you very much.
Point in time, we have virtual reality where you put this thing on your head and you can actually interact with things in front of your face that aren't even there. Mm-hmm. That's pretty wild when you think.
That's called augmented reality, not virtual reality. And virtual reality is just an interface. Like that's all it is. It's an interface. The device puts you in is the virtual reality. It allows you to interact with simulated objects. We're aware that it exists. Here's the thing. If you're saying that we live in a VR, and the proof of that is that we have VR. We didn't always have VR. Like 5 years ago, VR wasn't really a thing.
Think about it. Really is.
Yeah, it's a screen. So, Jerry, let's say you're right. The sun is not what they say it is, and it's actually LED. So it doesn't have any heat. That could.
Well,
hold on,
I didn't say that.
Jerry.
It does.
If it's an LED light emitting diodes, then it doesn't really generate much heat at all, unless they're malfunctioning, of course, and the resistance massively increases. I mean, yeah, they do get hot, but not like traditional bulb hot.
Jerry.
Okay,
Jerry,
Go ahead.
I'm trying to show you that you're making an illogical argument, right? Clouds behind the sun, if true, by the way, which I don't think it is, and I can prove that in a second, doesn't mean we live in a virtual reality. That it doesn't mean that.
Okay, well, you claim that you're a pastor, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you believe we have a creator, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you believe what the scriptures say. That they say that we were spirit beings that existed before the earth ever existed.
No.
Yeah, it does say that we were spirit before the earth was ever brought into being.
I did not exist before the earth.
You don't agree with that?
I did not exist before the earth.
Oh, of course you did. You're a spirit being.
And hold.
So our spirits are just there, waiting for the earth to be created?
Hold on. A spirit being is not virtual reality.
My point being this, that we are spirit in these suits. And yes, it seems very physical to us. Okay. That is the way our Father brought this into existence, for us all to experience it very similarly. I mean
similarly. You mean similarly? I mean, I'm struggling with words since my concussion, but hey, you know.
I mean, I don't care if you're the brokest man on earth or you're the richest man on earth. You experience the realm pretty much the same way. Mm-hmm. Unless you happen to be disabled, you can't see, or you can't, I don't know, you can't physically move. So if you have your five senses,
I feel personally attacked.
You are, you're experiencing it just the same way everybody else is.
Okay. All right. Question for you from my list. Okay.
Sure.
What are the Arctic and Antarctic circles on a flat Earth?
Magic.
Oh, bro. The Arctic Circle. Well, to be honest, on this flat realm, there's the northern pole and a southern pole. I don't know if you'd call them that just because they say they're circles. There are two separate poles in our reality. There's a North Pole and a South Pole. Mm-hmm. So if you want to say that's a North circle and a South circle, I guess, can you explain why the stars in the Southern Hemisphere rotate in the opposite direction of the stars in the Northern Hemisphere? Can you explain that?
Yes, that's because we live on a globe.
How could living on... What? That doesn't even make sense, bro.
It's the prediction of the globe. That's the point. Look at this guy. Look at him. Fucking, one-tooth Santa wannabe from Temu here, and he's like trying to debunk the globe by not understanding the globe.
So we live on a globe, so the stars in the south turn. Let's see, the north, they turn clockwise, south counterclockwise, or have I got that backwards?
That you got it backwards, yeah.
Jerry, this is important, okay?
Sure.
If you grab...
AshG updated their membership to Destroyers. I just want to check to see if that does actually increase the time. Yeah, it did. It went up to 109, so thank you very much. Yeah, we're only 9 minutes away from being below 18 hours. If you want to keep me punishing and panicking, then... a membership or a gifted membership or an upgraded membership adds 3 minutes to that timer, or a super chat to the value of £10 or once combined super chats reach every £10, I add another 3 minutes as well. We started an hour and 35 minutes ago with 45 minutes on the timer. We currently have 18 hours to go. Not sure that's how time works, but hey, thank you guys for the support. It's absolutely incredible. Katliana Varen, you must fucking hate me. Or like me. I'm not, I don't know, one of the two. Rubik's upgraded their membership as well. Add another 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
I don't. Do you own a globe?
No, because why would I?
It's a good way to understand our world. So,
well, bro, that's just indoctrination. That they
owning a globe is indoctrination. Luke Firewalker also gifted another membership, taking it up to 18 hours and 30 minutes. Thank you very much, my friend.
They teach kids in school. That's why when you enter school, the first thing you see when you enter a classroom, the first time in your life, they show you a globe.
No, they don't. First time you enter a classroom, they show you where to sit and where the toilets are and why not to eat the crayons. Most of us understood that. You, not so much.
Because they are lying to you. We are not, there is no proof whatsoever that we are moving, spinning, doing anything.
You mean apart from all of the measurements ever that match the physical predictions? Yeah, apart from all of that, you know.
Hey, Jerry.
And you claim you're a pastor,
Jerry.
and you read scriptures, right? The
Jerry.
scriptures state that the earth is placed on its foundations, it is fixed and immovable, and it has 4 corners. Now, I guess...
How can it have 4 corners if it's a fucking circle or VR?
You could say the 4 corners are north, south, east, west, but I don't think so. I think it's kind of literal. There are 4 corners, and at the end game, there's 4 angels standing at the 4 corners. So,
hey, Jerry.
Go ahead, bro.
This is cool. Okay, we're gonna do a little exercise. Okay.
Sure.
Can you tell what way I'm spinning this? Is it clockwise or counterclockwise for you?
That's counterclockwise.
Okay, watch.
I'm looking at my screen.
Watch carefully. Okay, I'm gonna keep spinning it in the same direction. Now, what is it?
You're gonna flip it around,
Hold
and
on.
it's gonna be spinning the other way.
Correct.
Bro, that's just dumb.
That's
just dumb.
That's why the star.
That's dumb? What do you mean that's dumb? That's him showing you why it does. Oh my god. Yeah, okay. Get me this guy. Rubik's, I was talking to Emma earlier and she's like, so Rubik's is getting the Christmas bonus, yeah? Absolutely, yeah. Just so you guys know, Rubik's is basically a part of the channel now. They make all the shorts, help me with our editing stuff, contact people for me. Rubik's is being incredibly helpful. And, you know, my wife and I have been talking properly about putting them on, you know, a payroll. So that it's, you know, they're not just doing this for free because they pretty much have been at the moment, which means a lot to me. So, Rubik's, there's stuff coming. We may have to have a little discussion because you've no idea how much you've helped me. I know you would do it for free, Rubik's, but that isn't the point, right? I know you would. Gladly. But I'm not going to just take advantage of you. I'm here in front of everybody saying that you're getting paid.
Now, just so you know, Jerry, this is cool because almost all flat earthers that I've ever heard say that there is no South Celestial Pole and that the stars do not rotate around it in the opposite direction of the north. So you and I are on the same page here.
I've known about the way the celestial works in the south because like 7 years ago, I actually saw a video of the way the stars move in the southern hemisphere.
Well, there you go, guys. He saw a video. He saw a video and it did a thing. therefore he knows it's true. So when a flat earther says to you, I've done my own research, what they mean is they watched a fucking YouTube video. I love you, YouTube. I've got to say that, otherwise they get angry at me.
Compared to the northern hemisphere, and at the center globe, at the equator, they go pretty much straight over top of your head, because the way they spin in different directions, that makes it at the center of the realm, they kind of go straight over top of your head. The only way to actually find that out would be to go to the equator and have someone film the star patterns at the equator.
Yeah, that's been done several times. Yeah, it's been done, mate. Weird, huh?
So, Jerry, is there a map that you ascribe to?
A map?
Yeah.
Well, there is a version. I really paid a lot of attention to Awake Souls and Limitless.
Well, there's the problem. There's your problem, mate. Paying attention to horrific, horrible human beings with the combined IQ of a slug is not where you should be getting your prime information and knowledge. Hey, Steve6464, how you doing, my friend? Dick Wayne still in the chat as he ran away? I've also sent the link to this to two other flat earthers.
When they first came out with their map, I have to admit it took me a little while to get on board with it. And as it's progressed over the years, they really got a good grasp of our reality and how it works. And
No, they don't. They still don't understand that fucking NTSB shows level flight because Earth is a globe and you maintain an elevation above that, which means you've stayed level. Baba Ali's correct. Yes, you're right. I did just slip up a bit there. Sorry, guys. Yeah, so I just said that Awake Souls and Limitless, Ronnie and Jason, have the combined IQ of a slug. This was, of course, cruel, unnecessary, insulting, and frankly, you as my audience, I know you should expect better of me, and I expect better of myself. That kind of behavior is completely unacceptable, really, and I've got to say sorry to all of the slugs out there. Obviously you're far more intelligent than the combined IQ of Ronnie and Jason. Every single slug, you get in gaps out of nowhere. You're really smart compared to Ronnie and Jason. So I am sorry to all slugs and possibly snails, because you're just slugs with mobile houses, right? And please don't invade us. I don't know if slugs could, but I bet it's to be on the safe side anyway. Yeah. Big Fish says maybe I meant a dead slug. Yeah, possibly. Yeah, they've got the combined IQ of a dead slug. Really? Oh fuck! Hold on. So just now I compared Ronnie and Jason, Awake Souls and Limitless IQ to that of a dead slug. I've been told by my producers that that's really unacceptable. That's actually taking it a bit too far, basically. So just to get out of the way, I'm sorry to all dead slugs. You just don't deserve that.
I think I think anyone who's not paying attention to them is cheating themselves. Because Ron and Jason, I got to give it to them. They're younger men than me. I'm getting up there. And I really have a...
No shit. You're old? Really? Santa Claus is old? I would have never have thunk.
A lot of respect for them because they do their diligence. They put in the time and effort. And guess what? They don't get paid for it. They spend their own money. They're not out here trying to sell coffee mugs or T-shirts or any of that crap that all these other so-called flat earthers. And by the way, these people that are on YouTube that say they're flat earthers, they're just in it for the money. 99% of them are in it for the money.
I will agree with that. Dave Weiss, in it for the money. But there's a lot of them that maybe not. Like Flatsoid doesn't really make any money. And he can't stop arguing with the globe, which is hilarious. Nathan Oakley makes about 12p a stream. You know? But, you know, Dave Weiss, definitely.
Figure, hey, that's an easy way to get paid. And that's really what it boils down to. Like most of those people that have faded into the background at this point, I'll give it to Ron and Jason. They have not faded into the background, and they're not going to.
Well, actually, if it wasn't for the final experiment, I would have kind of forgotten that they existed. For the final debate, rather.
Can tell you, they are going to be here sharing the truth as they find it. And just as an example, and I really hate to bring this story up, but I'm going to because I know Ron and Jason are listening. Several years ago, when I first...
Story time, guys. Are you ready?
Ran across them. They said that it was Yahweh and Yahweh Shai. And I said, listen, I think if you're going to say Yahweh, it should be Yahweh, because I think the last day is just as important as the first day. So it took about 8 months.
Well, who gives a fuck? The timer is heading below 18 hours. I want to say thank you very much so far to everyone that has donated to the stream. We'll be going for at least another 18 hours, even though there is a 45-minute timer on the stream when I started. Every new membership adds 3 minutes. Every £10 worth of super chats adds 3 minutes. Upgraded membership adds 3 minutes. Gifted membership adds 3 minutes. I'm here all night. You may notice that there is a little super chat goal. Just 15 super chats in the next 45 minutes, and I do 100 push-ups.
They did
eventually
come around to the fact that YHWH is Yahweh, not Yahweh. And then, so I'm just saying.
Hey, Jerry.
If you can prove what they're saying is wrong.
Yeah.
With evidence.
Yeah.
They'll change up.
Hey, Jerry.
They will change up.
Hey,
sure,
Jerry.
bro.
Can you see my screen? Let me share it real fast. Hold on.
I'm looking at you on the TV, too.
The Turtle Moves for £2 says, snails are slugs towing caravans. How's everyone doing in the chat? Any Flerfs in there that you're having fun with? The best thing to do, guys, is go and contact as many Flerfs as possible and tell them that I'm live and they're welcome to come on. Yeah, Rachbot, possibly. You'd have to encourage people to hit the super chat goal.
Can you see what I just shared?
Yeah, that's the map. That's the map that they used to show.
Okay, so this
that's one of the first. That's one of the first versions of it, I believe.
Okay, cool. So since they didn't present their model, quick question for you: if I'm over here on the right-hand side of the map and I get to the edge, what happens?
You come back in on the other side.
Okay, so you teleport over here.
Waka 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 waka. Yeah, I've played Pac-Man. Have you guys played the new Pac-Man game, by the way? That's actually like a side-scrolling beat-em-up monster game but also seems to have Pac-Man. Cheers, Rubik's.
Well, it doesn't work that way. That's why I'm telling you, we live in a virtual reality.
Well,
because there are people.
A virtual reality where inside of it, the simulation allows you to teleport from one side to the other. So it does work that way.
That will tell you you can just keep going forever.
Mm-hmm.
And you just come back in on the other side. Now, you don't know.
Because Earth is a globe. And if you just keep going on a globe, you come back around to the same point. It's amazing. I don't need the visuals. You guys get it. Canadian Space Advocate says, phew, I thought this was going to be a short stream. No, I should already set up the part 2, huh? 4 hours time, I will be debating over on modern day debates. The globe is a Milky Way. Point out the moment where CT teleported on his flight from Australia to South America. It must have been around here.
Know that that's happening, but that is actually what is happening.
Okay, so if you get to the top of the map, you teleport to the bottom?
Now, I wouldn't know. I would guess probably so.
Okay.
Considering it's the icy regions are at the north and the south.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's how it works, but it's pretty obvious that we have an international date line for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
So that when you cross that date line, depending on your direction, you're either jumping ahead into the next day or you're jumping back into the day before.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so you can time travel now. It's teleportation with time travel. Now, see, I see a problem with teleportation, right? Let's imagine that I could teleport. Right. Now, where I am in Scotland, my latitude means that I've got a tangential velocity of about 330 miles an hour, I think, something like that. So if I was to teleport myself to the equator, I'm assuming the laws of conservation of momentum and angular momentum apply. So I'm going to arrive at the equator with a tangential velocity 700 miles an hour less. That's going to hurt me. I mean, I'd have to use a lot more energy to counter the difference in tangential velocities. I don't think teleportation is a very good superpower. Yeah. In fact, there's a lot of superpowers I really wouldn't want. Super speed. You think that's good? Think about it from the Flash's point of view, right? Everyone else watching, Flash, instant, right? He's run around the world. But no. The Flash sees things in, for him, the flow of time is normal. And everything else is just extremely slow, right? So when Flash runs around the world, for us it's, a millisecond. But for the Flash, he's, gone off for like a year for a run in his mind. Super speed actually isn't that good if you experience super speed. That would suck. Oh no, it's Andy says, Craig, Emma already says you're too quick. Ask her, I dare. Steve6464, $5 says, tell me you don't know how the dateline works without telling me you don't know how the dateline works. Thank you very much. Oh, that's £69 of chat revenue, so just one more pound to add another 3 minutes, or any new memberships.
Weird. Hey, believe me, it's all very weird. I'm not saying that it's not.
Hey, Jerry.
But what I am going to say is this, that if you don't understand how the sky works, now you can zoom in on the so-called planets, and you will see that they are not solid objects. They aren't. They are lights in the sky that our Father Creator placed there for signs, seasons, days, and years.
Yeah, hold on just 1 second there, buddy. My good buddy Astronomy Live did this the other day. In this video, you can see a spherical object with other spherical objects going around it. Well, one other, you can see one moon, right, of Saturn, casting a shadow on the planet. Let me make it look bigger so you can see it. So you can see this moon here, casting this shadow here. And if you look over here, it has cast a shadow from the planet onto the rings behind it. There's no gap this side, but there is this side. So it means the sun's coming in from this direction. Shut up, Peck. Huh. That doesn't just look like a light in the sky to me. I don't know about you guys. No NASA, no CGI, just a dude with his telescope. You can find Astronomy Live on X under x.com/astronolive.
And I'll just keep harping on that. Our reality is virtual. And I think we're getting very close to the end of the game here because now society.
Wait. It's not just a virtual reality, but it's a game with an ending? Like it's scripted? So why are Ronnie and Jason bothering?
Has a thing called virtual reality.
Hey, Jerry.
Which is weird.
Jerry, what?
I mean,
what do
have you ever? Let me ask you a quick question.
Jerry,
have you ever put
Jerry, what do you think? What do you think of Ronnie and Jason's claim that they're the two witnesses mentioned in Revelation 11?
Yeah, they do say that.
Bro, I don't know who any of us are. I know there is a remnant of actual Hebraic people. Mm-hmm. And when I say Hebraic, I'm not talking about that J-E-W word. I'm talking actual Hebraic. Christ himself was a Hebraic man. Mm-hmm. So, that scenario, I think that's more for the false Christ that's going to come on the scene. I think that's what that whole third temple's about.
So you think it's possible that Ronnie and Jason are the two witnesses in Revelation 11?
Well, I don't think any of us actually know who we are. Our Father can do anything. Well,
Jerry, they claim it.
We don't know who we are. Our Father can do anything. What the fuck does that even mean? I know who I am. I'm a dickhead on the internet that shouts at people that aren't smart.
Well, they did at one time kind of think they might be. Only because of this. Because they were the only ones that were actually out here searching for the actual truth that I personally could find.
Yeah, real quick, Jerry, listen to this. It's 10 seconds long.
And sure. Ronnie James Harris and myself, Jason William Laufenberg, are not only acting as the prosecutors in this trial, but we maintain that we are the two witnesses spoken of in the Bible.
So there you go. They did claim it.
So I tell you what.
Batshit crazy motherfuckers.
But let's do this then. How about this? If Ronnie and Jason are still in this broadcast that we're having here, why don't you invite one of them back on and ask them that question yourself?
That's fair. All right. Hey, I appreciate you coming, Jerry.
All right, bro.
All right.
Hey, are you kicking me out, or can I say one last thing before I leave?
You can say one last thing.
Okay. Hey, I just want to say, bro, I'm sorry that this is the way you've chosen to share this. Because, I mean, bro, it's a false dichotomy. You're not letting
Bro, it's a false dichotomy, bro. Bro, it's not. Will does not say that is the only version of the flat earth.
Supernatural, biblical, virtual reality be brought into this so-called debate, which that's what our reality is. It is virtual. And you could figure that out because when you zoom into things, they eventually pixelate out, which tells me everything is pixels. So we live in a virtual reality, and that's just what it is. I can't explain it.
Sorry, right. Sorry, I was sneezing there. I took myself off camera. So he just said that when you zoom into things, they pixelate. Therefore, things are made of pixels. Not like you're using a digital camera that can display a certain amount of pixels. Your eyes don't show things in pixels. And I know we can't really zoom in on our eyes, like, unless we do this, you know. And if I get really close to something, there's not pixels. What the... Yeah, Gothic Shadow says, the thing about virtual reality, you can make a globe in it, but I guess virtual reality can... Okay. Yeah, if the world universe is a VR simulation of some kind, there's no reason it could not be a simulated globe in a vast universe. Unless it's a puny god.
I think Ron and Jason could probably do a way better job of that. Maybe even Bronick. or I thought, what's his name? There was another guy that was going to show up here today, and I'm surprised I haven't seen him. But anyways,
thank you.
I appreciate you letting me on, because apparently this is going to be permanent record, right?
Yes, sir.
This is not ever going to go away.
That's right.
So everyone who looks at this in the future will go, hey, there's that crazy old man, Jerry. And he's...
Yes, we will. We will. When we look at this, we're absolutely going to go, Jerry's a fucking batshit crazy dude, right? I don't know what else you're about to say, though.
Spouting a bunch of crazy stuff. But I'm not, bro. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
I'm not crazy, bro. I'm telling you, bro. What does that tell you? That he's crazy. Penguin J for $2. Out of your league, bro.
Reality is virtual. And hopefully you will figure that out one day.
All right, Jerry. Take care, man.
Hey, you too, bro.
Bye-bye.
Thanks again. Later.
Okay.
Well, that one was fucking interesting. Just batshit crazy nonsense. And they all really seem to like fucking Ronnie and Jason. Now, I'm going to take another little break. Keep myself supple and fresh for this stupidly long stream. 17 hours and 46 minutes left to go. Because Kathleen Navarran doesn't want me to see my wife ever again, I guess. If you would like to increase that timer, you can add it 3 minutes with a membership or £10 worth of super chats. You don't have to, of course. Just being here helps the stream considerably. Please make sure you like, subscribe, and share with your friends, and more importantly, your enemies. Gonna pop up a song from Conspiracy Music Studios. And I'll be back in just a few minutes.
Yo, it's Wits. Gets it. Step into the mic, bro. Talking flat earth. Get ready for the hype, bro. Ace algebra in school, honors too, bro. Gravity's a lie, yeah, I'm in the zone, bro. Electrostatics, that's the real deal, bro. They say the earth's the globe, but that ain't right, bro. I'm the best flat earth debater, bro. Humbly, opposition ain't on my level, so, but let's not get too technical, bro. This is so funny. You're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. This is so funny. You're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. Our model, though, not defined in full, bro, is superior. Your model's falsified, bro. Van de Graaff generator, electrostatics amaze, bro. Made objects change weight, just a phase, bro. 100 volts per meter electric field, you know, bro. Flipped it with 400,000 volts, whoa. Small things floated, defying gravity like totally, bro. Next I'll rub a cat to a brick to show. This is so funny. You're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. tuning Globers, you can't deny it, bro. Wits it gets it's here to testify, bro. Most times I don't remember you exist, yo. I'm the flat earth king, you better believe it so. Moon phases are like a magnetic cycle, bro. Center of a ferrocell, image magnets glow, bro. Charge up and down, etherically displaced, yo. Kinematic equivalence explains it all somehow, bro. It might sound tough, but let's skip details, yo. You might believe I have an amplitude for math, ho. It's all just a lot of salad in my words, yo. Words, yo, words, yo. This is so funny. You're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. This is so funny. You're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. And what happened is they brought in Einstein to totally save their physics redefined, to flip physics all on its head, bro, to keep Earth moving around the sun, you know. And in the magnetic torus field, I say the path of planets fits perfectly, yo. This is so funny. You're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. This is so funny. You're getting crushed, bro. I'm schooling you, bro. You are literally losing the debate, bro. You are so out of your league, bro. If this debate was a rap battle, I would have totally won, bro.
Subscribe to Conspiracy Music Studios, or I'm fucking sending Daniel Pratt directly to your house. Okay. I noticed there's nothing from Dick Wayne yet, or any of the other Flerfs that have been sent the link to join. In just under 4 hours, we will be over on Modern Day Debates with a debate about, is God real? Easiest fucking debate ever. I mean, what an impossible position to defend. You can't, you know, there's nothing you can do apart from go, I say God exists because I say God exists because I say God exists because of my feelings. There's nothing that can prove God exists. Anything they say is going to be completely arbitrary. Oh, just look at the sky. Intelligent design. Prove that that's from God. You're just saying it is. There's, that is not proof. It's a ridiculous debate that I'm going to have quite a lot of fun with. Divine Margaret's, which God though? Kind of the point. Rubik's 100%. It's on them. Penguin J for $2 says, I have a new lime, avocado ranch for word salad. Thank you very much. That's taken us over the threshold to add another 3 minutes. Right, back to the stupid.
This has been awesome. I do need to update everybody on a couple of things. Number one, I hope the stream is going well. StreamYard is breaking on my end. It hit 10,000 comments. Again, I haven't seen one of them, but it can't do any more, and it's laggy. Someone just popped in, so here we go.
Right.
Thank you for joining.
I don't know who this guy is. Before we get going, back with the stupid. Going to do a little bit of advertising. November 15th and 16th, I will be in Nashville, Tennessee for DebateCon 6. Actually arriving in Chicago on, was it the 7th, Rubik's? Going to be meeting Toon there, possibly having some fun there. We're going to be then going back to Colorado, and then from Colorado to Nashville. So if you want to meet me, one of the best ways to do that is actually come and see me in Tennessee, Nashville. I'm going to be debating Andrew Wilson's wife, Andrew Wilson, in one of the back rooms. And looks like it's confirmed. I will be debating fucking Wits It Gets It on Does God Exist? After debating Rachel Wilson on that. So and I'm going to be doing the backroom challenge against Andrew. So I've got a busy time. It's going to be epic. I was wrong that Wits It hasn't been invited back. He has been. And James is arranging me to debate him. So if you guys want to see me live, debate Wits It face to face, tickets are available now. I think early bird prices are over. You get access to Saturday and Sunday for $225. VIP tickets or super VIP tickets or ultra VIP tickets for both days is $525. You can get all access for $649, which is, you know, a lot, I know. Or you can get just single day access for $125 for either of the days, and you get to choose which debates you want to go to. Oh, it's all of the standard debates, sorry. If you want to come and see me in Nashville, Tennessee, head over to Modern Day Debates X account and get the tickets now while they're hot. Ohio, not Colorado. What did I say? Why do I keep saying Colorado? I do not know. Yeah, I'd say so, Russell. Definitely. Bring Pickle Jar says, Otto, I will be for seeing Andrew. Brandon Contreras for $5 says, use the fact that the Bible condemns questioning God and seeking his existence against them. That made me realize it's not worth following. Don't worry, I've got a tactic to use. Rachbot, $2 says, we need more super chats or super cats or super hats. 20 minutes left on the super chat goal for me to do 100 push-ups, possibly topless. Too Much Vimto 199. Craig, you like Red Dwarf? Favorite episode? I fucking love Red Dwarf. Even the books. The books are even better than the series. Favorite episode is it's a toss-up between the Western one and the the reverse time one, to be honest. The Turtle Move said, am I going to be debating Wits It or his super ego? Either. I reckon both, maybe. Icy Spin says, are you afraid Wits It will win?
Let's see. Geocentric Truth. Is that your name?
That's correct, bro.
Thank you for coming. Can you introduce yourself and let people know where to find you?
Why do all these flat earthers say, bro? What's he got behind in there? An azimuthal equidistant North Pole projection map of the globe. Well, two of them, actually, it seems. And a couple of clocks. And flat earth pod... Does that say podcasts or products? Not sure. Guys, I want us to say thank you so much for the support already. It's been absolutely insane. We're going for 2 hours and 15 minutes, and I've got at least that long left. So, hey. Yes, your car has a big exhaust. I'm sure your penis is tiny.
You?
I'm on TikTok, Geocentric Truth.
Sativa Bat became a destroyer. Thank you very much. Welcome to the crew. That added another 3 minutes back to the timer.
TikTok geocentric truth?
Yep.
Okay, awesome. I want to ask you a question. I'm going to share my screen, okay?
Hey, hold on. Before you share your screen and move on to anything else, can I share my screen and ask a question about the globe?
No, that's kind of the point here. Has he not been watching the stream with the rules? You're not allowed to mention the globe when given evidence for the Earth being flat.
Not quite yet, no.
No, but can I?
Oh, yeah.
You humiliate? Okay, good. Go ahead.
Yeah, for sure. I'm going to start by asking you a question from my list.
How long do I have to wait, though? How many questions does this have to be?
You only have to answer one question.
Why can't flat earthers just, like, let the conversation happen instead of trying to argue about the conversation? Sativa, Bat, yeah, a Morbid Indica fan.
Cool.
But by the way, your audio is low if you want to turn it up.
Is this better?
Yes, it is.
Yes, but now it sounds like you're inside
All
a
right,
fucking
so give me a
tin can.
second to set this up here. Okay. All right.
Like Rubik's.
I
didn't
create it. I asked somebody to help me create this program here for the final debate. Okay.
Right.
Imagine all this talk of VR. Have you ever put on like an Oculus or something?
Yep. I'm an animator in Blender.
Oh, I love it. Okay, you're the perfect guy for this. Okay.
He's an animator in Blender, yet he's got literally the most basic figures on... By an animator in Blender, he means he's watched a couple of YouTube tutorials and made some stuff.
So imagine you put on the VR goggles and you're standing on a green ball, okay? The ball just so happens to be 24,901 miles in circumference, so it matches the size of the Earth, okay? I'm going to go ahead and now ask you, what would you do if you had to prove that you were standing on a ball? You know you're standing on a ball inside the VR because it's programmed.
Yeah. Well, first of all...
What would you do to prove you're standing on a ball?
I don't think there's any ways, because what we observe in reality is just flat and motionless.
Well, hold on a second.
That's not what he asked, you dumbass. He's not asking about reality. He's asking about in this virtual reality where it's a ball and you know it's a ball because that's what's programmed. Why can't Flerfs just fucking pay attention to the question? And, oh yeah, that's right, because all flat earthers are fucking idiots. 15 minutes left on the super chat timer for 100 push-ups. I didn't go to the gym today, so I kind of might actually need it. Oh, it's supposed to be a leg day. Huh.
Again, this is virtual.
I skipped a leg day, guys. Oh no.
Reality we're talking about,
Sure,
and you know the program is designed, you're actually standing on a ball, but it looks perfectly flat because the ball is so big.
Sure.
So you're tasked with showing the world that this is actually a ball. How would you do it?
I would make it, because in virtual reality you can actually feel motion sickness and stuff like that. I would make it so I could feel motion sickness.
Okay, but
I don't feel any of that, because I don't feel I'm deprogrammed with all the crazy stuff that people feed you.
Yeah.
And
oh, you mean you got stupid and ignored all of science for a while? I see. Dave McKeegan won 100 squats then. I don't think that's the real Dave McKeegan for some reason.
It just doesn't work with me. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I cannot answer that question for you, but you're programmed, so you can tell me. Go ahead.
Okay, I appreciate your honesty.
Yes.
The answer is you would try to get higher off the surface.
I like to get higher.
Right? Yeah. So there's a building that was programmed in here.
Mm-hmm.
And you could maybe go on top of the building. Or you could maybe get into an airplane.
Thank you, Rubik's.
At 30,000 feet, that doesn't happen, Will Duffy.
Hold on a second.
What, you can't
At 30,000 feet, that doesn't happen.
Or you could maybe get into an airplane.
At 30,000.
Programmed in here.
Mm-hmm.
And you could maybe go on top of the building. Or you could maybe get into an airplane.
At 30,000 feet, that doesn't happen, Will Duffy.
Well, in this virtual reality, it does. This guy is having a real problem separating this particular virtual reality simulation from reality, isn't he? Thank you very much to StealthGun5 who gifted 10 memberships, taking me back above 18 hours to go. It's very, very kind of you, you absolute dick. I mean, I appreciate it, you cunt. I mean, yeah, thank you. Really, it's good. I hate you. Thank you. I don't like you. I don't know what to do. Oh, apparently that was Dave McKeegan, and it says that YouTube is being a dick. YouTube is a dick in general. Hey, Dave, how you doing, my friend?
Hold on a second. It does.
You just made the horizon curve.
The horizon is curved at 30,000
That's
feet.
completely wrong. No, it's not. No, it's not.
Hold on.
So there's a guy called Dwayne Kellum that did 20 weather balloons. So you can go see him on YouTube if you want to. And you're going to see at 90,000 feet to 110,000 feet, it's flat still.
Okay.
Yeah, probably because of the camera that he used. Just look at Mr. Sensible's Mage 2 project.
By the way, do you want me to call you Geocentric Truth, or do you want me to call you by something else?
Doesn't matter, bro. You're irrelevant to me.
Okay, cool. So can I...
Then why are you on his stream? He just asked you what you would like to be addressed as whilst you're on his stream, and you went, you're irrelevant to me. Holy fuck.
Can I show you something cool about Dwayne Kellum?
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to hit play. These are his thumbnails on his videos that he chose. What do you see?
Curve.
Wow. Are you sure you're working by yourself?
Yes, sir.
That was very quick, Will Duffy. Are you sure MacToon is not working in the background, or CIA or anything like that is working in the background?
CIA!
Well, is there a reason you don't want to answer the...
There's CIA in the background, guys. It's not like Will was prepared with a bunch of this stuff because he's been speaking to you idiots, for a year.
Question? This is Dwayne Kellum's thumbnail, bro, that he put on his video. What do you see?
That's not his thumbnail.
Okay, everybody can go look at his channel right now.
You know what a thumbnail is?
Yes, I screenshotted this yesterday. This is his thumbnail.
From a video, yeah.
And guess what? He chose the thumbnail.
Okay.
And you see curvature. So the very person you brought up proves curvature.
How high is that, Will Duffy?
102,000 feet.
Exactly.
So there's curvature.
You don't see it. You don't see it off an airplane. No, there's no curvature, bro.
Well, there's very little.
Is he ignoring the fact that there's curvature there? Oh, of course he is, because he's a dishonest Flerf.
Little curvature in an airplane. The reason you don't see it is because of clouds and atmosphere.
Right.
But anyway, this is important. I want to see how honest you can be right now. You brought up Dwayne Kellum. Dwayne Kellum's own thumbnail that he chose shows curvature.
Sure.
So we live on a globe.
Yeah. Now can I present?
Sativa Bat for £2 says, small addition to the Help Craig Get Higher Fund. Thank you very much, my friend. My tick bill's quite high. And an extra 3 minutes. Still above the 18 hours. Guys, I started this stream 2.5 hours ago. When I started, there was 45 minutes on the timer. Time is broken because it's 2.5 hours later and it's 18 hours and 4 minutes to go. Why is the timer not counting down? Oh, fuck. Did I keep closing it. There we go. Back to where we should be. Right. What was I about to look at? What was I doing? I got confused.
And big.
Dwayne Kellum's own thumbnail that he chose shows curvature.
Sure.
So we live on a globe.
Yeah. Now, can I present big?
Oh, he agrees. Brilliant. I mean, did they not realize how stupid they are? Yeah, we live on a globe. Okay, now I'm going to say we don't. Corey for $20 says front-leaning rest position move. Thank you. Darkfang Nightcow for £2 says we can't time down with a broken timer. Lol. Okay. Well, that means I need to add another 6 minutes. No. 9 minutes. $18 hours and 12 minutes to go. Thank you very much for the super chats and the memberships, guys. I appreciate it. 5 super chats to go in the next 8 minutes, and I'll do 100 push-ups.
Big possible failure for the globe?
No, but you.
Why not, Duffy?
Because you can now, if you'd like, the next section is you can make a case for flat Earth.
Oh, here you go. This is what you do, bro. So nobody that's coming here that you know that probably has a potential to debunk you cannot talk about the globe. Is this how you predict your...
Well, that's just the rules of the debate, though, dude. That's it. If you're here, then you agree to the rules. It's as simple as that.
Protect your indoctrination?
No, it is not. Listen, you guys don't...
I asked you a question, Duffy.
Yes,
I asked you a question. Can I show you a problem with the globe?
Not right now.
Why not, Duffy? You said after one question.
If the globe doesn't exist...
Bro, everybody knows that he owes about like $700,000 with the FCC and they're behind you.
Okay.
They're trying to make some crazy Ponzi fucking video to sell to the mainstream media in order for you to get your debt back paid. Everybody knows that shit, bro.
Am I hearing correctly that you cannot make a case for flat Earth?
Bro, man to man,
Bro, why can't I just answer a fucking question? I mean, look, I get why they're frustrated because of Will's format, but it's Will's format. You just do it. Rachbot, $2 says, nearly there. That's what she said. Penguin J for $2 says, push-ups, push-ups, push-ups. Thank you very much. Oh, yeah, that's another 3 minutes on the timer as well. €2 from Emma. Thank you very much. 2 more. Gonna have to do 100 push-ups. Put my leg brace back on in a second. Oh, we've got 6 minutes for 2 super chats. And then after the section with Bro Hairline here.
ask you, can I present my problem of the globe that I have right here? And you said no because you understood that I can screw you over, but
that
you're
is
not allowing me to do it.
That's not true. I am giving flat.
And there's the super chats. Rachbot says hump the rug. Darkfang Nightcow says we will get you there. Well, I'll get you there. Oh wait, no, that's my OnlyFans. Dave McKeegan says, well, this guy's named his channel Geocentric Truth and then tries to argue the Earth isn't a globe. How does that work exactly? Because the guy's a fucking idiot. Emma for €2. 1 more to go. You cunt. Thank you. Yeah, Brandon, once I've got through a few of the things I want to get through, then we could probably do something like that, 100%.
Flat Earth is a platform
And then, Will Duffy, let me
to
question
prove the Earth is flat. If you can't do that, then we're done.
I hope everybody's recording this. Will Duffy, be a man. I don't give a fuck about your platform, bro.
All right, I removed him because my children are watching, and I don't like how he's talking. So TFE has always been a family channel, and we encourage children to follow what we do to learn more about our world and geography, and so that is not going to be accepted. Okay.
Typical Flerfs. And Dick Wayne is like, why are you all so mean? Well, that's why, because Flerfs are fucking idiots. Penguin J, $2. Bro, for real, bro. Right, I've got to do 100 push-ups. Probably take me about 5 minutes. Guys, thank you very much for the support / punishment. It's one of the two. Started this stream 2.5 hours ago with 45 minutes on the timer. Right now there's 18 hours and 10 minutes on the timer. Yeah, Baba Ali, I'm going to do 100 push the earths down. I think in the background, what we do, play a bit of Conspiracy Music Studios.
That's what I tell the flat earth youth. Talk so fast you can't keep track. If you fact check me, I just change the track. Ad hominem, you're dumb. Sit down, red herring, spin it all back round. Straw man, your claim, twisted for sport. Knock it down quick like it's my last resort. Equivocate my way to glory. Appeal to authority, same old story. Round and round with circular flare, not secular. Hey, look over there. I was divorced, wife took the kids, so I dress like I'm 21. Your generation will be dead, they said, but I'm not that old, you know. Grandma's blouse, oh wow, watch me now. Machine, yeah, watch me now. Affirm the consequent, that's my style. Begging the question, man, that's my guile. False equivalence, I mix and match. Reification, give an idea latch. Begging the question, that's my main hook. Cherry pick the data till the whole thing's cooked. I'm not wrong, I'm just ahead. At least that's what the voices said. Equivocate my way to glory. Appeal to authority, that's my story. Round and round with circular flare, non sequitur. Hey, look over there. I was divorced, wife took the kids, so I dress like I'm 21. Your generation will be dead, they said, but I'm not that old, you know. Grandma's blouse, oh wow, watch me now. Policy machine, yeah, watch me now.
That's an at-home straw man cherry picking. False equivalency, you're contradicting. Begging the question, appeal to my source, non sequitur, of course. And therefore the earth is flat. 50. Checkmate! I was divorced, wife took the kids, so I dress like I'm 21. Your generation will be dead, they said, but I'm not that old, you know. Grandma's blouse, oh wow, watch me now. Policy machine, yeah, watch me now. Yeah, IQ 160 in my mind. Mason on my stream. Called him demon possessed, said the globe was a scheme. Never needed no proof, just a fire in my eye. Love the sound of my voice, now I'm the one they crucify. Now they say I'm Illuminati, sold my soul or so they say. Taste the poison I did spray, now it's me they flee. Whispers fly and fingers point, ain't it rough to feel the flame? Now I'm sitting in the spotlight, and you're laughing at my name. Saw every shadow as a sinister hand. I blamed every ill on a secretive band. Never looked back at the damage I caused. The fear in their eyes, the lines I crossed. Just me and my megaphone against the whole world. Every wild accusation carelessly hurled. Now they say I'm Illuminati, sold my soul or so they say. Taste the poison I did spray, now it's me they flee. Whispers fly and fingers point, ain't it rough to feel the flame? Now I'm sitting in the spotlight, and you're laughing at my name. I called every man a liar, accused the world without a clue, preached my gospel of suspicion. Now the joke's on old me too. I lit every fire with reckless delight, but it burns when it comes back to bite. Funny how a dose of your own venom bites when the dark accusation.
We got 42 old man doing 100 push-ups.
I once believed I was righteous and bold, but now this bitter harvest feeling cold. Now they say I'm Illuminati with a triangle for a crown. This ain't the justice I imagined.
Got a lot of Illuminati as well.
Tearing others down through 1,000 crazy stories. Now they're spinning back around. Every face is looking sideways, and my own words drag me down.
Star Wars says a new target for another 100. Sure, but it's got to be a higher one.
Yeah, it's unfair. I'll tell you, it just ain't right to be judged by the shadows in the fading light. Just the world keeps spinning, flat or not. When one goes around.
Oh, I should say another 100, but there's the
Well, it comes around.
Oh, a bit of a pump there actually. Look, I've got them. What does tricep look like? Pretty good. Subscribe to Conspiracy Music Studios, guys. Yeah, actually, give you quite a bit of a pump there on that. That's nice. I like that. Oh, we know Dick Wayne couldn't do 100 push-ups to save his life. Okay, where are we at? Right. 3 hours and 20 minutes time, I will be over on Modern Day Debates. Still here, obviously. Debating, is God real? Oh, is as real as the flying spaghetti monster? May he bless his noodly appendage. Pardon me. You're welcome, Emma. Hope you enjoyed it. Shadow War for $5 Canadian says, challenge accepted to the moon. Zebulon says, Dick Wayne is dumb. Change my mind. I don't think I can. Corey says, I always knew Craig could 1v1 any Flerf. All these flat earthers challenge me to a fight, but never follow through when I accept for some reason.
We have someone else. Let's see here. Event Skeptic, are you there?
Oh, hi. How you doing?
Good. Are you a flat earther?
Oh, look at that. Look at that turnaround. Oh, gotta love it.
Okay. We have someone else. Let's see here. Event Skeptic, are you there?
Oh, hi. How you doing?
Good. Are you a flat earther?
Yes.
Cool. Where are you coming from?
Salt Lake City.
Okay, cool. And do you have any type of...
Yeah, I loved his dramatic entrance. Clearly a Poe. There's no way a Flerf could figure out a 4-monitor setup like that. Yeah, confirmation, the debate con against Wits is on.
an online presence that you would like to make people aware of?
Yeah, I'm Event Skeptic on YouTube. You can just look that up.
Okay, cool. Have you...
Let's have a look. Event Skeptic. Event Skeptic, aka the Limitless channel. We've got Event Skeptic number 4. So just search for channels. Event Skeptic number 6. This is what we're getting. It's gonna be one of these, right? Is that guy?
You don't need a group of people like ODD and...
Could be if he's lost a bunch of weight, maybe. Yes, Joe Harron, it does mean he's now invited to DebateCon 6, so we can't make fun of him for that. So I retract my statement about Witsit not being invited to DebateCon 6. He clearly is now. I wonder if he contacted James because I laughed at him in an email. Ha!
Been listening the whole time?
Yes. I'm actually a follower of Ronnie and Johnny Laffenberg, or Awake Soul.
Ronnie and Johnny. Ah! You can't even get their fucking name right. Well, one in the chat. This guy's a Poe, guys.
Okay, cool. So let's start out. I'm going to ask you a question from my list here, okay?
Yep.
Okay, cool. I'm actually going to share my screen, so you're going to want to look at what I'm sharing here. And here's my question for you. If I came to you, Event Skeptic, and I said, I believe this is the accurate map of the world, how could you prove me wrong?
Well, I mean, we're in a stereographic virtual reality. That's kind of what we go off of.
That's actually not an answer to my
projection.
question. My question is assuming you think I'm wrong.
This guy's way too coherent to be a Flerf. Definite Poe.
Okay? I bring you this
Yes.
map, and I say, this right here, Event Skeptic, this is the map we live on. How could you prove me wrong?
I would say that the like Russia and a lot of the countries are not what we observe on Earth. as far as distances.
How do we measure distances?
I mean, you can do it multiple ways: tape measures, dip lines from verticals, and stars.
I don't think anybody's tape measured Russia, though.
I mean, you could technically. It would just take like probably 1 million people having probably like 1 million different tape measures.
Okay, so it's possible, since we've never had 1 million people with 1 million tape measures measure Russia with tape measures, that this map is accurate until we did that test?
Yeah, I mean, there's easier ways. Like if you kind of did the Pac-Man model, we call it the Pac-Man model. But basically,
no, you don't. Yeah, this guy is so obviously.
The distances work as long as you presuppose that basically if you go to the edge of our Pac-Man model, that you'll come back.
Okay. Okay, cool. All right.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I actually don't use the term Pac-Man model. I use the term teleport, but to each their own. Do you want to take an opportunity right now to make a case for flat Earth?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the stereographic projection that Ronnie and Johnny have done for years.
I love how he keeps calling them Ronnie and Johnny.
You can definitely see that it's more, I mean, it fits observations here on Earth better than definitely the Gleason's map, obviously, but also I can't say it, but the globe, it definitely does. I mean, we've predicted everything.
Okay, so in your words, in reality, when you travel, you get to one side of the Earth and then you Pac-Man to the other side?
Oh, it doesn't take very long.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't physically perceive that.
Any second
but
now.
I mean, it's pretty much the same thing if you think about a globe. You're pretty much like if you hop in a helicopter or like a plane and you come across like, say, a continent or something, you're pretty much teleporting.
Okay. Is it possible that you're not really a fan of them and that you're making fun of them?
Man, I'm just putting my 250 in, dude. Just come on, just rack it up, dude. Come on, put the 250 in for me.
All
Thanks,
right,
brother.
I appreciate you coming on. You got it, 250. Okay.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. All right. Now that should prove to everybody that I do.
Yeah, the thing is, Flerfs say such stupid things that it's getting harder and harder to distinguish the pose from the Flerfs. Right, what we at? We're at 17 hours and 53 minutes left to go on the stream. We are 2 hours and 10 minutes in. So we're at least a 20-hour live stream. If anyone wants to increase that length, all you need to do is become a member, gift a membership, or upgrade a member if they already are one. Or you can super chat to the amount of £10. I actually just see that the super chats went over £10, so I need to add another 3 minutes. So 17 hours 55 to go.
You try to...
Emma, 2 years, nighty night, my cunty cunt. Talk to you in the morning. Have a good sleep, you fucking cunt. How dare you go to bed? As long as you dream of me, it's okay.
Understand who I'm talking to. I heard some things that I know they wouldn't necessarily like. All right, I've got someone else who I think has their camera on, but I can't see them. If you're there, I can't see you.
It's typical Flerf tech then.
Hello, I'm in a very dark room.
Do you have a light? There we go. Yes. Okay, by the way, let's go ahead and update the fundraiser to 2,500. That's a significant milestone, 25% of the goal. And okay, cool.
It's a good thing that Will's doing, but, it's not really a flat Earth debate.
What's your name?
Flat Earth D.
Flat.
Brandon, put any videos you want me to cover in, Rubik's. Tell him where to do it, please.
Flat Earth D. Cool. I have not heard of you. Do you want to introduce yourself and let us know if there's a place to find you online?
I've been a flat earther since 2016. I was misrepresented as a transgender early on, so I kind of fought back. And I mean, there was the Mandela effect so there was a lot of steps to becoming a flat earther.
Mm.
And
it was like the Mandela effect. Is he talking about the Streisand effect, or
I felt like you personally, like I think you have some questions to answer for.
Okay, great. All right, so I'm going to start out with my question for you, okay? This one...
Your question? Well, I have two questions also, so you can ask for one, and then I can ask one, and then we can pickleball back and forth.
Okay. All right, so you're...
Tay says, Rubik's needs to be paid for all the work she does for Craig. Do not worry. My wife and I are discussing what will be appropriate, and that she will be getting a Christmas bonus because Rubik's is fucking killing it.
You're going to need to see the screen for this question. One of the last flat earthers brought up Dwayne Kellum. Dwayne Kellum is a flat...
Hey, can I start with my question first?
Actually, no, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So Dwayne Kellum is a flat earther who has sent up his own weather balloons with non-fisheye lenses. And he did something very unique that I think most flat earthers missed, which is that he sent one up at night. So my question for you, Flat Earth D, is this. He got this weather balloon up to 23 miles above the Earth. And I'm going to hit play here. It's only 40 seconds long. Take all the time you need.
Jeff C says, me calling the Freemasons. Hello, this is Jeff C. Craig's membership driver timer is below 18 hours. Yes, okay, Tuesday. Freemason said Craig has to break his record. Help is on the way. And then magically, Sailor Centrist gifts 5 memberships, taking me back up to 17 hours and 52 minutes. And Bill Tetley, $2 says, do I get an Xmas bonus? Maybe a bottle of beer. Bottle of gear? Bottle of gear?
Curious for you to tell me where the sun is.
I'll put you on full screen. Is it showing the coordinates? Is there a cardinal rose?
A flat earther wouldn't ask such a sensible question. I'm getting Poe vibes again.
You'll see 360 degrees.
Could there somebody over there?
Hold on. I think my picture's in the way. So are we facing north right now? Well, tell me when we're facing north.
I don't know which way north is. I just know it goes all the way around twice. I'll play it again if you'd like.
The sun is over there. Where is shiny?
Okay, what's your question? Like, why are we looking at this?
He's 23 miles up filming with his weather balloon, and I'm just curious where the sun is.
It's not in that direction.
Okay, let's keep looking. Maybe we'll find it.
It's over there.
Okay, so I don't see it. Where is it? What's hiding it?
Possibly the curvature.
Okay, I agree. Okay.
Is that what you want me to say?
Well, that's the only answer.
I don't want to get a wrong answer, then you boot me off. So I want you to answer some questions.
All right, I am going to. Are you a flat earther?
I'm just looking at the playback to see if it added the time. No. Why is the... Oh, I'm monitoring the wrong stream. There we go. 18 hours and 19 minutes to go. Nazumi says, check out the updated Krakatomi emoji on Discord. I did see that. And we'll show it to everyone now. Where are you? Bombs on the fucking mouse pad. I can't move it. There's the new Krakatoni. That's actually pretty fucking good. Pardon me.
Yeah, since 2020. Or a little bit before. COVID, as you know about COVID. but the Great Awakening has happened, and I think you are hiding the truth.
Why is your camera covered in Vaseline? Just out of interest. Oh, I see. Dick Wayne is back in the chat. Dick, the Zoom call is still open. Feel free to join. I have, what time are we at? I've got 3 hours before my debate over modern day debates.
I'm hiding the truth?
I think you are. With your vodka, you're drinking vodka on camera right now?
Water.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm
Sure.
positive, yeah.
Well, we'll just trust that there's not a cryptocurrency in there that you're trying to sell.
Positive, yeah.
All right, man.
He is hitting all the flat earth traits, but he's getting from them pretty quickly. Now, Bill, don't give the Vicky treatment to Mr. Wayne. Have some fun with him. He said he's going to come in, so we're going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Dick Wayne, the the Zoom link is open for you to join. Feel free. You've got an hour, and then you get the Vicky treatment.
Personally, I appreciate that you went to Antarctica. And then, on second hand, you totally flopped everything.
I what?
You flopped it.
I flopped?
It's like you were like 3 feet away with a putt, like to win the green jacket of the Masters and the PGA Tour, and you whiffed on a putt.
How? He went to Antarctica, came back with Jaron Campanella no longer being a Flerf.
It's like you whiffed on a putt.
Well, that was not my goal. That was not my intention. So I'm sorry to disappoint you.
Like Nathan Oakley, Mark Sargent, which, oh my God, Mark Sargent, he's so beautiful. Like, have you seen Mark Sargent's cheeks? Like, I just wish I could slap him in a good way.
Okay.
But he is so stupid. But wait.
What did I just hear? I'm not sure if it's a good idea, but I'm going to rewind that.
He's so beautiful. Like, have you seen Mark Sargent's cheeks? Like, I just wish I could slap him.
No, he did say that.
In a good way.
Okay.
But he is so stupid.
I kind of agree with everything you're saying about Mark Sargent, apart from the wanting to slap his cheeks. That's an exclusive thing to you. I'm scared. I think I need an adult. Rubik's, I think that's a short as well. Dick Wayne is arguing with Dave McKeegan. Oh, it's just programmed to do that. He's talking about EQ mounts and the fact that they point at the floor. Apparently that's just because they're programmed to do that.
But wait. Not stupid. It's stupid in a good way. Like, it's stupid that he teaches people correctly. Then we got David Weiss in this stupid app. I mean, I could keep going on. Like, you flop. Like, there's no one here. All the real defenders of the flat earth.
Yeah, no, that's the opposite of flopping. That's showing that what he did was right and the Flerfs ran for the fucking hills. Now we need to fix Will's creationist beliefs. He can be a Christian. No problem with that. Earth, more than 5,000 years old, flood, not a thing.
Are scared that you're not really donating money. Because are you really donating money to human trafficking?
To combat it.
Maybe you're just accumulating your Craigslist sanctuary. maybe you have a Craigslist sanctuary.
What the fuck is a Craigslist sanctuary?
All right.
All the money's going to.
I appreciate you coming on, man.
All right, hey. I'm a flat earther. Add $250.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. Bye-bye.
All right.
All right.
Yeah, definitely a Poe. It does seem to be a few more, so...
That was interesting. Brought us to 2750, which is great. And let's see here. We have somebody on. Let's see. New Moon, are you there? Maybe.
Hello. New Moon, isn't this the guy that lied about the golden ticket thing? Dick Wayne's arguing about EQ mounts. He's like, yeah, it's programmed to follow a motion. Without the motor, does it track the sun? No, it needs the motor to move, but the motor isn't programmed to follow a direction. It's just like locked into an alignment and makes it move with that.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. How are you?
I'm doing great. What about you?
Good.
Yeah, so could you please give me 2 minutes for introduction first?
Try to make an introduction in 60 seconds or less.
Okay, so this is New Moon. I want to acknowledge first of all, I would like to acknowledge my apology for misleading Will Duffy and others regarding the competition I proposed to fund a flat earther trip. My offer was never genuine. It was a deceptive act from my part. I sincerely apologize to Pastor Will Duffy and anyone else affected by my actions. My reason behind the deception was my belief that observing the 24-hour sun in Antarctica would seriously damage the flat earth movement, and as I was convinced that circling sun exists there. My intentions was to undermine credibility within the community by announcing an offer and then withdrawing it. I never truly intended to send anyone to Antarctica, only to create the appearance of doing this. So therefore,
so you're a scamming cunt then, but not a good cunt like Emma or Rubik's or Rachbot or someone. You know, you're just a scamming cunt. Dick Wayne says the motor is designed to perform a specific function. Yes, to power the thing and make it move. The direction that it moves is literally related to the alignment of where it is. And the fact that you align it with something and then just press play and it follows the sun throughout the day and then points at the floor throughout the night and then points at the sun again as it comes up. It's not pre-programmed, it's aligned. Dick Wayne says, is the word programmed? If you fail to understand what I mean when I say programmed, are the word I use too big for you? No, Dick, you aren't using the words correctly because, and this is nice, you're a fucking idiot. I sincerely apologize to all fucking idiots for comparing you to Dick Wayne. That kind of thing is what can start wars. I'm sorry.
While I regret my actions, I do not consider myself responsible for any expenses like the people who paid, because I never wanted to send anyone to Antarctica. Then it was other people's choice to continue it. So I really apologize for that. And I'm here for the good cause that you're helping.
Dick Wayne says in the chat, gotcha. I am too well spoken for you. No worries, we can move on. No, well, you just don't understand what words mean because you're a moron. And that's the nicest thing I could ever say about you. Rubik's thinks that it is this guy.
So, यहाँ पे रॉबर्ट ने जो बात करी थियरी के जैसा प्रेजेंट किया गया.
Maybe.
And
I think right now it's very good cause. Like I am feeling glad and blessed that from my behalf you can pay $250 for that kind of a good cause. I'm really feeling so glad about that. So.
Oh, so it's about fixing your conscience with someone else paying money.
This is my introduction for you.
Wow, thank you very much. So I really do appreciate your apology. I accept your apology. That was a crazy time for sure in TFE, but it all worked out great. The community came together. We got Lisbeth there, so I'm happy with how things turned out, and I definitely.
Dick Wayne in the chat is like, very quippy comeback. Good job, little guy. Yeah, when you do that, that means you've run out of comebacks, and I win. So thank you for admitting defeat by just going, oh, well, that is a comeback. Yeah, I can taste your tears from here, Dick. Ew. That did not come out right. I should not talk about tasting things and say your name in the same sentence.
Accept your apology, and I think it takes a lot for you to come on here and show your face and to make that apology to me. So thank you very much.
Oh, okay. Thank you for accepting it. So it was never to make me money or to make someone else lose money. But some people think like, okay, he was making Will Duffy lose money. I never wanted you to lose a single dollar. But if it was lost for 40,000 or something, it was not part of my plan. So it was up to other people. I'm not for that.
Yeah, it's yeah. Again, I hear you. I understand, and it all ended up working out. Are you interested in having a conversation as well about Flat Earth?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to mention? Is there anywhere people can follow you or anything?
No, I deleted most of the social media accounts because I don't like being on social media very much.
Okay.
No, I suppose you wouldn't want to be able to be found when you're a scammer, would you?
First of all, I would like to...
Zumi just says, my bank just called me because they thought my donos were fake. Just tell them to watch the stream. Thank you for being here, Curious UK Debunks. See you in the morning. All right, how are we doing? We are 3 hours and 10 minutes in. Started with a 45-minute timer, 18 hours and 5 minutes to go. Fucking incredible. If you want to increase that timer even more, all you need to do is add a membership or £10 worth of super chats, or, well, £5 worth of super chats to take it up to the next one. Dick Wayne showing that he's got, the IQ of his shoe size. You believe Earth is a globe, Tay, but those were stories about Jesuit space-time balls of gas in no-pressure environments. Sorry, not too late to escape the Earth cult, though. Remember when you came on and you just kept going water? With no evidence of water being evidence for the Earth being flat. Yeah, that was fun. Oh, Rubik's, you don't have to do that, man. You're amazing, honestly.
Feel like my mic is working properly or not?
Your mic is fine for me. I can hear you.
Oh yeah, it did say New Moon Scammer.
Okay. So, do you want me to how we can go about that? Like, is there any question for you? For me?
Yes, definitely. Let's see here. What I'm going to ask you is this. How does flight planning work on a flat Earth? So if someone gave you 2 destinations, how would you figure out how to fly from one destination to the other? How do you
just point it in that direction and hope for the fucking best? Big Fish says, what's the space-time ball anyway? Oh, it's Dick Wayne not understanding things as normal. Yes. Like I say, guys, there's, flat earthers, they're unlovable, unfuckable, jobless, unemployable dregs of society. And Dick Wayne is exactly that. It's why he won't even show his face to us. And it's why his parents named him Dick. Oh, and he says, it was fun. You clearly showed how lost you are in the Jesuit space-time bulls cult beliefs, bud. You have a Star Trek tattoo. I rest my case. Yeah, I have a Star Trek tattoo because I fucking like Star Trek. It's hilarious and fun and, pretty fucking awesome. Jay for £2 says, my name is Craig, the Timu MC2. Oi! Oh, he said Stat Trek. No, I don't have one of those. I don't have a Stat Trek tattoo, whatever that is, actually.
Determine the best flight path on a flat Earth.
Okay, so that's a good question, but because I don't plan the flight paths, and I really think like we don't have a model right now of the flat Earth, but I consider like equator should be a flat.
Yeah, that's because the Earth's not flat. If it was, there'd be a model and a map, and everyone would fucking know.
Line, and there should be 2 poles, and the distance between 2 poles, north and south, should be 40,000 kilometers, and yeah, it seems like the bipolar map, or it was made by like Zetetic Society.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, the Earth is flat not because of science. It's
Gem Custom Gamer says, hard disagree, mate. I love sci-fi. Star Trek has its place, but it's low intellect sci-fi story, mate. I love it for how stupid it is. You're obviously not a Trekkie, so it's very hard to explain it. And then Dick Wayne says, and you role play Star Trek because you're a world famous YouTube star. No, I role play Star Trek because I think it's fun. And I like creating the characters and getting involved and playing the stories. Sorry, are you not... Oh, right, I get it. So Dick Wayne's never had any friends to do things with. That makes sense, yeah. As a teenager, me and my mates would get around and play like Risk and Monopoly and stuff, and you never really experienced that, did you? Sorry, Dick, that no one ever liked you. Dick, that time when your mum was like, I know, Dick, that everyone else is invited to a party at your class, and you're the only one that's not, but they basically said because you're so popular, it wouldn't be fair if you went and took all the attention off of the birthday boy. So, I'll make you some cake at home,
The Earth is flat because of philosophy.
Okay.
Yeah, because when I consider myself as a supernatural being, and when there is a supernatural being that is trying to taste and experience this physical realm, then this realm is only existing here. It's a physical realm that really exists, but it only exists here to taste and experience. But we are supernatural. We are not materialistic.
So it exists, but it only exists so we can experience it, but it is flat. I don't think he made a case for flat Earth.
Consciously. So materialism can never create consciousness. So that's the thing. So materialism is, we cannot never know the materialism. So whenever we are trying to know something, like just imagine you are trying to know what matter is, then materialism will always give you a false answer. Like it will give you.
Or it will give you all the answers when you smash the bits of matter together to look inside them to figure out what they're made of. If only we could do that. Oh, CERN. Oh, that's right.
Your model of atomic model, but it doesn't mean that atoms are true or electrons are true. If you are trying to know where you are living, so if you have a presupposition that the Earth should be an object, it should be an object, then you will objectify it and you will think, okay, it might be flat or it might be globe. But before objectifying the earth, if you are just thinking, okay, it's just a materialistic realm, then materialistic realm can have a deceptive answer for you. Like if someone is trying to know, okay, if someone is observing the sky, then they can get a spherical coordinate system, and based on that coordinate system, if they are doing cartography, then they can get a globe map and a globe model.
And what you mean it works though, right? So we can get a globe map and a globe model that works. Yeah, no, Jemmy's not going to answer a single question, is he? No, not in the slightest. We are the Borg. You will be assimilated. Your technological and biological distinctiveness will be added to our own. Resistance is futile.
They are just, it's just a globe earth, he just a globe earth model and nothing else. It doesn't make it true.
You mentioned the bipolar map. How familiar are you with it?
Pretty much I'm familiar with it, yeah.
Okay, so it does not have an ice wall. So what holds the water in?
Magic and fairy dust, Will. Or just because God said so, I guess. Yeah, Borg's going to clip that. I don't know what you're talking about, mate. I don't think anything happened. Rubik says Dick Wayne is obsessed with me. Of course he is. He's in all my streams.
We don't know how far the water goes. Maybe there might be something that is holding the water. It can be ice wall thousands and thousands of kilometers away, maybe 100,000 kilometers away. We don't know about that. Maybe the Earth is so big.
Okay. Do you want to make a case for flat Earth right now?
Yeah, it's my case. Like if I ask you...
Hold on. I just want to make sure the rules are clear. You can make... You have the floor, you have the mic. You can make a case that we live on a flat Earth, but you just can't mention the globe.
Okay,
go. They can't do it, Will. So, I mean, it's a rule that you've put in place knowing that they couldn't fix that, right? Ooh, 20 minutes left for the Super Chat Golf Me to another 100 push-ups. Or you could just increase the timer with a membership. 200 of you watching, hello. Thank you very much for being here. I really appreciate it. Today we are doing a membership drive where I stream as long as you tell me to. Currently we're at 17 hours and 56 minutes and 27 seconds. That's because I've had a bunch of memberships added. Every membership adds 3 minutes to that timer. Punish me all you like. And for Dick Wayne, I'm begging you guys, give me money.
Go ahead.
So if I come to the default position, then we are on Earth, and if someone asks you that what is the shape of the Earth, so then first you have to ask why you're asking for the shape. So you can just say that there are water, and we can have two verticals, and the verticals will always be parallel to each other as a default position, until or unless you have measurement that the verticals are deflected.
We do. We have measurements of the verticals deflecting. My vertical is not the same as somebody else's vertical. The only other person in the world that would have the same vertical as me is someone that was antipodal. Verticals diverge.
Into each other, like they are deflecting. When they are going up, then they are going far away. So until or unless you have two kinds, you can prove that the verticals are deflecting, or we can also call it plumb lines. So if you have two plumb bobs, and if you are holding that over the water, and if you separate them away thousands of kilometers away, still you will, as a default position, you will consider them parallel to each other. So if the verticals are parallel, then the horizontals that are perpendicular to the vertical.
Let me stop you for a second. No one I know other than flat earthers say that the plumb lines are parallel. So where are you getting that from?
I'm saying as a default position, if I give you two plumb lines, just imagine you are a person 5,000 years back. And if I hold two plumb bobs in front of you over the water, and if I ask you, those plumb lines are parallel or not, of course you will say it's parallel as a default position because you don't have a measurement. So I'm saying as a default position, the Earth is flat and stationary because the motion of the Earth is a positive claim. And until or unless we can prove that there is a motion to the Earth, we have to consider it motionless because we are associating zero motion. We are not associating any value. So the Earth is flat and stationary as a default.
Just claiming it's a default position doesn't make it a default position. Here is... Oh, crap. That site doesn't seem to exist anymore. Oh, hold on. There it is. Here is Jesse Kozowski measuring the divergence of plumb bobs over 1 mile. Six sets of near real-time reciprocal zenith angles are measured and recorded. The tabulated reduced data is shown below. So over 1 mile, there was 0.01 degree. Approximately 1 arc minute per mile. Exactly what we expect. Measured. Done. God, that site makes me glow.
Position until or unless someone can prove that the heliocentric model is true.
Okay,
so
hold
the
on.
positive claim and the burden of proof is on the globe Earth side that they cannot prove, because science cannot prove until or unless you can just go outside of the Earth and observe it.
Okay, you brought up the globe, so we'll go ahead and move on to the next section here real quick.
Okay.
Dick, stop being a coward and get in the chat. You've got 20 minutes before you start getting timed out. The link is still available for you to join.
Go ahead.
Real quick, let me show you the final experiments. Okay, can you see those by chance?
Yeah, 24 hours sun, 24 hour moon, yeah.
Okay, I think the best one to bring up with you, because you just kind of talked about it, is number 11, distance between meridians. So on the globe, the southern meridians converge, meaning they get closer and closer together the further you head south from the equator. On a flat Earth, it would be the exact opposite. They would diverge south of the equator. So what is your answer to the fact that in reality, everything gets closer and closer together south of the equator?
No, why on the flat Earth the meridians should merge again? It's just the AE map you're talking about.
Okay. You're correct. The AE map, they diverge. What I don't know of a map where they would converge.
No, of course, I was talking about the dual pole map. You know about dual pole map?
Yep.
Bipolar map. Okay.
But that's not what he asked. Oh, you're a flat earther, you don't answer questions, do you? Harnold, who's thank you very much, sent 1 membership. Gifted a membership, ended up with Night Raptor. Dick Wayne says, settle down. What do you mean settle down? I'm chill. Are you planning on a record-breaking Grift Drive charity stream? What happened to saving the best for last? You think you're the best? Oh, bless you. Bless your heart. Oh, guys, he's adorable. He thinks he's the best. He also wants to only come on when I'm sleep deprived after like 65 hours. We're going to get you through New Moon and then take another wee break. I'm going to try and do a little break every hour for myself. I think I'm a bit behind with that schedule, but hey.
So there is an equator in the center. There's North Pole and the South Pole, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the prime meridian is in the center equator, right? It is me.
Corey, $20 says, you're ours now, Craig. We're never letting you go. Wahaha. Well, that actually means I have to add 9 minutes because it took it over the threshold for the last one. And the other 2. So, back up to 18 hours. You guys do not want to let that drop below 18 hours, do you? Jeff C says the only way he beats you in a debate is when you're napping, Craig. I'd still win.
Looking at the Null Island at the center 0 degree, and then there are longitude lines. So you can create a spherical coordinate system. You can create different kind of coordinate system. But when you do cartography, then you get your map and the model. Mm-hmm. So it's just based on like thousands of years.
Robert Gnome says, you're going to really stream 17 more hours straight, at least? Yes. After about a day, I'll have like 6 hours sleep or something. But yeah, I'm going to be streaming constantly as long as these guys force me to, pretty much.
Back, no one went to space and observed the Earth. To prove, like scientifically, first option is to observe the Earth by going outside of it, because you cannot test the Earth. There's no way to test the Earth. And in the scientific experiment, if you have a hypothesis that the Earth is a globe, then you have to test the whole Earth. Like, is it really a globe? And to test that, you cannot just perform an experiment there. You have to go outside of the Earth to test it. There is no other way. All other.
Science disagrees. Are you saying you cannot measure the shape of something you are on? No. Just do some physics. Oh, that requires fucking school. Robert, no, my record's 65 hours. I'm trying to break it. If you want to help, Robert, no, give the membership, we'll add 3 minutes to that timer, which is just dropped below 18 hours.
The ways are just deceptive because one evidence can satisfy multiple ideas. The problem with we flat earthers are like we don't have a perfect model right now, or maybe we will never get.
No, because the Earth's not flat. If you did a model, a map, it would all be pretty simple, really.
At it because the materialistic deception will not allow us to know. When we are not here to know the true shape of the Earth, and materialism will always deceive us because we are misleading from our true way. We are not here to.
You think Scammer would have better microphones, right?
Know the Earth.
Okay, New Moon, real quick. I've got somebody waiting, but I want to ask you one final question. You said You said no one's gone to space and looked at the Earth.
Machine Man says, wouldn't it be better to wait with such lengthy streams until you dealt with your knee? Wouldn't want to have one of those awful cramps live. I've adjusted my my nutrient intakes quite a lot, and the cramps have stopped mostly. But I am taking myself lots of breaks and stretching and stuff, and I appreciate your concern.
Let's say hypothetically, okay? Let's say hypothetically you actually are wrong. We do live on a globe. There is space, and someone actually does go to space and looks at the Earth and takes pictures and videos of it and tells you that they've been there. What would convince you that they are telling you the truth if that is in fact the truth? What would convince you?
I don't think so. If I ask you, like, from last 50 years, not a single human ever even claimed to cross 1,000 miles altitude. Not a single human. Not even 1,000 miles, even 400 miles. Not a single human even claimed to cross the altitude of 400 miles from last 50 years, from this kind of technology and this kind of funding. So according...
Well, yeah, we know that. We know that for the past 50 years we've only done low Earth orbit, and we know why. Because money. Tay says, if Kid Boga streams have taught me anything, scammers don't have great phones or mics in general. Well, I'm going to find out when I start my scam baiting next month, aren't I? Dick Wayne, I'd like you to debate your knowledge of physics. I want to hear you say water over and over again. It'd be brilliant.
To me, you can't reach up high. So that's why they was trying to fake space to get the money, because the system is corrupt and all the things. Because to run their space agencies, they have to show something.
Yeah, but you're
and they
also...
have a presupposed position.
Okay. Do you believe there are people on the ISS right now?
Excuse me.
It's very difficult to say, but even if there are people on the ISS is just 250 miles at the altitude. So it will always work on the flat Earth also. Maybe there are people on the ISS. I don't know about that.
Okay, well...
Well, there definitely are people on the ISS. We know that for a complete and utter fact.
The people on the ISS take pictures and videos of a spherical curved Earth.
No, you can't see the curvature of the Earth from 250 miles. You're just watching.
Oh, you definitely could see the curvature of the Earth from 250 miles. I don't know why you would say that. Oh, I do, because you are a fucking idiot.
Just imagine, like, you're watching a circle. It's a circular field of vision, and it's always flat. The true horizon is always flat. Do you know why? Because you can measure it. How you can measure it? By your horizontal. Your dip angle will always be same to your horizontal if you move eastward or westward or southward. If you're, just imagine, it is your horizontal.
Well, yeah, because the the horizon's an equidistant circle around you, but then if you raise in height, it goes down.
This is your true horizon. If it is curved, then if the dip angle is -3 degrees here, if you just rotate 180 degrees, it should be -5 degrees. But it will never happen. Your dip angle will be same all over.
No. He thinks that if you turn around, the dip angle is the negative of what it was that side. But no, it's a dip from the your personal horizontal, which is a tangent.
Over the 360 degrees. It's proving that the dip angle means the true horizon is always parallel to your horizontal on the ISS. So your horizontal is always parallel, means the true horizon is always flat. So it's just giving you an illusion because of the curvature of the barrel distortion of the lens, or the curvature of the lens, or maybe it's just like that.
Okay. Hey, New Moon, thanks for coming, man. I appreciate it. I really appreciate your apology.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Fuck your apology, you scamming cunt. Right, guys, I'm going to take a little 15-minute break. We've been going for 3.5 hours, and I want to keep myself nice and fresh. No crampies, no, bad back and everything. So I'm going to play you a little video whilst I go and use the toilet and get myself a cup of tea and a protein bar. So, thank you very much for the support so far. I will see you in about 15 minutes, and you can have this lovely old video.
What's going on?
Fluffy the Freedom Eagle, your services are required.
My services? What? How did I get here?
NASA needs you to cover for Simon and Dan, so we brought you here.
Brought me here? How?
The implant you let us give you.
Now see, I wouldn't say I let you. You put it there whilst I was asleep.
We upgraded it. We can now teleport you wherever we need to put you.
Right, okay, so I've got 2 questions. First of all, how much did this cost?
What is NASA's budget?
About 20 billion a year, I think?
Yes, that much. We had to postpone Artemis.
And secondly, I could have made a video to cover Simon Dan from home, right? You could have just phoned me and asked.
Don't you have a video to make, Fluffy?
FTFE stands for Fight the Flat Earth. Hey, I'm FTFE. I'm from the channel that does to stupidity what Nathan Thompson did to the Jeopardy theme tune. Thanks to Simon Dan for asking me to cover for him, not that I had much choice, whilst he takes time to bathe in the tears of all the flat earthers that he's made cry. A little warning though, I'm a little more, shall we say, savage than Simon Dan is. Any of you happen to enjoy that kind of thing, I'm sure Dan will be kind enough to put a card to my channel up there so you can go and subscribe. But let's talk about flat earthers. Their go-to response when faced with things that kill their religion, like pictures from space, is, "That's fake. It's CGI. NASA means to lie in Hebrew and was founded by Nazis." Well, that's because flat earthers are all morons that have to deny space travel or their fairy tale falls apart. On May 30th, 2020, SpaceX made history by launching people into space from American soil for the first time in 9 years. And of course, this sent the flat earth conspiracy dumbasses into meltdown. Let's start with CC, Chris, from West Chesterfield.
I never understood that, even when I was in high school.
Well, isn't that flat earthers all over?
SpaceX, what a pathetic show that was.
I don't know. I thought it was pretty awesome. I mean, just look at this badassery.
15 minutes or 20 minutes of footage? Of what?
Of them launching 2 people into space. CC, have you seen the video?
Of total f***ing nonsense. And then the thing landed back down. That was the, space shuttle. Well, not the space shuttle. I mean the land gear that decided to land down. And, of course, the camera goes out. Like it always does.
Like it always does. Honestly, Chris, at this point, I'm not sure we're talking about the same thing. They have recorded the boosters landing on drone ships many, many times. Granted, not always successfully. But the reason it often does cut out is simple. It's a drone ship with a satellite uplink. That feed requires a direct, uninterrupted line of sight. So when there is a rocket weighing several tons about to land on it, it causes vibrations that disrupt this signal. But here's the thing. People watch those drone ships go out to sea. And when they come back, they have these big-ass rocket boosters on them. Where did they get them, and why are they all covered in soot?
I have no idea how it works. Okay, all I know, okay, is what you're watching is all fake. It's all bullshit. They're not going anywhere. There's nothing up there. I mean, there's nothing up there.
I have no idea how it all works. Isn't that just the mating cry of the flat earther? The fact you morons haven't a clue how things work is why you say there's nothing up there. Maybe if one of you lot took a physics course, instead of chugging down tins of lead paint, you would have an idea how it all works. Cece, your ignorance is not a valid argument against something. Read a fucking book. I wonder if the people you live with put up with your crap.
The sun was standing.
Why did you stop this bullshit?
Idiot. They're not even any f***ing satellites, and if they are, then they're tied up with a f***ing balloon. Just look at YouTube videos with balloons with satellites on it.
CC giving us a glimpse there of the typical flat earther.
Vince, apparently they prefer the word retard.
Eh? Oh, how very quaint.
Research. A YouTube video. And let's look at that claim about satellites being balloons, shall we? Why don't you take a trip to the remedial classroom, Chris? Alright, be quiet, settle down. Sleeping warrior, take the pencils out your nose. And Miss Thompson, are you eating the chips of paint again? No, they aren't vegan, they're lead-based, and your brain is damaged enough. Please pay attention. A lot of you, shall we say, special students keep saying that satellites are just balloons. And although there have been temporary balloon-mounted weather monitoring systems, that doesn't mean that all satellites are just balloons. Because satellites do things that balloons physically can't. For instance, an American satellite called GEO-3, or the Geostationary Operational Environment Satellite System, was in operation for 38 years. Launched in 1978 and placed into a geostationary orbit, it was used for weather forecasting for the USA until, once unusable for its original design, it was repurposed as a communications satellite until being decommissioned in 2016. The position of satellites can be tracked by anybody, and a geostationary orbit requires a satellite to be 22,236 miles above the surface of Earth and to have a tangential speed of 1.91 miles per second. Under all known laws of physics, there are no balloons capable of reaching those heights or speeds, let alone maintaining them for 38 years. Now, some homework for you guys. There is a video online by Red's Rhetoric where him and a friend called Astronomy Live measured the speed and distance to the ISS. Please go and watch it and try not to get lost on the way home. I've told you those flat Earth maps don't work. Let's move on to another f***ing idiot. Sorry, I mean flat earther, who calls himself Level Earth Observer. I've covered him once before on my channel, where he said that cranes prove the Earth is flat. And I know Simon Dan has covered him a few times as well. He has an issue with the astronauts after they arrived at the ISS and docked. Let's hear what stupid he comes up with.
Meanwhile, supposedly in the ISS, the two heroes have just joined.
the ISS coming through the hatch. Pay particular attention to our mate here on the right in the black top.
Yes, they are absolutely heroes. They've achieved something that very few humans have managed to do. They studied and worked hard for years to even be considered, to be accepted into astronaut training, and we should look up to them and strive to be like them. Of course, the mentally deficient herd you hang around in probably don't have the qualities NASA are looking for. But okay, let's watch the guy on the right.
His left hand on the right is almost like he's unhitching a cable. So pay particular attention to the astronaut on the right hand side and his left hand. So let's have a look. And again, what's he doing there? Once more.
Maybe, just maybe, he was putting his hand in his belt buckle, or maybe, just maybe, the arm movement seemed a little strange to us because he doesn't have a downward force acting on his arms like he would on Earth. I mean, I've heard of grasping for straws, but come on, man.
It's almost like our mate there is doing his little trick with his harness there to stop himself moving a bit too far. Again, rumbled.
Guys, is it just me, or do none of you watching see a harness there either? Or even any evidence of a harness? It seems to me that Level Earth Observer is being a dumbass and making things up. But you can all come to your own conclusions. Next up, we have a brief video from a Flerf that thinks Elon Musk has rats over 8 feet long.
Saturday, May 30th, 2020, a live feed was aired by news and government outlets showing SpaceX and NASA collaborating to launch 2 astronauts, Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, into orbit to join the International Space Station. The launch finally took place at the Launch Complex 39A in Florida after a weather delay on May 27th, 3 days earlier. Many viewers noticed a small rodent crawling across the Merlin engine during the broadcast.
Yeah, apart from the fact that the apparent rodent would have to be bigger than me, there is only one rodent that I know of badass enough to hitch a lift to space on a rocket.
He's amazing. He's the strongest, he's the quickest, he's the best. Danger Mouse. Danger Mouse.
While that sounds cute in itself, the moment this rodent made his live TV appearance was after the rocket carrying the 2 astronauts had achieved an altitude of 200 kilometers, which is approximately 124 miles high. And the craft was traveling 13,000 kilometers per hour, which is 8,000 miles an hour, or Mach 10. The rodent moving around on the engine metal was seemingly unaffected by the immense speed, air friction, extreme temperatures, or lack of oxygen. Saturday's footage leaves many clear-thinking scientists and physicists to question the validity of these claims in media productions. A mouse shouldn't be casually walking across the metal engine of a craft, supposedly traveling at Mach 10.
I can guarantee that not one single scientist or physicist looked at that and thought it was a rodent of any kind. What you're seeing is solid waste from the rocket exhaust. If we speed up the footage and watch, you can clearly see more of it accumulating. Other angles even show how it builds up and slides round to the other side. There are also missions with better lighting that show the phenomenon more clearly and even see the solid waste fly off into space. That literally took me 2 minutes to research. Flat earthers are all dumb as f***. To finish off, let's take a look at a flat earther called Tim Osman of the Infinite Plane Society. He thinks he has caught SpaceX faking everything.
Look at the 2 launches, one on the left, one on the right, landings rather. These are the SpaceX Falcon 9 landings. The one on the left, which is slightly bluer than the other, is from May the 30th, 2020.
Rubik says that clone looks like he ate the other
And this
one.
was this Dragon capsule that took the astronauts to the Magic Flying Castle space station thing.
So, old Timmy Boy has 2 videos up, one which says it was from the recent launch and one that says it is from 2016.
So what I want to draw your attention to is the still shot that we're looking at now, the frame, because these are purported to be 4 years apart. So what we're looking at shouldn't be carbon copies of one another.
And he is actually right. If there is a recording of 2 different events, then they shouldn't look exactly the same. But here is the thing. Flat Earth research fails once again. The footage that says it is from the SpaceX launch a couple of weeks ago isn't. SpaceX haven't even put out a camera angle like that from the recent launch. Someone took the launch from 2016, recolored it, and posted it claiming it was from the recent launch. And then a flat earther saw a video on YouTube and just believed it without ever checking to see if it actually came from SpaceX, which it categorically didn't. An example of flat earthers literally believing anything they see on YouTube. And with that, that is all the stupid that I can take for today. I want to once again thank Simon, Dan and NASA for forcing me to cover for Dan. And if you'd like to see more of me, then please...
You can definitely see more of you, Craig. I mean, there's way more of you than there should be there. Well, thank you for the few super chats I've had there. Clements for the 10 Canadian dollars. Appreciate it. Mr. E-Man, $2 Canadian. Can Dick Quain explain what is meant by parallel? No, he can't. No.
Okay, cool. Well, that was awesome. I did not expect that. And we just hit a milestone of 3,000, 30% towards our goal. Thank you, everybody. Now I'm going to add Samuel to the stage. How are you?
Hello, I'm doing good.
Cool. You're a flat earth.
Po vibes tingling.
Well, for the purposes of this, I guess I am, yeah.
What does that mean?
So that means no, he's not a flat earther. Oh.
I'm just here to make a case for flat earth and...
Robert Gnome, thank you for joining. Welcome to Scrappers. You've added 3 minutes back to the timer, which is at 17 hours and 42 minutes. And I actually need to add another 3 minutes because of the super chat totals. There we go. Thank you, Tay. I appreciate it.
Give me any question that you like, and we'll see what we can come up with.
Okay, awesome. Where are you coming from today?
I'm in England.
Okay, fantastic. So you're up there with Dave McKeegan.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I'm going to share my screen and ask you a question.
Thank you, Robert Gnome. I appreciate it, my friend.
Okay?
Okay.
All right, give me 1 second here. All right. Okay. Have you ever heard flat earthers?
Hey, Tony. The charity this was for is Exodus Road, which is to stop trafficking. And Jim Daniels gifted another 10 memberships. Thank you, Jim. Back up to 18 hours and 14 minutes. You dick. Planet Peterson just stopped his live stream. Maybe you can interview him. I'll probably have time for him to come on. I've got a bunch of things planned at the moment.
Take a picture or take a video at the beach, looking out over the ocean, and they ask Globers, "Where's the curve?"
I've heard of where people take cameras and they'll film over the horizon of like an ocean at boats to do the experiment of whether a boat will sink over the horizon or not.
Yeah, I'm just talking about just the horizon itself. Flat earthers have done this like countless times. They take a picture and they say it looks flat to me, or they say, "Where's the curve?" Can you tell me where the curve is on this line, please?
Thank you.
Hang on. It's better. I've got the stream on TV.
Okay.
At the moment, there's no curve.
Okay.
I can see.
All right. So what's fascinating is that this line that you're looking at is the Earth. It's from a 2-meter observer height. So this would be a 6-foot adult looking out over the ocean, and you don't see a curve. So Samuel, this is super important for me. Flat earthers need to stop looking out at the ocean, taking pictures of it and asking where the curve is, because the globe model says there is no visible curve. Make sense?
So, as in, from this perspective, obviously, it's not curved at the moment, or it appears flat, but is there any proof to say that if you were to look in any other position from the Earth, that it would appear curved?
You would have to get higher than 6 feet to see curvature.
Okay. Well, obviously, a lot of flat earthers say that if you did get higher, or that there's certain aspects, because you've got refraction in the air as well, that they say, that light, if you look at the person on for the donation.
There's no point like listening. So that is actually the end of that for now. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to cover an Eric Dubay video. Because I hear he released one that people are talking about. And then we're going to check out some CC, because he's been pumping out some videos. And that should probably take us up to in about 2 hours, where I'll be over on Modern Day Debates, debating the topic, is God real? Which is literally an indefensible position for the other person to hold. All he has is presuppositions and assumptions. I don't have to do really anything apart from point out how ridiculous it is. Fits of Rage, member for 3 months, says, FTFE used to be so fat that NASA needed 2 transporters for him in that last video. That's why it always cost so much, because I was so fucking big. Mr. E-Man says, no, just no, 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 please no. To which bit? Now, guys, we have been going for 3 hours and 52 minutes. And getting close to 4 hours. And, well, when I started, it was 45 minutes. But then it instantly jumped up to about 18 hours. And in the 4 hours, it hasn't gone below 18 hours, really, for long. I'm going to get a visit from, like, some time entity that's pissed off at me because I've broken it. Dan Demand, €2.49. Did we break Dick Wayne? Damn. And that... No, the fresh... Oh, okay, the next one will be 150, I see, okay. Anyway, let's bring up Eric Bidet. What do you mean I'm offline? I'm clearly not. Alright. Really don't care about him being in Thailand. But a flat earther versus top NASA astronomers.
Back where they began.
Which is ironic straight away, because Eric Dubay, he's putting this as though it's some kind of debate, but Eric Dubay has never debated anyone in his life. Borg Emporio says that FTFE is the god of content creation on YouTube. Thank you very much, I appreciate the kind words, my friend, but I'd be nothing without all of you. Alright, are you ready to be half bored to sleep with the droning noise that is apparently Eric Dubay's voice? Mr. E-Man points out he's a horrible person. Yes, he is.
What's odd is there are people who think Earth is flat. Right. But recognize that the moon is round. Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and the sun are all spheres. But Earth is flat.
It's hard to even begin, actually, to talk about what a flat Earth would be like, because it's just so impossible.
Here, you asked the question, what are some of the easiest ways that you can prove that the Earth is round? Because apparently this is something that we're debating. I have no idea why. That's a hard thing for me to even start talking about, because there are so many proofs that the Earth is round, it's difficult to know where to start.
It's so clearly obvious that the world isn't flat.
I really appreciate Eric Dubay starting with that. Good job, mate. Duffy, what are we watching? We're watching Eric Dubay not debate because he's a coward. Jim Daniels for $5 says, I don't know who renamed Dubay to Bidet, but thanks. Eric Bidet. Oh shit, yeah, I should probably put the video up, you're right. Thank. You sure no one's as gorgeous me? Dick Wayne isn't here because he clearly didn't get permission from his mum to stay up this late.
Or being indoctrinated into the heliocentric globe lie, what is actually so clearly obvious is that the world is flat and motionless. No sovereign-minded adult
If you're a fucking moron
or child without previous exposure to the heliocentric globe myth would ever find such a thing to be so clearly obvious, because there is no empirical evidence whatsoever to support it.
Well, Eric Debate's thing is he just lies and pretends it's truth because there is exclusively empirical evidence to show the Earth is a globe. In fact, there is only evidence for that. There is no evidence the Earth is flat. And any critical thinker can look at the world around them and determine that it's not flat. Especially if you go to sea and say, oh, that's a horizon. Oh, wait, no, it's not flat. That doesn't make any sense if there's a horizon. Jaybird Max 199 says, Dick. I just had dick in my mouth and I loved it. Did you just make me say that so it could be clipped? Rubik's.
The horizon always appears perfectly flat, 360 degrees around everyone, regardless of altitude.
Incorrect. Go up high enough and it's definitely curved. We've proven that many times. Mage 2, Mr. Sensible. But, you know, at sea level, it really kind of should be flat. Because the horizon is an equidistant circle around you. Because the Earth curves the same direction all around you. Simple. Bit like you, Eric. Eric's never, ever, ever going to debate anyone.
All amateur balloon, rocket, plane, and drone footage show a completely flat horizon over 20 plus miles high, with only NASA and other government space agencies showing curvature in their fake CGI photos and
Why is he lying? Sorry. Wait, hold on. Where is it? Here we go. Not an agency
Asked
or
for
anything.
It was a fantastic mainstream
fisheye.
is straight. The issue is there to demonstrate that the image itself has not been manipulated. Distortion up or
There we go. Eric's a liar. It's simple. There's proof that he's a liar. Yeah, Jaybird Max using the fact that I am legally obliged to say whatever is put in super chats to my detriment. You guys can make me do that as well if you hate me enough, I guess. 18 hours and 3 minutes left.
or down.
Thank you, Mr. Sensible. We miss you. Not he's dead, we just, we don't know where he is right now, really.
Fisheye lens videos. Thus, what is clearly obvious is that Australians are not hanging upside down relative to Americans on a fantastical spinning ball.
Yeah, that's a lovely assumption. You're just saying a thing and showing a ridiculous meme which strawmans what we claim. It doesn't make it fact, Eric. And your videos are just literally full of I say thing, therefore thing true. I'd call you a fucking idiot, but I'd have to apologize to all the fucking idiots again. Pardon me.
And you cannot dig a hole to China and find more sky below you. It requires years of indoctrination using computer graphics, camera trickery, and generations of lying Freemasonic astronauts to...
Did any of those exist 2,000 years ago when the Greeks were pretty damn sure the Earth was a fucking globe? No. Oh, Bill Tetley, why would you do that? Inciter says, how would he ever prove that Australians are upside down relative to Americans? He'd have to go to space. But it's all fake, right? I'm up for sending Eric Debate to space. Not bringing him back.
make people believe such things. All young children uncontacted tribes, and others free from globe indoctrination rightly assume the Earth to be a level, motionless plane because it...
No, they don't. That's just not true. You're just saying a thing. If you've not taught it, then you think the Earth's flat. No, you only think the Earth's flat if you didn't understand what you were taught at school. Because, Eric, you were the person at school that, that you'd be like, where's all the fucking crayons gone again? Oh, Eric, have you eaten the crayons again? And you'd be like, no, miss, no. Whilst you've got like purple and blue mashed up running down your face. Sir Little Wolf says, how many uncontacted tribes are there left? Not that many. That we know of, I guess.
It is perceivably, empirically, and objectively so. Only after having our common sense and personal experience of the world completely obliterated by heliocentric brainwashing could one believe otherwise.
I have friends who have been on the International Space Station. They have orbited the Earth once every 90 minutes. I've had personal experience with people that have been up in space and can see with their own eyes that the Earth is round. And of course, we've taken all these amazing pictures from space. They're so beautiful, all those pictures of the Earth. So I don't really know what's going on right now with this Earth is flat thing.
Oh, I do. Lack of education, parents inbreeding, people having kids that probably shouldn't have kids because they're too fucking stupid in the first place, passing on their idiotic beliefs, cult indoctrination, and blind worship. That's what's going on. It's a danger to science. May I just remind everybody that Christianity held humanity back for hundreds of years thanks to the Dark Ages. Oh, is that Basil, whatever it is, back in the chat in a different one? No.
Here Michelle condescendingly delivers two more examples of sophistry, namely hearsay and another appeal to authority. Because she has some fellow Freemason Eastern Star actor-not friends who claim the Earth is a spinning ball, Michelle wants us to accept that kind of second-hand hearsay as scientific proof. Then she laughs and talks about...
She didn't once suggest that it was scientific proof, you fucking dipshit. Why do you just want to lie all the time? It's the only way that you can get across your thing. And this stupid fucking meme that we've talked about over and over and over. Oh, fuck, I don't have it saved on there anymore. I accidentally deleted all the setup stuff that I've been doing on my PC recently. It was very annoying. Bear with me. That's in the Facebook folder, I believe. There we go. Yeah. There we go, Eric. Right. That is two pictures of the same globe. Please ignore the shattered screen. All right. It's simply cameras, Eric. And I can demonstrate it even easier like this, right? If I put this ball up really close, all right, I'll get, where is it? Look at the edge of Africa here. All right, see where my finger is the edge of Africa up close, but if you go further away, more and more of Africa appears. My finger was more at the edge before. It's simple. Bill Tetley, $10, says, Eric Boudet is only a waste of atoms and energy on this planet that has a voice that is punchable. The smugness and arrogance dripping from his face hole is infuriating. I have to agree, but also disagree that he's the only one because Nathan Oakley also follows that particular thing. But that means we have to add 3 minutes to the timer. Taking us back up to 18 hours. You guys do not want it to drop below 18 hours, do you? We are 4 hours and 5 minutes in.
About pictures. Pictures like these, you mean? And these?
Yes, pictures like these, which you don't understand.
Michelle was...
Clearly not a bubble, because that's not how bubbles react. You don't get singular bubbles. And it kind of went on a bit of a zigzag path there. Yeah.
Was directly asked for scientific proofs of her claim, and the first two she gives are because other people.
So there's dirt and debris on the outside of the space station, which when they're doing stuff gets bashed around. Very simple, very easy to explain, unless you're a conspiracy theorist fucking nut job and you just don't care about reason.
Will say so, and because there's pictures. Well, Michelle, I know you already know this, but people can lie. Pictures can be faked, and neither of those are permissible as scientific evidence. So why are you dancing around the question with sophistry and condescension instead of just...
Look, you're debunking yourself. Look at all of these bubbles travelling in exactly the same direction. Not what you were showing just now.
Providing actual proof of your claim.
So tell me, Neil, is the Earth flat?
We have video from space of the rotating spherical Earth. The Earth is round.
Thank you for joining us on this episode.
Just like NASA's other spokesperson, Michelle Thaler.
He's literally showing lies on screen because these are actually all the same mission. And they've just labelled them as different ones. Plus the one on the bottom right there is just completely fake. So who's the liar? That would be Eric Dubé, because he's knowingly posting false information, claiming that all of these are different Apollo missions. Not true. Dick Wayne, I've got an hour and 50 minutes before I need to go over to Modern Day Debates. Come on and have a chat with me for a little bit before your mum has to tell you to go to bed.
Neil deGrasse Tyson's first go-to answer when asked for scientific evidence that Earth is a spinning ball says, "We know because pictures." You mean pictures?
He said videos, for a
Go-to
start.
answer when asked for scientific evidence.
Do we notice any difference? Yes. One's clearly taken whilst being closer to the moon with a different type of camera. And it's a bit more zoomed in. Oh, Eric, you don't understand how zoom works. Is that this? What's happening here? Huh? Cowder V says, Eric Douchebay lies. No way. Rubber Gnome says you're going on Modern Day Debate during this stream. Cool. Yes, in about an hour and 50 minutes, I'll be over there debating, is God real? And I've already written out my intro and everything, and, pretty sure he's just going to, plead intelligent design, which I'm going to rip apart. The human body is literally showing that there's not much intelligent design. This thing's fucking shite.
Evidence that Earth is a spinning ball says, "We know because pictures."
He said videos.
You mean pictures like these, Neil? Pictures like these?
What was his issue there? No, it's not. Again, that's really quite close to the Earth. So it's not showing all the bits that are lit up. So it says, on this cartoon world, it is dark in Tokyo, Moscow, London, New York, Los Angeles, Honolulu, and Sydney simultaneously. So this is like the Middle Eastern Peninsula, right, with Africa and Madagascar. So, Moscow will be around there. London.
Like these, Neil?
Up there. And, yeah, but this is really close, like I've said. It's not showing all the bits that are light.
Pictures like these? And we have...
Oh no! Different cameras. For different jobs. With different lenses. I've got pictures of me in black and white. Does that mean that they're fake? Jaybird Max says, sorry, I'm just here to say stupid shit as the Flerf run off, rubbed off on you. Is that what's going on? Oh, pretty much, Rubbergnome, yes. Rubbergnome says, creationists. We are created by an infallible being you can't comprehend with logic. Trust me, bro. Yeah. God, this is going to be so easy. Is God real? No. Debate over? Charge your phone, charge your phone. Who wants to buy me a new phone? You saw the smashes. Please, I'm begging you, give me money. I'm joking. If you want to keep me streaming, though, and punish me, then gift a membership or buy a membership or upgrade your current membership.
Video from space of the rotating spherical Earth, he says.
Mm-hmm.
You mean videos like these, Neil? Well...
Yeah, that's clearly a time-lapse. It's, you know, of the ISS going over Earth. Or Eric, just saying like this in a sarcastic tone isn't debunking anything. It's just you being a douchebag, Eric Douchebay. See how he titled it? A Flat Earther versus top NASA astronomers. Except no, it's not.
I know you already know this, but pictures and videos like these obvious CGIs can be and are faked. And neither of those are...
Rubik's, I was joking, honestly. It was my phone's absolutely fine. I was literally just doing a joke to trigger Dick. Don't clip me saying I want to trigger Dick. I said don't clip me...
permissible as scientific evidence.
All our physics is constructed now. The physics of orbits, actually things going around the Earth, is all constructed with three-dimensional spherical world.
The physics of orbits of things going around the Earth are constructed for a 3D spherical world. The key word here...
Yeah, because Earth is 3D and spherical, and that's why the orbits work. That's what he said, right?
Here is constructed. Working mathematical models can be constructed and made to work with any kind of physics or orbits and modeled in 3D, as you can...
Yeah, but then when you compare them to reality and use them to, you know, put satellites in space, it kind of shows that your modeling was correct.
See with modern video games and graphics software. This does not mean that these working physics models coincide with the actual natural world. NASA, in fact, admits over and over again in their mathematical models and official documentation that they are actually making all calculations assuming a flat and motionless Earth.
Okay, the mistruths he just told there is that NASA are using a flat Earth for all of their calculations. No. For simple modeling, for modeling simplification, to make the maths easier, you kind of just look at a local level and what that means and do the maths on that. And at a local level, it's no difference between the flat and the curved. So there's no point adding in the curved math because it's more complicated, even though it's slightly more accurate. For the modeling simplification, you don't need to be 100% accurate. And this isn't even what you're showing there, a NASA thing. Is actually from subject matter expert Andrew, can't remember his name, sorry. The relationship is correct for a flat Earth and a flat atmosphere. Yeah, really.
And not a tilting, wobbling, spinning oblate sphere.
And the pictures from space show our world as a globe. And yet somehow, there are some people that still seem to believe that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that's because brain damage is unfortunately a thing in our world. Some parents just did not care about their kids and were obsessed with hacky sack. And, well, one thing led to another. Boof, 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 brain damage, flat earther.
And yet again, when you ask supposed scientists how they know the Earth is a globe, they inevitably offer up the suggestion that pictures prove it. Picture.
I need your driver's license insurance.
I don't
yeah,
need
but
to
why
provide.
don't you have any pictures of the flat Earth? It's simple. We've got pictures, you don't. Therefore, we win.
Pictures like these, Dr. Stewart.
Right, so this is Robert Simmons, who made the blue marble that was on like iPhones, and it was made from low passes over Earth with low altitude satellites that could not take pictures of the whole Earth. Imagine this is the Earth, this is the satellite. It was like this close. So as it goes round, it takes strips of pictures until it's orbited the entire Earth. And then this man here took that data and put it onto the Earth. No one ever said that it was a photo of the Earth.
Anakin.
All right, buddy, how you doing, little guy? How's it going? Hey, little man. Wanna go for a road, daddy? Gotta get this. Oh yeah, go for a road, daddy. Go for a road, daddy. Baby, I dropped him again. Drop little Nathan.
Damn it, that's the 10th time this week you dropped baby Nathan on his head.
Hey, little guy. Oh shit, he's face down in lead paint. He's making a mess.
Sorry. JSS Tiger $2 says, please watch Dubai's takedown of top astronomers. I'm currently doing that, my friend. Oh, G-Cat, the astronaut is not feeling well. Well, all my love and thoughts to you. I'd pray, but that would be useless because God isn't real. So I'll just, send good vibes your way and hope you feel better soon. Yeah, well, you can't add that super chat back.
Pictures like these. And these.
I mean, I can keep explaining the same thing over and over. Different cameras, different altitudes, different wavelengths captured. Oh my goodness me, Eric, you are a scumbag that just knows that you are lying to the dregs of Flat Earth that are left to continue your grift online. How many fucking views does this have? 46,000 views. All right, that's probably a couple £100 in ad revenue. Maybe $300 in ad revenue. Right, it's all a fucking lie. Anyone's a grifter, it's this guy, because he's lying.
I know you already know this, but pictures like these obvious CG images can be and are faked, and are not permissible as scientific evidence.
Because he said so, guys. Because Eric Dubay said they're not permissible, therefore they're not. Because Eric Dubay is the, the one that decides what is and isn't science. There was a word there I was trying to use and I couldn't think of it. Eric Dubay is the... No, judge is not the word I wanted. I'm struggling with words since my concussion. I'm sure that I get better.
What's odd is there are people who think Earth is flat. Right. But recognize that the moon is round, Mercury, Venus...
You did this bit, Eric. That was like back here. You're playing repeats within 7 minutes. Yonderstone, in 1 hour and 40 minutes, I'll be debating Wi-Fi Gospel. I'll be debating Wits on the same topic. November 17th in Tennessee. Oh my god, I'm debating Wits it. I'm still going to live stream an interaction with him and watch him freak out.
Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and the Sun are all spheres, but Earth is flat. That's not, something doesn't square.
Something doesn't jive, right?
Okay.
So like a magician who distracts you with one hand while fooling you with the other, Neil commits what I call the appeal to the sky fallacy, claiming to provide scientific proof for the shape of the Earth under our feet by looking at a light in the sky. That's right. When you ask scientists for empirical, measurable proof of the shape of the Earth beneath our feet, they invariably, inevitably turn their noses up to the sky and start talking about the shape of things up there.
No, this is one way that we can determine with predictions. If it's not just about the shape of the Earth, it's about the universe that we live in and our movements relative to the other things. So if we say that we are a rotating globe in space going around the sun, etc., then we can make predictions about what the stars will be doing if the Earth is what we say. And then we check that. Again, it's just you being a lazy person, Eric, and dismissing evidence because you don't want to do the work yourself. But the thing is, we don't just have to look at the sky. You can look at the ground, and it's been done many times. mctoon.net/r. There's loads of surveyors from throughout history measuring the ground. Robin, I'm debating Wits it in person. Yes, I fucking am. It's going to be amazing. I should probably put that on silent.
Imagine inviting a contractor over to your house to measure the dimensions of your floor, and he immediately gets out his tape measure and starts measuring all the recessed lights in the ceiling.
This is some sort of strange
Well, actually, measuring the inside of an area is a good thing to know that things are level and compared to each other. If the building's made perfectly level and exactly dimensionally correct in every way, then you could look at the plans and measure the ceiling, and that would tell you what the floor was compared to the plans. Yonderstone $5 says, Wi-Fi Gospel is a pre-sup Phil bro. Please call him out on his circular reasoning and special pleading over and over and over. Make him cry. I will. Dude, this is the easiest fucking debate ever. Is God real? Oh my lord. No, nobody can prove that by any way. He's going to presuppose everything. Paul says, leave him alone. Eric Dobby is the greatest yoga physicist in Bangkok. Stream ends in 17 hours and 41 minutes, guys. When I started this stream 4 hours and 25 minutes ago, I had 45 minutes on the timer, which was counting down. So after 45 minutes, the stream should have ended. But we're still going 4 hours and 23 minutes later with 17 hours and 41 on the timer. You can increase that length by adding a membership or £10 worth of superchats. Yes, English money. That's what it counts up on my thing. And memberships add 3 minutes. Gifted memberships add 3 minutes. And upgrades to memberships add 3 minutes. Unless you upgrade to final form, then I'll add 10 minutes. Thank you very much for all the support. It means the world. Also, smash that like button, share the stream with your friends, and more importantly, your enemies.
I don't know where it comes from. And it's something where I keep getting this question. We really need to put this question to bed because we've known the Earth is a sphere for a long time. I actually said this to somebody. I couldn't believe they'd never thought of it. That, with binoculars, you can see planets. You can see Saturn and Jupiter. You can see Mars with a telescope, the sun, the moon, everything else you see in the solar system is a sphere. So we're the one thing that is different. And that actually made somebody who was more interested in actually hearing information. That actually got them to think. They're like, you're right. Everything else we take a picture of is a sphere.
And again with the appeal to the sky fallacy. The only place we see spheres in the sky is NASA's CG.
Again, I'm just going to get Astronomy Live out. This is Astronomy Live, literally recording a moon, spherical moon, putting a shadow on a spherical planet, which is casting its spherical shadow onto its circular rings behind it. Nothing NASA, nothing CGI, just a really cool dude in a telescope. Eric Dubay can eat a dick, and he probably does in Bangkok. I have no proof of that. That was just a dig.
CGI photos and videos. When amateur astronomers photograph and record the stars and planets, here is what we see. Are these spheres?
Yeah, and they're badly focused with something not designed to zoom in on the stars, like a telescope or a really powerful camera. If you use a shitty camera and point it at a light, it will overload the sensor.
Are these spheres? And even if they were spheres, what on earth does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
So, if you want to say Earth is flat...
What does it have to do with the shape of the Earth, Eric? It's because all of those spheres match the predictions of us also being a sphere and being able to see things based on our shape at certain times and our movements throughout space. Every single thing about the stars backs up the Earth being a rotating globe. The fact that you don't understand it just shows that, you know, you've obviously tripped over far too many times doing yoga and smashed your face on your instructor's butt crack. F.111 says, fuck Eric Dubay. I would rather not if it's all the same to you. $200 of you watching, only 156 likes. Remember, I have a personal app that controls Daniel Pratt after installing a chip into, well, not really the brain, but that goo that's there. And I have all of your addresses. And if you don't hit the like button right now, I can and will send Daniel Pratt directly to your home. I'm going to wait 30 seconds for those likes to go up, or Random is having Daniel Pratt go to his house. More. Come on, there's more of you than that. Press the like button. Come on. This is blackmail. Yes, I'm blackmailing you. Right, fine. Well, Random's getting Daniel Pratt to his house then. I'm sorry. You guys decided that, not me. Thanks for the love, guys. I appreciate it.
Then, for example, lunar eclipses. What's a lunar eclipse? If your face is the brilliant sun.
Thank you.
And this is Earth, and the moon is over here. The sun is always casting Earth's shadow into space. It's always there no matter what.
Right.
So the moon occasionally passes through that shadow. And if you see the shape of Earth's shadow on the moon, it is always round. Always round. If Earth were flat, sometimes you get like a flat shadow.
Right.
And we've never seen a flat shadow.
Right.
To this.
Yeah. And Eric's going to say, that's not what we say, blah, 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 blah. We're not in space orbiting. But, you know, what the fuck is an eclipse on the flat Earth? Just, you know, the argument they come up with is usually something like a black sun or something, you know? I need a container. Oh, is that a Flerf in the chat? Neil Snake in DeGrasse Tyson. Are you a Flerf or are you? I'm not sure now. Any Flerf is welcome to come and join this stream. I've got 90 minutes before I'm over on Modern Day Debates.
Today, heliocentrists still offer this argument as proof of a spherical Earth, claiming that during lunar eclipses, the Sun, Earth, and Moon align in a perfect 180-degree syzygy like 3 billiard balls, causing the Sun to cast the Earth's shadow onto the Moon. This clever but faulty assumption is rendered completely invalid, however, due to the fact that lunar eclipses have happened and continue to happen regularly when both the Sun and Moon are still visible together above the horizon. As early as the time of Pliny the Elder, there are records of eclipses happening while both the sun and moon were visible in the sky, and continue to be recorded by the Royal Astronomical Society today. Obviously, if the sun and moon are both observable simultaneously during an eclipse, then they are not aligned in 180-degree syzygy, and it is therefore impossible that the sun could be casting Earth's shadow on the moon.
I'm
And
going to that
instead,
again. Sorry,
Pliny
I
the
was
Elder
dealing with something
map
else.
is rendered 180-degree lunar eclipses
Like a flat shadow. Right. We've never seen a flat shadow.
Sorry.
To this day, heliocentrists still offer this argument as proof of a spherical Earth, claiming that during lunar eclipses, the sun, earth, and moon align in a perfect 180-degree syzygy like 3 billiard balls, causing the sun to cast the Earth's shadow onto the moon.
Yes, exactly. That's what happens. And where's the issue?
This clever but faulty assumption is rendered completely invalid, however, due to the fact that lunar eclipses have happened and continue to happen regularly when both the sun and moon are still...
Right, look at this diagram. Here's the thing. The sun rays are doing both this at the top and this. There's parallel rays. There's rays going from here to over here. You know, the sun is a sphere. It's sending out light in every single direction.
Have happened and continue to happen regularly when both the sun and moon are still visible together above the horizon. As early as the time of Pliny the Elder, still happened and completely invalid, however, due to the fact that lunar eclipses have happened and continue to happen regularly when both the sun and moon are still visible together above the horizon.
Was he talking about Chanelian? What's it called? The impossible eclipse that is due to refraction. I can't remember what it's called. Chanelian? No, that's a mountain. You guys know what I mean. But yeah, it's when the sun and the moon are, close enough to our horizon that refraction brings them up at the same time and does an eclipse. Selenian. Give me a second. Selenian. Is that right? Senelian. I did it. Hey. Senelian eclipse. Words are hard. No, not Mandalorian.
As early as the time of Pliny the Elder, there are records of eclipses happening while both the sun and moon were visible in the sky, and continue to be recorded by the Royal Astronomical Society today. Obviously, if the sun...
You ask anyone at the Royal Astronomical Society what shape they think the Earth is, and they're going to go, "Don't ask me stupid questions, you fucking moron. Get out, please." Yes, dude, guys, words are hard, okay? Leave me alone. Genuinely. So, if you don't know, last Monday I gave myself pretty bad concussion. I had ridiculously bad cramp happen, which sent me into a vasovagal syncope, and basically my brain shut down and I hit the floor, gave myself concussion and a hematoma. I've mostly recovered, but I have noticed that words are hard. My brain is not retrieving the correct words in the way that I was before, and I'm sure that I'll come back in time. But, obviously still a little bit shooken inside my head. So I do apologize if I'm not wording right. Like I kept saying the St. John's Bible, the King John's Bible instead of the King James Bible the other day. That was weird. Dick ran away, I see. Dick, you in the chat? No, Dick ran away.
Sun and moon are both observable simultaneously during an eclipse, then they are not aligned in 180-degree syzygy, and it is therefore impossible that the sun could be casting Earth's shadow on the moon, and some other explanation must be sought.
Yeah, so we're waiting. Give us another explanation, because we've got one. We know what happens and how it happens. So, there's that.
Another explanation, in fact, already existed in many cultures around.
So, everything that we say about the globe is false and stupid, But
the world, who posited that a third celestial body, known as Rahu, or the Black Sun, also existed, equal in size to the sun and moon.
there we go. Magic black sun that nobody can see. And apparently, guys, that is much more logical and sensible than, you know, the 3D world that we observe and measure. Fuck me. Yeah, I know, Colorado, not Ohio, which is in Cleveland. I keep saying, I don't know why I say Colorado. It's Cleveland. I know, I'm sorry, Rubik's. Sir Little Wolf's like, I can't type, need a nap. Fuck off. I can't talk. Or stop streaming for 17 and a half hours. Ooh, guys, 17 and a half? You've let that drop, haven't you?
This translucent dark body passed affront the sun and moon during eclipses, causing their lights to dim.
I'll let you hear that again, guys.
Also existed, equal in size, already existed in many cultures around the world, who posited that a third celestial body, known as Rahu, or the Black Sun, also existed, equal in size to the sun and moon. This translucent dark body passed affront the sun and moon during eclipses, causing their lights to dim. But regardless of what causes the moon's light...
Magic black sun nobody can see unless it's in front of moon or sun is the reason. And what you guys say is stupid and wrong. Oh my fucking lord. He has to be a po and a grifter, right?
Lights to dim during lunar eclipses, it has absolutely nothing to do with offering scientific proof of the shape of the Earth.
There's a famous experiment conducted by...
Except, once again, it matches all predictions that we could ever make. Eric Douchebay. Guys, if you don't know what a douche is, by the way, just Google it.
Eratosthenes. Eratosthenes. And there are two cities in the old world, and one of them, they knew that at 12 noon on a particular day of the year, that the sun was directly overhead and you could see the bottom of a well.
Oh, okay. How can we use this observation to see...
Mr. E-Man says, does Eric know what translucent means? No, he doesn't. In the slightest.
If Earth's surface is curved, we need another well. Turns out we can't see the bottom of both wells at the same time. What might explain this? Well, there are two possible explanations. First, we could have a flat Earth with a sun that's small and close by, so that the light hits the second well at an angle. Or second, we could have a curved Earth with a sun that's big and far away, so that all the light comes in parallel, but only one well at a time is lit all the way to the bottom.
For his next supposed proof, Neil brings up Eratosthenes.
Robert Gnome says, I'm going to bed with the live stream on. Early morning tomorrow. Thanks for reading my messages and good luck on modern day debates. Cheers. Thank you very much for the support, mate, and welcome to the Craig Cores. I do appreciate it. Enjoy your sleep, you absolute dick.
Who noted that at noon during the summer solstice in Cayenne, the sun cast no shadow and the rays could reach straight to the bottom of his well.
Yeah, that's what they were saying, correct?
Yet meanwhile, in Alexandria, a vertically standing metal rod cast a significant shadow. By factoring the length of the shadow with his assumed distance to the sun, Eratosthenes recorded a measurement of Earth's circumference close to what heliocentrist astronomers still use today.
Yeah, pretty much spot on, to be honest. Good job, Eric, for describing the experiment. Excuse me. Good job, Eric, for describing the experiment that 2,000 years ago proved the Earth's a globe. Excuse me.
The fact of the matter is, however, that Eratosthenes' calculations were made assuming the sun to be millions of miles away, so that its rays would fall perfectly parallel, even in points at...
Turns out he was right. The sun's rays are almost perfectly parallel because it's 93 million miles away and really, 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 really big. So, yeah, good job.
...as divergent as Cayenne and Alexandria. This faulty...
Look at the diagram he's got there, guys. Okay, now, clouds aren't very high, like at all. You know, like they're, you know, a couple of 100 meters up. Sometimes, you know, a kilometer maybe, right? These kind of clouds. So you want to triangulate those rays, which are actually all parallel. But from this perspective, you want to triangulate those rays. It puts the sun literally in those clouds. So, about a kilometer or so up, let's say 10 kilometers to be nice. How does the rest of the world fucking see it? Dooley member for 13 months says, thank you for my gifted sub, whoever you are, you massive legend. Thank you for being a member for 13 months. I appreciate it.
Points as divergent as Cyan and Alexandria. This faulty assumed premise led to his faulty conclusion, which was eventually exposed upon the invention of the nautical sextant. Using sextants in plane trigonometry, by measuring the sun's angle at 2 points on Earth simultaneously and factoring their distance from each other, the Pythagorean theorem reveals both the height and dimensions of the sun.
And impossibly puts it in multiple places at the same time, depending on where you do the measurement from, Eric, because, you know, Earth's curve is 1 degree every 69 miles. So just like if you were to take an angle to Polaris and assume that the angles that you measure triangulate the height, as you move away from Polaris, it actually changes in physical height. So, you know, that's not how that works. You're dumb. Your parents never loved you. And there's a reason you don't get invited to Christmas dinner.
Using this method, the sun and moon have repeatedly been calculated to be approximately 32 miles in diameter, 3,000 miles from the surface of the Earth. High-altitude balloon footage.
And I bet you he could never ever show those calculations. He just pulled those figures out of his rather loose ass. Why it's loose? I don't want to say, but he lives in Thailand. Oh, interesting that you're showing the dog cam, which, you know, 100% showed the curve of the Earth. It was brilliant.
Has also filmed lighting hotspots on clouds, proving the sun to be local and acting as a spotlight, and not a burning ball of gas.
Yeah, so I can, you know, put a mirror on the floor, and it looks like there's a hotspot from the sun right there on the mirror, because it's reflecting the light based on your position. You know, 3D world must really confuse you, Eric. How do you get out of your bedroom? Well, okay, your shack. Oh, okay, your hovel. How do you get out of your hovel? You know, when you don't think the world acts like it should in 3D. Maybe you're still in your hovel, and these videos are a cry for help.
Millions of miles away, as supposed by heliocentrists. After Eratosthenes, the globe Earth theory completely disappeared from philosophical thought and recorded history for almost 2 millennia.
I'll take things that never happened for 500, please, Regis. No, they constantly knew the Earth was a globe, but, you know, religion, unfortunately, did a dumb thing and lied to everybody about a bunch of stuff and held back society and held back the advancement of society in science and technology and engineering for several centuries. You know, once we looked at the maths again, we're like, oh shit, yeah, religion's a bit dumb, isn't it?
Geocentric flat Earth cosmologies continued to reign supreme, with even Eratosthenes himself touted as the father of geography, depicting the Earth as flat in his famous 194 BC map of the world.
No, he didn't depict it flat. He didn't depict it flat. Maps are flat because they're on fucking paper.
So one last thing, which should be obvious, if you pay attention and think about it. If you send a ship straight to the horizon, eventually it begins to disappear until it's no longer visible beyond your horizon. And you should ask yourself, what kind of surface would produce that result?
The ocean,
if it's
the ocean has a ramp.
Seafarers knew this. And so however flat they would have imagined the Earth to be, they couldn't have accepted it to be completely flat, because otherwise you would never not see the ship. Okay.
His next argument, just like the
so what Eric's going to do now is he's chosen a pretty small boat, right? And a camera with kind of low resolution, And as he zooms out, the angular resolution resolving abilities of the camera can no longer pick up that boat because it's, smaller than 1 pixel on the camera. And the boat disappears from view on the camera. That's not the same thing. We want you to look at a large boat and keep zooming in on it until it sails directly away from you and goes over the horizon, and keep bringing it back. Not a thing you can do. Here you go, guys. I've just told you what's going to happen. Enjoy the lies.
Previous to comes from ancient Greek philosophers who have been debunked since the time they were presented, even way back then.
Debunked because he says it is? Yes. Aye.
The fact that NASA's top modern globe proofs are still simply regurgitating long refuted claims from over 2,000 years ago should...
I don't think that NASA's top globe proof is Eratosthenes. I don't think that's a thing that NASA say. Don't worry about the videos, the live streams, the pictures, the astronauts in space. Don't worry about all that. We're just going to, base everything we say on the Greek guy from a couple of thousand years ago. Eric, how do you sleep at night? Oh, heroin, right?
Raise some suspicion. The fact of the matter is that the law of perspective on plane surfaces dictates and necessitates this occurrence. For example, a girl wearing a dress walking away towards the horizon will appear to sink into the earth the farther away she walks.
No, she won't. Not on a flat surface. That's not a thing that happens. This diagram is bullshit. This diagram, in fact, has the Earth ramping up.
Her feet will disappear from view first, and the distance between the ground and the bottom of her dress will gradually diminish until after about half a mile, it seems like her dress is...
She's walking into quicksand is the problem, guys. And Eric's just willing to let her walk. He's like, look, see, she's disappearing on a flat Earth. When in fact she's screaming, help me! Why is no one helping me? I'm sinking, I'm gonna die.
Touching the ground as she walks on invisible legs. The same happens with cars speeding away. The axles gradually get lower, and the wheels vanish until it appears as if the car...
Yeah, when the car goes over a hill, you're right. Yeah, that's exactly what happens.
...is gliding along its body. Such is the case on plane surfaces. The lowest parts of objects receding from a given point of observation necessarily disappear before the highest. Now, with modern telescopes and cameras, we can prove this as well by successfully zooming in on ships that have gone beyond the horizon and bringing them completely back into full view, hull and all.
That's never happened. Ever.
You can see if you go up on...
Oh, yeah. He said a thing, but didn't show a video of it happening. Interesting.
To a tall tower or a hill, and you see more over the horizon.
Rising in altitude always allows an observer to see further regardless of the shape of the ground beneath.
Except the one on the right isn't allowing you to see further. There's no reason why on a flat Earth you see further if you go higher. It makes perfect sense on a globe, but you've kind of made the globe disappear. Alright, I want you to read what it says. No matter how big the sphere is assumed to be, the horizon always falls from eye level, which illustration corresponds to the reality we can always observe. Well, the one on the left, because the horizon drops from eye level every single fucking time.
This is also part of the law of perspective on plane surfaces.
What's the law of perspective then, Eric? Could we see that? Do you think? Could you get that out for us? No, not that, Eric. Put that back. Bad, Eric.
But you just showed with your last point that you fail to understand perspective, so it is no surprise that you also believe seeing further to the horizon when rising in altitude somehow means you live on a sphere. Whether you were
It does. It matches what the prediction of a globe. If the Earth is flat, you shouldn't see further by going higher because there is nothing stopping you seeing. Oh, Eric, you're so dumb. Your parents change the subject when you come up in conversation, don't they?
For a sphere, a cylinder, a triangle, or a flat motionless Earth, rising in altitude will always allow the observer to see further. This is an undeniable fact, And acting like this only happens on a globe.
Do you know why it's a fact, guys? Do you know why? Because he said so. Eric Dubay claimed it's a fact, therefore it is a fucking fact. Don't argue, Eric Dubay said so. Alright guys, we've been going for 4 hours and 50 minutes. Started with 45 minutes on the timer. Currently 17 hours and 14 minutes on the timer. That's because you guys can increase the timer. I don't stop streaming till that timer reaches 0. So, if you want to keep me here forever, all you need to do is gift a membership. And I add automatically adds 3 minutes to that. So, yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate all the support. I'm just trying to give reason not to listen to Eric Dubay right now, but we should get through it.
Is either
We're here together. We can do it.
disgustingly dishonest or incredibly ignorant.
El Nufo says, hello, Craig. How the devil are you? Fantastic, my friend. And how are you?
Also, if I just tell you, Chuck, walk due east, okay?
Right.
And don't ever stop.
Right.
I just turn around my chair and face this way, and eventually you're going to come back.
Right. And you'll probably be about 150 years old. 'Cause I am no Forrest Gump. That is how long it would take me to run the earth.
There is a popular myth taught to school children, which most adults today still believe, that people in history
Of course, Eric would have no reason to know this because he didn't actually go to school.
have traveled in perfectly straight lines, eastwards or westwards, and eventually arrived back at their starting point. It is heralded as proof of the globe Earth, and claimed that hundreds of adventurers since Magellan have completed such successful circumnavigations.
Yeah, you can just Google them, to be honest.
But the truth is that no one in history has ever set off traveling in a perfectly straight line and returned back at their starting point. All successful circumnavigations in history, whether by sea or air, have instead followed the same pattern, which is sailing or flying the most...
Yeah, I don't think anyone's ever claimed that someone did an exactly straight line. JSS Tiger for $5 says, my name is Craig and I listen to Dubay's voice and to put me to sleep. My wife hates this. Yeah, divorce incoming. That means we've gone over the threshold to take it up another 3 minutes. Thank you very much. 17 hours and 15 minutes left on the timer, guys. The stream doesn't stop until that timer reaches 0. Like JSS Tiger did, you can donate super chats, and every time it adds up to another £10, I add 3 minutes. Or you can gift a membership, which is roughly £5, $5, or become a member at even the lowest level, which is like £1, I think.
Most convenient route from port to port, stopping for supplies and refueling until a complete circle has been made. Not a single sailor or aviator in history has or could travel only in the same one perfectly straight direction and magically arrive back where they began.
Hey Corey, number one, is going to be back. He's going to go walk the dogs. See you in a bit, mate. Treat those pups well.
Yeah. This ridiculous lie becomes obvious when critically examined, but when taught to young children...
Eric, you don't have the ability to critically examine anything because you don't have any critical functions in your brain. In fact, I live in your head. It is dark, damp, and smells of cat wee. El Nufo says, funny you should ask. I've started my attempt of losing weight and getting fitter. It was you who inspired me to do it, you cunt. Well, thank you very much, my friend. It means the world to me. Tell Dick Wayne that, by the way.
Successfully bends and warps their minds into accepting globe indoctrination. Unlike the cardinal directions on a compass rose, north, south, east, and west on Earth are not simply straight lines separated by 90 degrees. North, rather than being an upward shooting arrow, is actually...
Nobody says north is up, dumbass. This is one thing I've got doing a video of on Nathan Oakley, is his misunderstanding of magnets and how compasses work and stuff. For the sake of you, Eric Dubay, compasses work by aligning with Earth's magnetic field, which flows from the south to the north, which is why the compass will align itself with that, and if you follow the alignment, you will end up at the North Pole. Rubik says, did I summon Dick Wayne? Is he there? Dick Wayne, Dick Wayne, Dick Wayne. No, no Dick in the chat or in the Zoom call.
Point, a center point, the center point of the entire Earth, known as the geographic North Pole, situated directly below Polaris, the North Pole star, the only motionless star in the heavens, which marks the exact northern center point of the sky. South, rather than being a downward shooting arrow, is actually every line tangent to the northern center point, or in other words, every straight line extending outwards from the North Pole heads due south.
Right, so south is also east and west then, according to you. Because at the same time as you travelling south, you would be travelling east or west. That doesn't make much sense, I'm afraid. Oh, yeah, you're a Flerf. Of course you're not making fucking sense.
East and west, rather than being right and left facing arrows, are actually clockwise and counter...
Oh, Dick Wayne is there. Dick Wayne said... Right, the irony, my friends, right? Dick Wayne's like, nah, I clearly live in Craig's head. Whilst being in the live chat of every single one of my streams and leaving comment after comment after comment on my channel. You're hilarious, Dick. You think that you live in my head. Oh, who's in whose live chat, matey boy? I know, doing my jokes as well.
Clockwise circles around the pole. The sun, moon, and stars all rise in the east and set in the west, making perfect circles over and around us every day. As you can observe, they travel in a circular westward path over and around the Earth, and do not all travel in a straight leftward direction.
Alright guys, Dick Wayne has got the link to join, and I've only got an hour left before I need to be on Modern Day Debates, so feel free to treat him with the Vicky treatment until he joins the stream.
As suggested by a compass rose. Likewise, navigators since ancient times have used Polaris to guide their ships, knowing that Polaris was the heavenly North Pole. South was traveling keeping...
Yeah, they also charted the change in position of Polaris based on the movements of the globe and all the other stars' movements as well, putting them in the Nautical Almanac so other sailors, you know, didn't get lost when doing celestial navigation because the stars change, even Polaris. 1 a.m. UK time. That means I've been streaming for 5 hours. Well, just under, because I was a minute late starting. Doily says that Dick Wayne thinks that all my streams are about him. Dick Wayne's the main character, guys.
Your back to Polaris. East meant traveling keeping your left shoulder 90 degrees to the pole star, and west meant traveling keeping your right shoulder 90 degrees to the pole star.
Oh, what about when you're, you know, below the equator? If you are here, Eric, this is called Australia. You can't see the pole star. What are you gonna do? Oh, what are you gonna do? You're gonna know the Earth's a globe because you got a completely different fucking set of stars.
All circumnavigations in history have been eastwards or westwards, and never northwards or southwards.
Apart from, let's go to Astronomy Live again. Excuse me. Don't want to get Farm 2 became the first crewed mission to Polar. According to Polar to Polar. Things that haven't happened are actually happening, huh?
Because the latter is geographically impossible.
Imagine for a moment that the Earth was flat. Well, how much thickness does it then have? These are the kind of questions you'd have to ask.
These are also questions you should be asking of your spinning ball Earth, Dr. Clark.
Yeah, we're kind of, pretty much aware of the inner workings of the Earth. We're getting more and more accurate results because we can't go down and see it. But thanks to the entire science of seismology, we've got a pretty damn good idea of what's going on down there. There's a bunch of mole people that are really stupid, and I think that's where you may have come from, Eric. We don't have to worry about them invading because they can't figure it out.
Clark, how much thickness does your ball actually have? Wikipedia and every elementary school textbook will claim the globe is nearly 4,000 miles to the center, where there.
Yeah, we figured that one out. It's we know it's a sphere. We did the radius thing that can tell us the distance to the. It's maths. I know that you're more meth than math, but Sir Little Wolf, Earth be thick.
Exists the alleged source of magnetism in their model, a hypothetical molten magnetic core in the center of the ball, which they claim conveniently causes both poles to constantly move, thus evading independent verification at their two ceremonial poles. In reality...
Okay, no, we don't say the inner core causes the magnetic field. It's actually the outer core and its movement. It creates a static field due to friction of the stuff just moving around. It's nothing to do with the inner core. That doesn't create our magnetic field. It's the molten outer core and the movements of it and the friction and stuff creates static charge. That's what creates our whole magnetic field.
The deepest drilling operation in history, the Russian Kola Superdeep, after decades of work and dozens of broken drills, managed to get only 8 miles down. So the entire ball Earth model taught in schools, showing a crust, outer mantle, outer core, and inner core layers, are all purely speculation.
No, they're deduction from scientific experiments and predictions. Like, we know the density of certain materials, and we can predict that if sound waves were to travel through at a certain speed, we would, if it's a particular material, then the sound waves going through would be at this particular speed, and then we can check. And then that confirms to us what's down there based on the, travel of sound waves through certain materials. Now, I know you guys don't need this explained to you, but I just like dunking on the Flerfs. We've got just under an hour until my debate over on modern day debates. I Love Cake says, will you stream Mikey Smith if he's live a bit later outside of debate time? Yeah, I might do that. If he's, I might even try and join him. That could be fun. Now, I've been going for 5 hours and stream has still got 17 hours to go. You can increase that timer, of course, by becoming a member or adding £10 worth of super chats. And that last one from JSS Tiger actually means that I have to add 3 minutes.
As we have never even penetrated through beyond the crust. So regardless of the shape of the Earth, nobody knows what is beneath 8 miles down. But people like Dr. Clark would rather scoff at flat earthers for not simply believing pictures in textbooks like these without empirical proof.
No, we laugh at flat earthers because they're, proof that you can survive whilst having no actual brain inside your skull. You are medical miracles that should be studied for all of humanity to understand. The amazing thing is that you get up each morning and manage to eat your cereal without accidentally digging your eye out with a spoon.
Okay, you've got an edge. Well, would things fall off the edge?
You've got an edge? You, Dr. Clark, have got an edge on your silly straw man spinning flat circle image, but not a single legitimate flat earther claims there to be an edge.
Wait, did he just say that we've got an edge on a sphere? Hold on. It's got to be here somewhere. I'll just keep turning. Maybe I'll go this way. What?
Thanks to the Antarctic Treaty, signed by over 50 countries, it is impossible to independently explore the southern perimeter of Earth to find out how the Antarctic ice terminates.
February this year, a 18-year-old girl solo trekked from one side of Antarctica to the other. Nobody stopped her. She literally independently explored Antarctica.
No genuine flat earther knows or claims to know such things. But again, globe minions like Dr. Clark are so convinced of their own strawman arguments that it's clear they have never taken the time to research what real flat earthers actually claim.
Well, how do you generate gravity to make the things fall? What is it that's actually causing the gravity to make things fall off the end?
Again, nothing is...
It's a good question because we know for a fact that gravity is real.
Is falling off the end of your silly fake flat earth edge, but when it comes to the effects of so-called gravity, they are easily explained.
Quite simply, objects fall or rise based on their relative density to the medium surrounding them. Apples fall because they are denser than the air, while helium balloons rise because they are lighter. No gravity necessary. This is why raindrops fall down through the air and air bubbles rise up through water.
But why down instead of up, and why up instead of down? What decided the original direction of these things is the question. Why is the preferred direction not sideways or a different way? Because there is a force created by gravity making an attraction between masses. We can measure this attraction. We tried measuring the attraction between Eric Dubay's brain and something, but unfortunately, you can't measure the attraction of nothing.
Everything seeks its relative density and rises or falls until settling accordingly. This is why a tiny pebble sinks to the bottom of the ocean, but...
Why does a steel ball bearing not sink through my wooden desk? This is metal. It's definitely denser than my wooden desk. It's not going through. Why is I can't even push it through. Yeah, F. Dot is right. None of them read the treaty. People are not stopped from going to Antarctica. They stay. Yeah.
Gigantic cruise ships and aircraft carriers stay afloat on the surface, because even though a pebble is so small, its mass relative to its volume, its density, is more than water, so it sinks. And even though a cruise ship is so large, its mass relative to its volume is less than water, so it floats. If Newton's apple...
I love this guy in his front room doing science experiments. You reckon his mum can be like, what have you fucking done with the fish? What's going on? Random 10 euros says, Dan Pratt promised not to come back if I pay this protection money. There's not enough zeros on there. That's not going to work. I mean, it is going to add 3 minutes to the timer, but I can't promise Pratt won't come back. I mean, it's a start, I guess. Thank you very much, buddy. I appreciate it.
Had landed in a puddle instead of on his head, he would have seen the apple only fell through the air because it was denser than the air, but then floated on top of the water because it was less dense than water. Have you ever noticed how it's easier to stay afloat with your lungs full of air than it is when they're empty? Submarine.
Yes, because the buoyant force is increased. Thank you, gravity. He's about to show submarine stuff. As a submariner, I can tell you as a fact that gravity is included in the calculations for, calculating ballast. I only said balance then because my words aren't wording.
Float on the surface when their ballast tanks are filled with air. But when the vents are opened and seawater floods in, they begin to sink as the submarine's density becomes greater than water. Depending what depth they wish to dive, sailors simply adjust the ratio of air and water in their tanks, and when ready to resurface, they blow compressed air into the tanks, forcing the seawater out, lowering the...
Yep, changing the buoyant force, because density is a variable within that equation.
The density, and thus causing them to rise back to the surface. We can also prove this fact of relative density by filling a balloon with approximately half helium and half air.
And what happens if you remove the helium and air? It falls down because of gravity. Why is it not continually floating up? Because of gravity.
Since helium is lighter than the oxygen, nitrogen, and other gases that compose the air around us, filling a balloon with just the right amount of helium to compensate for and balance out the density of the plastic results in a gravity-defying, levitating balloon at equilibrium that neither rises nor falls.
Not gravity-defying, matching the predictions of gravity. If you did the calculations of what gravity would expect, the acceleration downwards, 9.8 meters per second squared, and the buoyant force created by that balloon, you would figure out that it rests at exactly that point, according to gravity.
It's hard to even begin, actually, to talk about what a flat Earth would be like, because it's just so impossible.
The flat
and fucking stupid, like mentally retarded. I can't believe that flat earthers are left. I feel like I'm punching mental patients. Don't mind though, because they're scumbags.
Motionless Earth is not only possible, it's actual. What is impossible, however, is making that fact known to people who so thoroughly believe the prevailing model first presented to them that they cannot open their minds enough to even question it.
Richard Feynman knew the Earth was a globe and was pretty vocal about that fact.
For me, the fact that there's a rise of flat earthers is evidence of two things.
Okay.
One.
Brain damage being more, prevalent. But there isn't really a rise of flat earthers. What's happened is the flat earthers have got together because of the internet. And you've got this little wave constantly of new flat earthers that then after 20 minutes go, oh shit, I'm wrong, and disappear.
We live in a country that protects free speech.
That's actually kind of awesome.
And two, we live in a country with a failed educational system.
Ooh, that one hurt.
If there's one thing Neil and I agree on,
that you failed education, yeah, I agree as well.
It is that our public education system is indeed a complete failure. Brainwashing vulnerable, impressionable young children with mental...
Well, you only think it's a failure because, you failed. You got unrecorded on all your grades.
Mentally and spiritually damaging pseudoscientific indoctrination. The widespread belief that humans are merely evolved apes clinging to a spinning space ball hurtling around the sun is proof of this.
The annoying thing to me is that you're the same fucking species as me, Eric Dubé.
The modern rise of the geocentric level Earth cosmology is...
Oh, he thinks the Earth's a sphere, it's geocentric. Okay, cool, no worries.
...is a direct response and reaction to humanity finally collectively waking up to countless centuries of uncontested lies and propaganda.
No, all it is and all it will ever be is the fact that the village idiots all found a way to talk to each other, and the idiots are the loudest ones. The majority of the people on Earth know the Earth's a globe and don't care about it. But you few morons, flat earthers, are so vocal about your stupidity and ignorance that you seem to be bigger than you are. Shame St. Plagiaire is very big, though, of course, but not in that way. You know what I mean? Right. We've got 45 minutes until I am over on Modern Day Debates, debating Is God Real? Such a fucking easy debate. How stupid, right? Now, we could start either a CC video Got Jubilee video. We could watch Reckless Ben destroying Flat Earth. We could watch Wits losing a debate about God. Oh, is that the one about actually is God real?
So the Harvard Globe heads deep.
Okay, yeah, right. We'll so I need to, not long before I'll be prepping over to go on to Monday debates. So gonna take a little quick break, use the toilet, have a Riley, grab a new drink. In the meantime, enjoy the Derp song. Back in 2 minutes, guys.
Say that again? The Nile runs uphill, don't you see? Curvature's a lie, it flows just free. We're spinning fast but feel no breeze, yet butterflies and leaves do as they please. Water flows downhill, center of mass. Gravity's real, not just hot gas. Spinning earth, inertia, bro. The breeze don't blow just cause you say so. Oh Ross, you've lost the plot again. Thinks the sun is fake and stars pretend. He's got a model made of glass and hope, with a faceted dome and zero scope. Iron horse on a horse so high, riding circles round the truth, yelling that's a lie. Flat as his logic, sharp as a spoon, denies every lore and howls at the moon. Say that again? Perspective hides boats from the knees. Zoom in, you'll see it's just the seas. The horizon always meets my eyes. Even in planes, don't question the sky. Ships disappear, hull first they go. Over a curve as optics show. The horizon drops as you ascend. You've got a theodolite, no pretend. Oh Ross, with the science you spar, thinks the sun's a ghost, the stars bizarre. Can't draw a diagram, won't show a chart. Calls everyone dumb, but bless his heart. Iron horse lost in YouTube's glow, screams convergence like it's all we know. Truth flies by and he just shrugs. It's not curvature, it's camera bugs. Say that again. Antarctica's fake, that 24-hour light. CGI magic, edited right. Gyroscope spin cause of the sun, not Earth rotation. That's just fun. Summer down south, the sun don't sleep. Round Earth explains it. Math runs deep. That gyro drift, 15 per hour. Not solar magic, that's Earth's power.
I don't need evidence. I have perspective. I don't need proof. I have vibes. I won't show diagrams. That's just distraction. Reality is what I believe it is.
Oh Ross, clutching density and dreams, spits on physics and laser beams, cites YouTube vids and mystic clues, thinks satellites are just fake news. Iron horse, your brain took flight, it left Earth's surface out of spite. You're not dumb, but man oh man, you make SpongeBob look like Neil deGrasse, fam. Say that again. Say that again.
Conspiracy Music Studios, you know what to fucking do. Right, so this is not really a Flat Earther video. This is someone taking the piss out of Flat Earth that we're just going to enjoy together. You and I. All 200 plus of you. Remember, if you want to increase the stream time, all you need to do is become a member or gift the membership to someone else or upgrade the membership you've already got. If you upgrade to Final Form, I'll add 10 minutes to the timer. Also, every £10 worth of super chats adds another 3 minutes to the timer as well.
Debunked their model yesterday. So the Harvard Globeheads debunked their model yesterday. So the Harvard Globeheads debunked their model yesterday.
You're not testing on a ball, guys. The Earth is flat.
We're gonna put one magnet here in California. Seriously, I'm about to lose it. I'm getting pissed.
I don't know how you're gonna take a 1 mile piece of toilet paper and hit space.
I thought he was gonna die, dude. I literally thought.
Oh, the things they go into is fucking hilarious.
I thought he was gonna die.
Wow.
I was like, holy shit.
Very complete shock.
I literally wanted to cry, dude. You can't write that stuff, guys. I'm just having my freaking world rocked.
Shut the fuck up!
It's everything. I know I'm right. And I've always been right. You guys get it? You guys fucking get it?
Rubik says that I make an appearance in this. Do I? Oh, that'd be nice.
My name's Nathan Thompson. I'm an independent researcher, testing everything, independently verifying if what we're being told about the shape of the Earth is true.
I'll translate for you. My name's Nathan Thompson. I am a victim of fetal alcohol poisoning syndrome. I decided not to pay attention at school and just, ignore anything that anyone with any kind of science background says to me. I lie and call myself an independent researcher because my mummy told me I was special a few times. Don't know why she doesn't return my calls anymore, though. That's a bit weird.
Or untrue.
My name is Ben Fisher, and I'm a mechanical engineering graduate student from the University of Harvard. I'm Blake Powers, and I'm an electrical engineer.
No, you're not.
Died. Oh, there we go.
My flat Earth story was first introduced by B.O.B., the rapper, and I thought, what is this guy talking about?
He became a Flerf because of a rapper. Like, a really bad rapper as well, fuck's sake.
But then a few months later, I had been studying applied neuroscience, biochemistry, epigenetics with a gentleman who was probably the smartest man I've ever met. And
no, you didn't study any of those things because you haven't a clue what any of those things are. Liar.
he told me to look into flat Earth, and I couldn't call him stupid because he was the smartest man I'd ever met. This is called the azimuthal equidistant map or the Gleason's map. I don't know if this is 100% accurate. I just know it's 1,000 times more accurate than a spinning ball. The preponderance of evidence is old.
I don't know what it is, but it's definitely not. Oh, I feel sorry for Ben and Crown to be near him because I bet he fucking stank.
Overwhelming. I mean, I've got over 150 proofs, reasons that I believe the Earth is flat and stationary, memorized alphabetically. 150 proofs, reasons that I believe the Earth is.
The fuck is that, Nathan? That is awful fucking handwriting. This looks like fucking runes from Doom the Dark Ages.
Flat and stationary, memorized alphabetically.
Abyssal plane, accelerometer, Ares failure, airplane level.
Gary IOW upgraded to membership to Destroyer, which adds another 3 minutes. Thank you very much, my friend.
Flight, Elias effect, ambient light from the firmament, ancient civilization.
My current beliefs are that the Earth is round. It's just an obvious fact. I don't even think we need to be out here proving that it's round because I think it's obvious. Obviously, we're going to be testing that today. I'm excited to hear what Nathan has to say. I can't believe that Blake is actually open to the idea of a flat Earth today. Ever since he broke up with his girlfriend, he hasn't been the same.
Yeah, you gotta just be broken to be a Flerf.
Yeah. Blake's just saying that because his girlfriend just broke up with him.
I don't want I don't want to talk about it. Basically, my girlfriend Brianna, like, she recently became a flat earther, and because I wasn't a flat earther, she decided she wouldn't want to be with me. But sorry. And so that's part of the reason I want to. I don't know. I'm just kind of.
Can I talk about there?
Not gonna lie, but I couldn't be with a Flerf. I'm attracted to smart people. It's one of the reasons I love Emma so much. Thank God she's not a Flerf. Oh, what if she gets brain damage and believes the Earth's flat? Oh, fuck.
I really want to bring this up. With the help and funding of Harvard, we have finally come up with an experiment that's going to once and for all prove the shape of our Earth. So this experiment is called the toilet paper experiment. Turns out the math is because it gets exponentially bigger and bigger, if you could fold a toilet paper 20 times, you would reach outer space.
I don't know how you're going to take a 1 mile piece of toilet paper and hit space.
This may sound impossible, but it's actually...
Nathan just takes it all. It's brilliant. Gary IOW says that they lived with a flat earther for 2 years. She was hilarious. I couldn't have done it. I couldn't have fucking done it.
True. Our toilet paper has a thickness of 1/1000th of a centimeter, and every time the group folds it in half, the pile doubles in thickness. The pile will continue doubling and doubling until the 20th fold, where the top of the pile will literally be in outer space. We will then balance a camera on top of the pile to safely observe the correct shape of our planet.
You would burst the bubble that the flat earthers say that we're in. Do I think I could fold the toilet paper 20 times? I think I could.
Yeah, it's thin enough.
Now, if you fold the toilet paper 20 times, the cause of that is you. It's not very hard to figure out. So this is what I mean when I say science has been hijacked. I expect to see a globe. It seems super easy to me. I don't even just get a piece of toilet paper and start folding it.
Wait, is Nathan actually thinking that this could work?
Well, let's do this.
I'm pulling on the toilet paper?
Yeah,
It's gonna break. I'm telling you guys, this is gonna break.
No, I think it'll work. It's gonna work. You just pull it too hard.
I was just holding it.
Got it. Should we put it on the ground, maybe?
Go for it. There'll be less wind down there.
Here, hold these ones, Blake.
We can't doubt it, Nathan.
Nathan's like getting all involved in like, yeah, they're doing this science, man. It's gonna break.
We have to believe. The toilet paper keeps ripping every couple feet because Nathan's pulling too hard.
Oh no, shit. It keeps ripping, dude.
This will only take about 7 hours.
This will only take about 7 hours.
So I'm excited to announce that we made a discovery. If we use duct tape, we can actually reconnect the rips that Nathan did.
With this new duct tape discovery, there is nothing stopping us.
They just discovered it, guys. They've just figured it out. It's brilliant.
At this rate, we might not just make it into outer space, but we might just even make it to the moon.
I think we can make it to the moon.
Woo! Another day at the office.
Literally out of nowhere, it gets really windy, and our toilet paper is not staying on the ground.
It's gonna work, guys. It's gonna work.
The wind is destroying the whole experiment. It's like nothing's on our side anymore.
The fact that Nathan just stayed there, taking it, right? Oh, it's beautiful.
Okay, seriously, I'm about to lose it. I'm getting pissed. I've done years of research for this. We drove all the way from Boston. My girlfriend dumped me 3 fucking days ago. Stupid.
Honestly, you're doing a great job. You can't give up. A lot is riding on this.
Wait, what's wrong with Blake?
He
just went through a breakup.
Dude, he always does this. But then out of nowhere, Nathan makes a new discovery.
If we rock it up every 5 feet or so.
If we place small rocks on the toilet paper, it prevents the wind from blowing it away.
Dude, I'm professional at
Nathan, that's the biggest discovery Nathan's ever made in his life. Oh, I love it.
Unrolling toilet paper, guys, just so you know.
Obviously everything was going really rough, and I look over and I see Ben and Nathan just working seamlessly together.
Flat earther and a round earther, team working together, making it to the moon together.
We figured out this new rock formation to keep the toilet paper down. It looks like I just gotta go join the team. We gotta get this done. I'm embarrassed.
What's those waves, Todd?
Oh, this is beautiful.
I just want to say I'm sorry that I've been just a fucking dick.
Dude, it's all good, Blake.
With Blake now on our team, there's no way we're not making it to the moon now.
We're gonna do it. Yes!
Like, come on. Like, was it Nathan's ego that kept him there? Because he couldn't really think this was...
And finally stretched out a full mile of toilet paper. Let the folding begin.
All right, let's fold it.
Oh no, it broke. It's, hold on.
But it's not even one sheet of paper. It's multiple sheets. That's not gonna... Like, he's taking it so fucking seriously.
Okay. One fold! I can almost see my house from here.
We are already 1/20th of the way to outer space.
19 more to go.
Time for...
Oh my god, I would love to troll a flat earther like this so hard.
Fold number 2.
Whoa, guys, you guys know I'm afraid of heights, right?
Fold number 2's done. That was easy.
Are we gonna need an oxygen mask? 2, 3, fold.
I think fold 4 was the easiest fold so far. Are we already at fold 5?
Fold 6, done.
Fold 7 was a little bit hard. We made it up because fold 8 was much, much easier.
We're at fold 9. I'm feeling really good about reaching 20, maybe even 30.
It's just a bundle of like scrunched up toilet paper.
Maybe even hit Venus. I take back what I said before, 10 is the max.
Careful, don't fall off. We're getting up there, dude.
Upon attempting fold 11, we ran into a few problems. It seems like no matter what we did, we weren't gonna actually reach our 11th fold this time.
I think we overestimated how much we could fold it.
In my opinion, I think 10 folds is enough to actually see the shape of our Earth, but I guess we'll have to really attach the camera to see for sure.
Oh, that's the 360-degree camera?
Yeah, just because you guys see all 360 degrees to...
And there's Nathan just fucking sitting there with it. It's amazing.
Know if it's like round or not, I guess. Just by looking through the 360 camera, I think it's pretty obvious to say that the Earth is definitely round. When you look at it, it does look round.
Yeah, that's the lens. It's distorted from the lens. Louise. That's all you gotta do right there. Show me the curve.
The Earth is a freaking sphere. We have all the evidence on my phone.
So there are two very smart scientists on both ends making really good points.
If the Earth's a ball, you know, it would curve. It's not curving, so I just had to go with the facts, dude.
Like, it definitely looks like we're on a ball.
But then Blake ends up bringing up a really good point.
We're like 2 inches off the ground. It's not gonna show anything. Look, I did way more work than we had to do. Look.
Yeah, I know. Guys, I don't understand how folding something is gonna make it taller. Look, it obviously got shorter the more we folded it. It went from a mile to half a mile to quarter of a mile to...
PK Phoenix became a member. Thank you. Added another 3 minutes back to the timer. So yeah, we are at 16 hours and 46 minutes left on the timer. You can increase that by adding a membership just like PK Phoenix did. Thank you very much. You can gift memberships to others as well if you're feeling extra spicy.
6 inches tall.
Yeah.
Just so you guys know.
We tried as hard as we could on the toilet paper experiment. We gave it our best. If there was no wind, I think we could have done it.
Also, can I just get like confirmation that you're not going to use the clip of me crying? I really don't want that.
I could show you videos of me crying on the internet. It makes you feel better.
I would love to.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's quite a few videos of you crying on the internet, isn't there, Nathan? Curious UK says Nathan's never going to live this down. Oh, no. Of course not.
See that?
I'll show you.
Feel better.
One of it was over my girlfriend drinking blood. So.
She drank blood?
Yeah, and was lying to me about it.
Why was she drinking blood?
Because weird people do weird things, dude.
Was she must have been weird?
Well, she was convinced that when you become a Christian, you have the blood of Jesus.
Oh, are you talking about wine?
No.
Is Nathan got, like, the security tag on the side of his cap?
She was poking her finger and drinking the blood from it.
But she's not Jesus. That's not Jesus.
She isn't. Exactly. Yeah, I agree. It's just her blood. And it's already in her body. So why would she need to take it out and put it back in?
Next week on the Travel Channels, Flat
I fucking love this.
Earth. We're gonna put one magnet here in California. Touching computer. One
Only 62,000 views. I feel like I should have so much more. And the next one's only got 36k, right? It's ridiculous, right? So, in about 20 minutes, I will be over on Modern Day Debates. Just waiting for the email from James. Let me make sure I haven't missed it. I am going to close out the current Zoom stream because no Flerf joined. Typical. Right. No, nothing from James yet. So it looks like we can confirm 100% that I will be debating Wits at DebateCon, which means I have to eat a bit of crow, right? I have to admit that I was wrong about something, okay? I made a big deal about how Witsit wasn't invited back to DebateCon this year, and I was. I poked a lot of fun at that, right? Looks like I was wrong. Looks like Craig has been proven incorrect about something, and I'm sure Witsit's going to hang on to that for a while, and here I am admitting that I was wrong about Witsit not being invited. However, he was an afterthought. Because he wasn't there originally, but he is now. Rudolph says James has done it to troll you, possibly, mate. Who knows? El Nephew says, how can I debate Witsit when I'm not invited to these things? I know, right? It's brilliant. But yes, I was wrong. I was incorrect about the fact that Witsit is not invited back to DebateCon 6. So I have to eat some crow about that. I have to suck it up and say, ha 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 ha, FTFE got it wrong. But Flat Earthers, pay attention. This is what a grown-up does. When they're wrong about something, they say, I was wrong. Go on, make fun of me. They admit it. They take it in their stride. They become a better person. But I don't mind being wrong about this. I do not mind being wrong about Witsit not going back to DebateCon. Because not only is he going back to DebateCon, as you can see, I'm debating him. 9 a.m. Sunday morning, November the 16th, is probably going to be the biggest debate in the history of anything ever. Me and Witsit aren't friends. We don't like each other. And last time I was there, I told Witsit what I thought about him. And you know what? I'm going to do it again. And this time, I'm going to live stream it. So, in just over 20 minutes, I will be over on Modern Day Debates, debating Wi-Fi gospel about is God real? Where was I?
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be. Well, same day, same time. This is not to scale, of course. When I grew up...
You never grew up, CC. You're a man-child with a amazing head of hair that I'm incredibly jealous of.
The solar system was stationary.
Alright, honey, come on.
The sun was standing...
Why don't you stop this bullshit?
Idiot.
Never gonna get over that.
Why don't you stop this bullshit?
Idiot.
I love the idiot. Yeah, I could. It's brilliant.
Can you give me like 5 minutes?
No, you've had it all morning, and I'm just freezing, and I'm hungry, and I'm trying to stop cleaning the house.
Good morning, good evening.
Wrecked. Jess's Tiger $2 says, I thought Witsit got left and the baggage claim. He was the most expensive baggage we've ever seen. That's right. Yeah, this clip's never going to be old, is it? Never.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be. CC here, Chris, from New York, Westchester County.
He's not aging at all. Like, he looks exactly the same. This is a 5-year-old video. Oh, no, it's 2 years ago. But still.
It's 11/23/22, and thank you, NASA, for giving us a preview of what's to come in the future. Apparently, in 2024, we'll be launching our first manned mission to the moon. This was just a little test run, you know, a preview of the sloppy...
Well, it wouldn't be the first manned mission, CC. That kind of happened in the late 60s and 70s.
And the nonsense that's about to be around the corner for us. There's no way in hell they're going to be doing this on 24. It's just not a chance in hell. After witnessing this...
One over and squared says, why are you wearing uniform? Is that your Navy uniform? Uniform? This is a Fred Perry top. Just, I like it.
Debacle of total nonsense, where once again we have a picture of Earth, 90% cloud cover. You can't tell a continent from I don't know what it is. Is it a marble that I'm looking at? Remember those little marbles we had when we were kids? Yeah, just take a picture.
No, it's a big planet in space, dude. And I don't know if you noticed, but marbles don't tend to have clouds. Just something I've noticed over the time is that marbles, they don't have clouds.
That's the picture NASA provides for you. And when it swung around and took a picture of Earth, when it was this small little dot, and then all of a sudden it's 8 times the size. Wow. And once again, where are the stars?
Really far away and too faint for the camera to pick up when the exposure is set so that it can see Earth. Basically. That's how cameras work, CC. Nice top though. I like that Nike top. Guys, his printer's not even plugged in at the back there. This doesn't look like a very successful office to me.
Where are they? Because I don't see any stars. We're in 2022 right now, and we have one of the best availability of photography out there, HD, digital, and There's no stars still, and they'll never be able to ever do that, because space doesn't exist. Okay, what you're looking at are cartoons, what you're looking at is fake, and then what you're looking at is just total nonsense. I mean, look at...
Because he said so, of course. He said that it's fake, therefore it is fake. Remember, that's the Flat Earth mantra. Claim something is true, and then laugh at the evidence otherwise. Just listen to the things he said are fake.
And they'll never be able to ever do that, because space doesn't exist.
So space is just a low pressure area, which we know exists because as we go up, the pressure gets lower.
Okay, what you're looking at are cartoons, what you're looking at is fake, and then what you're looking at is just total nonsense. I mean, look at...
When I look in the sky, I don't think I see fake or cartoons or nonsense. It's planets.
Look at the photography of the moon. There's the dark side of the moon. It's just a big gray... it's like me photographing this piece of white paper and then maybe drawing a little 3D crater.
How is it? The photos of the moon look like the photos of the moon, not like a bit of paper with something scribbled on, CC. What the fuck are you saying? Gary IOW £5 says CC is half idiot. He's too stupid to make it to full idiot. Never go full retard. And that also takes us over the threshold to add another 3 minutes. And there is the link from Modern Day Debates. So, let me just go and join. Give me 2 secs. Just test my speaker and mic. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Okay, that all seems to be working perfectly. Mic check. Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Waiting for James to let me in. Right, guys, this is going to be fun, fun, fun. Is God real? Pfft. The entire burden lies on him. Hasking has been a member for 41 months, says, please slap witness when you debate him. I probably should not get arrested in America as, you know, not an American right now. That doesn't seem like a good idea. Of course, this is also being streamed over on Modern Day Debates. But, you know, stay here for it instead. It'd be more fun. Any super chats I get during this debate, I will read out afterwards. And remember, you know, whatever you put in super chats, I literally have to read out. It's a legal thing. And you new members and stuff still automatically get added. So, yeah. Rubik says Modern Day Debate chat is a dumpster fire anyway. Yes, it always is. You're right. Just waiting for James to start it up on his side. Started this stream 5 hours and 49 minutes ago. Feeling good. I'm feeling good. Yeah. There is currently 16 hours and 33 minutes left to go. Which means that it's at least a 22-hour stream, right? Yeah. 16 and a half, 17 and a half, 18 and a half, 19 and a half, 20 and a half, 21 and a half. 22 and a half currently. I had to do Flerf math then. Hey, Big Fish, how you doing, my friend? Corey, #1 in the chat. Tay says, you feel good for now? Yeah, you know what? I might even get myself a McDonald's breakfast. No, I'm going to get my wife to make me a bacon roll. Or buy me, yeah, no, I'll get her to make me a bacon sandwich. Yeah, she'd do that for me. And a nice coffee. And maybe in the morning, I'll Zoom call myself and go outside and do a bodyweight workout while chatting to you guys. Planetwalks, is everything working okay, FTFE? Yes, my friend, perfectly. Thank you very much. Means the world. Guys, Planetwalk is here, and she is fucking incredible. Of course, the stream count-in thing that automatically updates is all due to Planetwalk, so make sure to tell Planetwalk how fucking amazing they are. Planetwalk says you're going to touch grass. I like being outside, man. Well, the weather's been pretty shit here the past day or so. It keeps raining. Although it's been like hot and then raining and then hot. In Scotland, they kind of say if you want to, if you don't like the weather, just wait an hour. Has King says he had bacon sandwich for breakfast this morning. I don't eat that much bacon anymore. I used to fucking love my bacon. And I miss bacon. James should know I'm here. Join it any second. I will take this opportunity to quickly use the ablutions. I'll be back in 2 minutes, guys. Don't go anywhere. Smash the like button. Add the memberships.
Well, all rings up to make no sense. Perseverance, who cares what words I don't make mean, huh? Lol, I don't like your words, so I pick my favorite words. What's real, non-real, super contained, metaverse, first person. Lol, meta is an angle, real, fake. This is so physical, hit 'em up, chastise every young bitch that tries to stop me, Tupac. All humans can do is word salad or make up stuff. Disagree versus agree, it's not around, he's deaf, another deaf one. You can't hear, LOL, not a ball, it's a tear, LOL, no dirt in the middle. No dirt in the middle, no, 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 no. No dirt in the middle, no, 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 no. No dirt in the middle, no, 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 no.
Gentlemen, pardon my keeping you waiting. I just had to deal with something really quick. Let me know if you can hear me with a thumbs up or a nod. Cool. Good to see you, Alex. Hope you're doing well.
You too. Hope you're doing well. I'm just letting my headphones charge, so I'll turn them on right before we go live. Something like that. It just occurred to me. So yeah, how's your day? How's your weekend going out? Pretty good, can't complain. Checking out a new church with the family tomorrow, so that'll be interesting.
Nice, that's cool.
How about you? Your weekend good?
Yeah, it's been actually quite productive given the challenges that come up, but they're just small. Overall, I'm grateful. Life is good. They're small challenges which are better than nasty ones. How's it going, Craig? Good to see you.
Good to see you as well, my friend.
I'm pumped to have you guys here. Usually the affirmative would go first, of course, which of course is the U Wi-Fi.
Yeah, that's cool. What's up, Craig? How are you?
Nice to meet you, my friend.
Basically what we'll do is approximately 10-minute openings. That's flexible if you need 12. And then open dialogue and then the Q&A. And we can get going pretty quick here. So what I do want to do, the only thing before we get started is just to be sure that everybody's volume is at the same level. So if we could do a quick 1, 2, 3. Alex, please.
Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3.
Good. And then Craig, please.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Good. Same level. So I'm going to start the stream. They won't see or hear us yet, but this is just to be sure the connection is good. Should be pretty. Let's see. I'm going to fix this. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah,
You
what
guys
is
look
going
good.
to be amazing is me and Wits at a debate con. Ooh, spicy, spicy.
Wow. It is going to be very spicy. Is your old nemesis. It's, but yeah, it'll be fun. And let's see, this one looks good. This one looks good. Okay, based. Yeah, let me just can't believe we're gonna start like a couple minutes early.
That's not like you, James.
Yeah, it's bizarre. Something's
Aye.
wrong.
I've already been streaming 6 hours on my side, so this should be fun.
Nice.
Wow, that's a long way to go. Okay.
Well, I've got 16 and a half hours to go, according to the timer.
Holy moly. Wow. Well, that's exciting. I like
Hey.
your tenacity.
James, I want you to do something for me. I'd like you to record a 30-second get your tickets to DebateCon here that I want to play before every one of my streams from now until DebateCon.
Thanks so much. Seriously, I appreciate that, Craig. I will do that, and I appreciate you even thinking about that. It means a lot, because it is always nerve-wracking trying to estimate how many tickets we're going to sell.
Dude, I'm hyped for it.
Based. Thank you again. And what I'll do is just let me just really quick test, see if we're good here. Okay, good. And I feel like, am I forgetting something? So a little ad. It's a very short ad at the video at the start of my stream. It'll play. And that's just for DebateCon. It's like 20 seconds. So I'm going to start that first. Here it goes. 3, 2, 1. Okay, the ad is playing right now. And then I'm going to go on screen and say, hey, everybody, today we're debating Does God Exist? And we're starting right now with Wi-Fi Gospel's opening statement. Thanks for being with us, Wi-Fi Gospel. The floor is all yours. And once I say that, as usual, Wi-Fi, that'll be your cue to pick up the ball and start running. And so, yeah, that's going to come in about 10 seconds here.
Roger, roger.
Here I go in 3, 2, 1. Hey, everybody. Tonight we are debating whether or not God exists, and we are starting right now with Wi-Fi Gospel's opening statement. Thanks for being with us, Wi-Fi Gospel. The floor is all yours.
Thank you so much for having me again, James. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Craig, for doing the debate. Should be fun. So tonight I have a pretty short opening. Usually I like to take all the time that is given to me. But I've noticed that sometimes by doing that, I'll make an opening statement that sometimes goes over some people's heads. Probably mostly my fault because, yeah. Anyway, in order to ask the question, does God exist? You are assuming that knowledge is possible, right? How so? Well, you're assuming that you know the meaning of those words and that whoever you're asking the question to also knows the meaning of those words, right? Let's go a little bit deeper. It's actually a contradiction to say that knowledge is impossible. Why? Because you would have to actually know that knowledge is impossible in order to say that knowledge is impossible. Now, if you try to back up and say, well, I don't know, I just think or believe that knowledge is impossible, what you've really admitted is that you could be wrong. And if it's possible that you could be wrong, then it's possible, then knowledge is possible, right? Even the denial of knowledge presupposes the possibility of knowledge. So the statement, knowledge is possible, is necessarily true. You can't get around that. But here's the issue. The statement is not a problem if God exists. Why not? If there is a God who has created the universe and humans with the intention for us to know him and know the universe, it follows that he could reveal things to us such that we can know them for certain. And it also follows that we would be able to use epistemic theories such as empiricism in order to know things. The difference is that we, an example of empiricism, don't have to rely on our senses in order to justify our senses. And so as a Christian or as someone who believes in God, how do we know that our senses are reliable? because God has created the universe and humans with the intention for us to know him and know the universe. And how do we know that's true? The impossibility of the contrary. Because if it were not true, knowledge would be impossible, and we know that that statement itself is contradictory. So again, if there is no God, then we cannot use revelation as a way to justify how we know things, to justify our epistemic theories. And thus, we are stuck with autonomous epistemology, the view that human reason, experience, and sense perception are the ultimate standard for truth and knowledge. So how does one using autonomous epistemology answer the question, how do you know your senses are reliable? Because in this question, the reason we ask this question is when somebody tries to use empiricism as an epistemic theory, meaning that we can know things based on empirical observations and data. So the only answer that most people have given me is that they observe past instances of their senses being reliable. You ask other people if they experience the same things that you're currently experiencing. And that we have doctors that use machines to test our senses. The problem is, in order to observe any of those tests or measures, you'd have to actually use your senses, the very thing in question. Think about it. The first one, observing your past instances of your senses being reliable. In any way of do that, you're relying on your memory, you're relying on your past use of your senses, right? Your senses could have not been reliable. How do you know that? If you're asking other people the way that you get their experience, whether they write it down, whether they speak it to you audibly, you have to use your senses in order to take that information in. And then the same thing again with doctors that use machines. In order to read these machines, in order to get this information from the doctors, you have to use your senses, the very thing you're trying to prove reliable, and empiricism. And that's why we call it circular reasoning. The justification assumes the thing it's trying to justify. You can't do that. It's a logical fallacy. So I'll just end it with this. Very simple. Either God exists or God does not exist, right? It's a true dichotomy. It can only be A or B. Not A or not A. And it is not true that God does not exist. How do we know this? We go back to our examples. In autonomous epistemology, I use empiricism as a quick example. Give me any example. And if you have to use yourself to justify yourself, it's circular reasoning. So it is not true that God does not exist. And we get an inference from that because it's called the double negation elimination inference rule, a valid inference rule in logic and classical logic. We infer from that, therefore, God exists. And that's my opening. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that opening. And folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, I'm your host, Dr. James Coons. We are a fully neutral debate channel hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. And if you have not heard, if you've been living in a cave on Mars with your fingers in your ears, DebateCon 6 is our debate conference that Modern Day Debate puts on. It's happening in person in Nashville, Tennessee, this November 15th and 16th. Craig, Fight the Flat Earth, will be taking on Wits It Gets It, his old nemesis. This has been years, I think, since they've debated. They're going to debate whether or not, if I remember right, it's going to be great. Check out the tickets link and find out the topic for yourself. You don't want to miss this. The tickets link for DebateCon 6 is at the top of the description box, and it's pinned at the top of the live chat. And Craig, Fight the Flat Earth, will also be debating Rachel Wilson. It's going to be amazing. You don't want to miss out. For real, folks. Nashville, Tennessee. Check out the tickets now. The early bird discount tickets are going away tomorrow night. So grab your tickets now while they're on sale. You get the tickets on sale. And if you book your flights now, the flights are more economical as well because they're well in advance. With that, thank you very much, gentlemen. Craig, the floor is all yours as well for your opening.
Hello, thank you very much for having me on, James. Yeah, I am very excited for going back to DebateCon 6, even more excited now that I'm debating Wits. That's going to be spicy. So, is God real? Here's the thing. I could stand here right now and tell you the flying spaghetti monster created the universe in 5 days whilst hammered on rum, and that pirates are his chosen people. And guess what? That statement has exactly as much evidence as your God claim, which is none. Nada. Zilch. You don't get to assert an invisible sky wizard popped reality into existence and then sat back with a smug grin. If that's valid, then so is my drunk celestial pasta chef. Science doesn't work that way. Reality doesn't care about your feelings. We need evidence first, belief after. Religion does the opposite. Belief first, excuses after. That's not truth. That is some kind of self-deception. Although my opponent didn't bring up this argument, one of the biggest arguments I hear about God being real is intelligent design. And it always kind of bugs me, because if there was a God, then yeah, they would give intelligent design. That means the human body is a bit of a problem, because the human body is really badly designed. Breathing and eating using the same tubes. That's why we choke to death on sandwiches. Octopuses don't choke. We're supposed to be the pinnacle of creation, but we're dying because soup went down the wrong hole. Our eyes blind spot. Our retinas seem to be wired backwards. The cables are in front of the sensors. Squids and octopuses don't have it like that. So apparently the all-knowing creator gave the seafood HD version and handed us a budget model. The nerve voice detour, the nerve that runs from your brain to your larynx, instead of going straight down, it loops all the way into your chest and back up. It's like meters long and pointless. That's not some kind of divine planning. It's what happens when evolution just keeps stretching. Wisdom teeth, half the time they don't fit in your mouth. Surgery, pain, expense. The spine's supposed to carry your weight, but it's bent fishing rod, actually set up for walking on all fours. That's why chiropractors drive nicer cars than most preachers. Knees, as I can attest, a simple hinge joint supposed to support my entire body weight. No, one awkward step and boom, ACL gone. Say goodbye to walking properly for a year, or in my case, forever. Sinuses drain upwards. That's like putting a toilet flush on the ceiling. The prostate, for men, it wraps around the urine tube like a boa constrictor, and later in life swells up and makes you pee like a broken tap. Thanks, intelligent design. Testicles are sensitive, fragile organs literally dangling outside of the body. Evolution did that because sperm don't like heat. If a god designed that on purpose, he'd get a wicked sense of humour. Vitamin C gene, well, nearly every other animal makes it vitamin C, but we don't. Our gene for that broke. People used to die of scurvy because of that. Thanks, designer. Leftovers, appendix, goosebumps, tailbone, wisdom teeth, all useless junk now. That's not good design. That's, messy. Childbirth is my favourite one. So many women die from giving birth. Like back in before modern medicine, the chance of survival on childbirth was like 20%, It's not intelligent design, it's duct tape and guesswork. So, if the God was real and intelligently designed a human being, it didn't do a very good job. So either God didn't intelligently design us, or is really, really bad at his job. And the main problem for me is that if your God actually wants everyone to know that he exists, why is he so bloody shy? He supposedly made the whole universe, galaxies, supernovas, black holes, but he can't even etch, "Hello humans, I'm God," into the moon. That would be a slam dunk, clear, obvious. We wouldn't have to have this debate. But instead, what do we get? We get ancient books full of talking snakes, genocides, and rules about mixed fabrics. The evidence for your God is identical to the evidence for the flying spaghetti monster, who, I remind you, cranked the universe in 5 days drunk and chose pirates as his holy people. Honestly, that's cooler than anything in your book. Science says let's test it, measure it, and then attempt to prove it. Religion says just believe. If you ask questions, then you're the problem. Science gave us antibiotics, rockets to Mars, and the ability to talk across the planet instantly. Religious gave us the Inquisition, witch trials, and televangelists. If there's a God and he's making us do that, then, it makes no sense and gives me evidence that there not being a God, certainly not one that is good. So is God real? Well, then show me the evidence, not just your feelings, not an old book, not your you can't disprove it nonsense. Show me something that only your God could have done. Until then, your God has the same credibility as Zeus with a hangover, Thor swinging his hammer, or the flying spaghetti monster, who at least had the decency to get drunk and whip up the universe in 5 days flat. So here I stand, evidence over myth, science over superstition, logic over fairy tales. And if any God really wants to make me believe, do me a favor. I'm currently doing a membership drive. I've been going for about 6 hours, and every membership adds 3 minutes. So if there is a God, can you just like scroll more members across the moon for me? Thanks. Cheers.
Thank you very much for that opening as well. Folks, we are very excited. I got to tell you, both of our guests are linked in the description. Just so you know, not only that, but as I mentioned, Wits it gets it, and the Flat Earth collide. This was just confirmed today. It'll be at DebateCon 6. That tickets link is in the description box and pinned at the top of the chat here at Modern Day Debate. With that, gentlemen, we're ready to rumble for the open dialogue. Although I gotta say, do me a favor, or remember, just to be sure that they can hear both of you. Oh, wait, I did want to ask, you guys, in terms of the Q&A, I mean, do you want this to be a hardcore match? Or are you kind of like, hey, can we keep it like civil? Let me know.
James, I don't care if people insult me. Do you think I come to Modern Day Debate and expect people to like me? I'm aware what the audience here think of me. I'm here for the hate and the love.
But I know you like it. but to be fair, with Wi-Fi, it's okay if you're kind of like, I actually find value in civil debates. That's reasonable. You're not a wimp if you prefer that.
If Craig raises his voice once, I'm out. I'm just kidding. No,
shut the fuck up, you idiot.
Yeah, we're good. We'll have a good time.
Folks, I do still want to ask if you could keep the super chat civil nonetheless. If you have a question for the Q&A, we'll do the Q&A at the end. You can use either tag me at Modern Day Debate in the live chat, or super chats will be read first if you want to put a question in that way. Gentlemen, the floor is all yours.
So your main thing was that, and I don't want to straw man you here, so let me know if I'm wrong, is that we can't have knowledge without God, right?
That we can't justify the existence of knowledge, or that knowledge is possible without God.
But that's just a circle. You're saying that God is real because knowledge needs God, and I know that because God is real. I mean, that's not an argument. That's just circular sort of reasoning and literally just presuppositional nonsense. Knowledge is a justified belief because we've tested things against reality. We gain knowledge by doing science and making predictions and then testing those predictions. Knowledge does not require anything to have given us knowledge. Your argument is literally just circular reasoning that, well, we can't have knowledge about God, therefore God.
Well, you're saying that you can have knowledge without God, right?
Yes, I just explained. Knowledge is just justified true belief. So I have the knowledge that this lighter, if I let go of it, will fall to the floor. And I know that's a justified true belief because I've tested it many times. There you go. It did it then. It did it again. It did again. I have knowledge that this lighter will fall down if I let go of it. It is a justified true belief that I didn't need a deity to tell me.
Yeah. So you're relying on two things, empiricism and induction, but let's just talk about empiricism first. In my opening statement, I asked the question, because empiricism relies on sense data, how do you know that your senses are reliable?
Because we test them.
Right. And in my opening, I also said that if you say that as your answer, what you're doing is circular reasoning. You're justifying your senses by assuming your senses in the past, when you tested them, were also reliable.
Incorrect. We test our senses against predictions to see if they match reality. So, for instance, we would say, well, my senses tell me that a hot thing will burn me. Okay? And then if I get burnt by a hot thing, I have clarified that my senses were correct by telling me that that hot thing is going to burn me. I know my senses are reliable because they work. I eat food and I don't choke. I look both ways and avoid cars. If they didn't work, I'd already, be dead. It's just a circular reasoning from your side, asking me to justify my senses when my senses are justified by the fact that I can test and make predictions that my senses can then verify.
Right. So when you test and make a prediction, like your stove example, when you make a conclusion about your test, what do you use to make that conclusion? How do you observe that conclusion?
We analyze it to against our prediction and the results.
And what are you using to analyze it?
Whatever tool that we used. I would use my eyes to look at something. And I know my eyes work because I drive a car and I don't crash into things every day. In fact, I know my eyes work because we use science to make these glasses to make sure that my eyes can work correctly, so that photons can enter my eyes. The photon receptors at the back of my retinas can convert that to electrical signals to my brain to allow me to see. I know objectively that is a thing that happens because I am looking at my hand right now and I want to touch it and it happened. There's nothing presuppositional about that. There's no circular reasoning about that. I can test it against reality. I can make a prediction and see if my senses are able to do that. So, you know, your argument of my senses aren't really reliable because I have to trust my senses for my senses is missing the point that we can test our senses against reality.
Do you I don't want to talk past each other, and I don't want to ask the same question over and over again, so I'm trying to get it from a different angle. Would you need reliable senses in order to test your senses?
We need a reliable way to interpret our senses, which is what we have developed over times. For instance, going back to the fire, I put my hand over something hot. My senses tell me I am getting burned and I move it away. I know that's a fact, and I can make a prediction what will happen if I ignore my senses. I will get a blister on my hand. Right? I know my senses are reliable because they relate to reality and, you know, the world around us.
And it seems like what you're saying is I know my senses are reliable because, look, they're reliable.
No, because we tested them. You're missing the whole tested part, okay? We have to, for instance, my sight, okay? I know that my sight is reliable because I sat in an optician's chair for 96 minutes while they tested my eyes over and over again to make sure that they receive photons in the correct way by putting corrective lenses over them. My senses were tested against reality, against an observable reality that is a measurable thing that is done so that everybody can see correctly. If this didn't work again, I would be crashing into walls instead of driving my car properly. My senses work. I know they work because they've been tested. Now, here's another quick thing. I know my senses work because I know when they stop working. For instance, I'm going a little bit deaf, and I've noticed this. I have noticed that I can't hear things as well. People have to repeat things to me a lot more often. I am getting my hearing tested. I know my senses are reliable because I know when they stop being reliable and I have to get them fixed.
Yeah. And I would just say that what you're doing is telling us what is the case. And my question is asking you to provide a reason for the case, a justification for the case. And when you keep going back to testing, keep going back to testing, I asked you a question that you didn't necessarily answer directly. I asked you if we needed reliable senses in order to test our senses. Could you answer that more clearly for us?
No, I answered that already. I said to you, we need an ability to interpret our senses.
So
our senses are tools. Our senses are tools. Our senses are designed via evolution to give us clues. We smell because we have receptors to do that. We see because we have receptors to do that, and we can test this against reality. And you know, we can say, well, if our senses are correct, then we should be able to do this, and then test to see if we can do that and get the result we were looking for.
And I understand that if you want to have nuance with your answer, but it doesn't really seem clear to me. Is that a yes or a no that we need reliable senses in order to test our senses?
Again, I answered the question. We need a way to interpret our senses. I don't know. I really don't want you to keep asking me this. Oh, it is. It's a direct answer to your question. We need a way to interpret our senses to be able to determine if they are reliable. Okay. The way that we interpret them is by testing them against reality. Again, I sat in a optician's chair for 96 minutes, having my senses tested against reality. They have cameras that look at the things that I'm looking at and simulate eyesight to see what I should see with my eyesight and test them against each other. You can see if your senses are reliable by testing them against reality and not crashing when you drive your car.
So when I asked you if we need reliable senses in order to test our senses, you said...
Are you going to keep asking me the same question over and over?
Yes, I am, because you're not answering the question.
I have. Okay, I've answered your question. I'm not going to answer. I'm not going to answer the question again. Okay, I have answered your question. If you don't like the answer, that's your problem, and you can do another one. But I have answered your question, whether you like the answer or not.
One sec, just to forgive me. I'm not trying to take sides. This is not me saying that there's like a knockdown argument or anything. Is I think that theoretically, Wi-Fi might say, and like I said, I'm not saying there's no answer for this, is that if Wi-Fi said, yeah, but like when you do look at like the machines or the cameras that like assess it, like what are you using to assess like whether or not they're correct?
Predictions against reality. Everything, every single thing is about predictions against reality. We know what our senses should do. Biologically, we know what our senses should do and allow us to do. So we make a prediction and then we test our senses against that prediction to see if they match the reality of our biology and what they should function as. If they match the reality of that biology, of what we expect them to do, then we know that they are functioning correctly and reliably. If you test them multiple times and every single time you test your senses and they match the known prediction of what your senses should get, then that is what science would say a reliable outcome to a particular result.
I mean, he doesn't want me to ask the question again. I'm fine with moving on. I would just like to show what happened here. When I asked him if we need to have reliable senses in order to test our senses, he didn't say yes or no, and I'm not sure exactly if it is yes or no, but he did say we need a way to interpret.
It wasn't a yes or no question.
And then let me finish. It was, but
no, it wasn't.
If we need a way to interpret them, I then asked him how do we interpret them, and he said we interpret them by testing them. So when I ask, do we need reliable senses in order to test our senses, he just says no, we need a way to test our senses.
Yes, we have to test our senses. What we do is we make a... Right, it's very, very simple. Our biology is very specific, okay? Our biology is set up so that our senses work in a particular way. There's electrical signals and chemical reactions that are involved in our senses doing the things that our biology says that they should do. So we test if our biology matches that prediction of what it says. Very much the same as we can look at the the orbits of the planets and stuff, based on their mass and velocity and everything. We can make a prediction of where they're going to be at a certain time. We can also make a prediction based on our known biology of what a sense will allow us to do, and then we test that against reality. And if the reality matches the prediction of what biology says, we can infer from that, according to science, that our senses are reliable. You're acting like this is some kind of big gotcha. Of course I use my senses. No, it's really not. Of course I use my senses to test my senses. What else am I supposed to use? Telepathy? No, the difference is I don't pretend that they are infallible. I again test them against reality. Example, I see a chair. I think that's a chair. I sit on it. If I don't fall on my arse, my senses just pass the test. And guess what? That works for everyone. Christian, atheist, Muslim, Jedi. If our senses aren't reliable most of the time, you wouldn't even make it to this debate without accidentally digging your eye out with a spoon whilst eating your breakfast. We know our senses are reliable because we make a prediction and test against them. Yes, we have to use our senses to do that, but if it matches the prediction, it doesn't matter.
Is that circular?
Not in the slightest, no, because you have to have a prediction to test. And that prediction includes using your senses. So if you are claiming that the scientific method is circular, that just shows that maybe you don't understand how science works. We can absolutely use our senses to test our senses if we are putting in the hypothesis to prediction to test to analysis level of the scientific method, basic version. So yes, we use our senses to test our senses, but we make a prediction as to what those senses should be and test it against reality. There's nothing circular about that in the slightest. The only circular thing here is your argument of we need God for knowledge, because without God we can't have knowledge. You are doing Presup 101, which is kind of, I thought you would have moved on from that, if I'm honest.
Well, I thought you would have understood that if you have a conclusion and an argument, and your conclusion is in the premises of your argument, then that's called circular reasoning. But you don't
no,
seem
that's
to
not how it
understand
works with the scientific method. No, it's not circular reasoning. There's no conclusion within my question. If you want to do it with the scientific method, it's a very, very simple way to do it. You make an observation, and the observation here is that if I put my hand over something hot, I feel a burning sensation. So I make a hypothesis. Well, my hypothesis is that I have senses that my body allows me to see if something is hot as a warning system. Okay, that's an observation and a hypothesis. Next thing you do is you make a prediction. If I keep my hand there, according to my hypothesis, the heat will damage my hand and I will get blisters. So then you test it by holding your hand there, and your senses tell you that it's hurting and it's hurting and it's hurting, and you're getting blisters. And afterwards you look at what's happened and you go, you know what? That prediction about my senses was correct. My senses seem to have reliably informed me that if I didn't move my hand away, I would get burned. The evidence is that I didn't move my hand away and I've got burned. There's nothing circular in that. That is a step-by-step scientific method.
Okay, and you said there's no conclusions in the scientific method?
Okay, I'll do it again. Step 1, observation. Step 2, hypothesis. Step 3, prediction. Step 4, test. Step 5, analysis. Your analysis is well, depends on what your analysis is. If you are, if your analysis is that you don't have sufficient data to come to some kind of conclusion, you repeat, and you repeat, and you repeat
until you can make a conclusion.
Until you can make until you are unable to falsify your hypothesis. That's what you do. Science isn't about coming to conclusions. Science is about showing that you are unable to falsify a hypothesis. And in that case, I was unable to falsify the hypothesis that putting my hand over something hot will make it burn. There's no circular reasoning. That is simply step-by-step scientific method. If, and I want to be very clear here, you claim that is circular reasoning, then you are claiming the entire scientific method is in fact circular reasoning. Is that where you want to go?
I'm not doing that.
Well, then you cannot claim what I've just done is circular.
You just spoke for 5 minutes.
Yeah, but you can't claim that it's circular reasoning.
Craig.
But you can't claim it's circular reasoning. Just so you're aware.
Now, thank you.
Because if you do it, you're saying
it's circular reasoning because the scientific
method.
method.
Oh, so the scientific method
is
is circular reasoning. You just said that.
Let me speak, Craig. Shut up and let me speak. Thank you.
I just told you.
You need to make an argument. You need to make an argument. Yeah, I let you speak without interrupting you. Let me speak.
And you did exactly what I said you'd do. Good job.
Okay. Good faith, Greg. Good faith. Anyway, you said that there's not conclusions in the scientific method. Fine. There's conclusions in an argument. So when you're making an argument, if you're using the scientific method, you're missing a conclusion. Arguments require conclusions. So are you making an argument that your senses are reliable? And is the conclusion of your argument that your senses are reliable?
I am making a hypothesis that my senses are reliable, and I am failing to falsify that hypothesis. I base my position in life on logic, evidence, and reasoning. To conclude that my senses are reliable, I would do multiple tests and multiple tests and multiple tests before I could conclude 100% that my senses are reliable. But that's not what science does. Science doesn't give you complete, definite answers. It never says that it's complete. What I have done is I have failed to falsify the hypothesis that my senses are reliable. In this particular case, I failed to falsify the hypothesis that I have heat receptors on my hand. That's simple. That is the scientific method. And
all the while
you literally did what I said you would do, and you claimed that the scientific method is circular reasoning because I did the scientific method. Yes, no, you did. You did. You literally did because I did the scientific method and you claimed what I did was circular reasoning. Therefore, you are claiming that the scientific method is circular reasoning.
You said the scientific method doesn't include conclusions, so it can't be circular if there's no conclusions, Craig.
But you just claimed that it does have conclusions and it's circular.
No, I said that when you make an argument, arguments require conclusions.
No,
If you
I
don't
am
have
making a
conclusion,
hypothesis.
You just have premises. Okay,
Yeah,
so you have
mine's a
no
hypothesis.
argument that your senses are reliable. Thank you.
I have a hypothesis, and I've failed to falsify
Great.
that hypothesis.
I have a hypothesis too that you will claim that your senses are reliable while relying on the reliability of your senses.
Yeah,
Who
and we
cares
test
about
that, though.
hypothesis? I want an argument.
So you're going with the circular reasoning again. Once again, there's no other way to test that your senses are reliable without also using your senses. But nothing in science says that is circular reasoning in the slightest. It is simply a way to test things. We make a prediction against biology, and then we see if that prediction is true. Biology says that if our senses are reliable, they will do X. Okay?
What field deals with arguments, Craig?
I'm talking. Biology says that if our senses are reliable, they will do X. Do you agree?
Say that again.
Biology says that if our senses are reliable, they will do a particular thing. Do you agree?
Sure, yeah.
Right, okay. So we've got a prediction because we know what biology says should happen. There's nothing circular there so far. Not in the slightest. I'm walking you through this step by step because it
This
seems
is
I
the
need to break out the grounds.
you're walking through the scientific method, which I already
Yeah.
said isn't circular if you're not making a conclusion with it. It
Yeah,
can't, by
I'm
definition, be
I'm
circular
failing
if
to
you don't
test
make
my
a conclusion.
hypothesis. That's
And if
all
you
I'm
come to a
doing.
conclusion
You're
about
trying
it at
to
the end-
force the words conclusion on your terms, but I am telling you the way that I live my life and the way that I would determine if my senses are reliable is by failing to falsify the hypothesis that my senses are reliable. We can do many tests to see if my senses are reliable based on hypothesis of my senses being reliable. Now let's do it. Let's do it another way, right? Let's do it another way, right? I'm going to make a hypothesis that my eyesight is really, really good. Okay. My prediction is if my eyesight's really, really good, I'll be able to read the number plate of the car out there. Oh wait, I can't do that. Oh, I just falsified the hypothesis that my eyesight is reliable because it's not. My eyesight is not reliable because I'm pretty much blind as a bat, which is why we use science to do these, make these things here, so that my sight is now reliable. Simple.
Yeah, all the while relying on the reliability of your senses, which you've already
Yeah, which is
admitted.
no problem in the slightest. You may think that's a gotcha, but it's really not.
All right. So in my statement then, which you said was circular, could you explain how it was circular again?
Because you're saying you need knowledge. Sorry, you need God for knowledge. Therefore, God exists. That's
Right,
the most
so-
circular that you can get. That is
Right, so
the
I'm-
literal
if-
circular reasoning.
If I grant you that, then there's no difference between what we're doing.
Oh, there's a very big difference between what you're doing because mine's testable
Zero.
and yours isn't.
Who cares? It's still circular.
No, it's not circular in the slightest.
is.
No, it's not. Yours
Yeah,
is just
because when I test
yours is
it-
just assert. No, hold on. Yours is just asserting something that is not testable, and saying,
No, it
well,
is.
no, it's not testable. There's a God. That's not testable in the slightest.
Knowledge.
Right, so
knowledge is testable. We tested
but
it
the
just
fact
now.
that it came from God isn't testable.
Yeah, it's
So,
testable.
so
within
your
the argument.
hypothesis that knowledge came from God,
No, I didn't.
therefore God is real.
My argument doesn't rely on the scientific method like yours does.
But so your argument is just a presuppositional circle then?
No, it's a philosophical argument.
It's just a presuppositional circle. God,
Can
you
we-
need God for
can we
knowledge,
know
therefore God.
things?
Hold on. I don't understand how you don't see that this is circular. You are literally
because you
saying,
didn't
and
even
I
get the
checked.
argument
I checked that I'm not strawmanning you here. You confirmed to me I'm not strawmanning you.
No, I did not. I just said if I granted it, if I granted you the interpretation.
I
of my
asked you
argument.
if I was being strawmanning you, and you didn't correct me. So am I strawmanning you when I say your argument is you need knowledge for God, therefore God exists? Is that your argument? Yes or no?
That is not my argument. That's
Then-
one premise and one conclusion.
So if that's not your argument, then give me your argument about knowledge and God. Because those are the exact things that you said. You literally said you need God for knowledge, therefore God exists. And I asked you earlier if that's what you said, and you said yes.
I usually don't. Well, I usually get into the syllogisms. I tried not to tonight to not bore the audience, but we'll get right into it.
Right. It's
Have
very
it on my
simple.
difference.
Do you believe that you need God for knowledge, and that's how we know that knowledge exists?
Yes, but that's not the way my argument.
So
is
there
framed,
we
the way
go.
you're
You have
framing
a
it.
circular reason. You literally have
you're gonna let me give
circular
my
reasoning
argument, or
and
you're just gonna keep
presupposition.
saying
No, You've just agreed what your argument is.
So you don't want to hear my argument?
You've just agreed with me what your argument is, and I'm going to just break out the fact that it is the most presuppositionalist argument that there is. We do not need God for knowledge. Knowledge is something that is testable. We don't need any kind of deity for that, okay? We don't need to go around in circles. We don't need to go around in circles about that. Knowledge is not important here. The question is God real?
Important. Do you know that?
No, knowledge is not important here. The question is God real?
Do you know that it's not important?
Right, the question is God real? Knowledge is not important to the question.
Right,
knowledge,
so Craig.
I'm talking, wait. Knowledge is not important.
Like it when people interrupt you,
hold on. Knowledge is not important to the question of is God real? What would be important? What would be important is show me that God is real. Okay, I want to be very clear. Saying that knowledge exists is not evidence that God is real. Okay, I reject that entire argument. Do you have any actual evidence that God is real, i.e., a sighting of God, or have you just got your beliefs that knowledge equals God?
I do want to go into 1 minute segments if you guys are open to that.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine, but I will make a prediction that he will refuse to answer any of my questions. And he will say that I have not answered his questions when I have. Because that's exactly what Christian apologists don't understand the message.
Just had a minute. We got to give Wi-Fi a minute now. Here we go.
All right, am I going to see it, or I'll use my own timer? Cool.
Count to 60.
Craig says that my argument is circular and then doesn't want me to give my argument, so here it is. This is the first step of the argument. We'll see how far I get in 60 seconds. If knowledge is possible, then God exists. Knowledge is possible, therefore God exists. Show me in the premises where this circular reasoning is. It's not there. The next part of the argument. Either God is a necessary condition for the possibility of knowledge, A, or not A. It is not the case that God is not necessary, not A. Therefore, God is a necessary condition. Show me where the circularity is. And the last one, I don't have it pulled up here, but it's a reductio on your worldview, just like I showed you. So let's hear it. Where's the circularity?
We're going to get to Craig for 60 seconds.
What do you mean, where's the circularity? You literally said it in your statement. If God is real, knowledge exists, therefore God is real. That is circular reasoning. That is circular reasoning 101. That is presuppositionalist 101. Your argument only works if you smuggle your own conclusion into your first premise. Why should I accept that knowledge is only possible if God exists? Well, that's the whole thing that you are trying to prove. You've built the conclusion into your premise, and that is circular reasoning, not logic. It's very, very simple.
All right, yeah, I mean, you just, are you done?
We'll kick it over to 60 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you obviously don't understand philosophy or logic or how to
make arguments. Okay, I'm sorry. No, you don't get to just insult me.
I have to give him 60 seconds.
Because I'm not insulting you. Like, you don't understand what modus ponens is. Can you tell me then what modus ponens is? Here, let me give you a different argument. If Socrates is a man, Socrates is mortal. Socrates is a man. Therefore, Socrates is mortal. Is that a circular argument, Craig?
Yeah, very circular. It's more, you're just doing presuppositional smugness. Modus ponens is a very simple logical rule. If P then Q, then P is true, therefore Q is true, right? You know, it's your version. Your version is if knowledge is possible, God exists. Knowledge is possible, therefore God exists, right? Do you disagree?
That's correct.
Okay, well then you're a very dodgy premise. You're using fancy Latin doesn't really make your first premise true. You're smuggling the conclusion into the premise. You are smuggling the conclusion of knowledge needs God into the premise of God is what gives us knowledge. That is the most circular reasoning there is. And to say that I don't understand philosophy when you are giving a circular reasoning and then trying to say that it's not circular reasoning, it is absolutely incredible. And then trying to claim that the scientific method is circular reasoning, it's, actually surprising that a grown man can think that backwards, if I'm honest.
Yeah, so, again, this is my argument. If knowledge is possible, then God exists. That's premise one. That's a conditional statement. Knowledge is possible. That means if the condition is met, right? The condition is met here. Craig doesn't disagree that knowledge is possible. We agree on premise two. No issue there. Conclusion, therefore God exists. That's literally circular reasoning. I'm not done yet. This is literally simply modus ponens. And my conclusion, therefore God exists, is not in any of my premises. I have a conditional statement as my first premise.
It is. It literally is.
Okay. Let me easily show this to you. Look, if P, then Q. P, therefore Q. Oh no, Q is in the conclusion and Q is in the first premise. Modus ponens is circular.
Yeah, it's literally circular reasoning. Just because you're saying it's modus ponens doesn't stop it being circular reasoning. You are putting your conclusion into your premise. You are literally saying you can't have knowledge without God. That is the reason God exists. That is what you are saying. That is the most circular reasoning that you can have. Right? Sorry. Okay, so anyway, I want to move on to actual kind of empirical evidence for God. All right? There's no evidence that God exists that I have ever seen that is something that we can test. Okay? I don't want to, don't want you to have to, hurt your brain too much with this, but could you actually give me, a sighting of God?
Have I seen God personally?
Or has anyone personally seen actually God?
Yes, but it's interesting you ask me for empirical evidence and then you ask for witness testimony, which wouldn't line up with empirical evidence.
Well, has anyone seen God?
Yes.
And in fact, other people seeing God and recording it would be classed as empirical evidence if it's something that's happened multiple times. That's what empirical evidence is. When an event is actually recorded, and then multiple iterations of that event are recorded, that is what empirical evidence is. But have you seen God?
No, but me not seeing God does not disprove God. That's hilarious.
No, I'm not saying that it disproves God. Your job here is to prove that God is real.
Yeah, and
so to prove and circular reasoning about knowledge doesn't prove that God is real. Seeing God and actually, God being a thing is what makes God real. So what actual proof of God do you have other than circular reasoning about knowledge?
All right, I'm going to take 60 seconds without interruption, please. Craig is saying that we need empirical evidence somehow in order to prove God, right? The problem is he believes in all sorts of things that you do not need empirical evidence for, such as the laws of logic, the concept of truth. These are not material things that we have empirical evidence for, yet Craig believes in them. So it's just a red herring. He's just saying, unless you don't have this specific kind of evidence that I would accept, and the only kind of evidence that I would accept, then what you believe is not true. Even though I gave him the proof of it, and he just hand waves it away.
Okay, you didn't give any proof. You gave circular reasoning. Knowledge exists, therefore God. That is just circular reasoning. You can't get away from it. You can dress it up as modus ponens all day, but your first premise, if knowledge is possible, God exists, already assumes that God is the only possible grounding of knowledge. That's your conclusion baked right into the premise. That's not logic. That is theological Mad Labs, dude. It's ridiculous. And yes, I am a science-based person. I look at empirical evidence and facts that can be tested. Like the fact that we can test if our senses are reliable. That is a fact that, science can show is something that is not falsifiable. So I'm asking you for just, whether you like it or not, it doesn't matter. I am just simply asking you if you have some empirical evidence for your God.
I'm not making an empirical argument.
That wasn't what I was asking. I was asking if you have any empirical evidence for your God. The question was, do you have any empirical evidence?
I'm not going to answer your question if you don't let me answer the question, Craig.
Okay, I'll put it in the phrase of a yes or no question. Do you have any empirical evidence for your God? Yes or no?
All right, can you actually let me have a minute without interrupting me like we were just doing?
Are you able to answer yes or no though?
We're going to do a 1 minute here. And the floor is yours, Wi-Fi.
I have empirical evidence for God through witness testimony. You will not accept this witness testimony, and I don't expect you to, which is why I don't make an argument for God that is empirical. I made an argument for God tonight that is philosophical. Now, the support of premise one, if you want to know how the conditional connects to the premise or to the conclusion, then I will tell you that. Just saying that if you find Q in the conclusion and Q in the premise one, then it's circular, is just bad philosophy and bad logic. It's literally philosophy 101. So the support for premise one, how the condition connects to the conclusion, is either God is a necessary condition for the possibility of knowledge, or not. That is a true dichotomy. I've shown you that it is not the case that God is not necessary. How have I shown you that? Because like Craig keeps saying, we have to use our senses in order to test our senses, but that's not circular. Sorry, that is circular, and that shows that without God, you can't have a justification for empiricism or any
Love
of
the assumption. Yeah, again, no circular reasoning at all in using your senses to test your senses against predictions. That is literally not circular reasoning, but what you are doing is the most basic form of presuppositionalist, Christian apologist, circular reasoning. You're trying to run the false dichotomy thing. Either God is necessary for knowledge or he isn't. If he isn't, then I can't justify knowledge, therefore he must be. It sounds good, but it's kind of just smoke. You're trying to box me into a yes-no answer where reality has more than two options. I've prepared a bunch. I knew exactly what you were going to say, so I've actually written scripts for everything because you presup the same way every time. It's like saying either Batman built the pyramids or nobody did. There are other options, Your claim for God is necessary for knowledge. Well, then prove it. Show me one example of knowledge that only makes sense if God exists. That's what I'm going to ask here.
All right, so I will answer your question, but you said that it is a false dichotomy. Yeah. After I answer your question, I want you to show me why it's a false dichotomy. Now, what's a knowledge claim that only exists with God, that only makes sense if God exists? Every single knowledge claim. Because if you say that
that's
you
an
don't
assumption.
need God, no, I'm giving you my ansor, Craig. Calm down. Every single knowledge claim.
In your conclusion.
No, because every epistemic theory.
One sec. I do, to be fair, I want to keep with the 1 minute. So if I do give Craig a 1 minute, because I gave you 1 minute, before we go into dialogue, Craig, do you want a full minute to respond? But then I got to give Wi-Fi a full minute as well.
Yeah. Right. He wants to know about the false dichotomy. Yeah. So you're trying to box me into a yes/no answer when reality has more than two options. Saying either God grounds knowledge or nothing does is a false dichotomy. It's like saying either Batman built the pyramids or nobody did. I've already said that. It must have gone, through your head. There are other options. You are saying either God exists and he creates knowledge or knowledge doesn't exist. No. That's just saying that it couldn't have been something else. It couldn't have been the flying spaghetti monster that gave us knowledge. You created a false dichotomy by saying it has to be God when other things could exist. That is why it's a false dichotomy. That is the literal basis of a false dichotomy when you're saying those are the only two options, when it's not. You assume it's the only two options, when other gods are, been around way longer than your one. So why couldn't it have been one of them? False dichotomy.
Back to Wi-Fi?
Yeah, so complete straw man of the premise. It's not either God is the necessary precondition, is the necessary condition for the possibility of knowledge, or nothing is. It's either God is or something else is that is not God. God here isn't specific in saying, is it the Islam God? Is it the Christian God? It's just God, because I don't know if you knew, but the premise of the debate is, does God exist? So either it is God or it isn't. How is that not a false? How is that a false dichotomy? Because the one you just responded to was not the premise.
The false dichotomy is about your claim of knowledge, right? You're saying either God grounds knowledge or nothing does, right?
No.
Well, what would ground knowledge if not God?
That's what I'm asking you.
So you don't have an answer of what else it would be. So for you, it would be nothing.
No, you're saying it's your own senses, for example.
No, I'm saying that is one of the things that allows us to know what knowledge is.
Okay, so
but your dichotomy is it's either God or there's no knowledge.
No, I didn't say that.
I'm going to do the same thing where... Who was it that had the last minute?
I did, and then he instantly asked me a question.
Okay, Wi-Fi Wi-Fi. Do you want a minute?
I mean, I prefer the back and forth as long as we let each other talk.
But sometimes, I can jump in more, but if sometimes Craig talks louder than you, I'll jump in more if you want. But don't just because he's louder, don't let him take over. But I'll jump in more if you want, because I know that maybe it's uncomfortable for you to call him out on it.
Well, I feel like if I've raised my voice, Craig's just going to get louder, and then we're just going to be yelling at each other.
But, yeah, that's how I work.
All right, well, we'll try it. We'll see what happens here. So, look, Craig, I want you to understand this because that's not my premise. My premise is either God is a necessary condition for the possibility of knowledge or not. So, when I say or not, I mean God is not a necessary condition for the possibility of knowledge, which is your position. You believe we can have knowledge.
Sorry. Yeah, but that doesn't go towards the debate prompt of is God is real. That's more is knowledge real.
Well, because if knowledge is what my argument is.
Yeah, but we're not having an argument about is knowledge real. We know knowledge is real. So, I mean, the whole of you just saying, well, knowledge is proof of God is irrelevant because there could be another thing. So, as you've just put out in your premise, right? It's either God or not. You're not denying that knowledge exists. You're still giving that there could be another thing. So you haven't even given an argument for the existence of God. Within your own argument, then, you are stating it could be something else. That's not an argument for God. That's saying it could be God or it could be something else.
Well, the could be something else is the part that you would have to prove, not me.
No, I'm not the one here making any positive statements. You are one here with the only burden. No. You're the only one here with the burden of proof that God exists.
Yes,
right?
but
I don't have to prove anything. I do not have to prove a single thing here. I do not have any burden here.
Wi-Fi.
Every time you speak, you're making knowledge claims, and you didn't deny that knowledge is possible. So you do have to prove, because this is my argument. Either God is a necessary condition for the possibility of knowledge or not. I say it is not the case that God is not necessary. And the reason I say this is because in my opening, autonomous epistemology, which would include empiricism without a God, needs to justify itself. And the only way it can do it is by pulling itself up by its bootstraps, like we've seen here tonight.
You're missing the entire point that knowledge is justified. All right? We test to see if that knowledge exists. We don't need a God for that. Reality exists. You are starting your entire premise with, well, God exists and that's what gives us knowledge. Otherwise, it could be something else. Well, there's no evidence that it has to have been God. There's no evidence that knowledge came from God. Knowledge is something that is justified because of things that have happened. I wrote it down here. So knowledge is a justified true belief. Belief is you hold it in your mind. Truth, it matches reality. Justification is evidence testing and repeatability. So we don't need to even have God in this conversation when we're talking about knowledge, because all we need to do is start as a baseline here and go, oh, let's get knowledge. I want to see what happens when I drop this lighter. It hits the ground. Oh, I've now gained that knowledge and I'm going to test it to make sure, it's repeatable, it's testable. The knowledge of that lighter falling down is something that there's no way we need God for that. We just need to test it.
Right. So do you believe that there are any necessary conditions for the possibility of knowledge? I could give you some.
The necessary conditions are the ability to test something.
Well, I'm saying for example, no, that's not even true because you know things that you can't test.
I wouldn't confirm that as knowledge without being able to test it myself. If something is knowledge that I know personally, then I would have tested it. But other people have also, performed tests, and we are absolutely allowed to refer to experts that have also performed tests that have given knowledge that has then gone out to humanity.
But you believe in things like human rights. That's not testable.
That's different to knowledge of like a physical thing that's happening. My thoughts about human rights are to do with me having empathy for other people.
Okay.
That's nothing to do with God or anything. Do I believe that human rights exist?
No.
I think that humans should have a set of rights, but they don't automatically exist. I think for us to have a successful society, rights should be there. But unfortunately, rights aren't something that just exist. Human rights are something we have made up and we apply to people. But do human rights exist? Only in the sense that we have decided that they exist and they applied to someone. Did they exist without us coming up with them? Well, no. because as humans we had to decide what was right for us, and that is simply based on empathy and compassion, and none of that is to do with God.
Okay, so you wouldn't even say that you know that they exist. I understand. Now, would you know that the concept of truth exists?
If we're talking mathematically, then you can determine what are truths.
Well, no, I'm saying the concept of truth itself.
See, I'm a science person, right? I'm not a philosophy person. So I don't want to cross, wires in what we consider the definition of truth. So could you just lay out in your own philosophical way what you would consider truth is, and I'll answer that question based on that.
A popular definition of truth is that which coheres with reality.
Yeah, I'll grant that.
Okay. So that is a concept.
Hold on, let me just run that from my head. A popular definition of truth is that which coheres with reality. Yes, and to have that truth, we have to make sure that it's testable, right? Otherwise, we don't know that it's a truth.
Well, that's the interesting part, because the concept itself is not testable.
The concept of truth is not testable, but whether something or not is truthful is testable. Okay. To set out what the concept of truth is, I agree with your premise. It's something that is relatable to reality, testable against reality, and as humans we have kind of given that concept to truth based on kind of our own experience of the universe around us, and we can test that concept. We can test it for each individual thing. That concept of the way that you described it can give us a foundation of actually determining what is true by then going to the scientific method and seeing if you can falsify things or not. And again, I want to point out that I'm a science person, so I never form complete conclusions, because I'm always of the understanding that we can learn more. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, but it seems to give you problems, because do you confirm a complete conclusion about what you just said about not performing complete conclusions?
Well, I understand that I can be wrong. I'm infallible. I understand that information gets updated and becomes more and more accurate. So I'm never gonna take something and say, well, I know that to be 100% fact, unless I've kind of personally tested it and confirmed it against, what I would consider reality.
Okay. Well, let's try this, because you brought up a word, infallible. And would you say that if you could be wrong about something, you could still know it?
If you're wrong about something, you know it.
No. If you could be wrong.
If you could be wrong about something, you still know it.
Would you agree with that?
If I could be wrong about something, I still know it. Well, I wouldn't know what the thing actually... Oh, okay, so you're not assuming that I am wrong, just that I could be wrong.
Correct.
Well, okay, I would test if I was wrong.
Right, but like you said, you can't...
Answer. So
yeah, you said...
Sorry,
go ahead, sorry.
No, I don't want to strawman your questions. I'd like you to lay out your logical argument so I can make sure I answer it correctly.
Yeah, so because you said that you couldn't come to complete conclusions about everything, because that's not how the scientific method works. So there's always something you could have gotten wrong, or there could be information that you don't have that makes your current conclusion wrong. So that's why you don't come to absolute conclusions, right?
It's why I understand that science is a progression. It's an ever evolving thing that allows us to constantly test the universe and refine our understanding based on new findings.
So then my question is, if you could be wrong about something, do you still know that thing?
Yeah, I have to know the thing to understand if I'm wrong about it or not. But I can know of a thing, and I can be wrong about how that thing operates. But then I would learn how that thing operates. So
maybe as an example, I'm sure there's streets that you drive by around your house that have certain speed limits. Some of them, like the back of your hand, and others, like you might get pulled over and be like, oh, I was doing 40, but what's the speed limit on this road? I think it could have been 35, but I could be wrong. Does that seem like you would know it?
I let my car tell me what the speed limit is.
That's actually a great feature.
Yeah. And because mine links to the Google Maps and it literally updates exactly what it should be. And on my electric car, I've got a button that will automatically reduce down to the speed limit. So, yeah.
But before we had this fancy technology and these cool cars, I'm sure you've been in a situation like that or similar before.
My brain works in a way that I wouldn't allow myself to be in that circumstance. I get what you're saying, if I didn't know, but me personally, if I'm going somewhere, I'm going to map that out in my head 1 billion times and make sure that I know what each bit says. But yeah, obviously there could be circumstances where I've got it wrong.
Yeah. And so in those
I have
circumstances,
been pulled over.
Yeah. In those circumstances, would you have known the speed limit?
I would have thought I'd known the speed limit and I was incorrect. But that's the wonderful thing about science, is that you can correct yourself. And the wonderful thing about knowledge as well is that, you can update your knowledge and it becomes more correct.
Right. Okay. And this is the last example I'll give on this. This is like the crazy example, but it works. So let's say you were playing the lottery, which I don't suggest to people. I mean, if it's a couple bucks, who cares? Have fun. But it's not meant to make people rich. It's meant to make the government money. Anyway, if you had 1 billion people playing the lottery, each ticket was $1. You can only buy one ticket, so one ticket per person, 1 billion people. And your ticket has a number on it. And then let's say on Friday morning, they're going to draw the ticket. On Thursday night, or Friday morning, they're going to announce it. Thursday night, they draw the ticket. So Thursday night comes around, they draw the ticket. The person who organizes it sees the ticket. They know what the winning ticket is. They put it in an envelope. Actually, no, they don't look at it. They don't know. They put it in an envelope. So nobody knows the winning ticket, but it has been drawn. Then they put the envelope to the side for Friday morning. If you bought a ticket, there's a 1 in a billion shot that you have the winning ticket. But you assume, I just bought this for fun. I know I'm going to lose. Do you actually know it?
Well, no, I mean, I wouldn't think like that. I would think, I've got a tiny chance and I'll check in the morning.
Okay, so hypothetically, if someone else bought the ticket and they were like, man, I know I'm going to lose, so I believe I'm going to lose. It's justified if I lose.
I wouldn't say it's a justified belief, though, because it's not something they could be sure of or that's been tested. It's not a justified belief because some people have bought lottery tickets and won, right?
Okay.
So for that person to say that they know they're going to lose, that's more kind of just a person being a downer and, maybe, just trying to be like, oh, I know I'm going to lose. So it doesn't, if they win, it's a shock or anything. But my brain personally doesn't work that way. If I buy a lottery ticket, I'm actually excited. And then the next day I check it and I go, bugger. I don't know that I'm going to lose. I see what you mean. There's people that are pessimistic, right? And they're gonna go and buy a ticket and they're gonna go, oh, that was bloody pointless. I just wasted fucking £2. And there's no way I'm gonna win. Yeah. And they think that they know that. But here's the wonderful thing: knowledge can be wrong.
Whoa. I think what you mean by that is that you can think that you know something, but not actually know it.
Yeah. What you consider knowledge, right? You can be wrong. Right. That person in their head, they had the knowledge, right? Do you agree with this premise that the person in their head, they considered for them that they had the knowledge that they weren't going to win?
No, I would say like what you said earlier, that they considered it knowledge, but the reason it's not knowledge is because it's not actually true.
Yeah, there's no way of knowing it's true until the next day, right?
Right, but you can only consider something knowledge if it's true. It's justified true belief.
Yeah, but for them, right, so justified is the important word here, right? And I think for certain people, there's different levels of what they would consider justified. For that person that is, say, a naturally pessimistic person, maybe because they've had a lot of crappy things go wrong in their life, for them, they could completely consider saying, I'm never going to win, a justified belief based on the pattern of how their life has gone, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's not completely true because we know other people have got the tickets and won. People's perception of knowledge can be very different based on their own feelings, which for me is a problem of saying how knowledge comes from God, how when people are able to basically alter their own perception of knowledge based on their feelings.
Gotcha. So the reason I gave the example is because in your example with your senses being reliable, you said you perform a scientific experiment using the scientific method, and you have that's how you know that your senses are reliable because of these tests. But you also say that, you know, science isn't absolute. We don't need absoluteness. So what would, like, if you could, I know it's a weird question, but if you could put a percentage on it, like what percentage of that hypothetical test would it be that you know your senses are reliable? 80%, 90%?
But that's
higher?
the point of the test.
Okay,
is to confirm what percentage my, you know, I'm not going to say beforehand what I think.
Yeah, no.
I'm going to make a prediction and then test that prediction and go, oh, well, that prediction showed that my senses were actually 100% correct. You know, I'm not going to just make an assumption beforehand. I'm going to hope that they're right, you know, and I'm going to go, yeah, I really want them to be that, but I wouldn't say for sure or even, you know, give an answer if it shows that they work.
I'm saying after the fact, I'm saying, so like, because you said there's still room for error, even if the test says your senses are 100% reliable. Because of the way science works, I can't say that that's absolutely true. I just, like, what percentage if it's not absolute is what I'm asking.
Okay, let me give you an example to answer that if I can. I don't think I can answer it in percentage. Do you mind if I kind of do it a different way?
Yeah, let's see if that works.
So, you know, we've got receptors in our eyes that allow us to see certain things, right? Now, to say my senses work completely well, I would say I would need to be able to see all colors, right? But I can't see all colors. There's areas of the visual spectrum that I can't see. Now, does that mean that my senses are unreliable because I can't see all of the colors, or are they reliable for the things that I need them for?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, so it'd be depending on what your standard for reliability is.
Exactly. That's a really good point. Okay, we need to actually set what our standard of reliability is. For humans, we don't need to perceive infrared or ultraviolet, right? We perceive the visual spectrum that we see because that allows us to reliably navigate our world around us, and we know it's reliably because we can navigate the world around us. You know, it's something we can physically test if it works, but they don't perceive all of the light. You know, there are other species on Earth that do. Does that mean they're more reliable than us? No, only in certain circumstances. Our senses are reliable for what we need them for.
Okay. And then, so that statement, our senses are reliable for what we need them for. You are saying that the scientific method with these tests produced that statement, right?
That would be a hypothesis that we could test for sure.
Okay. Now, if, like, you're not saying that's absolutely 100% true. It's some degree less than that. Maybe it's 99.99%, right?
What, as in that your eyes are reliable?
Yes.
Again, the statement that our eyes are reliable is a relative one. You know, that's what I'm trying to get across here. For what we need, our eyes are reliable. Maybe mine not completely. I need glasses. You know, they can go wrong, and I think I'm going to need a hearing aid as well. But for what I need to be able to do to exist in this world, my eyes are reliable. And
I understand. And maybe it's not a good example to use. So let's just say any scientific experiment. The end result of these scientific experiments are never 100%. There's always some degree that they could be wrong, right? Any scientific experiment.
Well, yeah, that's why we do the scientific experiments to
Right.
Right.
So
The way
this is
hold
where
on,
it
the way you
Okay.
phrased that was a little troubling to me, because saying an experiment is wrong isn't really the right vernacular. The experiment is a test of a prediction that you have to be able to, the experiment isn't the right thing unless it's doing its job. Then, if it's an experiment, it's working. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So, but then we make a conclusion based on our experiments, right? And
Okay,
I'm not
I guess
trying to
this
get
is
back
just
to our
semantics.
earlier
I guess
point.
this is just semantics with conclusion versus
Right.
my way of speaking, which is saying failed to falsify a hypothesis. Yeah, we can consider that a conclusion, but there's a door open for extra bits of that conclusion to come in to chance. Like, for instance, if we want to look at gravity quickly, right? Newton, he had the conclusion that there was an attractive force between masses, and that you could calculate this based on Fg equals gm1 m2 over r squared, right? That's a correct conclusion. That works. However, Einstein came along and gave us a lot more of the puzzle, a lot more accuracy, a lot more explanation. It doesn't mean that Newton's conclusion or his failure to falsify a hypothesis was wrong. We just now have a more accurate description. So, it's all about relative to what you're talking about.
I understand. And the reason why I was using that example and trying to connect all of this is here. In that example, you're saying that the person can't know that they have a losing ticket because there is a 1 in a billion chance.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is that if that's the same for scientific conclusions or conclusions about scientific experiments, then you actually can't know the conclusions of those scientific experiments either.
Why?
Because there's a 1 in a billion chance you could be wrong about it.
That's why I don't say conclusion. That's why I say a failure to falsify a hypothesis. But that's the language I like to use, because that leaves it open for more information to come along. Yeah, I might have failed to falsify a hypothesis, but it doesn't mean I've got a complete explanation for what's going on. But it doesn't mean that you were wrong about that little bit. It just means that the statement might not have been entirely accurate. But I mean, Wi-Fi gospel. Let's just be clear. None of this shows that we need a god. All of these are developed by people and observations and testing. None of that requires a god. If we were to just say that we started right this second, we popped into existence for whatever reason, but it's just the way the universe exists and there is no deity, it would be no different. We could still do the things that we do. We don't need a god for us to exist. The universe exists as it is. We can calculate and predict based on how it is. The God is just an assumption.
Well, what I'm trying to say is that the hypothetical you gave of this universe existing exactly the way it is without a deity, that's an impossible hypothetical. That's the argument I'm trying to make. And the reason we did this whole thing about the example and the 1 in a billion chance that you could be wrong means you don't have knowledge of it is because this shows that your example of using your senses to know things, would you say that you could use your senses to know something but still have a 1 in a billion chance of being wrong about the thing that's based on your senses?
Well, yeah, you can always be wrong about something. For instance, my senses, right, will tell me that I'm getting burnt, when in fact my hand is being frozen, right? The senses tell me the same thing. I don't know if you've ever suffered ice burn.
Unfortunately, I have not. Have you?
Yeah, I have, and it's quite bad, terrible. And it literally feels like you're on fire, even though it's the opposite. Your senses are telling you that it's burning, but it's not. Does that mean that your senses are wrong, or are they doing the job of letting you know that you've been damaged? Are they still reliable in that circumstance?
Yeah, and again, that goes back to our standard of reliability, right?
Right, but even though they're wrong, they're still reliable, right?
That's a tough one because what's the evolutionary story? You probably know more about this of like we have an instinct of flight or fight, and we tend to like if we hear a shake in the bushes while we're peeing, the instinct is to run because if it's a predator, then we need to run right away, right? So like even if it's less likely that it's a predator, it's still instinctual to run because the consequences are so devastating if we are wrong about that.
Yeah, it's evolutionary. Almost, I want to say like genetic memory. Really, like you see a little slivery bastard, and you're going to run away because that tiny little snake, could actually kill you quite easily. It is, it's a fight or flight reaction that's evolved because our species wants to survive. Yeah.
So reliable for survival, but not reliable for truth.
Yeah, and that's almost how I would describe our senses, right? Our senses are there to stop us dying, right? We see the amount we do so that we don't walk into things. We have the sense of heat and stuff so that we know when there's danger around. We can hear things, so that we can determine what's going on. But they're there to do a job to keep us safe. It doesn't mean that they know exactly what is happening.
Okay, so if there's no reliability, so reliability for survival doesn't guarantee reliability for truth, then that would mean that just like in my example of the lottery, even if that non-guarantee was 1 in a billion for the reliability of truth, you wouldn't be able to know that your senses are reliable, and you wouldn't be able to know things based on empiricism, on your senses.
Well, again, we have to look at what the jobs of the things are. My senses can tell me certain things empirically that allow me to survive.
Okay, so like, let's say something that's true that allows you to survive. Like, you're walking across a field, you haven't eaten in a few days, and you see some form of food. And it's true that food's right there, it's edible, you go and you eat it. That was reliable for truth and survival, right? But could you have seen...
Not necessarily.
All right, well,
it depends on that comes down to depends on what you've eaten, to be fair. Right. Your senses might be like, well, that's food, I need that to survive. But what if you've eaten, a death cap or something?
So then it kind of makes my point though, what you're saying, because like there's always this chance you could be wrong. Always. Even honestly, that would not be, like you said, it wouldn't be reliable for survivability if you saw the food and it was a death cap.
And here's the thing, right? That for me goes against the existence of God. Because if there was a God, then our senses wouldn't only do what they do. They would allow us to have absolute truth. If there was a God that intelligently designed us in a way that allows us to exist perfectly on this earth, then we wouldn't have this hodgepodge of evolutionary hang-ups which allow us to bundle our way through the world and somehow not die.
Well, I would think, I think you would be right, but my instinct is, well, maybe you have the wrong God. Maybe a God intelligently designed us purposefully with flaws.
Okay, and that is something that I cannot disprove, right? And I want to make it very clear, right? I will never be able to disprove that there's a God, because that's something that is not testable, it's not provable, right? I can't prove that in 20 years I don't invent a time machine, go back and start the Big Bang and set up the universe as it is. There's no way to disprove that until 20 years' time and I don't invent a time machine. But you know what I mean? There's no way that me, you, or anyone could ever disprove the concept of a God. But there's also no way to prove that there is a God, which is why this debate is kind of impossible for you, because everything you have to do is just based on a premise of, well, it needs a God. But there is just no evidence for the God apart from your circular reasoning of, well, I think that's what knowledge requires. But we've gone through this back and forth a lot, explaining how knowledge, and I think you've agreed with me, is just kind of an extension of evolution almost.
Well, it seems like what you said about there's no way to disprove God. That's a universal negative claim, just like God is not real is a universal negative claim.
No, I wouldn't say it's a negative claim. It's kind of the opposite. I can't disprove God. I'm not saying that I.
That's a negative.
It's not saying that something is wrong or you're against something. I'm just saying that I don't have a way to prove God. There is no. It's not like I'm trying to prove a negative or something. The statement itself is a indication of a failure to do a thing, rather than a negative premise that I am putting forward. Nobody can disprove a God. Nobody can prove a God.
Well,
those are just universal truths. We can presuppose and want there to be a God and hope that a God is the reason knowledge exists as much as we want. But there is no way that either of us could win this debate, because neither of us could ever actually show our position to be 100% true. I don't think there's a God. You do. Neither of us have a way to prove that.
Well, it's weird because you kind of seem to say that about every position, that you can't prove any position to be 100% true.
No, it's very different. With science, you can falsify a hypothesis. Okay, that's something you can't do with God exists. If the hypothesis is that God exists, there isn't a way to test that. There isn't a way that we can say God made the universe, so if I predict something and then test that to go and see if it's true. That's what I mean by there's no way of disproving it. In science, there is ways of disproving hypotheses, disproving ideas. For God, there's no way of disproving the existence of God, but in the same way, there's no way of prove that God exists. All I can do is show that the universe exists as it does, and that no deity is necessary. And let's be honest, that's as much as an assumption as your side, as there is a deity necessary, right?
Well, I disagree only based on the argument that I made, because the argument I made was a necessary precondition. That God is a necessary condition. So, like, there are some things that you believe, like you talked about earlier, that aren't testable.
To be fair, though, isn't your, God is a necessary thing? That's just an assumption. You assume that it's necessary.
It would be if it wasn't justified.
But it's not justified.
Now,
you are
right,
again. You're assuming it's just. But you're assuming it's justified just because you say God exists. But I think we have both come to the conclusion that knowledge is a collection of experiences.
No,
right?
I wouldn't say. I mean, I thought we agreed that knowledge was justified true belief.
Yeah, which comes from a collection of experiences, right?
Well, the collection of experiences are like the colloquial way of using knowledge.
Yeah, right. But a collection of experiences doesn't require a deity. It requires me to have experiences.
Well, that's an assumption that for you, in order for you to have experiences, a deity isn't needed.
Well, no,
the assumption is you got here without a deity.
No, the assumption is that a deity was made. A deity is what gave me. I'm just saying, well, I disagree with your assumption of there's a deity. That's not an assumption.
Right.
That's disagreeing with your assumption. Because let's remember, the title of the debate is, does God exist? So that's the assumption that we are going with. And so I'm not making another assumption. I'm just disagreeing with your assumption that God exists.
Right, but you're also saying we're here. So it's almost like, and I know it's not one-to-one because of the words I'm using, but it's almost like eggs are a necessary precondition of an egg omelet. And it's like, obviously, switch it out with God and knowledge. And you're saying in this situation, eggs are just an assumption.
No,
and I'm saying,
they're
if we
not
have
the same,
an egg
though.
omelet, we have eggs, right?
Well, yeah, but again, right, we know that eggs exist because we can get them out of chickens.
We know God exists.
But we know eggs exist because we can hold them and we can get them out of chickens. We don't know God exists because that is just an assumption. There's nothing you can't go and hold God. You can't test God. You can't say God is definitely the reason for that. But what we can say, 100% certainty, is that the reason I got an omelette is because that chicken laid an egg. They are not the same in the slightest. One has empirical evidence that you can watch and test repeatedly. The other is just a belief that isn't justified.
So this all goes back to what I said earlier about believing things that aren't testable, like the concept of truth.
Yeah, but what is testable
you can't hold the concept of truth.
Yeah, but what is testable is that a chicken will give an egg. That's something that is testable, right? And we know that when the chicken gives the egg, we can take that egg and make an omelette from it if you're good enough at cooking. The amount of people I know that can't make an omelette is crazy. Whereas God is required for knowledge is just a statement with assumptions baked into it. There's no assumptions required in you need an omelette for an egg because you have to literally go and get the egg. Yours is, just a presuppositional, assumption of a thing, therefore a thing. And it's never going to be anything more than that. However many times you go round with the circular reasoning, it's always going to be just that.
But there actually are tons of assumptions that we make even when we go to grab an egg from a chicken and make an egg omelet. For example, one of those assumptions is induction. We believe that the next egg that's going to come out of a chicken is going to be an egg that we can make an omelet out of and not an egg that's a mini hydrogen bomb.
Well, chickens don't have the biological capacity to make a mini hydrogen bomb.
Right. And the reason they don't is also... Go ahead.
It's because of biology, right? What we know is when a chicken, what we know is based on the chicken's biology, we can make predictions that at certain times they will give eggs because, they're doing what the biology says that they can do. And again, that's something we can test. And with a physical thing in the world, it's always going to be something that we can test. But your assumption of God, therefore knowledge, is nothing that you can test. So, it's just an assumption. It's always going to be an assumption. It's not an assumption that the chicken's eggs are a thing that the biology of the chicken says will happen.
Well,
yes, it's an assumption that the chicken will definitely give another egg, but it's not an assumption that the biology of the chicken says that an egg should happen.
Well, two things here. You keep saying that I'm making assumptions with the God argument, and I'm going back to the fact that there are similar arguments, like about laws of logic and the concepts of truth, that aren't making assumptions, and they do the same thing. They're necessary preconditions for knowledge that we don't need to test empirically in order to know about.
Well, here's the thing. You are making them necessary conditions because of your preconceived notions of there must be a God, right? Just because you can make a necessary... Hold on. Just because you can make a necessary condition doesn't mean that necessary condition is true.
Right, but if we agree that knowledge is a justified true belief, those are three conditions of knowledge that are necessary.
Yeah, but none of that means that God is a thing. It never goes back to, well, then God. Ever. But every single bit of knowledge can exist without a deity needed. We exist as we are right now, and we have knowledge based on our experiences, based on our collection of experiences. There is no God needed for that. It is just an assumption.
But didn't you just make a bunch of assumptions when you said we exist as we are right now?
No, I exist as I am right now. That's not an assumption. It's not an assumption that I have pins holding my leg together and I am in constant agony every second of every day. That is not an assumption. That is something I know for a fact because I experience it.
Right, but you're assuming based on the law of identity that the Craig you are right now is the Craig you were 3 seconds ago when you made that statement.
It's definitely the same Craig. I have gained some experience, but I'm still the same Craig.
Well, yeah, just saying that, though, isn't a justification.
Well, no, it is because I'm the same Craig. My tattoo didn't change. I've definitely still got my Star Trek tattoo. And I've definitely still got the tattoo on my chest. I'm still the same Craig. That didn't change. There's no assumption there. My body is what it is. Some of my skin flakes came off. In a little way, I am a slightly different Craig because I've lost some skin cells. I have metabolized some of the food that I've given and converted it into energy. I am a slightly different being, but the Craig still exists. He's up here.
Okay. And you're also still assuming that the law of non-contradiction still holds?
That's an assumption that's needed, really. Again,
Really?
I am a physical thing. That's all that matters, right? Anything that is physical, you can test. God is not something that is ever testable. And this is all this comes down to. What is testable and what is not? The universe around us is testable. Things in nature are testable. Matter and energy is testable. Okay? What is not testable is God. Therefore,
and the laws of logic.
No, in the laws of anything, in the laws of science, in logic, in any way, shape, or form, God is not something that is testable. Therefore, it is and always will be an assumption.
Okay. So all those laws then are assumptions too, right?
The laws of physics aren't an assumption. No, they're something that is testable.
How do you test a law of physics?
Make a prediction. We've gone through this. You use the scientific method. Law of physics, number one. Let's go with the first law of thermodynamics. No energy can be created or destroyed. You can test that with a particle accelerator and seeing what happens, and the fact that there is no energy created or destroyed. It just becomes other forms.
But that's only a particular example. A law is universal.
Yes, it was a particular example of a particular law, yes. And any law in science is something that has been tested and corroborated over and over again.
Are the laws universal?
Is Newton's universal law of gravitation universal? Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So in order to test a universal, you have to test it everywhere at the same time.
Incorrect.
Well, if you only have particulars, how do you get from a bunch of particulars to the universal?
You can make predictions about what you will see and just test those predictions. You don't have to test the entire universe. You can say, right, we can, if what we're saying is true, in this particular area of the sky, we should see this thing. And then go and see if you see that thing. Oh, look, that matched the predictions. You know what? Let's test another area of the sky, and another area of the sky, and another area of the sky. We're testing more and more and more areas of the sky thanks to the James Webb Space Telescope, and every single time it confirms what we understand about, the laws of the universe. So these are testable things, but anything to do with God is not testable, and that's what I want you to understand. That's the only thing that matters to me is what is testable and what isn't. God is never and can never be testable.
You're just talking about particulars. The universal law itself is not testable. You're just testing particular instances of what you call the universe.
Yeah, that's how you do testing. And what we find is whenever we look in the universe, it matches the laws. Every single time.
So if
that and if we found something that didn't match what our laws was,
right,
we would go back to the drawing board and we say, okay, well, we need to come up with a new hypothesis and a new prediction and a new test because we were clearly wrong about something. Oh, it's always possible to be wrong. That's the point. Right. But you have to have something that is testable to be wrong. And what you're not getting here, Wi-Fi Gospel, is God is not testable.
Well, and I'm trying to show you that just because something isn't testable, like you can't put it in a test tube, then it doesn't mean you shouldn't believe it or that it's not true.
Well, that's exactly what it means. If you cannot test it, then there's no reason to believe it. If you cannot test it and make sure that it functions the way that it should and that it matches predictions, then there's no reason you should believe in it.
But
just because you say
testing
something, just because you say something exists doesn't mean you should believe in it. Like there's no difference between the tooth fairy and God, right?
Well, there is a major difference.
No, there's not. Both of them are untestable things.
Right, but just because something is untestable doesn't mean it's not real. But look,
but there's no way to show it's real without testing it, though. That's the thing. That is the precondition of knowing if something is real. That's a precondition for knowing if something is real, is its ability to be tested. God, this is a yes or no question. Can you test God?
In an empirical sense, no.
Right, well, therefore, you cannot prove that God exists.
Okay. Can you test the law of non-contradiction in an empirical sense?
That's not science. I do science.
Okay, so then the law of non-contradiction is not real.
The law of non-contradiction is something that we've made up.
Okay, so this is
the law of non-contradiction is not the same as Newton's law of gravitational attraction. One is an empirical fact about the universe. Another is a concept that humans have developed.
Did we create the concept or discover it?
We literally created the concept of non-contradiction.
Okay, so can we change it?
If we want. If we find that it's wrong. But that's the thing, right?
Wait.
That's the entire point. Wrong. That is the entire point, right? You are conflating scientific laws with logical laws, and you can't do that. Scientific laws are testable. Logical laws are just things that we have developed to try and have coherent conversations, but they don't always hold up. And it's just, it's presuppositionalism wrapped in an attempt to make it a modus ponens, to stick your conclusion into your premise of God is what we need for knowledge, when that is something we can never ever test or reliably even look at logically, because it's a circular reasoning.
But you just said logic.
I will give you guys a 2-minute warning really quick.
Okay. You just said logically. The last point I want to make is, with the laws of logic, the law of non-contradiction has to be true in order for anything to be true, because of the principle of explosion. The principle of explosion states that from a contradiction, anything is true. And so, like, if I say that not A and A are both true at the same time in the same place, then no matter what I affirm, it's always true. So therefore, if there's no law of non-contradiction, the principle of explosion states everything I say is true, which means everything is meaningless, because nothing is true if everything is true. So we couldn't make it different.
That was literally just word babble that does not relate to reality. Okay, the problem is that you are looking at the world through an entirely, I want to set out a logical argument stance, but that's not the way the world works. The world and the universe works based on predictions and science, and we can predict something and test against it, and you can try and make all the logical arguments and circular reasonings that you like. It is never ever going to change the fact that we cannot test for God. There is no proof for a God. There will never be any proof for a God beyond some kind of sophism about logic that is ending up being circular reasoning, no matter how much you disagree with it. Sorry, but that's all you've got, circular reasoning.
Last question for you. Does the scientific method have to be logical?
Does it have to be logical?
In order to work?
It has to follow a set of rules.
Does it have to be logical?
Logic is a separate thing to science. It might not appear logical to many people, but it's a set of rules set out to give you instructions how to test the world.
Do those rules have to be logical?
If they were to make sense, then yes.
Okay.
But again, logic is something that we have created. The scientific method is something that we have created. But the physical world, not the laws that exist within science, laws of thermodynamics, laws of gravity, they're not things we created. They're things that exist.
Exist in what sense? How do they exist?
They are what decides what happens in the universe. The law of universal gravitational attraction decides when I let it go, that goes down.
Yeah, and what's the ontology of that law?
It does. The law came from observations.
Right. So you observed particular instances and made up and said that this is a universal law.
More than that, there was a lot of tests to confirm. Based on Newton made the observation that mass attracted mass. Did a lot of calculations and tests and confirmed that mass attracts mass with FG equals gm1 m2 over r squared. That's something that is empirical and testable, and is the opposite of God.
And it just seems to me lots of particulars extrapolated out to a universal doesn't mean that it's universal.
Well, then you're missing the entire point of being able to test something. We're not claiming that things are always completely exactly universal, but our hypothesis has failed to be falsified at the moment. If you have a falsification of the hypothesis that universal law of gravitation means that every bit of mass is attracted to every bit of mass in the universe, then it would be your burden to present that evidence that hypothesis is incorrect.
Well, saying something is not absolutely universal and then also saying every bit of mass is attracted to every bit of mass seems contradictory.
Again, you missed what I just said. We are saying that that's what our hypothesis is and that's what our prediction is, but we don't know 100% that's what the case is, right? But at the moment, we have failed to falsify it. It might not be universal, but at the moment, we failed to falsify that it's universal. all of our tests, all of our observations, and all of our calculations show that every single bit of matter in the universe attracts every other bit of matter in the universe. That is something that has failed to be falsified at the moment. Might be later on, we don't know.
This might be a good opportunity to jump into the Q&A, folks. If you happen to have questions, feel free. I would say we have a pretty good amount. Most of them are insults toward Wi-Fi gospel, but so those I'm going to read through fast because they're just, you guys are sick and you just want to pay to have somebody read an insult to somebody else.
I have thick skin. Send James as much money as you possibly can to insult me because you won't call me up to say it.
They're insulting you. I normally get the insults on this channel.
That's true. But tonight, there's one over and squared has come after Wi-Fi gospel. Some of these are brutal. I feel bad about reading some of these. But, first, this is the one I feel worst about. They say, modern day debate, were you relieved that the Washington, D.C. sandwich guy who threw his sub at a Fed was not indicted on a felony? Nowadays, now subways can be used as weapons. I was only mad that he would waste Subway. That's what he should have been locked up for. Oh, the other one, now, this is where this guy's got some, do you know who this guy, this one over and squared is? Wi-Fi Gospel, do they taunt you at your own channel?
I don't get many taunts at my own channel.
The other thing is, I don't know what this guy, let me read it, but I'm like, I don't see how this, makes you look better or how it makes your side not look worse. They say, Wi-Fi gospel, oh, it sounds terrible. They say, did your deity intend for you to be obese?
Oh,
they
come
say,
on.
Modern day debate, can you give Wi-Fi some tips? Let's see, he looks like he needs it on physical fitness. This person's so... I'm like, are they trying to make people like Wi-Fi Gospel's position more? These are meaner. Anyway, don't worry, Craig.
James is in great shape. It could probably give me some awesome tips. I just lack consistency. I played a bunch of sports in high school. I was in really good shape in high school. I got married really young. I got 3 kids, and it's just hard to do everything all at once. But I mean, you're right. I need to lose weight. Everybody needs to be healthy.
Yeah. Hey, dude. Right. Wi-Fi Gospel. So 3 years ago, I was probably way heavier than you are. Dude,
oh, wow.
I was close to 20 plus stone. And I've worked really hard over the past few years, and I'm literally half the man that I used to be. And I'm 42. All right. I've gone back to the gym at my age, and I'm probably happier with my body now than I've ever been. So it doesn't matter. Yeah, you're married, you've got 3 kids now, but it's never too late to, get to the gym and eat properly. There's nothing wrong with that, and I think I'm living proof of even a cripple can do it.
I appreciate that, dude. I have a boxing bag to my left and a whole bench set up to my right, so
do it, man.
I really just... Yeah,
do you know also that people that lift weights for an hour 3 times a week reduce risk of heart disease, of any kind of heart disease, by 98%?
Wow, 98? That's crazy.
Yeah.
This one coming in from JSS Tiger says, to the Christian, they're not even going to identify you by name. Would you be fine if your God was a lie, but Lord Xenu, the Galactic Emperor, was the actual creator?
If you, because one thing that didn't come up tonight that does come up a lot. I mean, I think Craig might have said it once, but they say that you can replace, in this argument, you can replace God with any God. That's true to an extent. In my argument, you could replace God with any God that meets the requirements that's necessary for being a necessary condition for the possibility of knowledge, such as creating us and the world in order to know things, right? That's kind of the bare minimum. There is much more you can get into and deeper to figure out which God that is. But that wasn't for this stream. A lot of people I know who run these arguments do start with the Christian God, and some specifically even the Orthodox Christian God, and they make arguments from the energies essence distinction. Kind of the bare minimum. I'm not Orthodox yet. I'm not even really allowed to go onto those debates right now, but I try to stay away from it for now. But Jay Dyer, Father Deacon Ananias make those arguments.
This one from Maryland says, I have to read it. This is maybe the most annoying super chat. They say we are all gods because of God, kings and queens. Everything should be free. I swear that's a bot, but why would a bot spend money on a super chat? JSS Tiger says 1 over and squared. This do I have to read? I will read it because I made the promise. They say, Wi-Fi, when did you receive your revelation? I think they mean revelation. And was it while you were standing in front of the fridge? These people.
Oh, come on!
Are so low.
That was kind of funny.
They say, when the fit Christian nationalists take over, will you be able to run away? They say Wi-Fi likes
Interestingly
cookies.
enough. Oh, go ahead, finish it.
Let's see. They say, do you always supersize at McDonald's? I don't understand. They say Wi-Fi needs a cookie. You should take a break. That was their last one.
Okay. My wife has been amazing. So I used to do all the grocery shopping. We spent like $150 a week, which isn't terrible for a house of 5. But I would buy just all crap because I'm like cheap, right? And then my wife was like, whoa, what are we doing here? Now she spends about $200. We get about half the food, but it's all amazing organic food, and I do feel a ton better eating that stuff. But I was a lineman in high school, right? There are NFL linemen who are 3 times my size and twice as fast as me. You'd be very surprised how quick I could be. So, just saying.
True. Marilyn says, oh, we got that one. JSS Tiger says, that one. Moto Gear. Issa Kabir. Ugh. Maybe even more annoying. They say, steel man the other's positions in 2 sentences, let's say. Maybe 3 sentences if you need it.
Yeah, do you want to go first? You want me to?
You can go first.
I think that Craig's position here is simply that if God were real, we would have tangible evidence, or at least a testable hypothesis to run through something like the scientific method. If we don't have that, then all of these other methods of proving his existence aren't at least convincing to him and maybe don't work at all.
Not quite. It's more that I hold the position that I don't know if there's a God or not because there is no way to test for it. Okay, so your position is that your prerequisite for knowledge existing is that God is real, and God exists because knowledge is possible.
In a sense, yeah.
This one coming in from...
And you don't see how that's not circular?
Well, it's not because it's a conditional statement, right?
But it's a conditional statement that includes
knowledge
its
is
premise in its
possible,
conclusion.
Well, if knowledge is possible, God exists. Knowledge is possible, therefore God exists. The reason it's not... So question begging is a type of like informal fallacy, so you wouldn't see it within the validity of the premises. So it would be how I connect the conditional statement in premise 1. And that's where the true dichotomy comes in. And I don't want to, have to go and rehash all of this, but that's why it's not circular, is because of the way I justify it is with the true dichotomy.
But it doesn't stop it being a circular argument that contains its conclusion within its premise.
Well, so saying it literally has the conclusion in the premise it seems to me like a misunderstanding of modus ponens.
Well, you can dress it up as modus ponens all you like. It doesn't stop the conclusion existing within your premise.
Let's talk about it real quick.
It's literally a circular argument. It's a circle. You could draw it in a circle with lines connecting each one. And yes, you can call it modus ponens, but you can call anything modus ponens, and it still be a circular argument. And you can lay anything out in a logical way in a modus ponens argument, but it doesn't stop it containing a conclusion that's in the premise.
Well, in a valid sense, it does. Like I don't literally have my premise in my conclusion. That would make the argument invalid.
But your conclusion is in your premise, though. Your conclusion
not
is
in the sense that you're talking about.
So your conclusion is God exists because knowledge is possible, right?
Right. Well,
And
no. The conclusion is just God exists.
But there has to be a reason for the conclusion. Otherwise, it's
Right,
just
and
an
that's
assumption.
in premise 1 and premise 2. So the inference, right? That's why modus ponens is called an inference rule, because the inference comes from the premises. You infer from the premises the conclusion.
Well, yeah, but then you have to infer that God exists because knowledge is possible from your conclusion.
Yeah, because it follows.
Well, yeah, that's why it's circular. You're right. Your premise, your is knowledge. We know knowledge exists because God exists, and because God exists, it means that knowledge is possible. And you can
let me just say this
draw
real
it in a circle. There's no way that it's not a circular argument. No matter how many times you dress it up as a modens tollens, the conclusion is included in the premise.
Okay, so if egg omelets exist, eggs exist. Egg omelets exist, therefore eggs exist.
That's still circular, no matter how many times you dress it up as modens tollens.
Okay.
This one coming in from, you appreciate your question. It's from Bryce J. Says Wi-Fi Gospel wins because of the orthobro beard, and Fight the Flat Earth is a beta with that logic. GG's. Is it G? How do you say
Here's
it when
one
they put?
for you. They're not all for me. See.
When they say GG, what is that?
That means good game.
Really?
Yeah.
Thank you. This one from Dog Meat says, how do you test the scientific method?
How do you test the scientific method? The scientific method is what you use to test things. The test of the scientific method is the fact that it's worked, and you and I are talking over the internet when we are on different sides of the planet, really. But yeah, the scientific method is a set of rules that allow us to test a hypothesis. It's not something that you test itself. In fact, there's many versions of the scientific method depending on the industry or the particular area of science that you're doing. The scientific method is a malleable thing.
It seems like holding the standard then that you must test things with the scientific method in order to know if they're true wouldn't hold up because you actually can't test the scientific method.
Well, the scientific method is a set of rules. And again, as I said, the test of that is the fact that we have developed technology and things from science.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it, Marilyn, says, we're all God, cognitive dissonance, you idolize God. Thank you for that. Yonder Stone
When are you
says,
going to have Marilyn up here for a debate?
I suspect that Marilyn is actually Martin. I don't believe Marilyn is the blonde Irish woman that Marilyn says. I didn't know women troll that much. Like, I've never seen, she trolls more than a dude. Yonder Stone says, any evidence for the existence of God? Just presuppositionalism?
Say that again. Sorry, I was thinking about Marilyn.
They say, you mean Martin. They say, any evidence for the existence of God? Just presuppositionalism?
It does. This kind of really gets, that's why Craig said that, because it does get into the heart of what we're talking about today. I don't think it's fair to say that evidence is only empirical, right? A philosophical proof is literally that. It's proof. It's evidence for the truth of something, which I do believe that I provided today.
You got it. This one coming in from Yonder Stone. We got that one over in Square. It says modern day debate, take a break. And we got that one. Thank you. Cole Marshall says, Wi-Fi, how are you defining exist? Where is God?
So exist would just... It's tough because if no matter where you define the word exist, whether you're me or Craig, you're kind of in it's a circular definition, right? If you say that God is reality, in a sense, whereas he has created all things, right? At the very bottom of every atom is God's word, for example. If you were to say something like that and define existence as what God has created, or where God is, then that would be circular. But in the same sense, when you define existence as that which is real, it's a tautology.
You got it. This one coming in from Human says, if Wi-Fi gospel speaks, he is wrong. He speaks QED.
I'm not used to this. I normally get ripped apart with the super chats. What's going on?
What's the QED part?
I don't know. It's some sort of slang the youth are using. Craig, what does that mean?
QED is like, basically a full stop.
Oh, okay. So, but I don't think he was on a good point, but I don't think he made the full. I can't see the super chat. What does it say?
They said, if Wi-Fi gospel speaks, he is wrong. He speaks. I think they're saying just because if you put something in a modens ponens.
Yeah, so here's the thing. That's not circular, right? I would simply ask, how do you connect to the conditional statement in premise 1? And then they would have to have a follow-up argument, right? But the argument itself isn't circular because if premise 1 is true, if I speak, then I lose. And then premise 2 is true. I speak. The conclusion would follow that I spoke, so I lost. That's not circular, but there needs to be an argument to connect the conditional statement.
This one coming in from Do Appreciate It. JSS Tiger says, here's the Christian's argument. If grass is green, God exists. Oh, look, grass is green. Therefore, God. Derp.
It's the same thing, except, it lacks the connection of the conditional statement.
But it is just as circular.
Says
but I
Wi-Fi.
provided the connection of the conditional statement.
Says Wi-Fi, you seem like an expert in logic and deduction. A primal example of a logical proof is Euclid's proof that the number of primes is infinite. Can you describe this proof?
I am not an expert in logic. I do study a lot of epistemology, but like if you didn't tell me what Euclid's proof was, I couldn't name it. I'm not familiar with that.
This one coming in from Do Appreciate It. Christian Mirabal said, we would be able to ask questions to the participants. Yes, you are. They had a question eventually. They have a question coming up besides that one.
Did he just send a super chat to ask if he's allowed to send a super chat?
Yes.
Yeah.
And this one from, I don't know if he's trolling me. Kira Liv says, testing your senses requires you to use your senses, Craig.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can make a prediction as to what our senses should show us. That's no problem. There's nothing circular about saying we're going to test our senses. You have to use your senses to test your senses because that's what you're testing, is your senses. You can't test them without using them because they need to be active to be tested.
You got it.
In order for your tests to produce reliable results, you're assuming that your senses are reliable.
Well, no, because we're making a prediction as to what our senses should give us.
Yeah, and in order to know if your experiment proves your prediction, you would have to use your senses, which means you would assume they're reliable enough to let you connect, to let you prove your hypothesis with the not conclusions, but the data that you get from the experiment.
Again, we just have to compare it to the prediction. That's all that matters.
Yeah, with your senses.
Yeah, and if they do what the prediction says, then it's all good.
This one coming in from Corey says, thanks for setting up such a great debate. I'm having a blast over here. I can't wait for DebateCon. Thanks for your kind words, Corey. And Craig will face off against his nemesis. For years, Witsit Gets It and Craig have been rivals. It's Craig's intellectual equal. They are.
Excuse, what did you just say about Witsit?
I just love that I could say that about you guys, and you both just get so pissed. You guys, you don't want to miss it. Craig and Witsit at DebateCon. Grab tickets now. The discounted tickets are available until tomorrow. They're going away tomorrow night. So grab them now. Corey says, thank you for that. Christian says, over and under square, it says Wi-Fi. Do you think you'll end up in CCOT or sedan? What is, so CCOT, it's spelled C-E-C-O-T. What is CECOT in all caps?
They're saying I'm going to be a terrorist.
Okay.
Oh.
King Ginger.
Come on, guys, that's not fair.
Listen, he's not terrorist.
Sorry, I shouldn't have said
as far
that.
as we know.
No, they've got weight requirements, and he's a bit above that, right? No, joking, joking.
King Giver.
See, that was actually funny, guys. Learn from Craig.
King Ginger 333 says, Craig, do numbers only exist in our minds, or are they true no matter what? If not, then why does the Mandelbrot set exist?
Well, numbers are just our way of denoting, whatever little bits of things that there are. Mandelbrot sets exist because there are sets of things. We just apply numbers. It could be, the numbers are just the way we represent, gradations of things.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Now, 1 over and squared, he really has it in for you, Wi-Fi. He says, where did you take Philosophy 101? If was school, he might be drunk. Or university, please name.
No, this is a double-edged sword, right? When I say this, so I actually dropped out of high school because I went to work for my father's business at 17. And
that's fair enough.
So people will say, well, duh, look how bad. That's why he's a bad debater. He dropped out of high school. But then I always turn it on, and I say, well,
your high school
if you can't
is
beat,
different, though, right?
We go up to 12th grade. In high school.
Right. See, now there's nothing wrong. Okay, so with you dropping out of school to go and work.
I want to hear the rest of his story.
Sorry, I was just like, people that go against it is bad.
I turn it on and I say, well, how bad is it that you can't beat a high school dropout? All right, so if you're going to use it against me, I will use it back.
Yeah. So my son, who is just turning 17, he's finished what we would consider high school over here, but he's not continuing normal high school. He's going to train to be a chef instead. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean he's stupid. He's done what we would consider high school over here, but he's got a thing that he wants to go and do. So no,
I got into a bad group of kids and stopped going to school, and my dad said, you can stay here, but you got to get a job or just get out. I was like, all right, I'll get a job. And I started working for him, learned a trade, and that's what I do now.
Fair enough.
This one coming in from Apollo's Christian Apologetics says, if you want to see Craig actually get destroyed, I encourage you all to watch my debate with him. The audience, including atheists, voted I won by far. The tag or transcendental argument, presuppositionalist argument is bad, to be honest. Wow, what a bad.
Sorry, who was that?
Oh, that was Apollo's Christian Apologetics.
Oh, I barely even remember him. Yeah, I ruined him in debate. And yeah, of course the people on this channel tend to vote for you, but just, you could just look at the people on my channel who all thought you were an apologetic asshole. An apologist asshole, rather, not an apologetic one, you know what I mean. If the left look at votes from the left, then the left think they're great. If the right look at votes from the right, then the right think they're great.
This one from, they say, prove God by asking him the winning lotto numbers. This is from JSS Tiger.
Didn't Chris Angel do that? So if Chris Angel can do it, that's not a good proof.
This one from 1 over and under squared says, Wi-Fi, are you a Bayesian? So they say, what is Bayes' rule? Please reframe the hypothesis that God exists in the Bayesian context, i.e., what is the prior?
Yeah, I know that Bayesian is like a form of or an ideology about probability and statistics. But I don't know. I'd have to have a conversation with that person to understand what they're trying to ask.
Over and under also said Wi-Fi's modern version of cogito ergo sum is, quote, it takes good, therefore God. I think they meant taste. I just realized how many super chats may come from drunk people. I think this guy, it makes sense of like why this guy's like so different. 1 over and under said, Wi-Fi, are you using a novel argument? If you are using a novel argument, how is it different than the arguments Augustine, Aquinas, Anselm, Plantinga have made before?
I don't know too much about Augustine. Aquinas would never make a presuppositional argument because he believed in natural theology. So he actually holds the position that you can gain knowledge just from nature. You don't necessarily need God. Of course, he would say God created nature, but he would actually... That's why you see a lot of people who are Roman Catholics dislike tag and presuppositional apologetics, because it's very Thomistic. Or they're very Thomistic. And the third guy was Plantinga. Plantinga was a fallibilist, which is interesting being a Christian. He believes that you can't know anything for sure. So, I don't know. They don't... It's not novel, though. Sorry. One more. It's not novel. Bonson, Van Til, J. Dyer, Father Deacon Ananias. There's plenty of people who make these arguments.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it, over and underscore, it says Wi-Fi. Do you think that beard, if you think that beard looks good, did your deity tell you this?
Well,
he's got to be under the influence. Let's not.
Hey, at least he can grow a beard.
Not...
I've not shaved for a week, right?
Let's not dignify it with a response. Zuber says, Wi-Fi, if God isn't testable, regardless if a God exists or not, does that make the belief in that God reasonable?
Yes, because I don't think that non-testable things aren't reasonable to believe in.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it, Simon Simple. Thanks for your super chat. Let me know if you had a question you wanted to attach to it. Otherwise, thanks for your support. And Solar Knight says, God only exists inside your head and books? Question mark. There is no God in nature? Question mark.
Is that after my Thomistic argument thing? I don't know. No, of course God. I mean, in the sense of like, is God's essence in nature? No. God created nature. I don't know what you mean by in it. Like, are you talking like Marilyn thinks that God is in nature and in all of us? No, not like that.
This one comes in from over and under squared, strikes again. He's a nasty guy. Says, please explain Gödel's incompleteness theorem. Specifically, what domains do they apply to, as in Gödel's original proof?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard those words before. I don't know what they mean. And I'm not like here as like the philosophy expert that knows all things about the history of philosophy and all these niche things. Like I said, I've studied epistemology, and so I know a lot of the concepts within epistemology. That's why I end up talking about epistemology the most.
Zuver says, Wi-Fi, if God isn't testable, regardless if a God exists or does not exist, does that make the belief in that God reasonable? They're basically saying, if God isn't testable, does that make the belief in that God reasonable?
Right, it's the same one as like two super chats ago. No, because again, like even something as simple as human rights, right? Would you say it's not reasonable to believe in human rights because they're not testable? Of course you wouldn't.
This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Quick reminder, folks. DebateCon 6, discounted tickets right now. Don't wait. They're going to go away tomorrow night. This one from, and that's linked to the top of the description box and linked at the top of the chat. This is from Christian Mirabal. Says to Craig, I'm not a full atheist because of the astronomical odds of our existence. Do you see the rare conditions in our solar system, namely a quiet sun, Jupiter's protection, as divine design or just luck?
It's literally just cosmic coincidences. Our universe is vast and giant, and I'm sure these conditions exist in other places. Yes, there is small odds for Jupiter orbit being just right to keep a lot of asteroids away from us, and the odds of the sun being as it is, with the Goldilocks zone being a right away to get the right heat and radiation. Yeah, the odds are quite small. The odds are quite small of the moon appearing roughly the same size as the sun in the sky. But coincidences don't mean God. They're just coincidences. It's simple as that, really.
This is next one from Jayub. Says Craig is suffering from circle phobia. Oh, I see, because you said I'm not afraid of circles. This
I'm afraid
one
of snakes.
from this one from Philip Beretta says, Craig, you made a statement that we will never be able to test for God. There is science like string theory that we can't test yet. What if we just need to find the right tech or knowledge to test for God?
Well, we would need to be able to make a prediction to be able to test for God. And I'm pretty sure the Bible says things like we can never know the true nature of God, so that's just literally something that we wouldn't be able to test.
This one coming in from Pumpkin says, does Wi-Fi Gospel trust his sense of... Okay. Here we go. Of getting full. Wow. Now, this is a new one. You guys, I think they have to be under the influence because you guys, it's like when you're just like trying to, be like really hard on somebody. I don't know if it makes your side look better. And it is true that they do that to Craig too, where sometimes like they say things to Craig where I'm like, this does not make theists or conservatives or whatever party look better. But like I said, it is Friday. What is it? Saturday night. So some of these people are probably hammered or
Sunday morning at this point.
Yeah. I think, let me see if we got I think that we've got all the questions. Let me just double check. Folks, if you have any last questions, get them in now because we're going to wrap up in just a moment. Do check out the DebateCon 6 link in the description box and pinned at the top of the live chat. You guys, the discounts are going away tomorrow. Get the early bird tickets now. Believe me, if you want to see Craig and Wits collide, come on out. It's not just about the debates, though it is going to be huge, because that debate, I'm just like, wow, I can't imagine the energy that's going to happen. But it's also about meeting your favorite content creators, whether it be Craig, Daniel Hakikachu, Richard Carrier, Andrew Wilson. Come on out. It's going to be a blast DebateCon. Have some good times. Enjoy yourself. Good laughs. Have a fun time. You only live once. I mean, like, for real, I'm the kind of guy, I love watching 90s movies at home. I love it. But at some point, I'm like, I got to go out and do things, and that's your opportunity now with DebateCon 6 is like, get out there and do things, strike while the iron is hot, is that tickets are affordable now and flights are affordable now. So, hey, like, there's no better time. Sign up to see these debates. All of Craig's debates are included, because I know a lot of Craig's viewers are watching right now. They're included on just the most basic economical ticket. So if you're like, hey, I'm a really economical person, I get that, is that Craig's are included on those most economical ticket because they're kind of the main platform debates, like the ones that are on the stage. So want to say thank you, gentlemen. It's been a true pleasure to host you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Wi-Fi Gospel. Nice to meet you. That was actually a very pleasant debate. A lot of the time they get out of hand and James shouts at me a lot, but this has been all right.
Yeah,
You
same
got
here.
it.
I appreciate you doing this.
But thank you guys. Seriously, we appreciate it. Our guests are linked in the description. Folks, what are you waiting for? If you want to hear more from their positions, you certainly can by clicking on their links right now. I'm even going to hyperlink it right now in the title. So maybe you're lazy like me and you're like, go in the description box. Go to the title, as right now I'm putting their names in these hyperlinks, folks. What are you waiting for? I do appreciate our guests, as they're the lifeblood of the channel. So go, even if you disagree with them, go over there and throw your poop at them in the comments. And with that, I'll be back in just a moment. So stick around, folks, as I'll give you updates about DebateCon 6 coming up. Thanks, gentlemen. It's been a pleasure. I hope you guys have a restful night.
Restful? I've still got at least another 15 hours of streaming.
That's right. I hope you have an exciting night then, Craig.
Speak to you later, guys. And James, get me a little stinger intro that I can stick in front of me streams, bud, and then I'll play that every time for you.
Will do. Thank you both. You guys have a tremendous night.
Thank
Peace
you.
out.
See you guys in Nashville. Have a good night.
See ya. I'm stoked.
Well, that was actually quite a lot of fun. He wasn't an asshole like a lot of people. It was actually interesting to have a debate with someone who seems relatively civil. A few super chats to read out. HasKing95 says, and he's been a member for 41 months, that I've got to slap Witless when I see him. Maybe before I leave. Cole Marshall for £10 says, thanks for engaging with me in DMs. No worries, mate. Popa Russian for $4.99. No researchers here would assert that is. Can a conclusion be reached? Yes. Will it? Not necessarily. It's Rubik's $2 says, this isn't does God exist, it's epistemology. Yeah, he kind of ignored the prompt a little bit. Alright, I am going to take a little break. Just a wee 15 minutes. Now, I know you guys have been waiting a long time for new episodes of Flerfs Are Idiots. And they're fucking nearly ready. I can't wait to actually show you what I've been working on for so long. New format and everything. It's going to be amazing. Where is it? While I go and have a little break, you can watch another collaboration between myself and Simon Dan. Rubik's, I've literally emailed back. I mean, could you just confirm, if you don't mind, just tell him that, yeah, I'm cool, whatever. And we're probably going to bring Mike from the Drunk Debunk Show as a moderator. Alright guys, I'll be back in about 15 minutes. Enjoy.
Yes, last checkpoint. I am the best tank. Yes, it worked. I'm here. Craig, you have to listen. This is really important. Can you get out of the way, please? Seriously. An old version of you with a half cyborg face just teleported into your living room from the future, and you're worried about a video game. This is a competitive match. My SR's on the line, and great, I'm dead. What do you want? After years of anti-science rhetoric and using the internet to connect all the village idiots, the flat earthers have taken over. It's a mess. The world is practically destroyed. NASA, in a last-ditch attempt to save the world, used the remains of their technology to turn me, well, you, into a cyborg, and send me back in time to... Why a cyborg? What? I mean, I get the travel back in time thing, save the future, blah blah blah, but why a cyborg? Seems like a waste of resources. Well, you see... no, you're right, that doesn't make much sense at all, does it? No, not really. So, why are you here? Well, well, you've really taken the wind out of my sails now. This was really painful. Where was I? After looking at multiple timelines, NASA discovered the only way to save the future was for you to make a flat earth debunking video. Well, I already do that. I've got a YouTube channel. Yeah, but you can't really do anything when you haven't even got 50,000 subscribers, can you? Ow? Alright, hold on. Call Simon Dan.
Ah, who's this? Hello?
Hey Dan, it's Craig.
Who?
Ow? You know, Fight the Flat Earth, FTFE?
Yeah, I think I've heard of you. How'd you get my number?
Alright, so listen Dan, do you fancy a week off? I could cover your Flat Earth Friday for you.
Well, I guess I could lower my channel standards enough to let you on. Fine, just don't tank my channel, okay?
Oh great, thanks Dan.
Yeah, whatever. Don't call me again. In fact, you can delete my number.
Is that better? Happy? Yeah, much better. Don't screw this up, Craig. You are our only hope. I'll teleport you to the studio. No, I'm still in a competitive match. So Flat Earth is a massive joke. Some would even describe it as the internet's pet rock. But I guess it does pose a danger, because some people might not have the ability to figure out that it's the dumbest thing humanity has ever come up with. Like kids. But what kind of idiot would push flat Earth on children?
Hey guys, check this out real quick. Space is fake. You're not on a spinning ball. They're gonna teach you, listen guys, they're gonna teach you you live on a spinning ball. That doesn't make it true. It's not real.
Most kids even seem to know that he is stupid.
Are you crazy?
Sometimes these idiots try to act like they are teachers and do things like create the Flat Earth Institute of Science. Let's take a look at Kyle Adams and some Flat Earth science.
Hello and welcome. All right, let's get right to it. Right off the bat, let's ask this question. What is the most accurate kind of map?
One's based on the globe, like satellite navigation that uses 4 intersecting spheres of influence from 4 separate orbiting satellites to accurately derive your position on Earth to within 15 meters and can only work on a globe.
It's a photograph. And so long as you are taking a picture of the flat Earth, you have a flat Earth map.
So you assume the Earth is flat, take a picture of that assumed flat Earth, and that means you have a flat Earth map. This is flat Earth science. Yeah, our species is doomed.
All right, here we are in Google Maps.
Google Maps is based on the globe, so not a flat Earth map. But please do continue being dumb.
This is Brisbane, Australia, or Brisbane as they call it down there.
Because that's how you actually say it.
And let's go ahead and switch this over to satellite view.
Okay.
Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and zoom out. And you tell me when to stop when something smells fishy to you.
Whenever I search Flat Earth on YouTube, I also get a fishy smell. I wonder why that is.
Okay. Everything. Oh wait.
Huh?
Wait, zoom back in a little. I see a lot of like stripes on the map.
Okay. You've got rows.
Columns.
Or columns. Thank you. Do you think those are real? Whoa, check out the water over here.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's really interesting. Really interesting.
Do you think a real satellite went out and did that?
It's amazing. You're on Google Maps using the Google data, and if you would have just taken the time to Google where Google Maps gets their data from, you would have found out that most high-resolution imagery is taken from aircraft flying at 800 to 1500 feet, which means they take those strips of close-up high-resolution data and put them together in rows. I'm a little confused. This is the Flat Earth Institute of Science, but so far, all you've done is be incredulous as to how technology works.
It doesn't seem very
likely.
I don't think so.
I've been in plenty of planes in my life. I've never seen anything like that.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
No, you wouldn't see strips of still images superimposed onto a globe while looking down from a plane. You're absolutely correct.
All right, so here we've centered ourselves in between the columns.
Okay.
Does that look very far away to you?
Well, not much farther away than maybe a plane would fly.
Okay. So, what do you think is going on here?
Well, I would, because of the columns or the strips, it kind of looks like a plane might be flying over and just getting an image capture in strips and maybe pasting them together. Because as you zoom out a little, and you can see
all these different things getting stitched together,
yeah.
The pictures.
Mm-hmm.
I think she's got it. I think she's got it. By George, she's got it. By George, she's got it.
Yes, well done, detective. Just like it says on Google.
That's what it looks like to me, anyways.
Yeah, I agree with you there. If it's a satellite that's taking these pictures, it must be a pretty low-flying satellite.
Yeah. And zoom out a little? Or more? Okay, so it changes right there.
Yep, because you're now using the satellite imagery instead of the high-resolution, low-flying plane imagery. If this is flat Earth science, then what the hell was that cyborg guy worried about?
Okay, so what is going on over on the right? What is all that? It looks like... That does not look like a photograph at all. At least not from a camera I would use.
Yeah.
It's like super blurry. It does not look like water. Zoom out more, please. I don't... What kind of... It still says it's satellite, right? Are you...
It's still in satellite view.
Okay.
But all of the ocean, it's just the big blue.
Okay.
So because Google Maps doesn't look exactly like you imagine real life to look like, therefore the Earth is flat? Yeah, I'm convinced. Hold on. No, I still don't feel enough like a flat earther. How can I lower my IQ? Oh, right. Okay, carry on. Maybe I'll get their point now.
When you zoom in, oh, that's beautiful. That looks like water. It looks like a photograph. A satellite, quote, image.
And all of a sudden...
Now
what
zoom out
is
again.
this? Why would they have to do that? Why are they editing out all of that?
And it's not lazy pilots. It's what's happened to their satellite.
Yeah, what happened to their satellite? It's all
It doesn't want to go over the water?
Well, it's a really convenient way to cover things up. Okay. Literally. Literally covering things up.
Maybe I didn't hit my head hard enough, but covering up what? More land? Secret military bases that house the military penguins we used to guard the ice wall, maybe?
This is so strange to me. Okay, well, zoom out more. I want to see more.
Yeah. So if we wanted to fake something in the map and stitch pictures together to shorten things here or lengthen things out here, where would you want to do that?
I guess the part that people are not living in... There's no homes out in the ocean.
Yeah, if you're going to do it out in the ocean where it's all covered up.
Look at this. Are those waves, maybe?
I don't even know all this, the weird stitching. And...
Oh, really, really strange.
To me, it just looks like contours under the water that the satellites are picking up. I don't know, but I'm still confused as to how any of what you are doing here is science, and not just pure ignorance.
I've heard people talk about, oh, there's giant worms crawling on the bottom of the ocean, like enormous things.
No, Kyle, no one thinks that there's giant worms in the sea. I can't believe I had to say that sentence.
But it's all a fake image.
I feel like some of these...
It's clear CGI as it can get.
It's definitely CGI. I mean, that's just strange. Okay. Fascinating.
What's fascinating is that you morons are able to use a computer and edit a video.
So what kind of satellite do you think was used for taking those photos? One like this? Or one like this?
Well, obviously the airplane-looking one, because the satellite in space, it wouldn't need to create the columns or the pasted effect, because it's just out in space so it can see the whole image, versus the plane is so much closer to the ground, creating the strips. So my guess is the airplane.
Incredible! Almost like this information is freely available on the world's biggest search engine. But good job, I guess? But really, is there a point to any of this?
So why would they need these when they have those?
I have no idea. Your guess is as good as mine.
And that is one reason why I find those really hard to believe in.
That's your point. These high-resolution, up-close images on Google Maps were taken with low-flying planes, therefore satellites aren't real? Brilliant. Just pure f***ing genius. But wait! There's more, unfortunately.
Alright, so we have two really big issues here with satellites.
One is the firmament.
Yeah, there's a limit to how high satellites can fly.
Excuse me, did you just say?
My God, there is no firmament. Seriously, you think that a structure could be that big and support itself? Physics says no. But also, if you check out this amazing footage from Mr. Sensible's Mage 2 project, where he sent a probe with 3 cameras to the edge of space you can clearly see there is no magic dome.
And 2 is, we don't believe their cooling systems are adequate enough to handle the intense amount of solar radiation that they would be exposed to out in the thermosphere.
Ah, here we go. We're getting to the part of the video where a flat earther doesn't understand physics and claims things are impossible based upon their own ignorance. That's always fun.
According to the University Corporation for Atmospheric Research, the layer of the atmosphere, known as the thermosphere, gets up to 3,632 degrees and higher. And according to the United States Geological Survey, molten lava right out of a Hawaiian volcano is 2,140 degrees.
Literally anyone who passed high school physics knows the answer to the stupid point that he has coming. He's on a computer, he has access to the whole of human knowledge at his fingertips, yet he is still about to say something so dumb it makes me sad I'm on the same planet as him.
This is the same layer of the atmosphere that satellites and the International Space Station are said to be floating around in. According to the Smithsonian Institute, satellites are made of lightweight titanium and aluminum. But titanium has a melting point of 3,034 degrees, and aluminum has a melting point at 1,221 degrees. How could they function if they are flying blobs of molten metal?
That's not how it works. That's not how any of this works.
Yeah, I get it now. If these guys were to take over, then we would be screwed. The Flat Earthers have to be stopped. Kyle of the Flat Earth Institute of Science, please go to the remedial classroom. Okay class, settle down. Please, I've got a headache because I remember teaching you was my job and started drinking at 3 a.m. What is it, Mr. Dobby? Everyone is being mean to you on the internet? People keep changing your IMBD profile? Well, gee, I wonder who that could be. Just ignore them, Mr. Dobby. I can assure you they aren't going to stop. Anyway, today we are going to look at why satellites don't melt in the thermosphere. Like all flat Earth claims, this is stupid and a really big understanding of very basic physics. The simple answer is that there is very little heat transfer between the gas in the thermosphere and objects travelling through it, as heat transfer only occurs when molecules strike an object. Because there are very few molecules, very little heat energy can be transferred from the thermosphere to a satellite. There simply isn't enough of the particles carrying heat to transfer that to the orbiting satellites. There's also the fact that for half the time the satellites are facing away from the sun and radiating any heat they have back into space. What is it, Mr. Sleeping Warrior? You don't believe space is real? Yeah, well shut up, Anthony. You're just annoyed that Ranty graduated to the advanced class and you're stuck here. Although, thank God, that's the end of class. Get out. I hate you all. Flat Earthers trying to teach people is terrifying. Sometimes they put on a lab coat to try and seem smart, but still never get anything right.
This is an egg.
Oh, I stand corrected. He's right. That is an egg. Okay, I want to show you one more video of a flat earther trying to teach us, but instead of going through it and pointing out the stupid, I'm just going to let him talk and do a few selective edits to the footage to make you understand how much attention we should pay to flat earthers when they attempt to act like they are teachers.
In fact, now that I think about it, the sun, we're told, is a big gaseous ball burning in space in a vacuum. By the way, since we're on the subject of vacuums, fire, the element by which the sun exerts its energy, and I don't care if it's nuclear fission or what, it's still fire, needs what element, folks, in order to continue to burn? Oxygen.
There's JM Truth for you, a man outstanding in his own field. Look, right, flat earthers are all idiots. If you ever think they might be making sense, then take a deep breath. Count to 5 and realise that you've counted far higher than they ever could, and that they aren't people that you should listen to. But that is all the stupid that I can take. If you've enjoyed this video, then please give it a thumbs up. And if you would like to see more of me, then maybe Dan will be kind enough to put a link to my channel up there and you can click on it and maybe help a lowly YouTuber with less than 50,000 subs. I mean, it's not like getting a shiny button is tied to my self-worth or anything. Come back on Tuesday for another guest spot from another amazing content creator, and remember that stupidity is not a right. Fight the flat earth. Fight the flat, fight the flat, fight the flat, fight the flat, fight.
Yes, that's one of my collaborations with Simon Dan. If you look in his like top 10 videos, I'm in a few of them. Right. CC. There was a video I wanted to cover of Dave White in a school. There was an Oakley stream I wanted to cover.
It's really sweet being a YouTuber, and one of the bonuses or benefits of being a YouTuber is people cheer you up when you're a bit down in the dumps. So Brian, who, let's be honest, is a bit of a dick, got in touch and gave me an update, and having an update given in the most concise format ever from Brian's logic, and it was, I'm not being sarcastic, actually concise and to the point and with lots of relevant information on it, almost brought a tear to my eye. I was like, I can't believe I've got good friends. I genuinely have. You can hear music in the background. That's from One Deck. It's made me a freaking One Deck.
Is this
Mr.
Nathan's upset for some reason. Why is that? God, he's getting fewer and fewer streams.
There's no live show today. I've got doctor's appointments. So I had a phone appointment with the doctor, and they've got a suspicion that I've got something called gallstones. No idea what that is. Just means I'm in all the pain. But I've got a doctor.
I couldn't wish gallstones on a better person. Oh, Rubik's, I'll set up a Zoom link because that would be hilarious.
Doctor's appointments at an awkward time, so to do a live show today, which is very irritating. But there we go.
Yeah, we'd cover Nathan a bit later. Right, Rubik's, here is the link. If that Tomb of Illumination guy wants to come on, that'd be fucking hilarious. Hey, the Drunk Debunk Show, how you doing, my friend?
And having it go like, maybe about as fast as my arm goes, like this. Oh my. It does surprise me nobody in the below in chat room is even discussing Artemis. I would be. Because it's the biggest joke out there. The biggest bullshit lie. Amongst others.
Well, everything's a lie, isn't it? To Flerfs? Isn't that how this works?
The moon landing. All of it. Nonsense. Dinosaurs. You see, the lie is that the conspiracy, what they called conspiracy theories were, JFK and 9/11 and all that other nonsense. The funny thing about it is
gotta love it.
that those are all distractions. Yeah, I agree that they are lies, all of them. But they're just distractions to keep you talking about nonsense and having your friends look because you're bringing up JFK and you're bringing up Twin Towers and you're bringing up many other things like the moon landing, and they're there to...
He's lumping fucking the Twin Towers in with the moon landing. What the fuck, man?
Keep your friends saying, you know, that's the wacko. That's Mr. Wacko right over there. So whatever he says, don't believe.
Have you been called that before, CC? I'm betting that you've been called Mr. Wacko a few times, right?
Believe him. And then one day you stumble across Flat Earth. So you've been discussing all this other nonsense that you didn't know were all distractions at one point to keep you away.
Thank you, Corey. I appreciate it, mate.
Of finding the most important thing that you found out. All right, and that's why people don't take you seriously. Okay? All right, because you brought up different things in different times of your life, and they look at you as a conspiracy theorist. We see conspiracy as a word, guys. Remember that.
No shit. Did you know that? Did you guys know that conspiracy is a word? I don't think I was aware of that. Well, you... Wowzers. Now, which one was that Tomb of Illumination? Oh, was he the French guy? Oh, God.
Conspiracy to commit something. That is an actual word. Yet the news will make it look like it's got the definition of people who are looking at things that everybody knows are true, but you think are a lie.
Welcome. As promised, I'm about...
Yeah, it's Lindsay. Oh, my God. Lindsay might want to join. Oh, my fuck. Rubik's, why would you do that to me?
It's funny, guys, isn't it? But don't worry, people will get it. They're starting to get it. They're starting to understand that the Earth is flat. They're starting to understand that it's motionless, that it's everything up there is moving and you're not going anywhere. And all this whole Mars mission, moon mission, and all this other nonsense is another distraction of bullshit, you know, to reinforce that you live on a spinning wet ball in space.
It's all about the spinning wet ball in space. Drunk Debunk Show's been around for 2 months, says sleep is also a word that you'll be missing. Well, let's have a look at that, shall we? I started this stream 8 hours and 41 minutes ago. When I started, there was a 45-minute timer. It's 8 hours and 42 minutes later, and there's 13 hours and 41 minutes left. What? Oh, shit. Of course, you can increase that number if you become a member, buy a membership, gift a membership, or upgrade the membership you already have. 3 minutes get automatically added, and every £10 worth of super chats also adds another 3 minutes. Yonderstone upgraded to fighters. That went up by 3 minutes. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. This stream will not stop until you release me from the internets. One. Just checking that no one's waiting in Zoom. The Drunk Debunk Show gifted another 10 memberships. Thank you very much, my friend. That adds another 30 minutes to the timer. Back up to 14 hours and 13 minutes. Max says, very well done in the debate. Thank you, mate. I appreciate it. Rurik says, don't you stop existing when the live stream stops? Yes. So I don't want to stop existing, so keep it going. So what have we got? 14 hours and 12 minutes. Add 9 hours. So we've got, it's a 23-hour stream right now. Haven't seen Signa Step yet. That's always worrying. But thank you everyone for watching. I love that you are here. 200 of you watching. Smash the like button if you haven't already. Rubik says, when do you get to sleep? After I've been streaming for 24 hours. Or when I feel tired. I'll have like 6 hours and pause the timer. I'm waiting to see if Lindsay turns up, because that'd be fucking hilarious. Someone asked, when did CC lose his mind? About 8 years ago? Oh, look at me, look so young.
With this flower that I've been hanging on the ceiling.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be. CC here, Chris, from New York, Westchester County.
Hey, Chris. Love you, buddy.
It's 8/22/24. These are the last weekends of summer. I'm sorry. Back from vacay. That's right. It wasn't much of a vacation, but at least I had time off of work, which I hate. So, it's as simple as that. It sucks.
That because you don't have any friends and nothing to do, and your wife doesn't want to spend time with you. Aldeban says, that was me. Sorry, I assumed he had one before. Ah, right. Yeah, true. If you guys became a member, make sure you say thank you to the person that gifted it to you.
A couple things I want to discuss with you. Well, one thing here, this is what pisses me off here now in New York. I don't know if you live in New York, if this has taken place yet in your neighborhood, but it sure will soon. They have now digitized parking. That's right. You remember the meters that you could put quarters in? Well, they're still there to make you think you can put a quarter in, but then you look up on top and there's nothing happening. No change is being screened to tell you when you have to move your car. Paying for a parking spot that you've already paid for with your taxes. That makes sense, huh?
I don't think he understands how parking spots work. Taxes don't make your parking spots.
Anyway, so you have to now download this stupid app, okay, which takes your personal information, or you can call too. It gives you an 800 number to call, but still, it takes all your personal information, your credit card information, and so I'm sitting there talking to the woman, and I'm like, I just want to park my fucking car. Is that possible? It's like, yes, but we need your personal information to open up an account. So let me ask you a question. So every time I park my car now, you'll know that I'm here, and I'm going to get a statement in the mail saying that I paid such and such. She's like, yes, yeah, probably. I was like, oh.
So, CC, you're not important. Just deal with the fact that fucking, things are on apps now. It's just the way the world works, man.
Well, that's great. That's great. That's tracking, okay? They're forcing you to be tracked, basically. I mean, it's already on your phone. If they want to track you, they just bug your phone, which I'm sure is done. But anyway, so I'm trying to explain to the woman, I don't want to give my personal information out because I'm afraid I'll get hacked. She's like, oh, we don't have to worry about it with our...
CC, you're not important, buddy. No one thinks you're going to get hacked. No one's going to hack you.
Company. Oh, okay. I don't. So when some hacker from Russia decides to hack your company, okay, and they do all the time, they've done it with MasterCard, Visa, name it, they've done it, and they get all your personal information, your credit card information, your address, your phone number, all your good stuff, all the goodies.
So if you've already had your information gone because your credit cards have been hacked, why are you worrying about putting your credit card info into something to pay for it? Have you never shopped online? Aldeban says, I didn't use apps until I found out fast food places like McDonald's give free food for using it. Now I get free food with my girlfriend and daughter want to order McDonald's. I don't know if it's been fixed yet, but McDonald's had a wee glitch in their app, right? You've got, like, when you buy stuff on the app, it adds points when you can then spend for free food, right? But here's the thing. the request for using the points was only authenticated on the side of the device, which meant that you could go in and alter the HTML, make that number whatever you want, and give yourself infinite free food. And because it wasn't verified on the server side, it just believed what the phone said. People just started like getting infinite free food, and they've probably fixed that by now. But try it out.
You're in trouble. You're fucked. Okay, so I hung up. I just told her it's politely. I wasn't rude, unlike most people are in Westchester County. I said thank you. I'll find another parking space. Well, I'm not going to move my car because they're not going to bother me. I'm sitting in the car anyway, so it doesn't matter. Anyway, so let's talk about history. Okay.
All right, you're done with the parking story. Oh well, but boo-hoo.
About the history that you think you know. That's right. This is the history that they told us, that everything was built thousands of years ago. Pyramids, all this good stuff. Thousands.
What else? Pyramids and what?
Of years ago, our ancestors built these beautiful, amazing, fucking buildings. An architectural... here's the cop, too. This is great. Architectural engineering that is beyond any technology that we have now.
I know, this is a fucking stupid argument. People think we couldn't build a pyramid now. We could, if we wanted to. They're just really big and pointless. Onufo says, can we watch a real old CC video, like from when he started? Yeah, we can do that.
It's incredible, it really is. Meanwhile, these are the houses that were dealt with. I call them shoe boxes, basically. The sticks, wood. Basically that's our architectural engineering now. Look at the office buildings. Oh yeah, sure, this one's made of brick, big deal. I mean, these were sculpted. These were made to meticulous accuracy with all of their statues, all of their architectural engineering, all of it. Doesn't that at least trigger something in people? Doesn't looking in Paris at the beautiful palaces and everything, I mean, there are actually some here, you just got to look for them. Doesn't it trigger anything? I thought it would, but it doesn't.
What's it supposed to trigger? Oh, that's a cool building. That might have taken a while, eh?
Seem to do anything. I mean, people just I don't know, they zone out, they short circuit or something. They can't, you're dealing with a technology that we had back 2, 4, 5,000 years ago, and we're not even able to produce anything here that could even withstand a hurricane.
Yeah, things today are pretty shitly built, that's right. That's why I had to move house because, a storm removed my roof.
You heard it wrong.
Can't find the video anymore. Trying to show you the video of my roof being removed. Should have saved it.
I mean, really, A big storm could destroy one of these
Send it to
fucking
me on
houses.
Discord, please, Rubik's.
Yeah, shit like that just really pisses me off. The way they've cut the stone for the pyramids. Beautifully. Like laser cut.
Not really. They're pretty bumpy and shit, actually, if you pay close attention, dude.
You think somebody sat there with a chisel and a little fucking candle and built these things? I mean, they had to have been working 24 hours a day.
I mean, probably more than a little candle and a chisel to build the pyramids.
If they say that they built it in fucking, you know, the amount of time that they said they built it in.
The pyramids took hundreds of years to build, each one, really. Let's have a look. The construction of a large pyramid such as the Great Pyramid of Giza likely took about 30 years to complete, with estimates varying slightly. Yeah, it's not like they were built in just a few days. Where's Leslie? Come on, Leslie.
It took them 10 years to build the new Tappan Zee Bridge. Oh, maybe no, it wasn't that long. I don't know. 8 years, I think, 5 years, somewhere around there. I think between 5 and 8 years they finally built it. But they made it look like it was finished, but it really wasn't because they were working underneath the bridge. So we don't really know exactly what the end date was on the bridge. Yeah.
Woohoo! There's a beaver in the chat. I thought I could smell vanilla and desperation. Oh, thanks, dude. Why is that coming out over there? That's weird. Here is my roof being removed. So yeah, that's what happened to me. Whee! Look at it go. Thank you, Beaver. Oh, it'd be awesome if Lindsay joined.
Pika will tell you on there, but none of that stuff is true. That's just hearsay. That's why the professor will never let you use any information from Wikipedia or whatever the fuck it is, because it's just speculation. That's all it is.
Man, Wikipedia is pretty fucking good. The mods on there are like some kind of super people, I swear. Rubik's, if you want to try and get hold of someone, get that Bronek guy. That'd be fucking hilarious. Hey, Dandaman, how you doing?
I mean, you figure people would just wake up with that one little thing. Oh, and I'm sorry, today is Friday. It's a Think About It Friday, you know. These are all things to think about, just in case if I'm unable to put a video out this weekend. Actually,
what have you said so far that we're to think about? Nothing, I don't think.
Actually, I am going to put a couple of videos out because I do have some previous videos that I have on my camera that I will upload at some point when I get some time this weekend. All the beaches are closed here because Hurricane Erin, I think it is. It's not going to, don't worry guys, you're all right. North Carolina, South Carolina, everything south, you're all good. Don't worry, it's going out to sea. You don't have to worry about it. It's just bringing waves that are incredible. It's like, don't you want to go down to the ocean? I do, but the beaches are closed, okay? What the fuck are you going to do? Sit there with a blanket and a tent looking at what you could be in? 15-foot waves? I would love to be in that ocean, but you're not allowed to. They'll fine your ass, okay? Just like they'll fine you if you don't pay the parking meter here. They tax you to death. Any which way they can here in New York. Any which way they can. They can tax you up the yin-yang and you won't say a fucking thing. Congestion pricing? We love it! No cars in the city now. Idiot! They're all parking their cars up at 62nd Street and causing mayhem up there and walking down. It did nothing.
He's such an angry person all of the time, isn't he? He's like, just angry at the world.
Thing? Stupid! Another $9. Taken from the taxpayer. I don't know when the fuck people are going to just wake up and stand up for themselves anymore. About having their hard-earned money pissed away. Having their hard-earned money being given to people that don't deserve it. When the people who do deserve it don't get it. Okay? And it all has to do with these motherfucking politicians who don't give a shit about you. Their pocket.
I mean, I don't think politicians give a shit about us. I think he's right. Emma, good morning. I am well rested and refreshed after a nice long nap. How are you doing? I'm doing well, thank you, Emma, you fucking cunt. How dare you sleep? Venomous Dragon says, side note, can tell you've lost a lot of weight. Your clothes aren't quite sitting right on you. You look so much healthier than you used to. Yeah, this is a medium, right? And it's like actually too big for me. I may have to like start going down to smalls, which is crazy.
Line. They're given money. They are swayed in so many different ways. Every single one of them.
Artful Dodger $2 says, when do we get the Hans Worm Hat stream? Well, we can definitely cover some Hans Worm Hat. If you've got a particular video you'd like me to cover, pop it in the video suggestion in the Discord. Hit him up on Facebook then.
Don't give a shit about you. And then when you finally get somebody up there who does give a shit about you and this country, he gets ridiculed. Not once, but twice. And then people complain about him. The new governor, this new guy who wants to run for the state, he's a disaster. But the kids don't realize it because they've been programmed from...
The kids don't realize it.
From their fucking professor in their school to make them think these people should be in office. If this guy gets into office, Mojave, whatever the fuck his name is, and he's 33, remember that number. Okay, we'll talk about that later too.
Oh no, a fucking number. You know when he won't be 33 is when he's 34. Jesus. I was 33 once. Uh-oh.
He'll put the city into a spiral down. Now, it's already been happening for the last 10 years. The city has been like this ever since the Obama administration, okay? But the city has...
You can adjust the microphone volume.
Sorry, but Mikey Smith's live.
Tap the more button in the upper left corner to access options. Turning your microphone on or off. Tap the more button upper left. Toggle microphone as needed. It will be default on. Tap the prism icon on the mobile device.
Wonder what he's up to. Look at the smart guy.
Camera, chroma key. Not that it matters now, but okay, we got live. Save.
Yes, you are live.
Oh, use live.
We can
what
see
does
you.
That mean? Oh, this. Oh, that's interesting.
Hey, Monkey Cat Pat Pat, fancy seeing you here.
No, I don't want that there. Okay, that's all.
Alright, what do you think Mikey's up to?
Icon. What is the prism? It should be a triangle. Yeah, whatever. Either way, I can't find it.
Sunrise will be here soon.
There.
Pointing out there. This worries me, right? A Flerf driving whilst streaming. Where is it he's driving around? What's going on? I mean, I'm really scared that this guy's driving. Like, look at his toe.
Okay, the one thing, so you're charging phone, right?
Look at this, CYGX1. Fuck off, Craig, you spy, you.
Okay, it's done now for now.
Yeah, because I'm gonna make sure this is still charging.
And then I'm going to use yours to phone them back.
Yeah.
And then
I don't need it, so you can just
once we get parked and
keep it. Just leave it in the door handle there.
Okay.
That's what I do.
Okay.
Yeah, just like right here.
Oh,
like right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Someone's talking about seeing the sun. I mean,
Okay, that's the mall. So here we go down to here.
Any idea what's happening? They're just like driving in random directions.
The minister was there and the priest is there, so they said it's their time soon. So when they come, that means it's no others.
Hey Sideshow, how you doing, dude? I don't think he's doing anything interesting. We'll come back in and check on Mikey later. Sideshow Nav in the chat. How you doing, my friend? Guys, we are 9 hours and 6 minutes in to this stream. When I started, 45 minutes, and we still have 14 hours to go. That doesn't make any fucking sense. Of course, you can increase the length from that timer by becoming a member, adding a member, or gifting a member. Annalise Knapp 279 says Mikey is Ubering people in his Flerfmobile. Oh god, look at Cece's face.
Hasn't been as bad as it is right now because of, I mean, it's all because of Biden too, and also the previous presidents had something to do with it. But
see you in a bit, Rubix. Thank you very much.
Stuff. When they got rid of no cash bail, are you fucking kidding me? What do you think is going to happen with it? Nothing good is going to come out of that, you know. And they've done this in your city too. But these politicians become billionaires. I've spoken about this. Well, not billionaires, but they become multimillionaires. Okay, look at Pelosi, this fossil. Okay, she is a disaster. I don't even. Is she even still in the house? I don't even know. I don't care. Okay, because none of them give a shit about you.
What the fuck is this guy babbling about?
None of the politicians give a shit about you at all. All they're there to is to take your money, take as much of it as you can. Your salary doesn't increase, but everything else increases. The inflation should be going with your salary, but it has not been doing that.
I mean, he's not wrong. The world's pretty fucked right now. Thanks, Trump.
Seems like it never will be too. It's always, you're always going to be behind, and that's what they want. See, these are all things that lead to flat Earth and many other things. See, they not only have to hide.
How does you not liking a politician lead to flat Earth? Please explain this to me, dude. I have to know.
Flat Earth, but they have to hide our history. Because if we understand.
Sideshow Nav says, for your information, we are drinking at DebateCon 6. Yes, we are. American liquor better be good. Because your food fucking sucks. Drunk Debunk Show says, I've got major FOMO about DebateCon 6. Dude, I really hope you can come.
Civilizations live around here before us that had technology beyond our technology. We'll wake up. Where did they go? What happened to them? Why did they just disappear? Well, you would be.
No one had technology before our technology. That's not a thing that happened.
He told that there was a famine that came out, and there was a bottleneck theory. Bullshit. There wasn't anything like that. Okay? Civilizations disappeared. They left behind anything they could. Our civilization, we have nothing. We've got these rinky-dink buildings which will be destroyed with maybe 100 years. They'll all be destroyed. Those brick buildings, once vines get on them and Pachysandra, it's done. It'll just be eaten apart. Okay? None of this will survive. The only thing, and they knew this.
He's right. If all the humans just disappeared off the Earth right now, in 100 years, you probably wouldn't even notice that we'd been here.
It's the only thing that will be going on to the next civilization so they can see that there were previous civilizations is stone. Writing in stone. That's it. Computers aren't going to last. Floppy disks aren't going to last. Cassette tapes are... None of that's going to last. Unless if it's in a stainless steel box buried beneath us 200, 300 feet. Good luck. None of it's going to last to show the next civilizations. All this digital era, gone. Internet, gone.
Yeah. It's the thing. Would the internet last? If all humans disappeared, would in 100 years, would the internet, would you know it's there? Would you be able to access it anymore? Stainless steel wouldn't even last that long.
It's all gone. I don't even know how the fuck I got into this shit. What the hell was I talking about? See, I just went onto a fucking tangent. But
you did a tangent, CC. Never.
It has to do with flat Earth. Okay? That's all it is. They have to hide this from you. You can pick up the signs. You can see the signs. But it all has to do with flat Earth. It all has to do with your potential. How much potential you have. That's the most important part. We're not this little insignificant piece of dust on a spinning wet ball in space. Because that makes you feel small. No, it makes you feel helpless, scared. That's what it makes you feel like. And you're not like that.
No, it doesn't make me feel like that. That's how you feel because you've got like insecurity issues or something. But the fact that we live on a globe in the middle of a vast, wonderful universe with all these amazing cosmic coincidences that allow us to exist makes me feel special and beautiful and incredible. I'm Bethel. Rachel says, I'll rub those shoulders for you. I'm a little bit sore, actually. Fucking pushed myself quite hard on pull day yesterday. I can do a pull-up now.
You have the power to manifest. All these fluorides, all the shit that they put in your food, all this crap, all that's there to do is to suppress you from knowing this power. That's all it's there to do. All these shots, everything, all of it. It's all nonsense. You don't need any of it. The Hasidic Jews, they know. They don't take anything. They didn't take any sticky things. None of them did. They all refused. And they were the healthiest people, apart from flat
No, they all died.
Earthers on this flat land that we live on.
Flat Earthers, well, you mean like, Rob Skiba and Bob Nadell that died during COVID? Huh, weird.
The blue sky. Why is that blue, Chris? I'll tell you why it's blue. Because it's an ice sky. That's what it is. We're covered with something. An ice dome? I don't know. I haven't been up there. I can't get up there. The blue sky. Why is that blue, Chris? I'll tell you why it's blue. Because it's an ice sky.
Or it could be the scattering of light rays. The fact that the majority of light rays are absorbed by our atmosphere, but the blue ones are kind of not, which makes us see the blue. It could be that. Oh, no, it's a magical fucking dome.
That's what it is. We're covered with something. An ice dome? I don't know. I haven't been up there. I can't get up there. And you don't even know that could be the sun's ultraviolet rays. That's what's causing it blue. No. Is that why it's red on Mars? Oh, Mars. When are you guys going to Mars, guys?
Yeah, it's, the atmosphere on Mars doesn't absorb light in the same way as our atmosphere. If our atmosphere had different components, then the sky might look purple or something, Atmos flat, yeah. So drunk debunking, you're not coming to Tennessee? I really hope you can.
Wait a minute, it's 2025. Elon Musk said we should have been there by now, right? Or at least hell on our way. That didn't happen, did it? Where's the last moon landing? Oh, you missed out on that one, right? We tried a couple of times, but it got scrubbed. And then NASA got canceled. That's right. I think Trump brought NASA back.
Did he just say NASA got cancelled? NASA, what the fuck?
I don't know. He's got to know what the fuck is going on. He's got to know. I mean, well, you know what? He hasn't been down to he hasn't been down to Antarctica. You know, so until he goes down there, and we have.
You think Trump could get down to Antarctica? He can barely walk in a straight line on a red carpet. Everyone thought Trump had died for the past 3 days because he'd been hiding.
Information that he's gotten down there that maybe he still doesn't know. I don't think he's just too fucking busy, you know. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Who cares, you know? Even if it did know, it doesn't make a difference because it's always going to be hidden from you. All right. I don't know how they would come out with this. They are NPCs. There are people out there. Would go nuts. I personally think they would lose it. But I don't. At this point, I think some people out there, you can literally show them something and they still won't believe it. They'll still go through life with it, but they don't understand how powerful this message is, how powerful Flat Earth is, that it will shut down the economy once it gets out.
Flat Earth's going to shut down the economy, guys, because it is just that powerful. Is that because Flat Earthers can't count, and if they're the ones that are in charge, all the bank systems are basically fucked? Projecting harder than a hologram. Yes, Llama Light.
Every school will be shut down. Every financial district will be shut down because they don't know what to make of it. It's kind of like what Facebook opened up. You know what Zuckerman? He didn't know what it was. He didn't know or believe that it could be this successful. You know what Zuckerman? He didn't, because they don't know what to make of it. It's kind of like what Facebook opened up. You know what Zuckerman?
Zuckerman. His name's Zuckerberg.
He didn't know what it was. He didn't know or believe that it could be this successful. Or maybe he did, I don't know. Who knows? I mean, that was all set up anyway to begin with because they needed something to take all your personal information and find out what you're doing. You know, that's what they needed. You know, I remember the government approached him, I believe, at some point and said, wait a minute, people are giving their personal information out. We don't actually have to go out and try to get it from them. They're actually just freely giving it out. And yeah, they are. Just go on to Facebook. There it is. We're going on vacation next week. That's right. We'll be here. We'll be right here. Our house is here. This is where we live. Nobody will be around to protect the house. Oh, sure, we have ADT, but you can get around that real easy. So, I mean, it's...
What is he... Like, getting this man to stay on topic is fucking incredibly hard, right? It's a bit late to phone him. What time is it in New York? I thought I had it on my tile. Right. Yeah, it's 20 past midnight in New York. I don't think Chris would like that.
Just, this is real.
Sir Little Wolf says, that's why you get a friend to stay at... Oh yeah, never mind. You're a flat earther.
Really where we are. Okay, this is it. They're done. And they realize it, and that's why things are happening so quickly now. Every fucking day. Every fucking day they're talking about that fucking endless war that's going on forever and ever and ever. You don't even know what the hell's happening because you've never been there.
Well, Emma, I'm not going to phone him, but there's his number. Feel free. (914-841-5216). Look at his thumbnail. It looks like he's crying.
You don't give a shit. It's not affecting you. You're still getting dinner on your table, right? What do you care? You know? What do you care about flat Earth, right? It's not affecting you. This is what I get. This is the mentality level I get from fucking people. That they don't understand that that isn't real up there. That moon is a fucking projection. That sun is a reflection of something. It's not tangible. You can't land on it. They're the same fucking size. Doesn't that at least wake people up? You see, this is why they get them when they're young. They have to get you when you're young.
Look, guys, my hand is the same size as that pillow back there. It's not. Believe me.
Because that's when you're going to buy it. That's the tipping point. That's where you believe anything. And you live with it. And that's what you believe. And then you get it reiterated back into school. The whole system. Everybody, generation after generation after generation, believes in this. Okay, well, there's now a generation that doesn't. Many generations, actually. That know we live on a flat, stationary ground and we're not moving. Everything around us is moving, but we're not. The clouds are moving. Storms are moving. The stars are moving. The sun and the moon are moving, but we're not going anywhere. We've been...
And unless you put your foot down on the car, of course, you could just check, you know, you could just do a measurement, make a prediction. We're a rotating sphere. Coriolis. Huh. Ooh, sun's coming up. That's pretty.
In this spot for I don't know how many thousands, or who knows. Okay, but we're not moving. Water seeks its level. That's why it looks so flat when you go to the ocean. That's why it looks so flat when you're at the lake. And that...
waves, dude. Tides. Horizon. There is 170 of you watching. You know, if each of you gifted a membership or bought a membership now, that would add about like 30 hours onto the timer.
That's why you have to wake up to flat Earth. Look at the stars through binoculars. They're twinkling. They're not twinkling because they're trillions of miles and light years away. They're very close.
They're twinkling because of atmospheric disturbance.
They're very close to you. They want to make you think that they're so far away, unimaginable amount of way. You take a camera, you zoom in on Mars, and you don't have to do any other zooming. That's it. Everything else. When I first got my P1000, that's the first thing I did, of course. Anybody who gets that camera. All right. But then...
Oh, Emma listened to the instructions and gifted a membership. Has anyone else done it? Well done, Emma, you cunt. Thank you very much. Guys, follow in Emma's footsteps. 165 times 3 would be how many minutes were added?
I did notice years ago that I didn't have to put it on focus or anything like that. I could put it on manual, leave that focus that I had on the moon, and then go to one of the stars, and it's still in focus. That doesn't make it...
Yeah, that's called infinity focus. And also, how do you know it's in focus? Because it's just blinking and you're just assuming it's in focus. It probably isn't. Rachbot also gifted a membership. Thank you very much. I don't know how an AI does that. An AI that I created. Are you using my money to send me memberships? The Drunk Debunk Show gifted a membership as well. Thank you very much. Look at that timer go up and up and up. A membership is about £5 or maybe a bit less, I think. I'm not sure. And I do really appreciate all the support that you're giving me. Sir Little Wolf says his glorious hair is deafening. Yes, it is.
Makes sense. Okay. All right. And then some people will say, oh, well, then it's in this infinity mode. Who the fuck cares? You know, really? Come on. This is perspective.
There we go. Who the fuck cares? Thank you, Drunk Debunk Show. I really appreciate it, mate.
Your head and your eyes. That's what this is. Okay? I mean, this is basic fucking 101 stuff. I mean, even if you get into the flat Earth and the possibility of flat Earth and beyond, you know, you're talking about a whole different system of living in a digital world. See, that I can't even discuss that with anybody. Okay? Let alone flat Earth discussing digital world with somebody, that everything could be non-existent.
Mr. E-Man gifted a membership. Thank you very much.
Don't even bring it up. Okay? Just study it and learn it. That's it. Understand what kind of experiments other countries have done to prove that this is true. All right? To prove that there's 8 seconds that they know what you're going to do, and that would be God, before you do it. There's a whole...
What the fuck is he talking about? There's 8 seconds where they know what you're going to do before you do it? I'm a little bit lost here.
8 seconds. That's a digital world. That only happens in a digital world. Look how perfect everything is. It's perfect. Oh, you're saying, oh, it's because of the tilt of Earth. No, it's not.
Earth is not perfect. It's a horrifically dangerous place for us to live. The majority of this planet will kill us. It's either too hot or too cold, too high or too wet. Spiders that will murder you with their venom. Elephants that trample you to death. Gorillas that rip your arms off and beat you to death with the soggy ends. I'm allergic to half the things on this fucking world. It's a sucky place.
No, it's not 23 degrees. I'm sorry. No, I am so sorry to break your bubble. To burn them all. But that's what we're trying
Excuse me. I might need to get myself a coffee.
You know what I noticed too before I press stop? During this hurricane, our weather...
Corey gifted a membership, thank you very much. It means the absolute world. Is it adding it? Yes, it did.
We're at the tail end.
Quicker than I noticed.
So we had that 1 week where it was just blasting. It was like 9 million degrees outside.
Oh, well, fuck you, DJ Crypto.
Thank God I was on vacation, though. But
DJ Crypto in the chat's like, oh, well, as someone with 20/20 vision and no allergies, this planet's really nice, lol. Go and spend some time in shark-infested waters. No, I'm not trying to tell you to kill yourself. I'm just like, you know, you're saying it's nice and, you know, honestly, I didn't mean... Stephen A. just received a gift membership.
I noticed right when this storm came in, it was like 59 degrees at night. It went up, the highest just the other day was 62, I believe. But it's starting to feel like fall. You see, this didn't usually happen. When I was a kid, summer lasted all the way up through September, basically. You know, and maybe this one will too. I don't know. Who knows? But I've noticed lately in the last 10 years.
This has been a really good fucking summer. This summer has reminded me of the summer from when I was a kid. Like, you know, that just went on forever with good weather. Barbecues. Oh, I've had so many barbecues this year. It's been great. Hey, John Walker, how you doing? Guys, I can't believe there's still like 200 of you watching here. This is absolutely incredible. We've got another 13 hours and 44 minutes together.
We're getting the hottest part of the day at the end of the day, at 4 or 5 o'clock. I remember it being high noon between 12 and 2. Now it's coming in, and if you notice, go ahead, look at your temperature gauge. I don't know where you live. If you live in a hot area, it's even better. You'll see the hottest point of the day is between 4 o'clock in the afternoon and 5 o'clock in the afternoon. That's the hottest part of the day. I don't remember that, okay? And in reverse, in the wintertime, it's exactly like that too. That doesn't make any sense to me. It used to be high noon and between 12 and 2, okay?
Maybe you're just wrong because, you know, you're a flat earther and addicted to a vape and your brain's probably mush.
That was high alert for the lifeguard. Anyway, well, look, that doesn't have really much to do with flat earth. That has something to do with, I don't know how to explain it. Maybe it does. I don't know. Maybe this is the end, you know? And they know this.
The end of what?
Hi, how are you? And they know this. You know, they are vamping things up because
he's trying to pretend he's not crazy.
Because they're going to lose power. That's really what it is. I mean, it's the power thing for them. I mean, once you realize that there's a God, there truly is a God, and I never believed in one. But I know now, while I'm a flat earther, that there is not only a God, but he or she, whoever it may be, loves you. Built all of this for you.
He loves me? Will you explain why I'm in fucking agony all the time then, please? That's not love. That's torture. What did I do?
Manufactured all of this. And you decided to come down here. That's right. That's right. You chose to be here. I don't know why, but you chose to be here. I did.
I don't know if I would choose to be in a place with you Flerfs, frankly.
We all did. And then all of a sudden now, some of us become flat earthers. And it's the most important time of your life as a flat earther. This is it. This is the best time for flat earthers because everything is happening. You know, it's such a high pace.
Yeah, flat earthers are losing and leaving and, you know, getting bashed about in debates. Pretty easy.
Great. And we knew this was going to happen. popcorn, get it out, enjoy, because you got some interesting future coming up. Let me just put it to you that way. I'm going to warn you on this one right now. Wait until winter comes along. I'm not going to say anything yet. I can't. But you'll see. All right, well, I thank you for subbing. I thank you for viewing my videos and letting me be a part of your life.
Well, thank you, CC. We're going to cover a really old CC video next. Before we get into some live streams. Probably an Oakley live stream, because they're full of stupid. But I need to get myself a coffee. Because it's now 5:30 in the morning. But just while I go and get a coffee, I'll put on a wee video.
Right.
Back soon, guys. Coffee is needed.
That is another Ordnance Survey video sorted. I've left some mean comments on the Creaky Blinders new video, and I've played GeoGuessr for 9 hours. I should be training for that ultramarathon, but I've got to write, record, film and edit an episode of Flat Earth Friday by tomorrow. I know they said emergencies only after last time, but I'm Simon Dan. No one tells me what to do.
And another thing, you useless human. Next time I tell you to clean that gauntlet, I'm housing.
But
do a better job.
Pal, I did. I wiped it down and everything.
Give it a proper scrub. It smells like mouldy cheese on your wrists. Oi! I didn't see.
Ah, good FTFE. I'm a little busy, so I'm going to give you the honour of writing another Flat Earth Friday again.
I did not give you permission to leave.
But
do you think you are leaving like that?
I didn't. Look, you know, this actually hurts me quite a lot every time you use that, because it like breaks me down bit by bit and then builds me back up from scratch.
Sounds like you problem. Oh no, you don't!
Why are you leaving in the middle of me talking, Fight? That's rude. Anyway, if you write the script, what? Hey, get back here!
Do that again. I'm good.
What the? Okay, good. Anyway, I'm off to do a light 50-mile jog, and when I get back, that video better be ready for Flat Earth Friday, or you won't be getting your yearly bonus from NASA. I'll send you back to get started. The teleporter's not working, and I need to do that 50-mile jog, so just use my set. Just be done by the time I'm back, and run the vacuum round as well while you're at it. I'm off. Whew.
Okay then. Well, I guess it's a good job that Austin Wits embarrassed himself in that debate against Professor Dave. The Flat Earth cult think that Austin's smart, and he's been hailed as the Flat Earth debating champion. He even says this about himself.
I think I've done pretty well in the debates, and typically the opponents are not all that worthy, humbly.
I am actually humble. I think I'm much more humble than you would understand.
But I'm going to show you why he is in fact the worst Flat Earth debater ever for today's Flat Earth Friday. I feel weird.
Hey, I'm FTFE, welcome to Flat Earth Friday. You can normally find me over on my channel, attempting to teach grown adults what up and down is during Flat Earth debates. But today I've been forced against my will to cover for Dan. So, Austin Wits it, he's a Flat Earther that insists he's smarter than me, that he's smarter than you. Frankly, smarter than Einstein. Recently he debated Professor Dave and, well, it didn't go well for him.
Wait, my question is,
Yum.
Like at all. One of the best debunks of Flat Earth is a very simple fact. It's the fact that in the north, the stars rotate counterclockwise around Polaris, and in the south they rotate clockwise around an area near the Southern Cross. Professor Dave explained it like this.
Number one, the observations of the stars. In the northern hemisphere, the stars rotate counterclockwise. In the southern hemisphere, they rotate clockwise. This makes absolutely no sense on the pizza land. Why would the sky be rotating in opposite directions just depending on where you're standing? Also, why can't we all see the same stars? If you have a line of sight to a star, you should be able to see it. Both of these make perfect sense. On a rotating sphere, you have two celestial poles, and the Earth is rotating, and then we can't see through the Earth. That's why you can't see certain stars. So in the north, can't see Southern Cross. In the south, can't see Polaris.
Simple, right? That's exactly what we expect on the globe. Look at this demonstration. Using solar system scope, you stand in the northern hemisphere, and whichever way you look, the stars rotate counterclockwise around Polaris. Even at the equator, looking north, all the stars rotate around Polaris. And in the southern hemisphere, the stars rotate the opposite way, around an entirely different set of stars. This is, of course, because the Earth is a globe and all the stars are really far away. But Austin Wits is a flat earther, and flat earthers are all idiots. So this was his response.
I'm asking you on your flat plane, explain the observations of the celestial sphere. In the north, you get counterclockwise rotation. In the south, you get clockwise rotation. Explain that to me on your default flat plane. Explain it.
Yeah, so the counterclockwise and clockwise direction is super simple. It's based on looking different directions. Your better question is, why does it go around a singular point, is what you're trying to say?
No. I'm asking about the direction. I'm asking about the direction.
Just looking opposite directions would make them go the opposite directions.
Brilliant, Austin, brilliant. So the guy that says he's smarter than Einstein says it's because of the direction you're looking, and disagrees that the stars all rotate counterclockwise when you're in the northern hemisphere. Well, that's just proof that this absolute genius that's smarter than all of us put together doesn't even understand the thing that he is arguing against. Dave tries to explain it some more. I mean, like, he really tries, but here's the thing. You can lead a flat earther to knowledge, but you can't understand it for them.
I'll go east to west.
If you put a clock on your ceiling, which way can you face to make the hands go counterclockwise? Tell me which way you can face.
Not analogous. The stars drop.
It is though, because the hands on a clock
you don't get it,
right?
You don't get it. The stars drop due to perspective, so we're actually looking out towards them, not directly up.
Which
Did you know
depends
that?
on your latitude, right?
Oh, the irony of him telling Dave, you don't get it.
Oh, the irony! It's too much!
Austin, Brain Trust, has tried to just hand wave away Dave's explanation using that magic Flerf word of perspective, whilst telling Dave he doesn't understand his own argument. Let me try and make it as simple as I can for you, Austin, without, breaking out the crayons. Dave explained that the stars, like a clock on the ceiling, rotate around a central point. In fact, two different central points depending on your location on Earth. Now, imagine that clock on the ceiling and imagine the hands of that clock getting bigger and going outside of the clock face. They keep growing along your ceiling and down your walls. The hands are still going clockwise, connected to the centre of that clock, but it's all around you. Imagine that the hands on the walls have shiny spots on that are the stars. Now the stars are all rotating around the centre of that clock, even though they are on your walls and apparently moving in straight lines. There is nowhere that you can stand in the room to make those stars rotate the other way. That's as simple as I can get it for you, Austin. Really.
Please understand.
Wait, do you agree that if I was looking out and something was spinning one way and then I looked at it from the other direction, it looked like it was spinning the opposite way?
No, it wouldn't.
I was so fat then.
Austin, buddy old pal, you aren't trying to say what I think you are. Right, so I wasn't sure, so I went to check. Austin did a review of this debate on his own channel, because of course he did, where he expanded upon that answer.
Let's soak this in. Again, if I was inside of a house,
coffee, it's hot.
okay, like I'm here in Florida, right? What happens is it'll get really humid in my back porch. Glass doors will get really foggy, right? They'll fog up. Okay, if I walked over to the window and I drew a circle and I just kept doing the circle, right? If someone was behind me inside the house and they were looking at it, they would see me drawing the circle one direction, let's say clockwise. If someone walked outside onto the back porch, turned around and looked at me drawing the circle, at the same time that the people in the house are seeing me draw it clockwise, they would perceive the circle to be drawn counterclockwise. Because of what? Basic perspective. The angle, the direction that person's looking. The direction is causing it to look like it's going the other way because of perspective.
Of course he's from Florida. You know what, Witsit? You're absolutely 100% correct. If I draw a circle on a window and someone is the other side of that window, they will see the circle being drawn the opposite direction to me. If I'm drawing it clockwise, to them on the other side of the window, it would look like I was doing it counterclockwise. Brilliant, Austin. You're so smart. You've got that spot on.
He just said no, that wouldn't happen. Not only is that not a win, that's embarrassing, bro. Can we at least level with each other and be honest? That's not true at all. It's insane to deny that.
Except, Austin, please tell me when you go to the other side of the stars. At what point do we step through a bit of glass and see the stars from the other side? Oh my god, you absolute moron. I can't believe you're so stupid. Are you brain damaged? Were you dropped on your head as a child? What the is actually wrong with you? Oh my god! Yeah, sorry about that, guys. That amount of stupidity tends to trigger me. The fact is that this is a slam dunk flat earth debunk. There has never been any flat earther that has come anywhere close to debunking this. Austin's attempt was so bad that frankly I was embarrassed for him. But this is flat earth. This is the Dunning-Kruger effect. Austin thinks he's the smartest person on earth. He's so confident in his intelligence, but he's the kind of guy who would fail an open book test because he'd argue with the book. He's out here dropping words he doesn't understand, convinced he's cracked the secrets of the entire universe when he can't even crack open a basic science textbook. The debate was so full of Austin being incredibly stupid and misunderstanding incredibly basic things that it would be frankly inhumane to put it all in one video and force you guys to watch. So I'm going to cover more of it over on my channel in my new series of Flerfs Are Idiots. And hopefully that's good enough for Dan, because I need to kind of be getting home. Oh, here it comes.
Okay, fine, thanks for that. I'm going to send you back now. Let's have a look. Oh, for Sagan's sake, I'll just phone NASA to support, see what's going on. Yeah, NASA? Hi. I can't get rid of FTFE. The teleporter won't send him back. What do you mean he's already in his studio? A malfunction? Well, what am I supposed to do with him? What do you mean he's my problem now? Get in the basement. You live there now.
Thank you everyone for watching Flat Earth Friday. Part 2 will...
Do you think he's still there? Do you think Dan remembers that he had an FTFE in the basement? Right, so let's have a little recap of how we're doing. I've got my coffee. I'm happy. We are 9 hours and 44 minutes into this stream. Amazing. When I started the stream, I had a 45-minute timer. Oh, the sun's coming up. Isn't that lovely? That timer was counting down. And when it gets to 0, the stream ends. We're 9 hours, 44 minutes in. And the timer still seems to be at 13.5 hours. I'm not sure why. Are you guys doing something? Thank you very much for the support. Every new membership adds 3 minutes to the timer. That's a gifted membership, a upgraded membership, or a new membership. And £10 worth of super chats also adds 3 minutes to the timer. Not 10 minutes, 3 minutes. 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Unless, if it's £100 super chat or something, I'll add like an hour. I've put up a little poll to see what you guys would like me to cover next. We can always do more CC. We can go and watch Oakley, which is hard, really. God, that coffee will come back. Or we can go and watch Fakatzoid lie. You're voting to watch Fakatzoid, Emma. That seems like a silly thing to do. Looks like you guys. I'll give you a couple of minutes to vote in the poll. See what you want to do. It looks like you want Fakatzoid. Because of course he can't stop talking about Flat Earth. Oh God, is he gonna try and base it all on like biblical shit?
Was awake, sitting and waiting for you to WhatsApp him, and you said he was blocked.
Yeah. Oh yeah, looks like it's going to be Keith and Co. 33 votes. And I just want to chuck a vote in. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You asked for it. In my debate against Wits at DebateCon, I'm going to use his existence as evidence that God isn't real. Because if God was real, why the fuck would he make Wits it? Right? That's literally what I'm basing my entire argument on.
Yo, everybody, how's it going? Good to see you guys. Glad you could make it tonight.
Has Fakatzoid's camera got worse?
This is going to be a bit of a change because we're going to be bidding farewell for final TFE time? I don't know. There's so many finals, we just don't know anymore. But anyway, we are joined by PJ and Jaden. How are you guys doing?
Oh, good.
So yeah, we're still going to be taking a biblical point tonight.
Why?
Because usually today is weird. You don't give a check. You usually do like an EFT.
Yes.
You know, so you have some kind of backing to show it's paid to the organization.
Yeah.
I don't really know anybody today that uses checks.
I don't
at all. Hey, Roger, how's it going, man?
Good. I don't use checks.
Right.
Handshake and a goodbye.
Yeah.
So, in other words, that could be a scam.
We've seen him hand over a piece of folding.
He's sending in the check. If you haven't watched it, because he's stopping his channel. Interesting. So yeah, we're still going to be taking a biblical point tonight. So he's only going live in about a half an hour anyway. So we're definitely going to be looking at what his so-called bid farewell to TFE is.
Oh yeah, it's his live stream tonight, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the whole reason why we're having the stream is because he's stopping his channel or something. I don't know.
Cool.
Which is
So you decided to lie and cover Flat Earth again, which is something you promised you would not do.
Hey guys, so tonight's stream, I have something very important I want to share, and I want to say something that's probably going to piss off a lot of people, but yeah, I'm used to it because it usually does piss off people constantly. Anyway, what I want to say is I'm officially leaving the Flat Earth community. I want nothing to do with the Flat Earth community anymore, not because the Earth is not flat. Don't get me wrong, the Earth is definitely still flat. I just don't want to be part of a community that is very, I'm trying to put this in a very nice way, a community that is very backstabby, is very gullible, push false doctrines, very hypocritical. And well, I don't want to be part of that. And I just have to make it clear, it's not all Flat Earthers, okay? I really have come to all you guys, even the Flat Earth community that is fake. It all started as an actual community where people were together, and it was about truth. It's hypocritical. It has turned to a community that just doesn't stand anymore. And I don't care if you don't like the words I'm saying anymore. Then again, you guys never really liked it. Flat Earth has become infiltrated by fakes. And when you call out those fakes, you get attacked. If you defend something your nice way as I can, other than telling you, please don't call me a Flat Earth anymore because I want nothing to do with the community anymore. You guys are sick. You need help. And no, I'm not agreeing with Jaren that it's a cult. Flat Earth's definitely not a cult. Jaren is still a shill. He has always been an infiltrator, just like David Weiss, just like Eddie Badger now. I still think he as well now has been a shill in the community. I do think people like Dal has flipped, and that's why he pushes this nonsense of upward rising Earth. I also do believe people that are going into the Flat Earth community and trying to hide God and push false doctrines is not healthy. I don't want to be associated with this kind of thing anymore. So this is my official resignation from the community of Flat Earth. And once again, I'm not saying the Earth is not flat. I am just no longer part of the community. I pray the best for all of you guys. I pray that you guys move on with your life. I pray that everything you are pushing, you would actually look back at yourself and humble yourself to try and bring the worst out of people. I'm being blunt. I'm going to move on with my life. My channel is no more going to be Flat Earth at all. Nothing whatsoever.
Listen to that, guys.
It's disgusting.
Right, listen.
I'm ashamed to actually was ashamed to be called a Flat Earther. So I'm being blunt. I'm going to move on with my life. My channel is no more going to be Flat Earth at all. Nothing whatsoever. It is now only going to be going with biblical doctrine. And
only only 3 weeks later, talking about Flat Earth. He can't not lie, guys. 13 hours and 18 minutes left to go. Someone remind me in about an hour to set up a new stream to move this over to. Because it's 12 hours is the maximum that YouTube allows for it to be saved. So about 11 hours. Someone please remind me so I can make a new one. Oh no, Mystery Man. You're Mr. E-Man, as always.
Really odd. I mean, you guys, if you haven't watched it, Jaden had a show earlier today with you, PJ, where you guys are talking about Duffy sending in the check.
Oh, that was last night. To me, it was last night. Yeah.
So, did you actually see him giving...
Dan the Man gifted a membership. Thank you very much. So, straight away, for Catsoid with the accusations, his accusation here being that Will Duffy never actually gave a check to anyone.
In a check?
We've seen him hand over a piece of folded paper that looks about the size of a check. Nothing seems to be written on it. Because even if it's the back side of the check, there seems to be no print on it. I mean, it might be light print, but then you would still have a signature.
But the thing is, if you give in a check,
They just got to lie, haven't they? Ooh, where is the video? Here.
Hey everyone, Will here. So it's a great to meet you.
Yeah, thanks for coming down.
For sure. Yeah, I'm glad we made this happen.
Totally.
So
Yeah, thanks for coming down.
for sure. Yeah, I'm glad we made this happen.
Totally.
So
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, thank you.
check for you. Yeah.
Incredibly generous.
Yeah.
Right.
Totally.
So
Yeah.
Oh, zooming in doesn't work. That's annoying. Looks like a check. Folded over. All the details probably be on the inside.
Absolutely. Oh, thank you.
check for you. Yeah.
Incredibly generous.
Yeah.
I brought you just a little
Okay.
something from us to at least be able to wear your support in that.
Well, one thing you could always do is contact the Exodus Road and ask if they received that check. Oh god, this is good coffee. I have to go and top it up in a sec. I'm a basic bitch with my coffee, by the way. All right, it's just ground beans. It's got to be fresh ground beans though, in a percolator with a tiny bit of sugar. Nothing else. Oh, so good. And it's a particular brand of beans from Aldi's, or is it Lidl's? Lidl's that I really like.
Oh yeah, thank you so much.
To send people out with swag. So
Yeah, did you hear about the final experiment through this?
I did.
And then you looked it up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I saw it. Actually, I initially heard about it through a.
Exodus Road. Yeah, that's not how you spell that, Craig. So this is what it was donated to, right? And here's the thing. You could just contact them and say, was this real? Their details are here. You can contact them. But no, all they've got to do is just say a thing.
Get a receipt.
Yeah.
Did he receive a receipt?
No.
Huh.
No, just a handshake and a goodbye.
Yeah.
So, in other words, that could be a scam?
100%.
Could be. Could have been a blank
false accusations, just like normal.
Piece of paper. I mean, the Exodus Road, I don't know them as a charity. I don't trust many charities because a lot of charities are a scam, or they just get about 11% of what's made, which is not right. If it's going to a charity, a legit charity, it all
Because usually
goes to the
today,
charity.
but usually today is weird. You don't give a check. You usually do like an EFT.
Yes.
You know, so you have some kind of backing to show it's paid to the organization.
Yeah.
I don't really know anybody today that uses checks.
I don't
at all. Hey, Roger, how's it going, man?
I mean, yeah, checks aren't a normal thing nowadays, but Will's like a multi-millionaire and probably got different income streams and stuff, and it makes sense that someone like him would have a check, and paying someone like a charity up front of a check is kind of a normal thing.
Good. I don't use checks. I can tell you that for sure.
I mean, my bank has even stopped sending me checkbooks. I never use them anyway, but my bank doesn't send me checkbooks anymore.
Yeah, my bank, I don't think I can get checks with my bank, to be honest, but
Well, it's so easy to fake a check. I was telling Keith before we started the live, I could write you $1 trillion check. That doesn't mean you can go cash that thing. I mean, I could literally write any amount I want. And he didn't even show that. He just showed
Exactly. If there's no money in the account to cover it, you can write any check you want.
Yeah, it's sad.
Well, there we go. So we are 3 minutes in to Keith's stream, where he promised previously he would never talk about the flat Earth again, and instantly the first thing he does is accuse Will Duffy of being a liar. All right, I'm just going to go and top up my coffee back in 2 seconds. Because that's fucking good coffee. Oh. Yeah, Beaver Zero's right. If you write invalid checks, you just kind of like get fucked by your bank. Look up the Chase Money glitch. Hey, Beaver Zero, dude, we miss you. Alright, I want more content. I want you back on the Flat Earth game, dude. You were one of my favourites. Genuinely miss you. Guys, can we type vanilla in the chat if we love Beaver Zero?
The point I'm making, guys, is if you hold to a scrutiny on things of having it for charity, you're going to have to show some receipts, not just saying, hey, he has video evidence of me giving a piece of paper to someone. That doesn't actually show.
I mean, that is the fucking receipts. He went to the charity and gave it to them. Annalise Knapp for 279 says, Craig, it's 10 p.m. here. You're making me want coffee. Beautiful black liquid.
Anything. Anybody can do that. That's the whole point. Exactly, Charles. Matthew 6:4. So that your giving may be in secret. Then your Father who sees that is done in secret will reward you. Yep. Exactly, in heaven. Because it's not store up treasures on earth, but store up treasures in heaven. That's exactly that. So yeah, his live will start in about 20 minutes, 22 minutes.
Yeah, so he didn't do it in secret, because if he did, you guys would have gone, there's no evidence of you doing it. But he's got evidence of him doing it in the form of a video, and you guys are like, oh, you should have done it in secret. Fucking idiots. Bruce Wayne says, what did I miss? Oh, do you want me to restart, mate? I've only been going 10 hours. With 13 hours and 11 minutes left to go. Remember, guys, you can increase that timer. 166 of you there. If everyone gifted one membership, that timer would go up to about 35 hours.
And then we'll go over to his stream and see what he's going to say and see what he presents as his final release of TFE. That's quite crazy.
We're still waiting, and I think we'll be waiting for a little while longer. I bet on it. What was the release date on it originally? I heard it was like 6 weeks after they got back. They were going to release it.
April. April was like the last time I heard of anything that it's going to come out.
Well, I told Roger last night, in the amount of time it's taken them to release this document, there's been entire Hollywood films made.
Yeah, entire Hollywood films have teams of thousands of people. The documentary's got like one person editing it. So, apples and mangoes, dude. I think I might need a new percolator. It's a lot of ground coffee coming through. Hey, good morning, we are all Gogolfrinchians. You make me want to read that book again.
So, I mean, what are they editing? All they have to do is splice all the footage together. It's not like they still have to film. The filming is done.
Look how many months it took them just to make a preview.
To be honest, I am actually dubious whether this is going to come out or not. He's leaving, isn't he? Allegedly, finally.
That's what I want to ask.
It's not Will that's doing the documentary, though. So, I mean...
He's now leaving, quote unquote. Is he still going to bring out the documentary, or is it just now like gone into the wind?
Exactly, because he's not going to continue with the channel, TFE, if he's leaving it all behind. He said he wasn't monetized anyway. So if he just scams everybody and disappears, he's just got to leave the channel. It doesn't matter if people go and comment, oh, he's got a man, all that. He's not going to be looking at it. He doesn't care.
Exactly.
So where do you think it wasn't monetized, though? That's my question.
He said it wasn't monetized.
Okay.
He said it was monetized.
He doesn't get super chats. I'll give him that. But
look, Will's rich, guys. He's like a money tree. He's had a very successful life making money. He doesn't need to monetize his YouTube channel. And $10,000 check is kind of pocket money to him. Emma's being an absolute fucking cunt. There we go. 13 hours and 39 minutes. Thank you, Emma. I really appreciate it. You are a cunt. And I hope you know that, you cunt. Cunt.
I thought he did, but I mean...
Yeah, but that doesn't mean people don't give him PayPals and things, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And McToon gives him his cut from the debates and all that kind of crap from McToon.
I just want to say thank you, Jaden.
MC Toon gives him cuts from debates. No, he doesn't. Why would MC Toon be giving Will cuts from debates? What debates have they been involved in together? Right, we've had nearly 400 new members. Nearly everyone in the chat should be a member at this point. How is RachBot not a member? Or are they a member and also if you're a mod, does it show that you're a member or do you just appear blue for me? Right, no. Okay, if you're a mod, I don't know if you're a member unless I check, really. Okay, I see.
For your super chat, he says, bless you, Keith. You said you are leaving the Flat Earth community. That doesn't disqualify you from making videos on topics you enjoy. I'm glad you're doing this. Stream Duffy has too much influence. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
No. He didn't just say he's leaving the Flat Earth community. He said he's not talking about Flat Earth at all on his channel. Let's show it again.
And if biblical cosmology comes, I'm being blunt. I'm going to move on with my life. My channel is no more going to be Flat Earth at all. Nothing whatsoever. It is now only going to be going with biblical doctrine. And
there we go. So no. What he said disqualifies him from making videos. Rick 2 Bits gifted another membership. Thank you very much, mate. 387 new members. 13 hours and 39 minutes to go after being already live for 10 hours and 7 minutes. Members have the icon. I'm so dumb. Hey, I'm going to still blame the concussion.
Man, much blessed. You rock. Yeah, guys, and by the way, I never said I'm not going to talk about Flat Earth. I said I'm not going to be in the Flat Earth arena.
Yeah.
Okay? I'm not.
if biblical, my channel is no more going to be Flat Earth at all. Nothing whatsoever.
Not in the Duffy has too much influence. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, man. Much blessed. You rock. Yeah, guys, and by the way, I never said I'm not going to talk about Flat Earth. I said I'm not going to be in the Flat Earth arena.
Yeah.
You rock. Yeah, guys, and by the way, I never said I'm not going to talk about Flat Earth. I said I'm not going to be in the Flat Earth arena.
It is now only going more. I'm being blunt. I'm going to move on with my life. My channel is no more going to be Flat Earth at all. Nothing whatsoever.
Arena. You rock. Yeah, guys, and by the way, I never said I'm not going to talk about Flat Earth. I said I'm not going to be in the Flat Earth arena.
Yeah.
Okay?
It is. So, I'm being blunt. I'm going to move on with my life. My channel is no more going to be Flat Earth at all. Nothing whatsoever.
I'm not in the Flat Earth. I never said I'm not going to talk about Flat Earth. I said I'm not going to be in the Flat Earth arena.
Yeah.
Okay? I'm not in the Flat Earth arena. I haven't even gone to any debates or doing anything, and I'm not part of the Flat Earth community anymore.
Wow! That was a lie! It's like you forgot what you said 3 weeks ago. Incredible!
No, you still like to talk about what you're interested in. Yeah.
I still do believe the Earth is a stationary enclosed plane because God made it that way to be. I'm allowed to talk about it. It's my channel.
Puny fucking God! If all we can make is a little dome.
We just concentrate more on how can I say, important issues and topics. Then
yeah, Jaybird Max in the chat. Flatsoid lied? No! Oh, Jesus, that coffee's gone through me. Need a quick Riley.
Pick it up, pick it up. Is it dirt? Is it potato? Watch the screen and wait for the show. What's revealed, we're dying to know. Is it dirt or a potato? Check it out. Dirt or potato? Yes, I'm right, let's go. Dirt or potato? It's the game that steals the show. Look at the picture, don't make a mistake. Is it a spud or is it a face? Out of the ground or from his own behind? Dirt or potato, what will you find? Right on! Yo, can you tell what's underneath? A derpy mugshot or a root beneath? With every guess, we laugh and cheer. Is it dirt for a potato? Let's make it clear. Hang it up, give it a show. Dirt for potato, let's go. Skank it out. Is it from the dirt or a funny disguise? Could it be a tater or a pair of eyes? What's in the ground or lurking around? Dirt or potato, where will it be found? Could it be smooth or full of lumps? Maybe it's grown on someone's big rump. Get your guess in, let's see what's true. Dirt or potato, it's all up to you. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Don't get the picture, don't make a mistake. Is it a spud or is it a face? Out of the ground or from his own behind? Dirt or potato, what will you find? A pile of soil or a starchy friend? Guess it right and you'll ascend.
Night,
Look
Zoomy.
real close, don't let it slide. Is it dirt or a potato waiting inside? Let's go, Rude Boys. Garden patch or a silly trick? Will you pick the right one or end up quick? Whether it's dirt or a golden spud, dirt or potato, here comes the flood. A mystery unfolds, what will it be? A lovely spot or dirt, can't you see? With every reveal, we're in for a laugh. Dirt or potato, it's the ultimate craft. Dirt or potato, guess it right, let's go. Dirt or potato, it's the game that steals the show. Beneath the earth or just pretend, a lump of soil or some dumb trend. Pick your choice, don't hesitate. Dirt or potato, now seal your fate. What's in the box, what will appear? A mash of dirt or something unclear. Make your move, we're almost through. Dirt or potato, it's all on you. Will it be fries or a dirty pile? Guess it wrong and we'll laugh for a while. Test your luck, it's time to go. Dirt or potato, let the guessing flow.
Oh, yeah. I know that coffee's an irritant, but, you know, I fucking need me brown liquid in the morning. And it is morning. Even though I haven't gone to bed. Started streaming 10 hours, 13 minutes ago. With 45 minutes on the timer. The sun is fully up. I could probably turn off my LED light at this point. Yeah, bit of natural light, that'd do it.
To worry
harsh on the eyes as well.
Flat Earth, really. That's it. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to lay down. I'm doing a final whatever on the first, and Duffy's cordially invited to come over and participate. I'd love to see it. Bye.
But I would.
This is Roger Ledwell, and if we're still going on Monday, I'll go and join that. Hey, has anyone got the link to Roger Ledwell's GoFundMe for going to Antarctica? Let's see how that's going on.
I just want to bring up something to my attention, because this is the whole reason also I want to bring this up. Something came to my attention that when you guys were saying, when Duffy...
And the bottom says, how about liked and shared? If not, why not? Because you're a dick.
He was like going to do this now. He was going to introduce who brought him up to do the final experiment.
Yeah,
correct?
Yeah, he did say that.
What he's always been telling us ever since the final experiment. It's been his brainchild.
Yeah.
No one else has been part of it. It was only him.
Yeah,
and we've been saying all the time, we think McToon is part of it. Correct?
Yeah. But apparently he said it's not McDoon. He said it's not McDoon. But there you go.
Literally was just him. Like, Toon and I, and Jaren, and you, for Catzoid, received the email at the same time.
Yeah, PJ, I sent you 2 fights. Did you get them?
No, you have no. What are they? Did you send me a messenger?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, we'll do them, whatever they are. We'll do them because
They're 50 minutes apiece. Yeah.
I've got a topic to do on YouTube first, and then we'll go over and watch the fight. Yeah.
Awesome. But yeah, guys, we're going to be watching his thing live, going through it. I was thinking maybe we can go through some scripture so long, if you guys would like to.
Yeah, man. Sure. That'd be brilliant.
I'd rather cheese grate my nipples, frankly.
I've made a list.
Yeah, I just had a biblical debate last night with a Christian. He's a Glober, but it was a very fruitful conversation. No insults, no like, oh my gosh, you're misconstruing the Bible. It was just all scripture the whole time. It was actually beautiful. It's one of the first times I've
That sounds boring as fuck. I'd probably skip through the scripture.
ever been able to do that because most. So it was.
Yeah.
About 20 minutes ago from Can't Fix Stupid, he said, prediction for TFE, who is behind TFE? Duffy said the idea came from Dean Odo, remember, because he said about the 24-hour sun. So he said the idea came from Dean Odo. So yeah, like you said, it must have been his own, it's meant to be his own brainchild. So he has been lying all along if there's someone behind it that he's going to reveal. Because he did.
He's not going to reveal who's behind. No one ever said that.
He'd say it was because of Greg Locke, didn't he?
Greg Locke would be my next guess. That would have been the one that would be the one on the chopping block. Yeah.
I wonder if it's Greg Locke then, because that's what Can't Fix Stupid's thinking. I wonder if it's Greg Locke that's behind it because of
all I know is the debate so-called thing they had the other night. Alonso 100% proved to me he's always been a plant there.
Yeah.
The guy came in.
It wasn't Alonso. It was not Stephen Alonso, apparently. There we go. Yeah, it wasn't Stephen Alonso. It was Coach Steve. I decided not to appear myself and wanted to send someone else who could represent the Flat Earth Fitness department rather than the department I run. The fuck?
Literally just to be stupid.
Well, the sad part is in Will Duffy's recent video where he delivers the check, he talks about Flat Earth for 20 minutes while he's driving there. And he said that the Flat Earth consensus is that Stephen Alonso was the best debater on the platform. And he also said Stephen Alonso is the most honest Flat Earther he knows of.
Wow.
So he said Stephen Alonso is the most honest, and that is just not true.
No, I disagree. Stephen Alonso is a lying piece of shit.
Ridiculous.
I mean, look at that video we did on Stephen Alonso a few months back. What rubbish that was spewing. It was like, wow.
I think he was handpicked. He's probably.
And I mean, how can that guy be honest when he literally, the first time anybody ever saw him was he lying that he was a pilot? It is now only... So, I'm being blunt. I'm going to move on with my life. My channel is no more going to be Flat Earth at all. Nothing.
Is he really a flat earther, do you think? Or do you think he's...
That's never going to get old.
But yeah, that's what I think.
I don't think so.
For the money.
He's definitely grifting. He sells a book, Flat Earth Fitness. If that doesn't say it all right there,
But
what does Flat Earth have to do with fitness? Nothing.
But what we picked up is everything he has in the so-called book of his is literally taken from other people. It's literally just content taken from other people and sticking it in his own name.
He's got FED in there, pretty much. That's what he's got.
Yeah. It's like he doesn't have anything original. So, yeah.
Well, I think Flat Earth Fitness is original. Not that helps him.
Yeah, I don't understand how that's gonna. But when I look at him though, he doesn't look like someone who should be influencing fitness. I mean, come on, my forearms are bigger than his biceps.
He did a before and after picture, and he looked the same in both pictures.
Yeah.
No, there actually was a bit of a difference there. He put on some considerable amount of weight.
Like I said, I don't know. I mean, I can show you how I look now compared to when I started a year and a half ago. I have much... There's a big difference. I mean, I'm 76 kilograms with 13% body fat right now. So
76 kilograms? Is that it? That's what I bench for reps. Well, about 70. Mystery Man says, you like to prove that Fakatsoid does not know what words mean. It's not that hard to prove, Mr. E-Man.
Big difference.
That's pretty good. Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, I mean...
But how do I get your program, Keith? How do I get...
I don't know. Just eat healthy and make sure you keep consistent, regular results with exercise. That's all.
Oh, you don't have
and do what works for you, because everybody works differently.
Yeah. You got a program you can sell me that works for me?
No, because I don't need to sell people things. If they just ask me, I'm more than happy to set something up. But I don't need.
Has someone got a link to Roger Ledwell's GoFundMe, please? That'd be great.
Nobody has to pay me for it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Good.
Roger, what is your main fight? Just in case we can't do two, what is your main fight you want first?
Do the Hearns first.
The hands, okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
Okay, so I was thinking we can first start at Psalms 19.
Nope.
How words to this is to the other. Around. Say to Joshua 10.
Nice.
It's a good one.
I agree to disagree.
He explains exactly. Josh,
Don't want to hear him do scripture, because that's boring as fuck.
Or did the earth stop?
It's not about understanding, because people would understand that. Look, well, if it said in the scripture, like, God sent to people
sound talking directly to God, and they're getting revelation from God.
What country? Huge.
That's bigger than a cricket ball.
That's bigger than a baseball. I mean,
You get hit with that, you're getting.
People. Okay.
You'll believe any propaganda, any fake thing out.
We'll find experiments to start.
Right, here we go. So we're going to go over Keith going over the final goodbye of the final experiment. It's going to be a lot of cope. Just want to double check that there's been no other flat ones. No other flat streams from him. Apparently Roger's managed to raise 4,622, which is nowhere near enough. Yeah, no, nothing else seems to be about Flat Earth. Unless there was some Flat Earth in there, of course. Right, okay. This is all he's got.
That's it. See, it just says waiting.
Farewell.
Waiting for the final excrement.
That's what they laugh at. Poop jokes. Fart jokes are way funnier.
I may pop in there and ask him to come over.
Wesley made a brilliant joke about it the other day. He said that, what was it? Goodbye to TFE, the flat earth. Very funny.
I saw that one. Hey, Roger,
when you guys say funny, I don't think you mean the same thing as we mean. Because nothing you guys say is funny or clever.
Able to see my community post?
No, I didn't get to. I looked for it, but I didn't see the one you were talking
about. Yeah, so I left the thing on Will Duffy's video, and I said, the final gaslight. And then he said, my final gaslight was the day before I got my Tesla. That's what he said.
Yeah.
So I guess it's not a rental. We were.
Boom! There we go. Plus, there's no such thing as gaslighting anyway. These guys made it up because they're fucking crazy.
Suspecting it's a rental, but
so he actually
from that comment, he bought a Tesla. Sounds like it.
But that's what's really odd, though. He's owes so many people money.
Yeah.
I think it comes over to $1 million now.
And he's buying Tesla.
No, he doesn't owe a bunch of people money. That's just a lie. Well, there's like 3 complaints against him from previous things that he's done, and they're just complaints. They're not like judgments or courts or anything. And you know, as someone that dealt with people's money, that's a pretty good score. He doesn't owe anyone any money. We're all Gogo Frinchins for £5 says, thanks for skipping the scripture reading. I don't have any face psalm protection. Boom-ch. That did make us add another 3 minutes to the timer, though. Thank you very much.
That's
weird. And he's buying Teslas, and he's giving away free money, and he's giving people this.
Well, he's possibly giving away free money. He handed over what looked like a blank check, and also.
Here is Roger Ledwell's thing. It doesn't say keeping it honest across the board anymore. Someone else rewrote it for him. Actually received a decent amount of money. Still nowhere near enough to go to Antarctica. Not even 8,000 is enough to go to Antarctica. I hope these people get their money back. Like, someone's donated fucking 3.5 grand or 500 quid, man.
At the same time, it was virtue signaling. It was virtue signaling. And him as a pastor, as someone who knows the scripture, should know that these things should be done in secret between you and your father and the person that you're giving it to.
I am going to be doing this a little differently than we've done in the past, meaning this is going to be very chill, laid back. I want to encourage dialogue. I've pinned a comment with the StreamYard link if anybody wants to join. No pressure, but if you want to join and say hi, say bye, let me know any questions you have or favorite memories of this wild journey we've been on, feel free. I'm also going to watch the comments and try to read as many of them as I can. We've actually got quite a few people already popping in here, which is great. So I'm just going to bring some people on and say hi. I think
I'm going to go over.
Oh, sorry?
Good luck, Roger.
I think I'm going to go over.
Yeah, just go there because I'm not going to support him.
Yeah, no thanks. All right, Roger.
Hopefully we'll see you pop on there, man. I'm rooting for you.
Roger, you should actually go on there and ask, so why is he still lying about what he said to you live on your live stream?
And what's he lied about exactly? I've no idea. So does Roger go over and go on the live stream? That's going to be fucking funny.
That's what you should ask him.
Yeah. Ask him why he didn't take me on the trip to start with. Why he didn't put my GoFundMe on.
Yeah, why did he push other people, but he didn't push yours? After you literally spoke to him live, and we all watched the live.
Because nobody knows who you fucking are, Roger. Why would they take you? That would be an extra 45,000. There was already fucking useless luggage.
So they can't say you were lying.
That's right. I mean, I was there at it on the live. So,
yeah. All right. I'll go over
Okay,
and say hi
cool.
to him right quick.
Tell him I'm still waiting for him to show us those 3 things he would present to us: Earth spin, having gas without container.
Yeah.
And what is the other one?
The pole. Celestial pole.
No. There was another one.
You don't even know your own flat Earth script, dude. What's
Scientific
going on
evidence
here?
for gravity, I think. Can't remember. What is the 3 things we asked? But anyway, tell him we're still waiting for that. It's been. Oh, and when the documentary will finally be coming out?
We need a date. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's been quite a long time.
Yes, it has. All right. I'll be back a little bit. All right.
Cool.
Some of you face to face for the first time.
Let's see. When he introduces someone, maybe.
For exciting to us because we didn't know if this thing was going to work or not, and it obviously did. So really cool. I do have people waiting, actually more than I thought. So I'm going to go ahead and just bring you guys on, and we can have a quick conversation. Tell me whatever you want. You can tell me you like me, you don't like me, whatever you want. No rules.
Oh,
so
perfect.
Oh,
we're
brilliant.
going to start here with Jordan. Jordan, how are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
Cool. Good, man. Who are you, and where are you coming from today?
Oh man, well, I've just been following this kind of in the background for a long time. My background is in physics. I have a master's in physics. I have a master's in data science. So I have the educational background to follow all this stuff, and it's just
Master's in data science.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's crazy seeing flat
Sorry,
Earth.
are you just really shocked that somebody's got a qualification for Catsoid because you don't? And that means he's smart and that intimidates you. What's wrong here?
Take off the way it is, and I don't know. It's just really cool seeing you do this experiment and just all the debate.
Okay, that just shows you don't know what you're talking about. Flat Earth, it was not an experiment.
Yeah, how does this observation fit in with the scientific method? What were the independent variable, the dependent variable? Well, tell me how this fits, because it doesn't.
Yeah. Quite easy. Hypothesis, we will see certain thing if we go there. Prediction, we go there and, with the shadows and etc. will be as we expect on the globe model. Independent variable is literally the place on Earth. That is the thing you see, that you change, sorry. And the dependent variable, the thing that changes, is the position of the sun and all the other observations. IV, in this case, is the thing that you change is literally your position on Earth. But you're never going to understand that, I know.
They did the first part of an experiment and they looked. That's it. They observed. That's the first step.
No. They'd already done that before. made an observation that made them think the Earth was a globe. And the hypothesis is that the Earth is a globe, then the 24-hour sun will be there. The experiment is going to check.
Quite crazy. Yeah, and it never worked. It was all fake, exactly. But you know, it's so easy just to get any random guy just to come on.
Yeah.
Very easy.
Then why can't you just get random people to come on your stream? Is it because no one watches them?
And everything. I follow MC Toon, all those guys.
If there's MC Toon, there we go. Makes so much sense, guys. Okay. As soon as someone says, I follow MC Toon or FTFE and stuff, you already know their brain is mush.
But what does he mean when he says...
Yes, our brain is mush. Of course it is.
You see the flat earth the way it's gone or whatever. I mean, because there still is many flat earthers, bar 3 or 4 or something, you know. Then they probably weren't even flat earthers like Jaron and that, you know. He knows it's flat, but was
there's still a lot of flat earthers coming to realization every day. People are still becoming flat earthers every day.
Yeah, but like, it's a wave, right? A wave of stupid. You get the stupid come in, realize they're stupid, go out as another wave of stupid comes in. I have just set up the next stream. Mystery Man says, I think the Catzoid would enjoy it too much if some random guys come on.
Gosh.
So, literally, this TFE hasn't done anything other than show what a dishonest group of people.
Didn't even put a dent on it. Didn't even put a dent in the side of the fender. Just put a scratch in it. That's it.
Really? Apart from the exodus from Flat Earth of like really big names, Patricia Steer, Robbie Davison, Jaron Campanella, and a whole bunch of others that left the Flat Earth and literally destroyed, and the media is just pointing out how fucking stupid you all are. You guys are so dumb that you don't realise everyone knows that you're dumb. Emma says, oh yeah, remember to set up the next done it, you stupid cunt. I love you. So we're going for 10 hours and 32 minutes. In 45 minutes, we will move over to the second part of the stream. Looks like it's going to take a while to get through this derp, so strap in.
That's it.
No, not strap on. Guys, I didn't...
But yeah, this is my first time kind of being in front of the camera, but just thought I'd pop in and just say good job, and I think it was awesome what you did.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. Great to meet you, and it's been crazy, but I think it was definitely worth it. When I got introduced to Flat Earth, I had no idea how big it was, and then the more I got involved, I started to realize that it was growing, and that's really when I started to think to myself, I need to do something significant. So
that's called bigotry. That's called bigotry because you saw, okay, it's got a large following, and it doesn't.
It's not bigotry to go against something that you disbelieve in and have evidence against. He doesn't hate Flat Earth. That would be bigotry. But you can't be a bigot against Flat Earth. It's not a religion of any kind.
Agree with my belief system, so I have to do something. Remember in his plain video, that first one was, I didn't know what I had to do, but I had to do it.
Yeah. And he also said to Sean Griffin as well that I haven't researched heliocentrism. I haven't researched Flat Earth. I don't know about these things. I'm just coming into it.
Exactly.
It was a lie. He did apologise for that lie, but it was a lie nonetheless.
Exactly. What's up, Self? How's it going?
Hey, it's going. I just left a comment on that over there.
It's a criminal. It's a disgusting lying piece of shit. Someone is afraid to debate me.
I saw your comment yesterday. It's like good riddance.
Yeah, that's when I said don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you.
Right.
You're so funny. How long did it take you to come up with that one, dude? All night? Been waiting for it? You've had it in the bag, haven't you?
But don't you think like these people that just get on like this because they're always, I don't know, it's some weird thing I've seen the cycle some no-name comes on, always referencing, I watch McToon, I watch FTFE, and I love your work. It's like the same mushtards. Their brains are really dead. It's like, it's so easy just to get some random guy just to come on.
Well, yeah,
What's your point? Who cares if it's easy to get some random guy to come on? Of course it is when he has a fucking open link.
All set up. You won't see anybody you know on here.
No.
I should click the link and go on there.
I think Roger's
Roger's
going.
We told Roger to go on, ask him. We're still waiting for the 3 things that he said he would present to us. Remember we're still waiting for that. And he's going to ask him when is this mockumentary coming out one day, because now he's ending TFE. So, is he going to be lying?
They're so dumb they don't realise that he's not the one making the documentary. It was the other flat earther. Emerson Biggin says, I thought the Catsoid dumped Flat Earth. You're not wrong.
Nothing whatsoever. My channel is no more going to be Flat Earth at all. Nothing whatsoever.
Against his word, because if he's ending tonight,
Lies.
that means no documentaries coming out anymore.
That means it's final. It means it's final.
I don't think he knows what that word final actually means.
He doesn't.
I don't think so either.
But you don't have like a background in science or anything, right?
No background in science. I like science, and I wish I knew more, and I wish I had time to research it more. But no, my
You know what you can do to learn science? You know, you just sit down, you do some research. 10 minutes later, practically going to know more than you do know now.
Oh, there we go. That's the problem. Catsoid only ever does 10 minutes of research and thinks he knows everything or more. No, usually after 10 minutes of research, you know less than you started with if you're doing it properly. Because you realise that you were wrong about some stuff. But no flat earther understands how to do any kind of research, and I hope Will does study more science, because he'll drop his young earth creationist stuff, because you cannot be someone that likes science and think Noah's flood actually happened.
It doesn't take much research. You just need to know the process, don't you?
Well, he doesn't even know the scientific method, because none of these were experienced.
That's what I mean. The method. That's all you need.
He's definitely not into science, because he doesn't even know the fundamentals of it.
And we've educated him on it multiple times.
The irony of any of you fucking knuckle draggers thinking you can educate any of us on science is pretty fucking hilarious. You wouldn't know science if it kicked you all in your sandy, itchy vaginas.
So it's quite sad.
Well, this guy's gonna be like, well, let me vouch for you, Duffy. I have the experience. I have a degree. You're totally right, Duffy.
You know what he's going to master in what? Data. He's got. What did he get his master in? Something data.
Data science.
It's like, okay.
My favorite subject in school was always math.
Okay, well, I mean, that's the language of science, right?
Yeah,
I do feel like, I mean, you definitely picked up enough throughout this process to do really well in the debates and everything. So not having a science background, 100%. It's been pretty impressive to see and hear you, pitch the globe.
I want to point out, Charles, exactly, 100%. You should first learn the Word of God, because he's a pastor, and he's teaching his congregation literally not what the Bible teaches.
Right. I wonder how many people...
Well, most pastors would also teach their congregation that the earth is a globe. Because most of them know that to be a fact. It's not even questioned. Like, the majority of pastors would not tell people that the earth is flat. I wonder if I could make a poll of 100 pastors. Is there a way to sort something like that out? How you all doing out there in the land of internets? We've got Rachbot, Aldebaran 4, Emma, Silent Dave, Emerson Biggs, Lake Titicaca Frog, Sir Little Wolf. Thank you guys for being here. It means the world to me. Smash the like button, share the stream, and also gift memberships so the stream goes on forever.
We'll come on and start talking scripture with them. Or just talk about TFE.
Data science, Mr. Jingles. There we go. Data science. Yeah.
Well, it's weird. Will Duffy wants to talk about. Well, it's quite odd that no flat earthers have a PhD. that was one of the things he brought up to Stephen Alonso, and Alonso just sat there and was like, "Yeah, man, it is weird. None of us have degrees. I mean, come on, dude. You don't even have a degree yourself, and you're sitting here."
Well, what about Dr. Carroll that comes on our show quite often? He's
got a degree.
He's a doctor. He's got his doctor.
Oh, you got to move on. He brings up Brenda next.
Oh boy,
Okay,
not
wait,
Brenda.
let's do the Brenda. Is Brenda still looking like number 2? No, Dave McKeegan.
My recent subscriber, Brenda. Yay!
We don't need to watch Dave McKeegan, do we? Oh no. Where's Brenda?
Oh, Dave McKeegan. Oh, he's bringing up all the people on. Wow.
I got to know it's right after that dude.
Familiar dog, so I'm going to go ahead and.
Feel like they're being a bit, transphobic and stuff there. Just, oh, it's Brenda. We're all going Frenchian says, if you have sex with a pastor, have you been pasteurized? I don't think that's how they do that. That's not. Please tell me that's not how pasteurized milk is made.
I appreciate it. Likewise. Bye-bye.
Is this live?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I see a familiar dog, so I'm going to go ahead and.
I don't know. I got to play live in the front room. And he
Hey,
brought
Rusty.
up,
Brenda's probably at the end.
There we go. Hey, Dave. How are you?
Oh my God, he's ugly, man.
I'm very good, Will.
He's still got his Antarctica shirt on. What is wrong with you, Dave?
Christ. And that's so funny.
Well, he puts it on to come on camera. It's not like he's just wearing it all the time every day. It's because he's coming on the final live stream, their farewell live stream of the final experiment. So he's wearing the t-shirt that he got whilst in Antarctica. Why is this a thing that you don't understand? Oh, that's because you're a fucking moron. Dan the Man says, this Flerf panel is so pathetic. Yes, it fucking is. Jesus says that he tried to be a pastor for the Church of Lord Cthulhu, but unfortunately his wife wouldn't let him be a cult leader. Well, why don't you guys start the Church of Craig?
This globe it's not even on a stand. It must be a bounty globe, one that you play with,
I mean, this guy has invested everything he has now onto Antarctica. He's kind of made Antarctica an idol, if you guys have realized that.
I think so. I mean, look at the painting in the background. Isn't that of the trip to Antarctica?
That's a photograph of Antarctica in New
Yeah,
Glacier.
photo, not painting, sorry. Yeah.
And the people are buying his Antarctic shirts like crazy, probably, because that's all he's got on these days.
Well, he's even got his lenses on.
Yes, that's what he wears when he's making videos. Like, if you go through, like episodes 10 to 75 of Flerfs Are Idiots, I'm wearing literally the same t-shirt. The Turtle Move says, are you still going? Nah, dude. I stopped. I've actually got 13 hours left to go.
Display, lenses, all things to do with the camera and that.
It's really weird that they make Antarctica look like a brain.
Yeah.
And they make Alaska look like a brain.
They don't look like a brain. I don't think you guys have seen a brain. Definitely not like used to having a brain or around you or anything. But no, it looks like a continent.
Mm-hmm. Almost like it's trying to tell you something.
Yeah, man.
Quite well.
I just thought I'd take the opportunity to stop by and once again thank you for doing everything that you've done, because it's still beyond belief. Rusty's still not happy that you dragged me away from him for 2 weeks, but I'm sure he'll get over it eventually.
2 weeks?
I thought you were 4 days.
He was only down there 2 days.
I know.
Yeah, but he wasn't at home for like 10 days. They were in Chile for a bunch of... Oh my fucking God. He's not talking about just Antarctica.
So what's the 2 weeks all about?
The travel, it was 4 days or something. Now it's 2 weeks.
Well, they had to spend a week getting the narrative right.
Yeah, of course.
See, they're busting on themselves with that shit.
Of course.
You see, this is what we say. Something doesn't add up.
Normally you guys, because, you can't count higher than 20 without taking your pants off. And then you go back to 19.
Yeah, maybe my calculator's broken, but these numbers, they don't add.
They don't.
Don't pretend you use a calculator.
Because remember, this is what they always fought for. It's like they were supposed to be there for 5 days, but they had to leave early. So it was 4 days. They were 2 or 3 days earlier. So that's, and then they left like 2 days after they said or something. Because you were asking, what did you guys do with the remaining time in Puntas?
Yeah.
So what? Maybe maximum 8 days? Definitely not 2 weeks.
No, like away from his house for like an entire 2 weeks or close to 2 weeks. There's no issue with that. Emma says, "Our Craig, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy butt. Thy little Craig come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven." Oh, very good. "Give us this day our daily Craig and deliver us from flat earth."
And by the way, have we even seen their plane tickets yet?
Yes.
Didn't someone show a boarding pass of some sort? Was it?
There was Jaren's bag luggage.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah.
Well, I'm also curious if anybody's tracked the flight.
It's still, fake and stuff. The copium is still flowing. They found a little deposit underneath for Catzoid's home.
On flight radar, pretty much every flight, unless it's a secret military flight, is going to have a transponder telling you exactly where the flight's going, and you can track it live. So I'm surprised nobody's tracked the flight they took to Antarctica. You'd think it.
Nobody tracked the flight they took to Antarctica. Dude, it was literally the most tracked flight in the world at the time. Did you not pay attention to anything? Like, Flight Tracker, that flight was the #1 tracked flight. It had like a few thousand people tracking it. Fuck me.
Be pretty easy.
Flight aware.
Yeah, I think you'll be okay with me sharing this, but I don't think flat earthers and just...
I'm pretty sure Fakatsoid knows that as well, and you notice how he didn't correct him. Yeah, Silent Dave, it was the most tracked flight in the world. Outerband 4 says, "The flights were tracked. They filmed in Punta Arenas. They did live feeds in Antarctica. What delusional world does Flat's crew live in?" Well, that's a very good fucking question, isn't it?
The community at large realize that you already had a wedding scheduled in your own family for the time that we were going to Antarctica, and not only was it a
Thank you very much for your membership. Really appreciate it. Woohoo! The true few got the membership. Thank you very much, Jaden.
Oh, the true few. Of course he got it.
He's been streaming for 40 minutes and he had 1 membership. Yeah, it's not how you do it.
family wedding. You were also supposed to be the photographer.
Yes, it was my cousin was getting married on December 20th, I think it was. So when you first contacted me about it, and I was like, 14th to the 18th, could we get back in time? Is it going to be too much of a push? Or yeah, he'd already asked me a couple of weeks beforehand and said, would I photograph his wedding? So I said, yeah, sure, not a problem. And then obviously all this popped up, and I was in this moral dilemma of do I go back on what I've agreed with him, or what? So
I don't know. Maybe a wedding is more important than deception.
Well, yeah, that's you making the assumption that it's deception because you can't believe something happened that goes against your religious cult.
Maybe.
Yeah. Woohoo! Thanks for becoming a member, Jaden. You rock. About time to get members.
Guys, for Catzoid's getting members, what's going on? You need to counter that. There needs to be some balance in the universe.
I thought you were a member.
No, I haven't done it yet. Figured out now's about the time, yeah.
Thank you, man. So yeah, so he was saying he had to decide whether he's going to stop the taking photo for the wedding, which he already said yes to, or go to Antarctica. I don't know. Maybe you just say, dude, I've already got plans.
Yeah, well, normally, yeah. But a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to go to a place that the majority of humans have not ever been is not a normal circumstance. And I'm pretty sure his cousin would have understood. And he probably asked his cousin as well if he minds.
no, my cousin's getting married. I'm being a photographer. Now you want me to go to some ice continent deception thing?
Ice continent deception thing. I love it when Keith talks about deception.
It is. My channel is no more going to be Flat Earth at all. Nothing whatsoever. My channel is no more going to be Flat Earth at all. Nothing whatsoever. My channel is no more going to be Flat Earth at all. Nothing whatsoever. My channel is no more going to be Flat Earth at all. Nothing whatsoever. My channel is no more going to be Flat Earth at all. Nothing whatsoever.
Yeah, Keith knows all about deception, doesn't he?
Really odd.
Driving down to his house and just knocking on the door and be like, would you be bothered if you had to get a different photographer? Because I've got this. He's like, don't be stupid, just go.
Yeah, it's important.
There we go. Dave did the right thing, right? I can guarantee you, if his cousin was like, man, I really want you there as my photographer, Dave would have been like, okay, cool. But he went and asked, and the cousin was like, fuck it, go to Antarctica, you idiot. Someone else can do my photos. Like, his cousin would have fucking understood.
Important because it shows two things. One, you don't turn down a free trip to Antarctica. That's not.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. If you've already got made.
No, you don't. You don't. Ravage! Gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much. That adds 15 minutes back to the timer. That does not seem to want to drop below those 13 hours, does it? Thank you very much. My unfinished song, Glenn Collins, Chief Cheese of Cheddington, JBF20 and JR all received the membership. So thank you very much for that. From the bottom of the... Well, the place where my heart should be. And there's no beats or anything. Yeah. So from the void where my heart should be, thank you very much. Here, HBot, it's for you.
Plans with someone else, especially your family. It's kind of saying, okay, dude, you taking TFE and sticking it above your family.
He went and asked permission. Right? And let's be honest. It's kind of fucking a big thing. Outerban asked a good question in the chat. Flats, if you were invited to a wedding and you said yes, but then 2 days later someone turned up and said, actually we can go and visit God, but it's on the day of the wedding. What are you going to do? No, I don't want to see God. I've agreed to go to my cousin's wedding. Your cousin's going to fucking understand, mate. Outerbound 4 says, I am almost at 11 hours of streaming. I am, and I'm feeling fucking good. Going to swap the stream in about 15 minutes. Right, a lot of people have commented about like the marks on my ears. I had some midgie bites, and they got pretty infected. And I don't know, I can't stop fucking picking them.
Don't you think that's a kind of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to go to your own cousin's wedding and photography for that? You're literally showing that you care about them and you're doing the photography because you care.
Again, he went and asked permission. Would you mind? Right? What you can see is that his cousin loved him. Or loves him. Right? His cousin was unwilling to deny him an opportunity like that. Literally kind of threw him out the door in the direction of the airport for Chile. His cousin fucking understood, man. He went to Antarctica. So Dave wasn't at his wedding. I'm sure Dave could look at the photos and have a drink with them at another date and say congratulations privately. You know? A couple of my family members couldn't make it to my wedding, and a few of my friends that I invited couldn't make it to my wedding. Like a few weeks later, there was like a little party, and they all come and said, congratulations privately. It's cool. You know? I bet Dave phoned him on his wedding and, congratulated him. But he had permission. Hey, General E. Shady. Mark Guitar, how you doing?
Now you're saying, it's stuff I'm going to Antarctica with some stranger that's actually just a scam artist. That's more important. I think I would be very offended if I was his cousin.
Well, again, his cousin gave him permission. He asked, and his cousin was like, go to Antarctica. So clearly his cousin was not offended. Your family have their priorities wrong.
Imagine being so materialistic that, like I see in here, someone gives you a $40,000 trip, stuff the wedding. Are you really that materialistic? You really that caught up in the stuff? Are you really caught up in that much in the stuff, man? That says a lot about you there.
Right. He can go and see his cousin anytime. Right? He can even take a big bottle of whiskey as an apology for not actually making it to the wedding. And say thank you for his cousin giving him permission. Obviously, your family are full of cunts that care more about themselves than you. Right? What this shows is that Dave McKeegan has a family of people that care about others. Yes, it was his cousin's wedding. But his cousin wasn't so selfish that he would take away an opportunity from Dave to make Dave go to his wedding. That's love.
Crazy, isn't it? I mean, if my sister was getting married but someone offered me $1 million to stay away from it, ain't happening. I'd go to the wedding.
Bollocks, would you? Hey, sis, I can't come to the wedding, but I'm going to take you on a 3-week all-inclusive holiday to Jamaica afterwards to say sorry. Is that all right? Yeah, no worries.
Oh, look at this.
Weddings fucking suck, man.
Oh, his cousins will have other weddings. Really?
Oh, wow.
Really? Well, usually when people get married, like specials, we decide to marry one person and stay married to that person. That's how it's supposed to happen and it's supposed to work.
I do agree with that. I don't think divorce for any other reason than abuse and stuff should be a thing. If you love someone, you should be with them forever. If you agree that,
Wow.
I mean, so how long have you guys been married now?
Let me see here. Since 99.
Ooh, someone married Soph? I wonder if they realise what a fucking cunt he is. And not the good cunt like Emma. 7 o'clock in the morning.
So, what's that, 26 years?
And I don't think you're planning on getting another wife anytime soon.
No, it's
exactly.
too much trouble to train a new one, man. Come on.
Pumpkin in the chat says, yo, Craig, you just destroyed Wi-Fi Gospel, dog. Well, thank you very much, my friend. I do feel like I'm getting better at the atheist debates. What do you reckon?
I usually tell this to someone who's like, one wife's enough problems, thank you.
It's not wrong.
I don't know who else put up with me.
And number 2 is it's amazing.
So don't ask me, I'm a divorcee. Obviously, I want to get married again, though, for life this time, but yeah.
Amazing how many flat earthers did exactly that.
Yeah, it was...
PJ said, I'm a divorcee, but I'm getting married forever this time. Why were you a divorcee last time?
It's quite incredible, and not only that, but obviously Critical Think and Toon both funded their own way there. Globy McGlobeface was trying to fund his own way there. I didn't see any flat earthers who were trying to fund at the time that we were going.
That's a lie.
It's incorrect. Roger Ledwell was trying to fund, but he's really, dumb and unable to do that. All right. Okay, guys, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. Keep myself topped up and peed out, get my rideys done and stuff. I think a little song by Conspiracy Music Studios would be a good idea. Right, see you in a few minutes, guys.
On my stream, called him demon possessed, said the globe was a scheme. Never needed no proof, just a fire in my eye. Love the sound of my voice, now I'm the one they crucify. Now they say I'm Illuminati, sold my soul or so they say. Taste the poison I did spray, now it's me they flee. Whispers fly and fingers point, ain't it rough to feel the flame? Now I'm sitting in the spotlight, and you're laughing at my name. Saw every shadow as a sinister hand. I blamed every ill on a secretive band. Never looked back at the damage I caused, the fear in their eyes, the lines I crossed. Just me and my megaphone against the whole world. Every wild accusation carelessly hurled. Now they say I'm Illuminati, sold my soul or so they say. Taste the poison I did spray, now it's me they flee. Whispers fly and fingers point, ain't it rough to feel the flame? Now I'm sitting in the spotlight, and you're laughing at my name. I called every man a liar, accused the world without a clue, preached my gospel of suspicion. Now the joke's on old me too. I lit every fire with reckless delight, but it burns when it comes back to bite. Funny how a dose of your own venom bites, when the dark accusations haunt your night. I once believed I was righteous and bold, but now this bitter harvest feeling cold. Now they say I'm Illuminati, with a triangle for a crown. This ain't the justice I imagined when I was tearing others down. Through 1,000 crazy stories, now they're spinning back around. Every face is looking sideways, and my own words drag me down. Yeah, it's unfair, I tell you it just ain't right to be judged by the shadows in the fading light. Yes, the world keeps spinning flat or not. When what goes round,
Song's actually badass, by the way.
well, it comes around.
Buy in.
Oh, Craig,
who art on stream, hallowed be thy but thy willy come. Thy wife be done from behind and down the kitchen counter. Give us this day our daily Craig, and forgive us our wet panties, as we forgive those who do not flood our panties. And do lead us into temptation, and deliver us from flat earth. Amen. Amen.
Beautiful, Emma. Absolutely beautiful, you cunt.
It is now only going to be going flat earth blunt. I'm going to move on with my life. My channel is no more going to be flat earth at all. I'm going to move on with my life. My channel is no more going to be flat earth at all. Nothing whatsoever. My channel is no more going to be flat earth at all. Nothing whatsoever.
Oh, really? What's this then?
Was it Roger Ledwell who's waiting in chat? He went to talk to Mr. Duffy live in his car parking lot. We were all watching it live. And Mr. Duffy said, yeah, he's going to help him to try and push it. He's GoFundMe. Guess what? He just acted like Roger never existed.
I was there. I was live. I was on the live with him. Well, Roger was on the phone call. I mean, Roger was actually hidden. I'm the face you could actually see, and I'm listening to them. You know what I mean? And he did say, he says, yes, you can come if you raise the money. If you raise the money, you could definitely come and stuff like that. But he never got back in touch. He didn't say anything about it. You know, there was no correspondence after that. It was just, that can happen.
Why is it all on Duffy? Duffy was a busy man. Why is he the one responsible for, keeping everyone in contact? If Roger Ledwell wanted to do it, he knew fucking well Duffy's email. He should have said, hey, can we arrange you maybe pushing my GoFundMe and so I'd like to come? No, you rely on Will Duffy, and because he didn't do it, it's an issue. Stop being fucking lazy. Hey, Darren, the Love Bot in channel, how we doing?
He didn't get back to him at all. I think he said he would push his GoFundMe or something. I can't remember for sure. I don't bank on that, but I'm sure something like that was. I'm sure Roger told me he would get a GoFundMe or whatever. I can't remember if it was out at that point. I don't think it was. But
no, the thing is, when he went to talk to him, he said, yeah, he's interested. He would like to go.
Yes.
And Duffy said, yes, he will help him set up.
Yes, Pumpkin, I did hear your super chat. Does Wifo Gospel trust his sense of getting... You guys were mean with the fat jokes.
You can just set up a GoFundMe, he'll help him kind of, push it and everything. Yeah. And he just didn't. He just totally ignored it. Yeah. And instead they had this idiotic golden ticket nonsense.
Yeah. And Roger's
but the golden ticket nonsense was a result of a flat earther scamming people that then Will had to kind of fulfill.
Planned who they wanted to take, you know what I mean? Their whole group was already planned.
They had that picked before they even started it, I guarantee you.
Lovely assumption there, Som. I'm still amazed that you've managed to fucking trap a woman for 25 years.
Yeah, the whole thing was worked out. It's big dog and pony show is all it was.
Right.
Like
it was a rigged election, as you could say.
Yeah, like that show The Bachelor or whatever, where they have all these women and they give, certain ones a rose, you're eliminated and all that. I mean, he even did that stupid shit, where he had this little, who's going to be the mystery contestant, get out of here.
Yeah, I know.
Not crazy.
Yeah, I know.
Oh no, they put effort
and I think
into
I've
it.
only
What a
seen
shame.
one who's trying to fund since because they don't believe what we saw.
Yeah, it's actions speak louder than words. I don't know.
Watch that timer. It's gonna pop up by 15 minutes. Or do it already. It must have. Thank you very much, Darren, the Lovebot, for your 5 memberships. I appreciate it. Going to be streaming forever and ever and ever and ever and ever.
The flat Earth community fully grasps that at this point, but that is a reality.
Yeah, most definitely. I think that and
Darren,
and
I
like
appreciate
you were
it more than
saying
you know.
in your
Thank you
video
very much,
yesterday,
mate.
the responses from them ones who either wouldn't make predictions in the first place or did make predictions and have now gone back on those predictions because they got proven wrong, and yet still continue to push the same argument. And I just turn around and say, well, can you explain the 24-hour sun? And
okay, let's just maybe say this again. People maybe have some weird... You haven't shown a 24-hour sun yet. No. Stop acting as if we should accept it.
Yes, they have. There has been several videos showing the 24-hour sun, including an interactive 3D one. Plus, Dave has the raw footage that he is happy to show you.
Simple as that.
Oh, yeah.
Where's this tons of gigabytes of data and shit that they were supposed to have, too?
Oh, yeah.
None of that came to fruition.
I mean, they'll put a trail.
Tons of gigabytes of data. The ones they've used to make all the final experiments, you mean? That they've displayed and shown. Are you just like, la 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 la, I don't see or hear the evidence, therefore it's not real? Well, that's because you are this panel that we have here is the epitome of fucking stupid. Okay? You are idiocy personified.
Out for a documentary as well, but now he's leaving. He doesn't have to put out that documentary. I doubt that documentary will come out.
They probably cancel it.
Yeah.
We'll see if it's going to come out or not.
Nah. They didn't get enough traction.
How long does it take to make a damn documentary?
Well, you did one in like a month or so.
They didn't get much traction with the event itself.
Yeah. Flats for Catsoid made a documentary in a month or so, but it was a bunch of shit. Wow.
Sure as hell ain't gonna get much traction with some mockumentary.
I mean, I still find it odd. I mean, Roger actually spoke to some ALE people as well. And it also sounds weird that they're not really, how can I say, pushing TFE still. It's almost like, when you have someone who's embarrassed of a...
Because it's happened. It's done. And now they're looking for the next lot of money to come in.
Of something. They don't want to really talk about it. That's how ALE is with this. They're not really interested in talking about it. Why is that? You would think they would be so proud to say, hey guys, we finally debunked the flat earth for once and for all. Instead, it's like, nah, we don't really talk about it. Shrouded in mystery.
Not really. There's plenty of coverage. They didn't need to cover it because there was already loads. And they're not exactly like a big popular company with a massive following. They're more a prestige company that you only really know about when you search them up.
There's nothing.
Right. Yeah. Well, thanks for popping on. I'm going to be thanking you individually later on, but I'm glad you popped on, and it was a trip of a lifetime for sure.
Most definitely, Will. Yeah, absolutely. I think you did slightly miss the mark, though, because I know you said beforehand that your intention leading into this was to try and move the conversation forward, and I think you've pushed it off a cliff by mistake. But we'll forgive you for it.
All right. Well.
Yeah, it's still tumbling, but the Flat Earthers haven't noticed. They are like in the middle of a free fall, while still trying to pretend that Flat Earth isn't falling to pieces.
We'll take it.
Okay, who else?
Thanks. All right.
Wow,
Let's see here. I am going to go to Brenda Debates. Hi.
Good afternoon, Mr. Duffy.
How are you? Good.
I'm doing great.
Dave McKeegan, of course, hates me very much because I brought him into the Flat Earth scene. But if it wasn't for me, he would have never have gone to Antarctica. So, there is that. You're welcome, Dave.
I think that you did something really good. You did a number of things. Which,
Sorry?
He's flirting with him.
How rude are you calling a Brenda he? How fucking respectful. Right. We know Brenda doesn't go by he. That's just asshole behavior.
I think you did great, Mr. Duffy.
Brenda's trying to rizz up Duffy. That's crazy.
You did great, Mr. Duffy. You did
Oh no, man! Come on.
Fabulous.
The Flat Earth community has been decimated.
Oh wow! Really?
Just for people's reference, decimated
Wow.
is a Roman term for reducing to 1/10.
Oh really?
And
well, yeah, it's good.
Yeah, that probably sounds about right. You know, there's like 1/10 of the people around talking about Flat Earth now. Or at least taking it seriously. There's more trolls than there used to be, that's for sure. I think all of them are, they're feeling insecure because Brenda makes their pee-pee tingle and they don't like that.
Big players are pretty much gone except for a few. And you've also shown that while argumentation, people say, why do you debate these people? Because you're never going to convince them. And it's argumentation plus, well, you demonstrated that their model was wrong. So
what model?
We debate them, and we
what model?
Exactly.
You see, this is the issue I have with people like Banjo and them. They push a model, quote unquote.
But they'll tell you. They'll tell.
For Catsoid, the fact that you don't realise that not having a model is a problem is a problem. You don't have a way to make predictions or tests without a model that you can then compare to reality. You don't have a model because there is no model of the flat Earth that works. Oh, guys, I'm so glad to see you all here. Thank you very much. Still 13 hours to go. Right. We are going to quickly pop over to the next live stream, okay? So I will see you over there in just 1 minute. Remember, stupidity's not alright. Stay in the chat. You'll be automatically redirected to part 2.